on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe. We do on youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. And Cap, we can now close the book on the preseason for the Chicago Bears. They finish with 2 wins and a tie. But I guess the most important thing is that what we are looking at with the Chicago Bears team is a head coach and a coaching staff that's trying to be able to put on the players the word accountability. This has been team and camp accountability, something we have not seen in decades around here. This is not an Eberflus thing. Oh, no. This is a Nagy thing. This is a Trestman thing. This has gone back for a while now as far as accountability. We haven't seen that kind of thing since Lovie Smith was the head coach of this team. Whatever we want to say about Lovie, at least those players knew exactly what was expected of them. And so now when I look at this, if nothing else, Cap, we got accountability across the board because the head coach doesn't mind talking to the player or the press about things that bother him.
He doesn't. He's honest on the Caleb sack where he held the ball too long on Friday night against the Chiefs. I'm watching the game, and I'm yelling, "Get rid of it!" And bam, down he goes. And what was Ben Johnson's response? He said, "Sounded like good protection to me."
Oh, God.
And if that isn't a shot at your starting quarterback, I don't know what is. He didn't say, well, Caleb was trying to, we just have to execute better, and he was trying to make a play. Nope. Sounds like good protection to me. Mm-hmm. And if you go back and watch the tape, which I did, and you freeze it, he's got a clean pocket. Either evacuate quick and get out of there or dirt it. He did that against Buffalo. There's a big difference when Chris Jones is coming up the middle and some guy who's not going to make the Bills roster. Big difference. So there's work to be done. I still believe that Caleb is the guy. He's got incredible talent. And anyone I've asked up there, I just asked Kevin Byard. He said, dude, the stuff this guy can do in practice is insane. He just has to keep getting groomed by Ben, period. So we'll see where this all goes. It's a big day because you mentioned the word, Johnny, accountability. Does Ryan Poles really release Karan Amagaji? Does he get rid of a third-round pick that quick? What about Zach Pickens? That's a second-round pick. And he has to take the heat if he releases a second-rounder and a third-rounder. But I would rather he do that and go, hey, man, that's on me, bad pick. We gave the guy an opportunity and it didn't work. Period.
He can use, Ryan Poles can use the coaching staff as a meat shield, though.
He can.
He could just for the system that they're running offensively and defensively,
doesn't fit.
They don't fit. So we believe that they're good players, but in the eyes of Ben Johnson and the coaching staff, they felt that they wanted more speed, more power, more technique, whatever. You can use whatever coaching buzzword you'd like to be able to protect yourself in that spot if you care to.
You can, but he also has to make sure that he and Ben are aligned, because that was the word that Ben talked about. I need to feel collaboration. And I know there are people out there that are not big Ryan Poles fans. I like him more than others. But he did convince Ben to come here. Ben did pick Caleb Williams. He could have gone anywhere. Ben Johnson was that highly coveted that he got $13 million a year. Washington tried to hire him a year ago, and they were on the plane to go do it, and he canceled. I'm out. I'm going back to Detroit for another year. Mm-hmm. So let's see how Ben's influence combined with the collaboration of Ryan works today. I'm not surprised Ian Wheeler got waived. Maybe he comes back on the practice squad. I'm not surprised certain guys are not going to be on this roster. I will be surprised if he says, Pickens, gone. Amagaji, gone. Like, I want to see, wow, it's a new day up there.
Well, that's when the mood has changed.
Correct.
So that's how you do that, Cap, because that's when you're about business. We evaluated through the entire camp since spring through the summer, and we feel like this is the best 53. And the guys that are hurt, you can't do anything about that. But the guys that are ineffective, you clearly can cut them if you want to. And if you feel like you could find better on the scrap heap or already in camp, go ahead and do it. If we see today, yes, they've cut Karan Amagaji. Oh, God. That means, first of all, Theo Benedict has done the job.
Correct.
And that he earned his spot. And I could just tell you, just read Courtney Cronin, or I was at camp as well. I was looking for good old number 72, and I don't mean Fridge. I was looking for Amagaji. I go, is he on the field? He's on the sidelines waiting. You mean third team? Yep. Oh, God.
Yeah. They're not messing around, man, and I really, really like it. And now Trey Hendrickson got a one-year deal done with the Bengals, so he's back. Got a massive raise, but he'll be an unrestricted free agent next year. He got a $14 million raise this year. Now, is there somebody out there that you can go get? Micah Parsons is the only one, but I saw a quote from Dak Prescott this morning where he said he's in all the meetings. He's playing game one. I don't think Dak would say that if he didn't believe it.
Cap, the reason why I enjoy late August is because now we get away from all the drama. Yeah. All the stuff, the talking points we've had around the NFL.
The hold-ins and all that.
Hold in, hold out, hold this, all of this. Now we could just move on because all the drama is going away. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Come on.
I didn't have to have
You've been back for 7 minutes.
I didn't have to have it off.
Jackass.
Like 4 days. We had a family reunion in Denver. Sorry about that. All right, it's a fine. I got it. Here's the money. There's a 10.
Oh, so if you F up for 9 more times, it's covered.
I thought the phone was $5. The mic was $1 or a cough. The phone I thought was $5. So I've got one phone.
It's unbelievable.
Paid already.
He just got here. Folks, this is what we're talking about here with this guy. Yellow, another 5. Hello. So how about another one? What if, and I didn't see this on Courtney Cronin's story from ESPN.com because she made her predictions as far as cuts. Mm-hmm. Tyler Scott?
I would cut him.
That'll be all. I think that's it.
Are you going to tell me that you would not keep Jade Walker over him?
Jade Walker, that last game.
Sorry, you don't understand.
Oh, that covers the other 5.
Who's talking? That isn't on me. I have nothing to do with that. My phones are off.
Cap, we had show peace while you were away. And now, in the first 8 minutes, you've caused a ruckus. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing it to the show?
That one was not on me. That one was not.
But it's the volume's still up on the other phone.
That was Siri answering, and I didn't say, hey, Siri. I did not. I did not say anything to Siri. I just turned the volume all the way down. So Siri can't talk to me now. Period. That's that. So.
We were going so well. And then all of a sudden.
I walked in.
Oh, God.
So. I don't think there's a blockbuster deal to be made today.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're not talking about that. What are you doing?
Trying to get away from my phone.
No. I asked you about Tyler Scott, and you feel like Jade Walker, who was walking on air after scoring that touchdown against Kansas City.
That was a hell of a catch and a hell of a throw by Tyson Bagent.
So Walker over Tyler Scott. Looks like Scott is probably going to be gone here.
Correct.
It's too bad.
And that's a 4th-round pick. So.
Got to move on. I totally said. So, ultimately, I know that for people listening that say, well, we know who the starters are. Aren't the frontline guys important? No, the entire team's important because you know how physical football is. You want to make sure that some of your reserves, your backups, are ready to go as well. Again, it's the best 53-man, not just 11 on 11. You want to make sure you have the best guys on the team ready to go. And so Luther Burden, Zacchaeus, who I'm falling in love with, Cap. Zacchaeus, he's not going to stand out like a DJ Moore or a Dunze or even Colston Loveland, but he could be one of those key guys, right? Third and 6, in a little slot, turns a corner, first down. He could be one of those guys. I love his hands and his speed. Zacchaeus could be one of those guys, those unsung heroes in his offense, to give Caleb Williams a safety valve.
He had a really good preseason, as did Jahdae Walker. I'm more interested in the offensive line battles. I am. And Adam Schefter just tweeted this. Did you see this, Shay? A name to watch today. Texans left tackle Cam Robinson. Remember him from Alabama? Whom the team has discussed trading per sources. Rookie Ariante Ursary has impressed this summer, looks ready to man the Texans left tackle position. My question is, why didn't the Bears take Ariante Ursary? He was the Big Ten offensive lineman of the year.
They traded out of the range to pick him.
And he was there, though. I mean, if they hadn't made that deal, they could have had
that's
him.
what I'm saying. They traded out of the ability to pick him.
Nothing you can do about that now. You have to love what you have.
Okay, would you take Cam Robinson? Cam Robinson was a highly sought-after player when he was coming out.
So what you're telling me by asking me that question is that you have an issue with Braxton Jones. You feel like he's not going to be healthy or effective enough to be able to go with the new offensive linemen of Tooney, Dolman, and Jackson, along with Darnell Wright. Is that what you're saying? Sounds like that's what you're saying.
I want an upgrade.
Yep, that's what you're saying.
Now, if Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles believe that Cam Robinson is not as good as Theo Benedette, okay. I'm not sure I believe that.
Mm-hmm. Benedette's had a very good camp, and he's done everything that they've asked him to do. So, but again, what is a Canadian Eagle? What does that look like for, say, 15, 16 games if you press him into service as a starter? Mm-hmm. I don't know what that looks like.
All I know is the Chiefs needed a left tackle. They went and found one at 32 who's going to start for them. Simmons.
You know what the answer really to this is that it's too bad that, and again, he's so young. It doesn't mean that this is who he's always going to be. But if Ozzie Trapillo is only a right tackle and will never be able to learn left tackle, that's a mistake as a draft pick.
Well, yeah,
for me. That because the versatility, if he's not versatile enough to be able to say, hey, man, he's going to be the future left tackle. He's a right tackle now, but we're going to work him in at left tackle. If he'll never be left tackle, then you've really been spinning your wheels in that position.
Then you took a second-round right tackle 2 years after you took a first-round right tackle. It's nonsense.
See?
It's not a way to build a team.
See? So that's the thing. I mean, you could tell me now, oh, no, he's more comfortable at right tackle. That's fine. But we just talked to Tom Thayer on Thursday about this, Cap. The versatility of being an offensive lineman to be able to know all 5 positions. And you may not be able to excel at all 5 positions, but Ozzie Trapillo, if he can't play left tackle at all for the Bears, that's a loss. I think that for a guy his size, if he's effective, you'd like to know that he could be versatile enough to do both sides or play multiple positions if he can.
I'm not sure I agree with you there.
That's what Thayer said.
I'm not sure I agree because if again, I haven't talked to Ryan Poles, but if they knew the day they drafted him, that's the best player on our board, and he is a right tackle. And whether they're going to eventually move Darnell Wright or they're not going to pay Darnell Wright because this is year 3, so around the corner is his big extension. So I need to know the answer to those questions. Now, if it's a misevaluation, then I'm with you. If they thought Ozzie Trapillo could be a left tackle and now they're going, yeah, no, we missed, then I'm with you. But if they truly always believed he was a right tackle, okay, then take the best guy on the board. I don't care. All I want to know is what in that deal, Shay, where they traded down where this kid Ursary went 48th, the Bears traded out of one of the spots ahead of that where they could have had their starting left tackle because this kid looks really good. And then they ended up picking Ozzie Trapillo in the 50s. What did they get that was so crucial that they had to have?
They had to have a BC kid. That's where the general manager came from.
But they could have taken him earlier. What did they get in the deal? That's my question. What
They got back. They sent 41-72 and a 7th-round pick for 56-62 and a 4. So that was Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner, and I think they ended up trading the 4th-round pick again later.
Okay. I just would love to know what their grade was on the Ursary kid, because he's walking into Houston where they traded away Tunsil.
Sure.
Got some draft capital. Tunsil's a very good player. He's getting old.
We talked about Ursary before the draft.
We did.
Yes.
We absolutely did.
I guess I would also ask you, Cap, if you're going to go out and spend money on a 1-year vet to add to this roster today, tomorrow, whenever,
You mean like
ahead of week
Cam
8.
Robinson?
Yeah. If you're going to go out and add money with a 1-year vet, would you rather it be somebody like Cam Robinson, or would you rather it be somebody like Zadarius Smith? What's the bigger hole that you have to fill? Is it rotation left tackle, or is it pass rush?
It's probably pass rush.
Definitely pass rush.
Because if Theo Benedette makes the roster, then I don't really need Cam Robinson. Right?
I just feel like you've upgraded the offensive line and then some by adding 3 new offensive linemen. But the jury's still out when it comes to the defensive line and whether or not they can stop the run. And the Kansas City game does not tell you the story. It will tell the stories against the Vikings. Will they stop the run? Will they be able to be opportunistic defensively as they were in years past? We didn't see it last year. Hopefully we'll see it this year. As we take your phone calls coming up, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We'll get Cap's yellow pad thoughts about the Chicago Bears in their matchup against Kansas City. We're moving to 6 a.m. starting September 2nd. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Right?
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Football season is back, baby. And that means I get to enjoy my game day obsession, Daisy French onion dips. Dips with chips, dips with wings, dips with veggies while watching all the games. And Daisy's come out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy Ranch dip. And these are game changers, made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Enjoy the game like the Kaplans do. Look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery near you. Jay Moore.
Steinhoffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhoffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhoffel's difference now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhoffel's.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
$6.7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Held the ball for, it was like 5 seconds, I think.
Sounds like good protection. Sounds like good protection. Sounds like good protection. Sounds like good protection. Sounds like good protection.
Who the F is this? It's Ben Johnson.
Sounds like good protection.
The head coach of the Chicago Bears here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood. We're moving to 6 o'clock on September 2nd with open phone lines for you, the Bear fan. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. So here's the thing, Kap. You watched the Bears in Kansas City like I did. Are there any yellow pad notes that you have that stood out most about that last dress rehearsal?
Yeah, a few things. So the Bears gave a big contract to Dayo Odengbo. See, I learned how to pronounce his name while I was gone.
It's better than Bongo Bongo, whatever you called him before.
Odebingbo or whatever I had.
Oh, Bongo Bongo.
So I went back and pulled up the game. Love the NFL Game Pass app. If you don't have that subscription, I highly recommend it. If it's in your budget, it's awesome.
Worth it.
It is. Mm-hmm. And so I follow my friend Clay Harbor on social. He was super negative on him. Super negative. And I'm like, all right, I was more focused on the offense. Sure. And Montez Sweat didn't show me a lot. I'm going to go back and I'm just going to zoom in on the defense. That dude looked horrible. Like he was doing the Texas two-step on the line. I'm like, dude, brother, get some pressure here. Can we get a bull rush? So was it a bad night? Was he protecting an injury? Was he just breaking a sweat because he knows he's on the team? I can't answer that. I don't know. All I'll tell you is all you have to do, you do not have to be the GM or the chief scout or the head coach or the director of analytics or whatever for the Chicago Bears. You can just be a fan headed to work. Put it on your computer and just watch. And I would be concerned. There would be some concern for me of what I've seen from their pass rush. Montez Sweat, he got more excited when he did a jersey swap after the game with Chris Jones. So I have some concerns. You were the first one screaming from the mountaintops about your concern about the pass rush. I love the aggressiveness of Dennis Allen. When I talked to Kevin Byard a week ago, he said his words were, that dude's militaristic. He does not mess around from the minute he grabs his cup of coffee and comes into the room. He said, that dude is intense. He will call you out. He said, you better be able to handle it or you're not going to be able to play for that guy. But he loves it. He loves it. Well, all the intensity and militaristic that's all great. You got to see the effort from the guy, the player. I didn't see much from Dayo.
So it's a double-edged sword when it comes to that game we saw on Friday. Cap, first of all, it's Kansas City. It's the Chiefs. The number one quarterback in this league, this era, has been taken over by Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Me screaming at the TV saying, get him, and I'm like, oh, what am I saying? It's Patrick Mahomes. He's slippery. He's elusive. He finds the way to be able to get the ball down the field. He runs out of trouble. You know, here's a guy here that's the only guy that can draw it up in the dirt and go backwards to go forwards and be able to succeed. A lot of quarterbacks can't do what Patrick Mahomes does. But you know what troubled me watching the game defensively?
Mm-hmm.
Cap, we were gassed. We were tired. And I said, what the hell is this now? Like, it's one thing that you can't get to Mahomes. It's one thing that you're going to get gashed, and that's going to happen, I think, a lot to this defense this year.
Mm-hmm.
But we looked gassed. And I said, my God, I know Mahomes is running all over the field because that's what he does. But just to the receivers that he was connecting to or running the football, it did not look good. Adengbo, you know what I saw? I saw a guy in his position and just getting stood up.
Right, that's what I'm telling you. It was like the Texas two-step.
But didn't move, though. He was just there and just kind of just like – but I saw that in practice, too. Now, listen, I'm not saying that I know defensive football. I'm not telling you that I know the X's and O's of it. But I could give you this perspective, Jay Moore. And the perspective is that the Chicago Bears at some point are going to have to draft someone that can rush the passer. You know, when the Bears get a pass rush, you know what that is? It's Adewale Agunleye. It's Khalil Mack. It's from some other team. When are the Bears going to be able to find the guy that they can cultivate and be able to make as a dangerous guy? When's that going to happen?
But that's the issue that we had all last offseason. You and I were really concerned about the defense because we kept saying they need to build more on the defense, and it didn't happen.
I've been saying it for 2 years.
Well, there you go. All three of us.
I've been saying I wanted Jared Verse 2 years ago. I'm so tired of this, Hoodie. And if they do go out and sign Zadarius Smith, that's wonderful. But ultimately, it's going to make me angry because that'll be you figure Zadarius Smith will get, what, a year, $12 million? That'll be $28 million that they added at edge rusher this season for two guys who probably aren't that good when they could have just paid $19 for Josh Sweat.
I get it. And I'm not going to be a dream killer and just telling you that Adengbo is bad based on what I saw in practice in the preseason. Hopefully the light comes on because if not, that's going to be a glaring red light at that position. We've been looking for someone to go along with Montez Sweat to help. And so the question is that can Adengbo be able to be that guy on the other side with Sweat? It's needed. But back to my point, though, it's either via trade or from someplace else that you're looking for a pass rusher. Hey, let's bring in Jared Allen. Like, wait, why don't you cultivate one and make one on the cheap through the draft? And that way, when it's time to pay him, he's earned it. It's always, let's bring him in, Our team has always been built on running the football and great defense.
Yep.
Okay? We're lacking in both in the first year of Ben Johnson. We kind of are. Where's the dynamic running back room? It's good. It's good, but not great.
Yeah, our running back room's not dynamic.
And what about the line?
When you say the defense, I took it as all-encompassing, and I would battle with you there because I think their corners with Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson and their safeties with Kevin Byard, who I love, and Jaquan Brisker. It's a solid group. Linebackers, they got two of them that would start for any other team in the league in Tremaine Edmonds and in T.J. Edwards. I have no idea how Ruben Hippolyte's going to work out as a draft pick. But up front, you are 1,000% correct. And they have tried. Doesn't mean they made the right picks. They have tried to bring in and develop. We may hear Zach Pickens hit the scrap heap today. That was a high draft pick. Third round? Third round.
Yes, third round, yes.
Jervon Dexter Sr.
Might have been end of the second round, but either way.
Third round.
Yeah, I think he was third.
Third round.
Jervon Dexter Sr. was a second-round pick. He has shown at times flashes where you go, looks like he could be a player. Well, he better have a big year. They traded back into the draft a year ago to get Austin Booker.
Fifth round.
Correct. He looks like he's a player, but he's injured right now.
Yep.
I would imagine he hits IR with a designation to come back. But maybe not. Maybe they play a man down because he's out, a few weeks is what Ben Johnson said.
You might like some of the players, but it's everyone's suspect based on what we saw last year. I'm just telling you, I like the linebackers, too. Any of those guys flipping the field? Any of those guys rushing the passer? I like this secondary like any other secondary that's top-notch. Who doesn't like Jalen Johnson when he's healthy? Or Tyreek Stevenson, Brisker. Those guys are good. All I'm saying is I'm looking for impact plays, but it starts with the line. And so that I got a problem with that. Well, here's the thing. Shay, Jay Moore, Cap, you know that when everyone's watching the fly of the ball, I've been on this defense saying it's not good enough. It just hasn't. It has not been good enough.
Same.
You know, you can talk about Caleb Williams and his socks and all this other nonsense all you'd like, but until you can get to the quarterback or stop the run, this team is not going to be exactly what it needs to be. And by the way, it's a first-year coach in Ben Johnson. So all these things are growing pains. They're trying to tighten the screws and be a better football team. It's just going to take time. I get that. I just know that they have some cornerstones, but not enough where I could say for sure the team has turned things around. It's going to take some time. What's being said on Twitch, by the way?
Is there anyone left that can help the line, the defensive line?
Darius Smith.
Yeah, that's it.
That's about it.
That's
Unless
about it?
there's a cut that we don't know that's coming.
A shocking Micah Parsons trade, but that's it.
Yeah, I don't think that.
And I don't need that. Just feels like a pipe dream. And I think, look, Dennis Allen in this defense, you mentioned Kyler Gordon, you talk about Jaquan Brisker. They have guys who they can use as pseudo pass rushers in fancy blitzes and exotic packages. That can work for a 17-game season and make your defense look a little better than it actually is. Mm-hmm. That's how Brian Flores has become one of the most respected defensive coordinators. But what happens anytime you go up against an elite quarterback? You get destroyed. Yeah. That's my concern.
Twitch wants to know, does Clowney have anything left?
Circus hasn't
Yeah.
been town in a long time, so I don't know. I don't think the Clowney's been around.
Jadavion Clowney?
Yeah.
They said Allen connection, maybe, that he could probably help.
Just type in NAH. Type into Twitch NAH. Nah.
I was like, wait, NAH, I'm missing this abbreviation. I was just with all my kids at this family reunion. And I would say, what does that mean? And they would look at me like, yeah, well, man, here you go. When you said NAH, I was like, okay, N-A. And then he just said, nah.
It's just very simple.
Perfect. Fits. So here's my problem with what they've got on their roster. I like a lot of it.
Sure.
But there are glaring holes at super important positions. Like if you rank the positions, and I've battled with this with friends of mine, the most important is quarterback, obviously.
Got it.
The second most important in my world is if it's a right-handed quarterback, which most are, and our guy is, it's my left tackle. Who's protecting his blind side?
Question mark.
2A, like quarterback 1, 2. Left tackle, and 2A is rush edge. Okay, you went and got one in Montez Sweat, and you paid him to be an ace, a number 1. Like, oh, God, we got a game plan for that guy. Like, I didn't just trade for him and he's a good player. I paid him $98 million at the time, one of the biggest contracts in the league. Okay, then I need to see you kicking ass. I know you were injured last year with a bad shin injury. Mm-hmm. Guess what? You're healthy now. I need to see people have to chip to help out. We got to bring a second guy. That dude's a game wrecker. That should make it even easier for Austin Booker, Odiengbo, or Austin Booker when he's healthy.
Yeah.
Dominique Robinson. Okay, I'm tired of hearing, hey, Dom Robinson's really flashing in camp. Yeah, that's in shorts and shells. I want to see him in pads on a Sunday or a Monday or a Thursday kicking ass and taking names.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number as we talk to you about the Bears. Still to come, we talk about the quarterback room. It's probably one of the best in the National Football League. We talk about it coming up next, and your phone calls on the home of the Bears, Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, and all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Hey, let me tell you about Howard Ankin. Folks, you never know when you're going to need an attorney for a personal injury, a rideshare injury attorney, a medical malpractice. J Hood, our guy Howard is the best in the business.
And he brings us to Sidebar.
Yeah, pro.
Yes, you may. Think about this. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, a partner at our fan favorite Grip and the Sip It Classic, and the list goes on. And now, my guy, our guy.
My guy is our guy, and he's Howard Ankin. Ankin Law, 312-6-million.
80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. And now, my guy is our guy.
He's my guy. He's Howard Ankin. Ankin Law, made personal.
312-6-million, Jay Moore. Down.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kid's hair, you might be dreading the process of getting it cleaned up. Luckily, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for a fresh haircut faster. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're next for a cut. Your kid's hair will look great for those first day pictures, and Great Clips' everyday low prices will make you smile. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save your kid's haircut details in clip notes, so the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. So if summer fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
One night, one barrel. If you only attend one whiskey university, make it this one.
We'll taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by us and our listeners at the distillery.
And to help tell the story, we're bringing in a real whiskey PhD, Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall, for a lesson you won't forget.
It's Whiskey University with Woodford Reserve at Saranello's in Wheeling.
Tonight at 6:30.
Seats are limited, so don't be tardy.
And please drink responsibly.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Vivid Seats. Yes, Vivid Seats. Gear up for an epic football season with unbeatable ticket deals from Vivid Seats. For the best selection, grab your seats now. Every ticket you buy gets you one step closer to a free 11th ticket with Vivid Seats rewards exclusively at the Vivid Seats app. So Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Download the app today. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap J Hood, big fan, man.
Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. And then at 2:30, it's Jesse and Silvy at 2:30, followed by White Sox baseball as they take on the Kansas City Royals at 6 right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Kap, I am so comfortable about the quarterback rooming for the Chicago Bears. The quarterback room is solid. They took care of Tyson Bagent, gave him a contract, a brand new contract, fresh paper for him, and Caleb Williams learning under Ben Johnson. I feel like Caleb Williams goes down. Of course, the season's not going to be the same, but I feel like when we see Tyson Bagent, I feel like that he understands the offense and can steady the waters. I don't think he's going to be top 10 if he takes over at quarterback, but I think that it's not embarrassing when he's out there. It's not like such a lull when he's out there. He steadies the waters really good offensively, so I'm really happy about the room.
Yeah, the room is really good, and I think you're exactly correct that they have different players and different strengths at all three spots. Mm-hmm. Like Case Keenum's not under any illusion that he's here to lead the Bears to the Super Bowl. He's not. He's late 30s, but he is understanding that he's got to help Caleb understand certain things. He's got to help groom Tyson Bagent if he has to play. And those two guys understand the starter is Caleb Williams. And Ben was brought here to get the best out of Caleb Williams. And Ben could have gone anywhere. He picked this opportunity. So let's see what he can do with Caleb. And I'm thrilled that Tyson Bagent got extended because I was afraid that he would get, 3 games if Caleb was banged up. Everyone would be like, okay, we got to go pluck that guy right now. And he only had a year left. Now you've extended him. He got his paper. He was emotional about that. That was super cool. But he also understands, and someday he will be a starter in the league, he understands it's Caleb's shot first.
Secret Bagent, man. We love him. He's part of the team. Caleb Williams, on the other hand, the starter for the Chicago Bears, talked after the game about the slow start and then finishing strong in that first half against Kansas City.
I think the energy just coming out, and then also just starting off bad. I mean, mistimed handoff and, ball hitting the ground. So things like that always, ends up having negative effects, and then we get a penalty, and then we get pushed behind the sticks even more. So, I think it's just things to clean up. It's good that it was preseason. We came out with the win. Guys fought well at the end. We also had a good job, rallying also before the end of half. I think it's super important that we actually had that, the slow start and having to be able to fight back and understand, that the game's always going to come down to the end. We've been in many games where the game comes down to the end, and being able to, get the ball at second half, score before the half, get the ball at second half, and have that swing is going to be important for us to be able to, notice and see. And that's one of the things, or see. I think that's one of the things that I said in the huddle before the 2-minute, and then also when we got to the locker room for the guys.
Let me be the first one to straighten out the narrative between Caleb Williams and Tyson Bagent. Stop me if I'm wrong if you've heard this. With Caleb Williams, holds the ball too long, really not sure. It seems like he still's got some work to do. Tyson Bagent with his 3 touchdowns against Kansas City. Holy crap, this guy is ready to go. How come that guy's not the starter? Perspective. Once again, the black mirror of reality has come before you to tell you this, that when people talk about, it's against the backups, who cares? Here's the thing, is that at least you're showing what you could do with the offense, whether you're Caleb Williams or whether you're Tyson Bagent, against the first string, second string, third string, doesn't matter. Kap, if you can run the offense against anybody, that means that you're doing well. So what I would tell you is that there should be no narrative of Caleb Williams is just okay, but Tyson Bagent is just unbelievable. They are both doing really well and learning on this offense. So I don't want to get this Bagent's way up here and Williams is right down here. Listen, no matter what who you're taking on in camp, you got to execute, and I think both have done very well.
Yeah, I'm excited for Monday Night Football 2 weeks from yesterday. I cannot wait, and I know everyone who's listening feels the same way, whether you're a Bears fan or not. The first Monday night, even if it's the Raiders and the Seahawks, I'm jacked up. Wow, we get off the air. And, by the way, we moved to 6 a.m. a week from today, 6 to 9. Then Carmen and Jurko will be in to talk football with us. They're in 9 to noon.
And Rich Eisen also will be in at noon to talk Bears football with us.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Black and Abdallah, commercial free for an hour, 2 to 3. Waddle Sylvie, 3 to 6:30. That all said, I cannot wait that it's our team. The NFL gave them a lot of national attention. Mm-hmm. That means the NFL believes in the Bears. If they thought they were going to be the Saints, the worst team in the league, you're not getting those types of showcases.
Correct.
Now it's up to the Bears to execute and make that praise look like it was Nostradamus knew something. Period.
And Caleb looked fantastic against the backups as well.
Yeah. First line, backups against the Bills. As long as we're talking about how the offense is looking better under Ben Johnson, that they're learning, I can understand if they were awful. But they have not been awful, either one of them.
Okay.
Is that fair or not?
That's fair.
Okay.
Absolutely fair. But watching the game against the Chiefs, the first sack where he held the ball 5.9 seconds or whatever it was, cannot happen. Declan Doyle talked about the fumble on the first play. Cannot happen. Now, they recovered it, but it's still short-circuits your drive right away. You're playing behind the sticks. They've got all their starters out there, and they are top 3 teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
If I gave you a ticket in Vegas, you might put it on the Chiefs. You might.
Yeah.
Might be Buffalo. Might be the Eagles. That's probably the top 3. So those things cannot happen under no circumstance. But I went back and watched the tape, and I don't have the trained eye of Dan Orlovsky, who played in the league. He may not have been a great quarterback, but he's a very good analyst. And there were some things he really liked that Caleb did. Mm-hmm. Like there were some throws, nice, did a good job. What I really liked was the Brad Biggs tweet, the beauty of having a second Twitter account, because he blocked my original one, when he said Caleb has handed his helmet to the equipment man, signifying and signaling his day is done. And Ben Johnson looked over and went, you're going back out. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Because he's trying to teach something.
That's what Sean Payton did to Russell Wilson in Denver.
That's correct.
Yeah, I had my one series. Get back out there. You didn't show us anything. 3 and out? Absolutely not. What? I said, get back out there. Oh, okay. There you go. That's why it didn't work.
Right.
And this is why you got But
Russ at least has won Super Bowls.
Yes.
Or won.
Yeah.
And played in another one and has been in a Pro Bowler multiple times. Caleb? Yeah. Put the helmet back on.
Shay's platform is next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Folks, it's still nice and hot. Outside temperatures continue to remain high in Chicagoland. It's only August. And when it comes to making your home or business comfortable, I recommend you go with Automatic. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable. But at Automatic, they take it a step further and they make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair, upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians who are not pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com. Jay Moore.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, Other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO. Maurici Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats live from the stands, and we've got a special update. Sources confirm fans using the Vivid Seats app are racking up rewards with every ticket and doing it fast. With an unbeatable lineup of seats and perks that go the distance, why use any other app for game day? Don't fumble this season. Grab your tickets through Vivid Seats, download their app, earn rewards, and as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, get $20 off your first $200 in-app purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
The Live Well sale still sizzles at GNC and GNC.com. Grab your favorites right now. Buy one, get 50% off. Brands like Ghost, Buckled Up, Alani Nu, as well as the Human, HUMANN. Buy one and get 50% off. Mix and match in-store, online, and for a very limited time. Check out your local GNC store or visit GNC.com right now. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
We got Shot or No Shot coming your way at 8 o'clock right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000 on Kap and J Hood. But now it's time for Shay's Platform.
And Shay's Platform is brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Here's Shay Norley.
Hoodie, I got an email yesterday about some upcoming events in the city. One of them, in a couple weeks, The Who will be performing at the United Center.
All right.
Roger Daltrey is 81 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it's even physically possible that Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend in their 80s are going to go out there and put on a show. But put that aside for a moment.
Okay.
They're billing this as their farewell tour. One problem. They had a farewell tour initially in 1982. They had a second farewell tour in 1989. They have had farewell tours since. And when recently conducting an interview, Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend both separately said they might do more concerts after this farewell tour. Asked, why should anybody believe that this is actually a farewell tour? Pete Townsend said, are you suggesting we're swindling our fans? Of course we are.
Wow. He said that in a quote?
Yes.
It's the Pay My Bills tour.
Exactly.
You know, these guys have learned so much from boxers. That's what they've learned from.
Yep.
How many times did Sugar Ray Leonard retire and come back?
George Foreman.
All these guys, right?
Yeah.
That's what they learned.
Tyson just fought Jake Paul, didn't he?
Yeah. I
Okay.
just think that's amazing.
Okay, but I would like to take a shot at the ageist with the Angels hat in there. Who cares if they're 82? I saw
I'm
Mick
not
Jagger
even-
a year ago. He's 82 now. He was 81.
Hey.
That dude was amazing.
God bless them. If they can put on a great show, keep doing it. But
That
stop
is
calling
not
them
what you
farewell
said.
tours.
You said,
No, I said I don't
know how they could do this.
That's
So
not a
what?
suggestion that it's a bad thing. It's just me being surprised. I've seen The Who, actually. It was my first concert ever. My dad took me when I was in like 6th grade at the old Palace of Auburn Hills.
I like The Who. I'm a big fan. But I saw Jagger last year.
Jagger?
I don't even know her.
Wow, I knew that was coming.
You're
I
welcome.
just
All right.
paused.
There you go.
Thank you.
I opened up the
There you go.
bigger than a pace buster.
Yeah, that's
you would
right.
say.
Go right ahead.
The pregnant pause.
Yep.
Yes. I saw Mick Jagger. He was 81 at the time. He was jumping around, and I saw him in 2019. I actually saw him with Joe Madden. We sat there. That dude in 2019 was in his mid to late 70s, 3 months out of open heart surgery. And it was amazing.
I think the point that bothers me the most is what Shay laid out. So you're saying openly, an upfront blank word, that you are swindling us. We're swindling the fans. I wish owners around here would just say that openly.
But is it a swindle if you were a fan? Let's say Jay Moore's the biggest Who fan in the world, if he was. And he went and he said, I had a great time. That show was awesome. Does he care if they said that? He got his money's worth.
That's fine, but just stop calling it a farewell tour if the plan is to keep doing more tours.
Well, at 82, they could say, hey, man, it might be our farewell tour. Because all I know is that Tom Petty, his last show was at Wrigley.
What?
And then dropped dead.
They are 82 now. Their first farewell tour was in 1982. Stop calling them farewell tours.
Here's the issue, guys. Pete Townsend owns all the publishing. So he gets all the money from the TV and the radio and the streaming. So he has to do these tours to pay everybody else.
I know, but just like telling everybody up front, hey, I'm taking your money. Man, I wish Reinsdorf would say that. Hey, just so you know, when you go to the ballpark, I'm just taking your money. Not giving you a good product, just taking your money. Oh, my God.
Hoodie, here's the quote exactly from the New York Times. Quote, the fact is, we are willing to swindle them.
Oh.
That's what we've done our entire life. Why stop?
Oh, boy. He's just being honest, kid. Take that.
I literally have no problem with what they said. None.
Really?
None.
Okay. I wish the Cubs would say that. I wish Tom Ricketts would say that at open mic and see how you'd feel. I'd love to hear that.
But in my world, it's different. When they said we've been swindling them our whole life. Yeah, because we're getting paid crazy money to be a musician doing something we're passionate about. That's totally different than an owner not trying to win.
Hoodie, the Tribune Company swindled Cubs fans for years.
That's right.
Fair.
And guess what? This guy's been bending over taking it with no Vaseline for years.
Ooh, Ice Cube.
Seriously.
I don't disagree with you. They were not giving you a Hall of Fame performance as owners, nor has any other owner in this town.
Or the players, right?
Right.
Only a few.
But the Who has been giving you a Hall of Fame worthy performance on a regular basis for 70 years, 60 years, whatever it is.
Are you going to go, Cap?
If they come to Chicago, I would absolutely.
They are. September 7th, I think, at the United Center.
That's the opening Sunday of the NFL season.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
You're going. Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Tell you one thing about The Who. When they perform, they don't have their phones on. Shay's platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. And hey, if you'd like to see The Who at the United Center, just take the Green Line over. Great station. Drops you off right outside. You don't have to deal with the ride share, which is awful. Waiting for a ride share at the United Center is terrible. Getting out of there in your car, horrible. Just take the Green Line. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or unexpected costs of car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA. Just sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money. Do more. Ride CTA.
We pause now 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the Kap J Hood radio network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Albert Breer with the latest on the Bears in the NFL at 8:35. Shot or no shot, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Tuesday. How we feeling?
Let's go, man.
Yeah, let's
okay,
go, man.
Craig.
Let's go. Yeah.
Let's go,
Fire
man.
me up, Craig.
Yeah, I just still would like to know, like, why does he do the lineups the way he does?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How does he do the lineups?
I thought it was Carter Hawkins' computer that spits him out.
Here you go. Here's your lineup today. There you go. That's what you're going to go. Give me cash.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thank you, Jed.
Well, I mean, that's
Carter.
I don't. I've seen you on your recaps blaming counsel for the line. What do you think this is? 84? Who do you think's making the lineups?
I can't believe
upstairs.
You're paying. I think they have input because Theo told me when Joe was there, they would hand him the optimal analytic lineup. Then he would have his own lineup, but in the end, it was his call. That's what Theo told me. He said we would have discussions like, Hoodie's 0 for 17 against that pitcher. Why are you playing him? Because it's a gut feel. But he said in the end, they would let Joe go with his gut. So I cannot believe you're paying Craig Counsell $8 million a year and he doesn't get to make out his own lineup. I don't believe it.
Okay, that's the last time you bring that up today, or for the rest of the month. You won 6 of 7. You're back in the race. You're down. You're 5.5 back now. You're back. Let it go. You're winning with the said confusing lineup. You're winning. and you're playing the Giants, you'll beat them. You'll win that series, too. You play the Rockies, you're going to sweep them. You're fine.
Here you go.
You're back.
I'll just make it simple. Shot or no shot, if Kyle Tucker's going to hit, the lineup construction doesn't matter.
It helps at the top of the lineup, for sure.
Yeah, I left here to go to the family reunion the day of the last Brewer game.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me why the day of the last Brewer game, you had to start Tucker in that game? He did nothing. He was much better when they got away. But you didn't have Matt Shaw, your hottest hitter, in the lineup. Why?
What did we talk? Well, maybe you don't remember. Remember me telling you about getaway days? Do you remember that conversation we had a few weeks ago about how some teams just like, oh, we won the series, it's good enough. And I said, I wish I had the Kampka stat that could tell us what the one-loss record is for the home team on a getaway day. Some just like, all right, we won the series. Just give another guy a chance to play. We got a long road trip or we got another series. Give other guys a chance to play. That's what happened. You rolled over like you won the division the night before, and you lost 4-1. That's what it was the day after the champagne celebration lineup that you got there.
And that ticked me off.
Yeah.
It really, really bothered me.
Okay, now you're done with that, too. Now that you got that dark cloud out there on the air, you've won 6 of 7. You're good.
Let's go.
And you're back.
Let's go.
So now that you got that out, now we can do shot or no shot.
Matt Boyd, he's on the bump tonight. Let's go.
Okay, so now you got that out. Now it's over. Now, see, you can't come in with the fire and brimstone when you've won 6 out of 7 and you're back in the race. You can't. You can hold them to a standard, but you can't be pounding the table like you were before in the Brewers series. You can't do that. Or some of the other losing they've done this month. They're back.
By the way, did you see Shaquille O'Neal supposed to perform DJ Diesel at the Brewer game in September? They've hit a little skid. He canceled. Canceled. Take that.
Pounding the table.
Take that, lady. Up there in Milwaukee.
Going after Gabe Neitzel's mother again.
Gabe Neitzel is a teammate who's on ESPN in Wisconsin.
The last time you said take that lady, they won 15 straight games. So maybe just relax on saying take that lady.
You drive the blue
Sorry,
train.
Mrs. Neitzel, for offending you.
Yeah, you drive the blue train here. So whichever way the wind blows, that's where the Cubs go. So they're winning. They're winning the series against the Giants, right?
One batter, one pitch, one out at a time, Johnny.
Not going to give the prediction, huh?
Nope.
I'll do it. They're going to win the Giants series, and they're going to more than likely sweep the Rockies because the Cubs are back. Perspective, fan, difference. Shay.
I'll have it. You can go to bed tonight. I got the late night duty.
Oh, thanks. It's the Cubs. Thanks.
I'll be there. Locked in.
Still waiting for Shay. Shay.
All right. I was listening to a little out-of-market radio yesterday after Waddle and Sylvie, and one of the hosts said the Bears are due for a Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams implosion.
97 won the ticket.
Thank you, Hoodie. He said they are already butting heads, referencing when Ben Johnson said, sounds like good protection, regarding the Caleb sack on Friday night. Shot or no shot, it's a good thing that Ben Johnson is willing to publicly call out his quarterback when he doesn't do his job.
Yeah, that's a shot.
Yep.
It's what we all wanted. Let me ask you a question. Was Mike Ditka, who's beloved in this town, was he wildly honest about his players? 100%. I don't know if we'll win another game. Did he not say that?
He did say that.
Yeah. And so I got no issues with Ben doing that. Joel Quenneville, wildly honest. Phil Jackson, didn't have a lot to complain about, but wildly honest. Joe Madden, honest. Ozzie Guillen, more than anybody, honest. Love it.
Yeah, that's a shot. You have to do that. And again, they've been empowered, Shay, to be able to have this accountability thing. I'm sure when Ben Johnson and his staff took the job, I'm sure Ryan Poles or someone in that office, Cunningham, said, this was a blank show before you guys got here. These players, and they probably been named off Tyreek Stevenson and maybe some other names, and said, these guys need to be held accountable. You guys have the power to do that. Don't be soft on them. Remember, we won 5 games last year. We've underachieved. Do what you got to do to get this thing turned around. And they said, yep, okay. So whether that's Caleb Williams or the 53rd guy on this roster that we're going to see, they all have to be held accountable. It's got to be a standard. There's so many guys that have come in here like Matt Nagy, offensive genius, and, the bedside manner of Matt Eberflus, or just like the crazy offense from Mark. Hey, man, Ben Johnson stands for something, and that's trying to have a mission statement. You have to have it. Shay, you can't take a job and just be like, well, I'm just going to be here for 3 years, and I'm going to fire and go someplace else. He's trying to set a standard of accountability, and I appreciate it. Absolutely.
It's like trying to turn a battleship around inside the little canal.
Yep.
Can't be done sometimes. Ben's going to prove to you that it can be.
You just call this team the Suez Canal. We're going to be in trouble. That's the
I just said a canal.
Oh, God.
Like when that ship got stuck a few years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
man.
Adam Johns.
More sports radio out of town.
Adam Jones, I thought he retired from the Orioles.
Adam Johns wrote up about the Bears' feelings on Tyson Bagent. I think it works with us talking about how honest they've been.
Might want to listen to ESPN 1000 every now and then.
ESPN 100. After Poles and Ben Johnson spoke glowingly about his extension, with Ben Johnson saying Tyson, quote, epitomizes what we are building at the Chicago Bears. John said you have to take what the Bears are saying about Bagent very seriously. He said no team in the league talks about their backup quarterback the way that the Bears are right now, and added that as much as they have complimented Caleb Williams, they aren't talking about Caleb the way that they're talking about Bagent. Ben Johnson also previously said he believes Tyson Bagent has what it takes to start in the NFL. So shot or no shot, Ben Johnson means he believes Bagent can start for the Bears.
He thinks that he can start with the Bears, Ben Johnson. I think that's a shot. I think that he feels confident in that room that either Caleb or Tyson could start for the Bears based on his playbook.
Yeah, and I think he's thrilled that he has him as his backup because they wouldn't have given him an extension if he hadn't said to Ryan Poles, yeah, I'm good with that, dude. Do I think he feels that Tyson can win a Super Bowl for them? I don't know. I can't answer that. I think he's very comfortable with their quarterback room. I mean, look around at some of the teams in the league, and you're like, boy, their quarterback room sucks. The Bears, they've got the number one pick who they're hoping to make a star. They've got a really good player in Tyson Bagent, and they have a wily old head, as you like to call him, in the room to help those guys understand things in Case Keenum.
Jay Moore?
Seeing he didn't draft neither one of these quarterbacks, he just wants the best quarterback. So whoever is going to put on the show, that's who he's riding with.
That's fair.
That's my perspective.
That's fair. I think that he feels like he can win with either one of them because when you are if you're Ben Johnson and you got a strong ego or you have the feeling that you could turn things around like you did with Jared Goff's career, sure, he feels like he's got you think he's got a good quarterback room that he could do that with either quarterback. We go to Shay in Dorchester with us here on ESPN 1000. Shay, good morning.
Hoodie, the watchability factor on the South Side through the roof right now. The White Sox have won 3 straight games, including consecutive shutouts. Lenine Sosa has very quietly become one of the best hitting second basemen in the entire major leagues since the All-Star break. Colson Montgomery is on fire. You know about War Watch. Didn't play last night, but they won anyway in a shutout fashion over the Royals. And they seem once again to have a very promising young core in a division that is largely ass. So, shot or no shot, if the White Sox take this offseason remotely seriously, they can finish second in the AL Central next year.
How about that for a White Sox minute?
Look, Shane Smith last night, magnificent. That was the longest outing of his career. 7 innings. He was tremendous. I still need to see Jerry take out the debit card. I'm not telling you they're going to give $780 million to Shohei Ohtani if he hits the market. He's not. I understand that. They're not signing Juan Soto, but you can't go get Kyle Schwarber. Like if Kyle Schwarber, if you're serious, why can't you give that dude a 5-year, $200 million deal?
God bless Shay for saying that. It's a no shot. As a White Sox fan, I will just tell you that, as you well know in sports, that you have to have talent to be able to get from the basement to second place to make that leap. And until the debt is cleaned up at 35th and Vec, whatever happened behind the scenes, if they're cleaning up the debt, then there won't be a lot of money on the field. They will not put money on the field, not yet.
What, not even one signing? Like if you're Justin Ishbia, you're waking up in your suburban mansion.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, here's the money I've put in with my brother and my dad, and we're going to eventually have the whole thing. You don't go to the meeting because you're obviously going to have some say with Jerry more than the minority owners that have been there for 40 years. You don't go, all right, what's it going to cost for us? I think we can get this thing to a pretty stable spot if we stay healthy. I want Kyle Schwarber playing DH for us. Why not?
But you can't negate the progress. That's
The
all I'm
progress
saying.
is amazing.
Yeah. For me, I think a lot of this growth can be internal. I don't think they need to go make splash moves. Like, I'd love for them to go sign Framber Valdez. I don't think that's going to happen. But they can make marginal moves that will help them in free agency, and a lot of this can be internal. You'll get Drew Thorpe back next year. You've got Hagen Smith coming up. You've got Noah Schultz coming up. That's
Those are
real
all kids.
pitching.
I want a veteran player. I think
get it.
White Sox fans deserve Jerry to go, you know what? We're going to sign one really, really good veteran. And then a couple other depth pieces.
Cap, the point I'm making is they aren't going to be in a playoff chase next year. I don't think that they're going to contend to win the division with the way the Tigers look ready to go the next few years.
Yeah.
But the rest of this division stinks. The Royals' rebuild has largely failed. They won't spend money. The Twins just blew everything up. Cleveland's getting long in the tooth. The White Sox are the only team in this division, aside from the Tigers, that actually are young and really promising.
I will just tell you that as a Sox fan every night, the ball club is very watchable. They were not watchable last year, but they're watchable now because I enjoy watching kids like Teal and Mydroth. I'm a big fan of Mydroth. We talked about that before. Colson Montgomery. And somehow, some way, the pitching's in the top 5 in the second half of the season. Like, how does that happen? How's this pitching been so good? But it has been sustainable so far here in the second half of the season. But again, even with Kansas City and Cleveland, those teams are built and they do have superstars and cornerstones, and the Sox are still trying to grow. I would love, and again, I'm just going by what Chris Getz told us. They're not ready to put money into the ball club yet. I wish they would.
That was before the season.
Yeah.
Okay, if
You might have a star shortstop on your hands now.
I hope so.
In
Montgomery.
Is he going to be a shortstop or a third baseman?
Whatever. You might have a star infielder on the left side. I think he probably projects at shortstop, so I would say shortstop.
Montgomery has been incredible. The power's come out of nowhere. It's so
he's
good.
He's a big man.
Yeah.
He may end up moving over to third and staying there.
It's completely watchable. And I guess I might be doing a 180 on Luis Robert, too. Guys, you got to keep our eyes on that. Like, Robert's going to get his money.
You see his slash line since the All-Star game? That's what you're talking about, I think.
Yep. He might be here next year.
Oh, they've already said they're picking up the $20 million option. And so now I know the Padres, there's a couple other teams that were interested.
Yeah.
Well, you're not just trying to move the money because you could just walk away from it then.
Yes.
You want something back. I would think he's going to be more likely he's the starting center fielder for the White Sox next year.
And
More than likely, yeah.
It's the same thing with Lenine Sosa. Nobody talks about it, but go find a second baseman who's hitting better than Lenine Sosa since the All-Star break. You can't.
Yep. And I was down on Sosa in the first half, but I think that he's been very solid as well. There's a lot of positive stories, as I mentioned, and a very watchable product on the South Side. It is. And listen, as someone who rides with the White Sox, rides or dies with the White Sox, and I've been disenchanted with the front office, not the players, I just hope that they could turn it around sooner than later. That is for sure. But I think that the growth and the sprinkle of money helps both. You could do both and grow as a team. All right, we will go around the NFL. Albert Breer at 8:35. Kap and J Hood moving to 6 a.m. starting on September 2nd.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
No.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with the Rich Eisen Show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie Show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
Folks, it's Cap. I found the ultimate fantasy football game changer. It's called Renegade Fantasy. This isn't your old set it and forget it league. You can make moves while the game is going on. Quarterback throws a pick or gets injured, swap him out instantly. Your running back got hurt, bench him before he tanks your score. With live substitutions, clock stoppages, and second season drafts, you're the coach and GM every single second. So we created our own league. Join my league right now. DavidKaplan.renegadefantasy.com. That's DavidKaplan.renegadefantasy.com. You could win $5,000 cash. You could get a hangout with me, own bragging rights over all your buddies. And I'll throw this out to you. Tom Waddle has a team in this league as well. We call him the human bye week. So you start 1-0. That's DavidKaplan.renegadefantasy.com. Ooh.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at omatic.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a fresh haircut faster at a price that'll make you feel smart. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's now time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Albert Breer at 8:35. But now around the NFL, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
This is not NFL, but this is football, and it has to be discussed because David Kaplan, your proclaimed favorite football program, is soft. Ohio State has banned Dave Portnoy from the campus and the stadium ahead of Fox Big Noon kickoff this weekend for Texas against Ohio State and Columbus. Portnoy will not be allowed in the building, meaning he will have to leave the broadcast on Fox when they move it into the Horseshoe at the end of the broadcast.
And why are they saying they're doing this?
They really did. From everything I've read, they haven't given any real reasoning. It stems from a lot of tension. I'm reading right now that there's been ongoing tension between Ohio State and Ohio State fans and the Fox network. Former Ohio State linebacker Bobby Carpenter was on a Columbus-based radio show Monday and said that the university was not all that happy about the plan to get Portnoy heavily involved in the product. The reasoning is Portnoy's a Michigan man. He's outspoken. He hates Ohio State. He says everything great about Ann Arbor. They don't want him in their building. My question would be, where was this energy when Desmond Howard was doing game day in Columbus? Or Charles Woodson, who's on the Fox broadcast, by the way.
Hold on, Shay. We've got to think this through. I know you went to Michigan State. We've got to think this through.
Oh, my God.
Dave Portnoy was actively involved in paying Bryce Underwood. So maybe the Ohio State people say, hang on a second. Desmond Howard's a broadcaster and a former player. It is what it is. This dude literally went to LSU and poached Bryce Underwood away by putting a deal together to pay him $12 million. Him and Larry Ellison from Oracle funded it. They're saying, we don't want you anywhere around our program and our players. You are an active booster and paying players NIL money. Sorry, that's different. You come at the Buckeyes, you best not miss, Shay.
Ohio State put together the most expensive roster in the history of the sport a year ago. I don't think they're exactly struggling on the financial front.
No one says it is, but I don't need them trying to poach my players. Hey, Billy, I know you're a hell of a linebacker. I can get you $15 million. Larry Ellison and I are all in here. All right, give me your number. I'll call you.
So I usually stay out of barstool business, but I would just say that Portnoy is being there as a broadcaster or analyst or, a character on the show. That's got nothing to do with Ohio State and Michigan business, to me. So he should be able to be allowed to broadcast.
I don't disagree with you there. I wouldn't have handled it that way.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to lay out the case of why. I'm a big Barstool fan. Love Big Cat. I like their product. But I'm just trying to give you a reason why they might have done it.
Which is fine. I think the reason is that he's not a player or an analyst. He's just a Michigan fan who started a company, and Ohio State doesn't want him around because they're soft.
It is soft. He should be allowed to broadcast there.
What was the genesis of the Bryce Underwood funding? Because I thought it was Larry Ellison getting his girlfriend a gift.
Dave Portnoy, I think, is the one who basically orchestrated setting up the Zoom and getting the deal done.
Yeah, I know he was a part of talking to, but that was Larry Ellison's money, and it was a present for his girlfriend.
I believe that's
whatever it is.
Part of that is accurate.
My light suggestion for Dave Portnoy, and he may not listen to it, is if you're Fox, you put him at a bar in Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
In Germantown. I spent a lot of money in Germantown for my time in Columbus. But what I would do is, like the old satellite, Cap, let's go now to Dave Portnoy with his thoughts on the game. He's not allowed to stay and make a big deal of it and just have him at a bar. And guess what? People at Ohio State would welcome Portnoy to a Columbus bar. They would.
No, what about if he bought a ticket and did his thing right from the seat?
Cell phone?
Right, like on FaceTime. Hey, I'm in here.
Connor Stallions, who I think Michigan fans should have just want to shut up, went on Twitter and said, "You need tickets?" to Dave Portnoy.
I mean, go to the local pizzeria. You could do is like pizza review from someplace in Columbus. There's a way to do it to make it funny without it being so contentious.
Yeah, and I think this backfires immediately on Ohio State because this is exactly what Fox and Dave Portnoy want. They want this kind of attention. You don't hire Dave Portnoy if you aren't trying to have controversial things happen. The idea that he sneaks into Ohio State wearing a fake mustache, that's what Fox wants to happen.
Yes.
You just fed the beast and made yourself look soft in the process.
All right, what else do we have, sir?
A couple holdouts ended yesterday, Hoodie. Terry McLaurin and Trey Hendrickson both got new paper from their teams. Terry McLaurin got pretty close to everything that he wanted. Hendrickson did not. Trey Hendrickson got a $14 million raise this year, but it's only a one-year deal. So ultimately, you give him a massive cash raise and you let him become a free agent. That's not bad on the Hendrickson front. But if you'd like a take, I think next offseason we're going to see Joe Burrow demand a trade.
Well, they're going to be a non-playoff team, so maybe he should ask for a trade.
Why are they going to be a non-playoff team? This year they've got Hendrickson, and by the way, they can franchise tag
I was just about to say that.
next year. That's part of the deal.
That'll go well.
I don't think they care.
I think that they're going to be a good team, Cap, but last year they were 9-8, and it wasn't good enough to be in the playoffs. I feel like that could be the case this year.
But they did lose to the horrible Patriots at home week 1.
Yeah.
So Zach Taylor, they said, has played guys in the preseason like he didn't before. They said he's been a maniac about starting fast and how hard they've been hitting at camp. I think the Bengals have a chance to be a playoff team. They do.
Shay, shot or no shot, Shay. The hold-in works. James Cook with his hold-in, $48 million deal. Terry McLaurin's deal, Trey Hendrickson's deal. The hold-in works.
This is just the way that goes. And when I say Joe Burrow will demand a trade, I do think that will happen, because why would you put up with this nonsense that they're going to now play out this string of drama again with Trey Hendrickson next offseason after you had to fight tooth and nail to get your receivers paid? Like, if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm not saying I actually get traded from Cincinnati, but I walk into the owner's office and go, you're trading me, or you're behaving properly with the players that deserve to be paid on this team. You are not going to hold Trey Hendrickson on a franchise tag.
The problem with Joe Burrow is that he walks into Mike Brown's office. You know what happens, Cap? He's there. He knocks on the door. He opens the door, and it's black and white in there. Like, what happened to the color? Like, there's this black and white. There he is with the cigarette, with the smoke billowing from the cigarette. He's got the old Cincinnati Enquirer newspaper. He's got a Sporting News. And it looks like 1975 in there. That's how they run business with the Bengals.
No question.
You walk in from a 4K world into the black and white of the old owner, Mike Brown.
Are you going to buy one of those tan top coats that look like
Tell me
him?
what you had me rolling. What'd you say? What was the brand on that coat?
London Fog.
The London Fog. The London
So
Fog
ugly.
coat.
Just awful.
That long, ugly, tan London Fog coat that you see out down. By the way, you still see that downtown here.
You do.
People walking to court with the long coat.
Yeah.
Terrible.
And I do remember
It's the
seeing
only name in raincoats.
they were playing, I believe it was the Cowboys. I'm watching a Bengals-Cowboys game. They show the skyboxes. There is Jerry Jones with like 12 of the hottest women sitting around. He's got his wife, but there's all these starlets all in there.
Yeah.
And celebrities. And then they show Mike Brown by himself in the tan London Fog coat with a newspaper and the game notes,
Yes.
sitting by himself at a press box.
The old
skybox.
The old school Dobbs hat he's got on. Horrible.
Wow.
London Fog. Horrible.
And by the way, just an update. Fox is now saying it's their decision because he's not on the main desk, and only the main desk is in the stadium, and that they're using Portnoy somewhere else in some other way. And Ross Bjork, the AD, said, this wasn't on us. We did not have anything to do with the decision. And they ended the press release saying, take that, Norling.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the only one who's talking about it. So it makes sense.
Albert Breer with the latest on the Bears in the NFL. That's next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
What was it, Jay Moore? Betty Wright, what, Tonight is the Night?
Oh, yeah.
Tonight is the night. One night, one barrel. If you only attend one whiskey university, tonight is the night. That's right. Make it this one. That's right. Yes, exactly right. A fine toe tapper, that song. And you'll be playing it when you go check out Carmen and Jurko to be able to taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by the guys, Carmen and Jurko, as well as a group of listeners at this distillery. Think about this. Helping the story for This Whiskey University would be Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall. And it's going to be a lesson that you won't forget. It's going to take place tonight at Serenello's in Wheeling. Serenello's in Wheeling tonight at 6:30 for Whiskey University. Don't be tardy. The seats are limited. Please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. With live betting, rivalry week odds boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every Saturday. New DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6-million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting this season, and ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad, including ESPN Bet Fan Center. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, if you're listening there, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 487-369. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it. What? You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it?
Well, you see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's Home for Sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer with us every Tuesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 from SI.com, Monday Morning Quarterback, and Amazon Prime, and he's on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest
biggest brewery in America.
Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing awesome, Albert. Before we get into the NFL, I do want to ask you, because my friend Shay Norling took a shot at the Buckeyes, who are my favorite football team, and they are in your blood because Dave Portnoy can't be on the field. He immediately thinks, the soft Buckeyes don't want Dave Portnoy there. I don't think that has anything to do with it. He also is a guy that's involved in NIL for Michigan. Is that fair?
I mean, I'm all for going to war with Michigan whenever we can. So I'll just start there. I mean, I do some work with Fox. This feels like a nice publicity stunt to get people to pay attention to the pregame show. At least it feels that way, because now you have I'm assuming maybe this got leaked somewhere from Barstool, right? And then Fox can kind of take the conference's side, who is their broadcast partner, by the way. And that's the most important thing for Fox, is going to be maintaining their relationship with the broadcast partner, right? And in the end, there's a lot of gray on what actually happened, but there's a lot of attention on the show and a lot of curiosity on what it's going to look like. And I believe Saturday's Lee Corso's first game day, right? So it's going to be, I'd say, a wild Saturday morning in Columbus. I'm excited to be there.
So we feel like Portnoy is going to be somewhere doing a pizza review in Columbus. So he'll find his way around there somehow.
I mean, look, it's possible. If this is all being done to drum up attention for their show, then they're clearly doing a pretty good job of it, right?
Yep.
I'd say.
No doubt about it.
I mean, because I don't think anybody normally would be talking about the Saturday pregame shows ahead of Week 1 on a Tuesday morning, but here we are.
So this time last year, we were talking about how strong the NFC North is and how difficult it's going to be to try to find a team that will underachieve. Do you feel the same way this year with the NFC North? Because before we were talking about, could 4 teams make the playoffs out of that particular division? Do you feel the same way this year?
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think the Bears have a chance to get better because they're better on the lines of scrimmage, right? So you start there with what they've done both on the offensive and defensive lines. Adding a pro like Grady Jarrett on defense, and then on offense, that's just remaking of the interior of the line with Tooney and Jackson and Dahlman. They should be better, and you hope Ben could get Caleb Williams stabilized a little bit from a quarterbacking perspective. And then I think for the other 3 teams, I just feel like the floor is really high for all 3 of them. You know what I mean? There's questions on the Lions losing the 2 coordinators, but I don't think anybody sees them suddenly falling off the table, right? Green Bay, I think, is very balanced and good across the board. The question with them is, can some of their good young players elevate to becoming great players? And then Minnesota is loaded everywhere, where it's okay, if J.J. McCarthy is average as a quarterback, then they're still, I think, a playoff level team. And if he's better than that, then, I think they've, depending on how much better, they could be a Super Bowl team, So I don't know, barring, and this is everybody's subject to this, right? There's a rash of injuries with some team that could happen anywhere. I don't see where all 3 of the teams that were in the playoffs last year aren't going to at least be very serious contenders, if not in it again this year. And I think the Bears are much improved on top of that.
In terms of looking at the roster, the Ozzie Trapillo draft pick doesn't look as good right now because multiple people have said that dude can't play left tackle. He is a good player. He's a right tackle, but you got Darnell right there, while Ursery, who the Bears could have picked, instead traded out of the pick, is now going to be the starting left tackle for the Houston Texans. What is your take on Cam Robinson and that whole Bears left tackle battle?
Yeah, I mean, there are some moving pieces with all of this, and I can kind of relate it back to, you guys, I think there were a lot of people who wanted the Bears to take Jalen Carter a couple years ago, right?
Yep.
Okay, now I would argue that the Eagles have had enough of an issue getting Jalen Carter pointed in the right direction. And that's one of the best programs in all football, right? So what do you think Jalen Carter would have looked like if he's losing games the last 2 years and now he's going through a coaching firing? Well, you think there's a chance that might not look the same, with all the questions that he had coming out. And, I sort of look at it the same way. Like, Ursari's a really talented guy. No one would question that, but you had some character questions with him, and so if you're the Bears and, you got a new coaching staff coming in and you're trying to set the tone on what you're looking for in players, are you going to take a risk or are you going to try to park one in the middle of the fairway when it comes to character to try to show everybody what you're looking for? And, I think with Ozzie Trapillo, you maybe you don't have the upside. You don't have the upside that Ursary has, but it was just a safer play, and you're probably going to get a good player out of it, and you're going to get a good person out of it. And I know that can frustrate fans sometimes, but, it's to me, it's like DeMeco Ryans is in his third year there. They've made the playoffs 2 years in a row. Mm-hmm. It's one of those where if Ursary doesn't get his act together, well, this is a moving train, bud. You either get on or get off. That's a different thing for somebody to walk into, like the same thing Jalen Carter walked into versus somebody going in with a first-year coach who's trying to establish himself. So I think there's some nuance there. I like Ozzie Trapillo as a player. And I do think, having talked to people in the spring about this, guys, when I was talking to some Bears people about the tackle situation, I mean, they never ruled out the idea that Darnell Wright could eventually slip over to the left side if that's the way to get the best 5 players out there. So, if they decide that, the combination of Darnell Wright at left and Ozzie Trapillo at right ultimately winds up being better than Braxton Jones at left and Darnell Wright at right, I don't think they'd eventually. I don't think they would hesitate to do it. Now the question would be whether or not you can do that in season or in the off season. But I know they view it as an option.
Albert Breer with us every Tuesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. More with Albert after this.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and I'm a veggies guy while we watch the big games, and that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox are hot. The bats and the arms. Monday night, they pounded out 11 hits and 7 runs in a shutout win over the playoff hopeful Kansas City Royals. It was the White Sox' second consecutive shutout. All-star Shane Smith worked a career-best 7 innings. Tyler Gilbert worked the final 2. Sox have won 3 straight. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40. Be here this Saturday, August 30th, as the White Sox host the Yankees at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans in attendance will get a Babe Ruth and Al Simmons 1933 All-Star Game figurine presented by Rush. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey, friends, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
$6.7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Have you ever heard of Nutrafol and thought, do hair growth supplements work? Ask the 1.5 million people taking it. Go to Nutrafol.com and get $10 off of your first month, plus free shipping. That's Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. J-Mo.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Albert Breer with us here on SI.com, Monday Morning Quarterback, Amazon Prime, on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So I guess the mystery is solved with the quarterback situation with the Browns. They made the move with Kenny Pickett, and so I know you're not going to break bad on your brethren and sisterin when it comes to the coverage of Shedeur Sanders, Albert, but my God, the coverage has been so scattershot and so strange.
I think stupid is the right word.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
You want me to break bad? I think it's stupid.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's horrible.
It's you know what? And here's the thing, guys. I don't necessarily think it's good for him. Do you?
No, we talked about it. It's bad for the kid, and the kid's saying all the right things. It's the media that's saying all the wrong things for Shedeur.
It's just, my personal opinion on this is that the amount of attention has prevented him from being a normal rookie, where he can go and make his mistakes, and he can have his ups and downs, and he can make progress, and he can get through to the season, and he can make the team, and then he can go and do his work, and that's what he needs. And I think every criticism of Shedeur Sanders that I heard leading up to the draft has come true, almost all of it. And this is not something that's revisionist history. Like the stuff about him drifting in the pocket and bailing out of the back of the pocket, the stuff about him not being quite up to speed from a football know-how standpoint to where an NFL quarterback is. The stuff about him needing to play faster, all of it is there. And this is stuff that people were saying to me in March and April, people who are really studying him, and that's why it was, for most people, I think I said this to you guys in April, I can't find anybody who thinks he's a first-round prospect. And that was shocking to some people because we'd all talked about him like he was going in the top 10 last fall. But, as far as the people who have their fingers on the trigger, and making these decisions, that's not the way they saw it. And that's what really matters, and so his fall through the first couple rounds of the draft had everything to do with all of that. And then when he starts falling through the third and fourth round, it becomes about everything else. And when I say everything else, I mean everything the Browns are dealing with now. How much have you guys heard about Will Howard? How much have you guys heard about Cam Miller? How much have you guys heard about Riley Leonard? How much have you guys heard about those guys, those other day three quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Not a lot.
No.
How much? Like good or bad? Nothing, right?
Right.
Like those guys have had a chance to develop. Those guys have had a chance to do it behind the scenes. And, I ultimately, here's the thing. Say the Browns need the roster spot at some point this year, and they cut him, right? How many other teams are going to look at this and say, you know what, we're staying away because of what's happening this summer? Like how many teams? A lot, probably, right?
A ton.
Like if you're in the middle of your season in October, November, like let's just say that, you need a quarterback and the Browns need the roster spot. And so the Browns cut him to try to get him through the practice squad. And maybe there would have been this opportunity out there for him to come and play. But this team, let's just say, had a backup quarterback tweak his ankle or they don't like where their young quarterback is, and they want to bring in a young quarterback as a developmental guy, but they're in the playoff hunt. Now, maybe he's being denied that opportunity because the team just doesn't want to deal with everything that's going to come along with him in the middle of their season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's real stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, and trust me, I felt the brunt of it because I've been honest about him, but the reality is I don't think it's really helping him in any way, all this attention on him. So I don't know what the end game is. What I do know is that, part of the reason that the Browns felt comfortable trading Kenny Pickett yesterday was because Dylan Gabriel had shown them he's capable of being a second-string quarterback. So now, all that criticism the Browns got for taking Dylan Gabriel in the third round. You know who wound up winning the battle, the depth chart battle between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders was Dylan Gabriel.
Correct. Yes.
That's just the reality of where they are. And if people think there's some conspiracy here or whatever else, I mean, I don't know. You tell me, right? Like I saw somebody put up some conspiracy theory about the offensive line looks different when Shedeur's in there. Do you think Kevin Stefanski is going up to some third-string offensive lineman who is trying to win a job, and if he doesn't win a job there, has to put good tape out for someone else to pick him up? Do you think he's going up to that lineman and saying, you know what, take your foot off the pedal for these next couple series? It's asinine.
No,
it's crazy.
And actually, just to put it in simple terms, if you're Kevin Stefanski, you're hoping that Shedeur or whoever's in that quarterback room will succeed because you'd love for him that guy to be the next Tom Brady.
Right.
That only helps Stefanski, though, right? You want him to succeed.
Hoodie, that's the other thing. Who needs affordable quarterback options more than the Cleveland Browns?
Yep.
Right.
Because of the Deshaun Watson thing that's hanging around their neck for the next 2 years, don't you think the Browns would do anything they could to have affordable options at that position? Right? It makes no sense. And I just, in the end, I think Shedeur is going to look back on this in 5 years and regret a lot of it. You know what I mean? I just think it's, and I don't think he's doing a lot wrong, but I think there could be an element of him. I think he could try to tamp a lot of this stuff down. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's been totally fair to him either, but it's again, it's hard not to kind of tie this together with what we saw happen with Tim Tebow, with what we saw happen with Colin Kaepernick, where, I mean, those guys just got too famous and became too much of those guys became lightning rods where other teams, would look at them and say, you know what, if we're looking for a backup quarterback, just give me the guy over there. I don't want to deal with all of that.
Hey, as we let you go, Cam Robinson could get traded. Zadarius Smith is out there. You think the Bears are a landing spot for either guy?
I mean, Cam Robinson's interesting. Now, he's been banged up over the course of the summer. I don't know. I mean, maybe you want to give yourself an option there. I still think, I think the idea of having the progress stopper, where, does that impede on the progress of Ozzie Trapillo or some other plans you might have? I don't see that one as much. I do like the idea of Zadarius Smith. Now, a lot of that, of course, is going to come down to what Ben Johnson's experience was with Zadarius last year in Detroit and what he observed. But I think that would be one that would make some sense. Where at the very least, he'd come in and produce for you on third down when you probably have Diode and Yingbo, reducing down to a defensive tackle position.
Hey, man, have a great day. Football's back. Now let's go beat the Horns.
All right. Beat Texas.
That's it, baby. Have a great day.
Albert Breer with us on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
He must have heard my pronunciation of Dio.
He gave it a shot. Give it a shot.
I practiced it in Denver.
Yeah.
Dio Odengbo.
Yes.
But I originally was Dio Odebengbo.
Yes. Bongo. I don't know, kid. I don't know what his name is.
Pretty good, kid.
Oh, my God.
Texas, Ohio State. I cannot wait for that game.
Yeah. Put all your thoughts in college football in the thimble. You couldn't even fill it up.
This is true.
Yeah.
I always like to say, what I know about college football, I could put in my eye and have room left to see with.
Yeah. But Ohio State, yep. How about Clemson? You rooting for them too?
I am. Those are my two.
Uh-huh. All right, we pause now. 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the very vast Kap and J Hood radio network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
All right, guys, we have to talk about the new ESPN app. The most live sports, the best championship moments, and so much more. Monday Night Football, college football, NBA, WNBA, NHL, NWSL, college hoops, volleyball, softball, gymnastics, lacrosse, and the list goes on and on. Plus, shows like SportsCenter with SVP, First Take with Stephen A., College Game Day, the entire 30 for 30 library. It's all of ESPN, all in one place. Sign up now.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago. And welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you here on this Tuesday morning. Next Tuesday, we'll be moving to 6 a.m., September 2nd, right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
So I got up super early today to practice.
Yeah?
And my wife's like, it's like 5 minutes of 4. What are you doing? Hey, man, I got to be in the groove for next week.
It's no surprise that you'd say, hey, man, I got to get up early. You probably did lead with, hey, man.
I think that's what I did.
Yeah.
Man, I got to get up early.
We talking about practice.
To your wife, you told her, hey, man, let me just tell you.
I use that term. I don't call her man. I'm just like, hey, man, I got to do this, whatever. But I did. I got up early. I walked from the basement to the second floor, 20 flights of stairs to get the blood pumping. I try to do that 3-4 times a week. I said, I'm going to try it early in the morning. Break a sweat and rock and roll. Let's go. Looking forward to this, man.
And all that blood pumping got you having your phones on 7 minutes into the show. All that didn't do any good for the start of the show. Good job, though, on the stairs. Not so good on keeping the phones on while we're on the air.
But
Great job.
But I'm coachable. I haven't had that issue since 7. I've got them off.
You want a cookie for doing your job.
I'm not asking for a cookie. I just said I'm coachable.
And then tomorrow, what happens then?
We'll see how coachable I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Yellow! Waddle! What's going on, kid? Take that! Oh, boy. Anyway, we move on here on Kap and J Hood. Now that we know your workout routine, let's talk about the ones that are actually working out for millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. Players like the Chicago National League Ball Club. Now, you're back.
Yep.
Just so you know, you're back. 5.5 games out. And again, it's not about winning the division. It's just playing solid baseball for the rest of September going into October in the playoff push. Mm-hmm. You have criticized the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, for the lineups as of late. It's funny. Craig's getting all the slings and arrows on everything. What's wrong? The popcorn tastes burnt there at the Wrigley Field. Is that his fault, too? What's wrong? The hot dog didn't go down the same because it's Craig's fault, too? Let me just tell you. When it comes to lineups, you know like I know. I don't know why you drew that straw man on the recap and here on this show trying to push that past me. You can't get it past the brother. The idea that, well, the lineup out there is Craig's fault. Cap, you know how it works. It works upstairs. Now, I, as an old schooler, would like to be able to have my own lineup out there, especially if my team's struggling. Mm-hmm. I'm not putting the same damn lineup out there for 2 weeks if my team is not hitting the baseball. 3 weeks, having the same guys in the top lineup and they can't hit the baseball. I wouldn't do that. Uh-huh. But upstairs told them to do it. And you're winning despite that notion that you said that the lineup was sketchy. They're winning. They're back.
I do not believe.
Cubs are back.
I think they are right there. But I do not believe at all that Craig doesn't have final say in his lineup. Because when Theo was there, he and Jed would here's what the analytics team came up with, Joe. There's the optimal analytic lineup just based on what the computer tells him. And I asked Joe, so do you just play that? He's like, absolutely not. He said, they have their lineup. I have my lineup. I take all that data, and then in the end, I use whatever lineup I want. He said, and I've learned to be able to do that through all these years of gut feel being part of the process. And they did that, and they allowed it. And I believe Craig Counsell gets $8 million a year where he gets to use some of his gut feel. I do. What I don't understand is you've taken 3 straight from the Brewers.
Yeah.
You have said Kyle Tucker needs days off. Then why not just, you're going to take one more day off at Wrigley. We're going to get on the plane to California refreshed, ready to go. And instead you bench Owen Casey and you bench Matt Shaw, your hottest hitter, because the analytics tell you should. I didn't get that.
It's funny. You have these Madden thoughts, but you never give me anything from him. Haven't heard from David Ross in a long time. What about David Ross? What's his philosophy? Was he just given the lineup, or was he able to have the autonomy to change?
I think David, and again, I've never asked him this, I think David was more at the beck and call of the front office.
Yes, okay, all right.
More. I think he had some say, because I know David. He's no shrinking violet now. Mm-hmm. But I do think Jed had more influence on what he wanted done in the lineup. Like, you got to get that cut, Billy Beane, where he said, I want Pena on the bench, I want Hattie at first, and I want this, and I want that.
It's too much.
And the manager, Art Howe, pushed back. Mm-hmm. And what did he say? You can't use Pena. He plays for Detroit now. You traded Pena? You're killing this team. And they ended up going on a 20-game win streak.
Mm-hmm. And they should have had it really like a movie and have them win the World Series.
That would have been cool. But
how about that, Shay?
They got swept in the ALDS.
That's right. I cap in the Moneyball. But
that's the funniest thing about that movie, by the way, and everybody that quote, "Oh, Moneyball, look at where they got swept in the ALDS."
But he lives and dies by it. The Moneyball theory.
Because it
Cap.
changed how the game is played in the major league front offices. They all use what he was doing.
Well, they all use the analytics, but then people say, oh, the Red Sox won because Theo brought Moneyball to Boston. They had like the third most expensive roster in the sport.
They also brought analytics in. They did not have analytics.
Sure,
there.
but you get my point.
Yeah, it's a mix of both. Theo used to say 50% is analytics, 50% is scouting.
If it was produced by Disney, they would have won the World Series. Just make it completely just not true.
But I just don't believe that Craig Counsell leaves Milwaukee, which uses analytics more than any other team in baseball other than the Rays. That is a fact. I do not believe Craig came here for $8 million a year and has no say in his lineup. No chance.
Then to have his lineup just out there lingering for 3 weeks to a month and not hitting the baseball, that says a lot for Craig if that is the case. I see that's going to be Matthew Boyd against San Francisco taking on Verlander. I did not know Verlander was 1-10. Holy Anthony Young.
Yeah, he's
Holy smokes, Cap.
Yeah, it's not good.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Is this the end? Shot or no shot?
It's got to be.
Is
What,
this-
40 or 41?
I mean,
he's not a
believe
baby
he's
now.
42.
Is he 42?
Turns 43 in
yeah,
February.
Yeah, he's 42.
Yeah, I would think he's probably done.
1-10. Holy smokes.
Yeah, not good, man.
He's gotten shelled lately, too. He had a really nice outing mixed in, but he's been getting shelled.
And by the way, the A's did not get swept in the ALDS, Shay. Let's at least be fair. They lost in the deciding game, 3-2. 4 consecutive years.
It's before his time.
Yeah. He's got him getting swept.
He's a young man.
Lost ALDS 3-2. The year before, 3-2. The year before, 3-2. The year before, 3-2. 4 straight runs and couldn't get by the first round. Art Howe. Art Howe had some great years, man. Won 87, 91, 102, and 103.
Don't be reading Art House what lost record around.
I want
here.
Shay to show a little damn respect for that A's unit back then.
I respect them plenty. My bad. I forgot that in 2002 it was a 3-2 series.
But the point still stands. Show me the rings. Show it to me. Show me the championships.
Don't have any.
Okay, so that's the point of all of this. For me, on my side of the table, Shay, is that you can have a theory, but if your theory does not be able to birth a championship, then what's the point? You have an idea. It's kind of like the Sixers, right? The 76ers basketball team. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to tank, and we're going to build this up to a championship. How's that been working out? A theory is one thing, but you got to be able to see it through to a championship. Otherwise, it's a failure.
I love Moneyball. It's a great movie, but it does erase an awful lot about what that Oakland team had. They had MVP and Miguel Tejada, gets mentioned in the movie 0 times. Their pitching rotation was one of the all-time pitching rotations.
Tim Hudson.
Barry Zito,
Yeah.
Mark Mulder.
Yeah.
South Holland's own.
Yeah, correct.
Mulder.
All they talk about is the sidearm guy out of the pen and Scott Hatteberg.
Why? When they won the 19th game in a row, I heard the play-by-play on the movie because I just watched it recently with Brett.
Oh, my God.
Tejada up the middle, and the A's have won 19 consecutive games.
Yeah?
You got to mention.
And then what happened?
They lost in the playoffs.
That's the whole point of all of this. I don't want to go Hawk Harrelson on you because he was one of the main guys that used to take a pile of you-know-what on the A's because of Moneyball.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that after all of that ingenuity, you would think they would have been able to birth a championship, which it did not.
But that team had the MVP and the Cy Young winner.
Well.
And all the movie talks about is the guy who throws funny and Scott Hatteberg.
Yeah, but that team also had to rebuild in the aggregate, as he likes to say, Billy Bean or Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
They had to lose Isringhausen, or as Harry called them, Jason Isringhausen.
Yes.
Remember that?
I remember.
Isringhausen, Damon, and Giambi. And guess what? They won more games the next year.
We can't replace Giambi. Yeah, but then there's also Bob Costas in that there's an element of randomness to it, just like the Brewers. That's why the Brewers will lose in the NLDS, too.
Wow. Coming up next, where Cap is right regarding a certain former Cub or his relative. We'll talk about that coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie.
It says we are your new home for the Chicago Bears. This is year 3.
Well, this is day 1 of the future.
All right, so I stand corrected. We're your
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
Oh, I like that.
We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Boom!
That's your promo.
Right there.
Tonight is the night. Yes, Jay Moore. Tonight is the night. You know, we should find lyrics that have either what's more, is it love or tonight? Which word has that in the title in it more as far as songs are concerned? Is it tonight or is it love?
It's probably even.
Probably about as much, right?
It's probably even.
If we did Jordan Love bits, we'd have like all the different songs that have love in it. But tonight, there's a lot of songs that have tonight in it.
A lot.
In the title. You gotta look that up. Because tonight is the night for Whiskey University. Woodford Reserve, double oaked, hand selected by Carmen, Jurko, and a group of listeners at the distillery. Serenello's in Wheeling. That's where they're going to be tonight at 6:30. It's all part of Whiskey University. Man, Elizabeth McCall is going to be there as well. She is a PhD when it comes to Woodford Reserve and the whiskey that they will be serving right there. Hey, seats are limited, so go to Serenello's in Wheeling tonight at 6:30 for a breakthrough beverage event. Please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. With live betting, rivalry week odds boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every Saturday. New DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 312-6 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Every morning at 6:45 on Unsportsmanlike, Pat Costello tells what's driving him crazy. I'm over it. Only on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11. Find skilled union contractors at ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. We do on youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Jesse and Silvy at 2:30 into White Sox baseball as they take on the Royals at 6 right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. So you see this all the time with an open microphone, with the camera into the dugout or the clubhouse. You never know what you're going to get. But can I just tell you something? My partner is right. I know that he's backed off of this for a while and wants to put this to bed, but I just want to point out that my partner is right. When he was working with Silvy talking about Contreras with the Cubs, I mean, it's okay to be upset or emotional or volatile, whatever it takes to get you right or whatever it takes for your teammates to get right. Sometimes that personality just shines through. There's some people that are quiet. There's some people that are in the middle. Some people just need to just lash out and just say stuff just because they need that to have a certain competitive edge. This is part of the personality. When you talked about Contreras, you said what you heard, and it was correct. But what about this story about William Contreras having all-time crash out last night after being tossed for cursing at the home plate umpire, which he claims he did not do? So after being ejected, he certainly did curse the ump. I saw this, Shay, where he says, "F you, bitch." The actual quote. These are things that happen, man. In the height of a game, you get highly emotional. The Contreras brothers do this on a regular basis.
They do. And look, I will always have a warm spot in my heart for Wilson Contreras.
Yes.
For people that don't know, I have a special needs son. His favorite player was Wilson Contreras.
Yes.
And Wilson and I had clashed. And he called me one day. "Hey, brother." And we were cool by this point. We were good.
Yeah.
Am I your son's favorite player? Yep. Hey, guess what? I'm going to be in your neighborhood where you live because his friends had a home up there like 10, 15 minutes away. Do you want to bring Brett, but you're not coming as a media guy. You're coming to bring your son because we'll have dinner together. And we did. And he was amazing. We had a dinner at Mima's Taste of Cuba together with him. Great. I simply said what I said with Silvy because I think it was spring trading or I was filling in for Tommy.
Yeah.
And I said it, and Sylvy's like, wait, what did you say? And I said that Wilson had a penchant for smashing iPads.
Yeah.
Wilson! And it went viral. And he called me. He was not happy with me.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to take a shot at him. I was simply saying, because someone had called in, and Silvy and I were talking about why they would let him go. And I remember Silvy saying, well, why would you not want him back? I said, you got to understand, he gets like really, really over the top emotional in the clubhouse, and I think it may be wearing thin. Wilson! And that has happened with the Cardinals, and he has transitioned to first base, and he's a hell of a player and all of that, a good guy. I'm not surprised William Contreras would also be that type of emotional player.
That guy, too.
He's really good.
Yes. But here, I guess, Shay, so when you first saw this, because I saw the highlight of this, not surprised.
No, it was incredible. And actually, I will extend a little benefit of the doubt in this specific instance because it didn't look to me like Wilson said anything. It was clearly a strike that he was rung up on, and he walks out of the box, and then the umpire starts kind of chasing after him saying he said something, and Wilson repeatedly said, I didn't say anything. And then once he was tossed, he's like, well, I'll get my money's worth now. F you. And he started going off on the guy. But the funniest part was all the Cardinals coaches come out and grab Wilson, and they're trying to get him off the field. They're trying to get him into the dugout. He turns around and throws his bat, hits his coach with the bat. He was trying to throw his bat at the first base umpire, hit his hitting coach.
Yeah. It's volatile. Absolutely. Now, here's the thing.
It was Wilson Contreras. I'm looking at my email. It was a typo by me. That was Wilson with the Cardinals last night that crashed out, not William.
Yes.
Oh, it was Wilson?
Yes.
Oh.
Wilson with the Cardinals flipped out and threw his bat trying to hit the first base umpire and hit his hitting coach with the bat.
Not good.
The crowd reaction when he hits his coach is unbelievable, too.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, look, he's a really talented player, and the passion that he plays with is part of what makes him a really amazing Major League Baseball player. Like, you don't sign for $82.5 million if you're not a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think that the Cubs were crying when they let him leave. Like, you could debate Jed's moves from here till the sun comes up. I understand. I was frustrated at the deadline. There are other people frustrated by Schwarber, so was I. Whatever. There was a reason they let him go.
Yeah. So, I'm showing Cap now the video that we saw. So, Contreras, and that is a strike, by the way. It is a strike. He didn't like the strike, but then Contreras was volatile.
He just walked off. I don't think he said anything.
Yeah.
He walked away, and I don't know what happened because I'm watching the video. He snapped.
Well, Oliver Marmol said he doesn't think Wilson said anything.
Wow.
And he came out to defend Wilson because he didn't think he said anything, but the umpire clearly did. And then once he got tossed, he just went off.
He goes 1 to 10 quickly. It's what he is, man. But he's always been that guy. By the way, that's not out of the ordinary, Cap. We have seen certain players just go absolutely. If something goes wrong, they feel like they've been screwed. They just go nuts. I mean, you were like that.
Yeah, but like old me, I was different. I was a different person than I am today.
Yes.
But that all said, at some point you got to put childish things away, man. You do.
Yeah.
You just do.
There's candy everywhere, by the way. Threw the candy bucket out there.
He's also probably lucky that the bat hit the coach and not the umpire, because if it hits the umpire, that's a probably lengthy suspension and big fine.
Yeah. And the other thing too, I guess the overarching point to all of this is that so many get caught up in personality. And I just think that this is what makes the world go around. It's okay to have different personalities. Like, for instance, Kay Adams asking Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, we never see you smile. And Ben Johnson's like, yeah, I do smile. We have a good time out here, but I'm at work. We get so caught up in personalities. And this is why when I come after you sometimes about us being too Midwestern, Cap, it's just people are just different, man. They have different personalities, different ways to be able to go about things. I don't care about someone's bedside manner. As a fan, what I care about is whether or not my team wins or not. You can have the biggest a-hole out there or the nicest guy. It does not matter. It does not matter because I don't have to deal with them on a daily basis. I don't need his phone number. I don't need to have dinner with them. What I need to know is whether or not my team is getting better or worse, no matter who's at the helm. Personality, I know, drives a lot of this town because of the 85 Bears and the 90s Bulls. But ultimately, here in 2025, you know what it's about for me? It's about whoever is at the helm. Can you give me a championship? I don't care what your personality is. Can you help me win a championship as a fan? Can you give me enjoyment as the leader? That's all.
Right. Can you build me a contender? That's what I want to know. Can you build me? Look, when you get into the postseason, let's take a baseball team.
All right.
It's a lot of randomness. What happens?
Sure.
I've seen amazingly great teams get knocked out in the first round. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Wait, how did that happen? I remember the Astros beat the Cubs out to get Randy Johnson in '98. They were out in one round. He went 10-1 down the stretch since the trade. And they were loaded, man. Bagwell, Biggio, all these guys. And Randy Johnson joins them? Oh, God.
Yeah.
He's going to win game 1. He's going to win game 4. And they have no chance of not making a deep run. He lost like 2-1 the first game. Pitched great. Wasn't as good in his second start, and they got bludgeoned. Out. What? It's all a lot of randomness. I need you to build me a team that can get there, and then let's see what happens. You get enough bites at the apple, you're going to eventually break through.
Listen, we don't have to speak as a general manager or a head coach or manager. Can you just help me see your way to a championship? Because that's what really makes the world go round here on the station. We love to be able to see the best of the best be on top and win a championship. That's all I care about. Shay, we get so caught up in those personalities. I just want to know, can you win or not? That's all. I could win with Wilson Contreras, Cap, knowing that he's volatile.
No doubt about it.
You saw this. I mean, just like
there's still since he showed it to me, he has not turned the video off.
I have not.
They are cleaning the field of all the gum that it was.
He launched the whole bucket of high
chewed up. Yeah, exactly. It was wrapped up gum all over the field.
Just ended.
It just finally ended. They haven't even resumed the game from him losing his mind at home plate.
By the way, the coach that he hit with the bat, the hitting coach, was Brant Brown.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, he dropped the ball. No.
Jay Moore's got that one in there.
So there you have it there. All right, 312-332-3776 is our phone number. I'd like for you to tell the audience about your time in Colorado coming up.
I will, 100%. One quick thing, Brant Brown, when that play happened, people that are listening remember it. He dropped a fly ball to end the game in the wild card chase in Milwaukee.
I remember.
The bases loaded. It's going to end the game. It's a can of corn fly ball, and he just doesn't look comfortable as it's coming down, and he drops it in 3-run score, and the Cubs lose. I was working. After the game, Ron Santo, who had the famous, oh, no, Ron Santo is literally beside himself in the clubhouse. Beside himself. Now, the team is devastated. They thought it might have kept them out of the playoffs. It ended up not happening. Nafi Perez, thank you very much.
Yes.
Hit a homer for the Rockies to beat whoever it was, Houston, I think. And Ron Santo was in there, and Jim Riggleman, the manager, who has never taken a team to the postseason, he's got to be more devastated than everybody. He comes over and puts his arm around Ron. Ronnie, you going to be okay? It was literally the manager is consoling the broadcaster. It's one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
That's on his sleeve, man. His heart's on his sleeve. It's Ron Santo.
Incredible.
There's never be another one like Ron in the booth.
The greatest, man.
All right, coming up, we will take your phone calls as always. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Also, Cap spent some time with the Red Rocks and not the beer. We'll talk about it coming up next. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and ESPN_Chicago on Instagram.
Even though I'm wearing a different uniform, but that doesn't mean that I don't love them, because they know that I love them. They know that I'm really thankful with the fan base and the old support that I got the last 6 years. And it's still
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Tune in.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and we need the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Hey, Chicago, if you're headed to the South Side tonight to suddenly take in the wildly watchable Southsiders, take the Red Line. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5. It's less money spent on travel and more money for food and merch. You don't have to search for parking or deal with random surge pricing on your rideshare. Lord knows you won't have to deal with traffic. Let the CTA do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all major stadiums and venues in the city, plus tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. No need to purchase a ticket ahead of time, just tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox are hot. The bats and the arms. Monday night, they pounded out 11 hits and 7 runs in a shutout win over the playoff hopeful Kansas City Royals. It was the White Sox' second consecutive shutout. All-star Shane Smith worked a career-best 7 innings. Tyler Gilbert worked the final 2. Sox have won 3 straight. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40. Be here this Saturday, August 30th, as the White Sox host the Yankees at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans in attendance will get a Babe Ruth and Al Simmons 1933 All-Star Game figurine presented by Rush. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Thanks so much for being with us. We're moving to 6 a.m. on September 2nd. We'll be on from 6 to 9 right here on ESPN 1000. Cap, we want to know about your vacation. I'm very curious about Red Rocks. You went to go see a concert there. Tell us about it.
So we went out to Colorado. There were 21 of us. Had a family reunion. That's my wife's favorite song right there. J-Mo, you're the greatest.
Was that John Denver?
That is the Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh.
Dashboard Confessional opened for him. My wife, that was her 33rd Goo Goo Dolls show. Her and her sister Veronica. They don't miss. They saw him a week ago in Chicago.
Okay.
10 days ago. And so we went out to Colorado. I have a son and daughter-in-law in Portland. I have nieces in Texas. I have nieces in Arizona, California, sister-in-law in California, and a bunch from here. So we met there. Because on my bucket list and my wife Mindy's bucket list was to see one show, at least, at Red Rocks. And it is unbelievable. I have never, ever been to a concert in a venue like that, and I hope the good Lord will bless me to do it again. It was incredible. But let me tell you something. That altitude out there, the house we stayed at, we rented a VRBO.
What's that mean?
Vacation rental by owner.
Oh, okay.
And we rented that.
Yeah.
And we had people sleeping on the floor. I mean, it just wasn't that. It was a great house, but there wasn't, enough room for 21. And when you park the car at Red Rocks, if you haven't been there, that altitude's no joke now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my heart was racing from when we landed. Our house was at, Garrett has some, I don't know, on his phone or his watch, he looked and went, yeah, we're at like 100 feet above sea level. Dude, your heart starts racing. Like, that altitude is no joke. Anyway, you park, and now you got to hike. There's no escalator. There's no elevator. You got to hike up to your seats. I was out of breath going up those stairs. I'm like, damn, this is no joke. But that venue is so cool. And to check it off the bucket list is an amazing thing, and to do it with my family.
What did you think of the opening act, Dashboard Confessional?
Very good.
Oh, wow.
And I knew nothing about them.
Well, I knew that. Abdallah and I had minus money. You would hate them.
I loved them. And the guy, Chris, the lead singer, that guy's an amazing entertainer. And so I'm sitting there, and I said, oh, who's this group? And they said, Dashboard Confessional. I'm like, I've heard the name. I know nothing about them. And then they started playing, and I'm like, wow, I like this. Like, my music taste has been becoming refined because of my kids.
Uh-huh.
And there's more than Bruce Springsteen out there, I'm learning. And let me tell you something. They were really good, but the Goo Goo Dolls was amazing. Yeah.
So I would
Johnny Resnick, rock and roll. He was awesome.
Because you weren't familiar with Dashboard Confessions, did you look through the lyrics of what they were singing?
I did not. I just sat there and enjoyed it.
You think you should have done that, Shay, to look through some of the lyrics?
Yeah.
This is my wife's all-time...
I wish I get that brevity all the time. All I got is yeah.
This is my wife's all-time favorite song right here.
Uh-huh.
And Johnny Resnick, the lead singer of the Goo Goo Dolls, he was a big drinker. And he talked about it at the show. He said, I'm still on this journey since 2014. Thanks to all of you. He has not had a drop in 11 years. And that dude was amazing. You could see how locked in he was on that show. Yeah, it was special, man. Look at my wife being so happy. She's got her kids there, her sisters, and her favorite band. It was a super cool moment.
And you're sitting there next to her telling her, hey, kid, Mets 7, A's 2.
I was checking a parlay. I will be honest.
What did you think of the art installations at the Denver airport? Did you have your Illuminati meeting?
That airport sucks.
Oh, I hate that airport. Oh.
It's the worst.
And you have to get on a train to get to your gate. It is so bad.
Michelle's been there like 3 or 4 times. I've never been to Denver, but she's been there. She says it's a nightmare.
It's not your cup of tea. They used to have Stapleton Airport, and then they shut it down and built a brand new one.
Yeah.
They must have said, can we build something as far from downtown Denver as possible? And then my father-in-law is 82. He had a stroke a couple years ago. So I drive them to the airport.
Yeah.
And then I go return the rental so that he could get, and it's a long way to the gate. We got to give him assistance. He's got his cane, the whole deal. I drive all the way back. I felt like to Wyoming to drop the rental car off.
Well,
get on the shuttle, come all the way back.
It's tough.
It's right there.
It's a tough drive.
I'm like, jeez.
So I didn't, obviously, I've never been to Denver, flown over it many times.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know how bad the altitude could be on people until I see my wife coming through Midway.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I'm picking her up right there at baggage claim, and she's dragging her purse behind her. She's so tired. I go, you all right? She goes, I'm fine. I was like, the altitude, it got to you. And she was on the pills, on the altitude medicine that she takes.
Yeah, I didn't take any altitude medicine.
Oh, my God.
But I will tell you, it's different. Your heart's racing. You got to acclimate. After like 2 days, you feel better. But
one thing you can take or you can eat are ginger chews. Those help with altitude. I'm sorry.
Moore.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you're Superman.
Yeah, ginger chews will help you with altitude sickness.
I did my.
It's not like you ever had a heart ailment of any sort. So,
I mean, that was a long time ago.
I'm just saying, but I'm sure I got a workout in Denver, did it not?
Oh man,
the ticker.
It did. And then how about this? We went to this place called Casa Bonita in Denver. It's this famous. It's 52,000 square feet, and the guys who started do South Park,
yeah,
they bought it. It had become run down several years ago, and they put $52 million into it. It is enormous, and there's like just amazing activities: magic show, puppet show, divers, cliff diving in the place. And then we ate and we hung out. We had a really, really good time there. But I'm telling you, that altitude is no joke.
Line two, Shay. I just here's what's funny, Jay Moore, about my partner, right? Because everything goes back to sports. I mean, life is sports. I get that. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Jay Moore because you're the one who said it. It's funny because he's telling us all of this before the show, and he doesn't understand why the Denver teams aren't winning championships because they live in the altitude and the teams don't. Kap says, how come that these teams don't have the advantage? How come the Nuggets aren't winning 1 million championships? How come the Rockies haven't won World Series championships? And I'm telling him, like, he thinks Doug Moe's still coaching the Nuggets, the up-and-down style at McNichols, the 130 to 129 games he used to win back in the day. The ABA. Like, Kap, obviously the other team, they're used to the altitude or staying there at least an extra day to get used to it.
Yeah.
But you would think, remember when the Rockies, we never thought we'd see Major League Baseball in Denver. I know for our young audience that sounds crazy, but we always thought, spring training spot, or there'll never be Major League Baseball in Denver. When we found out in the expansion that the Rockies were going to be, we were like, oh my God, man, they're going to win all the championships. I mean, that place, that ball's going to be flying out of there. Not the case.
It's crazy because when you go up there, you struggle for a bit, but then if you're up there for a period of time and then when you come back down to like regular altitude, you feel like superhuman.
Yeah, when I landed at O'Hare, I'm like, whoa.
Yep.
I'm back.
It just feels different.
But, so we come back from Casa Bonita on Saturday night, and you have to book it 3 months out. Mm-hmm. And God bless my daughter-in-law, Maggie. She went online and booked it in April, to get us in there because it's tough. And so we drive back. I'm the designated driver because I'm not drinking. I didn't have a drop the whole trip. I get to the top of the driveway to come in. It goes down to the house. There are 3 of the largest deer I've ever seen in my life in the driveway. Damn. With the huge antlers on. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm flashing my lights at them, and I'm honking.
Oh.
And they're like, hey, F off. We're here.
Yeah.
And so finally they jump over the wall that surrounds the driveway. And I'm like, oh, God. And they're down, and boom, they just take off running.
You know why? Because they're calm, because they've been smoking. hey, man, this is my spot. And you're just like that noisy big city guy in your truck like, hey, get out of the way.
Right.
And they're like, hey, man, this is my town. Smoky Mountain High.
You're just a visitor here. And then
Colorado.
The guy who owned the house sends me a message. Hey, when you check out 10:30 in the morning Monday, our flight was at 1:25. We were delayed. He said, make sure all garbage gets put in the bear-proof garbage cans in the garage. I'm like, hang on a second. Bear-proof? Bear-proof. He's like, yeah. There are bears right around there.
Yes, he was very concerned that Amagaji would be going through your garbage.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, I wish I'd have known that when I was out hiking on the road.
Smoky Mountain High.
What do you do if a bear shows up?
How about that, John?
Cappy.
Yes.
Did you get a contact high when you were out there, brother?
I did not, but at the concert, I turned to my wife. I go, well, somebody's smoking weed. You could absolutely smell it. No doubt about it. No doubt. So
surprise, surprise.
By the way, if a bear comes up to you, you just make yourself big and scream at it.
Hey, bear.
Then he'll make yourself bigger.
Yeah.
And
you go,
eat
hey,
you.
you go, hey, bear. Hey, bear. That's how you do it.
You just go crazy. I've actually seen videos of this, and the bear, like, doesn't know what to do.
Just walks away.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why the team's been awful for years. Same thing. That's what the opposition does. Hey, bear. Hey, bear. Sack. Hey, bear. Hey, bear. Interception. Hey, bear. 5-win season.
I have never seen so many dispensaries in my life. When I went to pick my son and daughter-in-law up on Friday at the airport down there.
Was your hand shaking?
No.
It took a long time to answer.
I did not. I did not do any of that. I went to pick them up, and I'm going down this one road because Mindy had me go to the grocery store because their flight was delayed. I'm like, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm like, on every corner, J Moore.
That's what Michigan's like now, too. If you drive through, like, any part of Michigan, every corner is a dispensary. It's insane.
I thought we had a lot of them here. I have never seen anything like that.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Tear the mountains down to bring in a couple more people, more scars upon the land.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with a Rich Eisen show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
If you're in the market for windows, I've got the guy for you. His name's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Don't get fooled by those buy one, get one free gimmicks or the sketchy half-off deals. Russ Armstrong keeps it real. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest possible price, guaranteed. There's no subcontractors. There's no marathon sales pitches. Just top-quality products, expert installation, and like I said, you deal directly with my guy, Russ Armstrong himself. Chicago window guys are the guys I trust, and you should too. And remember what I said, the lowest price, guaranteed. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
In 2021, LSU finished with a disappointing 6-7 record. Luckily for them, a new head coach in Chip Kelly and a quarterback from Arizona State, Jaden Daniels, arrived in Baton Rouge. They lead LSU to the 2022 SEC Championship game and defeated Purdue in the Citrus Bowl to finish 10-4. Kelly and Daniels made that 2021 season like it never even happened.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Now it's time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle. It's on the north side of the Chicago River. It's gorgeous out. Sit there at the table on the patio along the river and thank me later, Jim.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring. All right, cut!
Now we could just move on because all the drama is going away. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Come on.
I didn't have to have
You've been back for 7 minutes.
Scared me because I thought it was real. I didn't have to have it off.
Jackass.
Like 4 days. We had a family reunion in Denver. Sorry about that. All right, it's a fine. I got it. Here's the money. There's a 10.
Oh, so if you F up for 9 more times, it's covered.
I thought the phone was $5. The mic was $1 or a cough. The phone I thought was $5. So I've got one phone.
It's unbelievable.
Paid already.
He just got here, folks. This is what we're talking about here with this guy. Yellow, another 5. So how about another one? What if? Sorry, you don't understand. Oh, that covers the other 5.
That isn't on me. I have nothing to do with that. My phones are off.
Kap, we had show peace while you were away. And now, in the first 8 minutes, you've caused a ruckus.
That one was not.
But the volume's still up on the other phone.
That was Siri answering, and I didn't say, hey, Siri. I did not.
You're kidding, right? God, I hate you so much. If I had arms, I'd slap your ugly face.
Oh, my God.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Brought to you by
Chicago Cod Steakhouse on LaSalle.
We did have so much.
Chicago River.
This guy here on the other side of the glass watching West Coast baseball. He's not been 100% today either. It's been awful.
I'm opening my heart to Rob Manfred's realignment after West Coast baseball last night.
I've got it tonight, baby. Cubbies and Giants, let's go.
Jay Moore, you and I have to be the ones holding it up again. It's unbelievable around here. Well, we thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap J Hood. We'll try it again tomorrow with a Waddle Wednesday.
Look forward to it. You're the man.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Tomorrow.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
Are you a college student in Chicago looking to save a little money? Have you signed up for the CTA U-Pass? Why are you spending money on
parking or surge pricing for a rideshare
when you can travel all over the city for less than $2 a day? With a CTA U-Pass, you get unlimited rides on all CTA trains and buses every day.
Don't waste money on traveling.
Talk to your school's administration office about signing up for a CTA U-Pass and start saving on travel in Chicago today. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. For the first time, you can stream all of ESPN all in one place. And guys, it's changed the game for me personally. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, all these great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view. Your fantasy team updates live in-game. SportsCenter customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. You gotta check it out. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app. Like right now.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app, where we are back. We are back in formation to some degree, at our fighting weight, if you will. Devin Kane is on the con. We come from France. And just to make things even more exciting, Mikey C is on the board. Bumpy upon re-entry was the word of the day before the show began. Monsieur Devin Kane, how are you back from Europe?
Salud.
Bien fait, d'accord. How'd that go?
It was very. You gave me great advice. A lot of, and you told me, you did say it on the show. Everyone speaks English over there.
Yes.
I think one night we went to dinner and we had our waiters from Montana or something at one point. So a lot of
Montana.
Yeah. So we were trying to, it's always funny when you start off by saying, hello in French.
Yeah.
And then they look at you and continue, and then they know immediately, oh, you don't speak French. And then
Did I not tell you
did.
this exact thing, Devin?
You did.
Okay.
It was a great trip. It was a great trip. We had a lot of fun. It was a whirlwind,
Yeah.
But it was a good 10 days. And like I said to you, I got back and I found out Mikey C's on the board. I don't know what the Scouters are doing. I love Mikey C, but you got to be on your P's and Q's. Mikey C came at me. He texted me, and we'll get to it later.
Yes.
But he texted me with a bunch of Mikey C-esque stories and texts.
I'm loaded today.
He's loaded. He's loaded up. So any Mikey C fans out there, you're going to get a treat today.
So, okay, quickly, though, let's get into some quick details because we talked yesterday about your dinner at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
Which you sent everybody pictures to, but did you make it to Versailles? This is the most important question.
I did. Yeah, we went to Versailles, as you said.
What did you enjoy about that particular palace? I'm in a Gilded Age type of energy situation in my personal life. What did you think of the Palais?
I mean, it was incredible. It's almost, and my dad said this a lot. It's like there's so many things to take in that you almost can't remember them as you go from place to place. How incredible it is. So yeah, we did the palace tour. We had a little exclusive tour of the suites and everything. They have like 10 tours there because there's so many rooms. So we did that during the day, and then at night we went back to the fountains.
Fountains?
Yeah, we went over to the fountains in the gardens, and they had the fireworks at night, which was fantastic.
Did you do the catacombs?
I don't think we did.
That's in Paris. Yes. These are two separate things.
All right.
Mikey, easy. All right.
Yeah, Mikey, relax. Have you been to France, buddy?
No.
Okay. Well, two of us have, and we're talking about it.
Detonating the show, 4 minutes into the program. Anyway, so you got to the fountains, you got to the Les Jardins, if you will, the gardens, for those who don't know, and you enjoyed that experience?
It was incredible. From Versailles, we went to Cannes. We did Normandy. That was awesome. And then we went to Saint Malo. Saint Malo is incredible, that town. I don't know if you've ever been there, Clinton.
I've not.
It is just like an oceanfront town, and we went to Mont Saint Michel, which is like, if anyone's listening has ever been there, or if you want to go to France, you got to go there. It's one of the UNESCO heritage sites. It's like basically a huge abbey that was built on top of a hill. And that's the most incredible thing. Obviously, we live in America, and there's some cool things to see here that are old. But when you go to Europe, old it's not even, you can't even compare.
No, not even close. Quickly thinking about this, I went to Italy for a wedding, and I remember we were sitting at this cafe outside, and we look across, and there's this church, and I thought, somebody said to me, that thing is pre-Jesus.
Yes.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's how old stuff is. You're not even thinking about it at the same time.
Yeah. So we wrapped up in Paris, and we went to the Louvre. Speaking of, there's just things out there, like you said, before Christ, that you could see, and you can, like, touch. You're not supposed to touch, but you can see, like, that's how close it is, and you can't even wrap your head around it. So very, very cool. We're already looking to plan our next
and you saw the Mona Lisa.
I did, and that wasn't as crazy. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you can't even get close to it. We got close to it within like 30 seconds.
Sure.
Maybe it was because we went on a Sunday and it wasn't too crowded. That's the other thing, Clinton, is I learned that people in Europe in August, they all just take a month-long vacation.
Long gone.
Holiday.
Long gone. That's a France thing specifically.
Yeah,
as well.
so that's maybe another reason why we heard a lot of English accents, especially in France or in Paris, because everyone who actually lives in Paris was not there that week.
It's true. All right, well that's good. Did you learn how to say August in French? Because it's a funny word.
I did not. Can you please?
Here's how you say the word August en français. Août. Be a part of Clinton Friends on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Yesterday, with about a half an hour to go in this particular program, we got news that broke over the line that Terry McLaurin and the Washington Commanders had agreed to a new 3-year deal, inking him there for the next couple seasons in the burgundy and gold. And I said this yesterday in short. I'll say it today in long, if you will. Terry McLaurin signing with the Commanders is one of the biggest sports decisions I can think of in the last,
I'm not sure how long to say. I don't want to say 5 years, maybe a little longer in D.C. for a lot of different reasons that are complex, also very simple. The number one reason is obvious. The Burgundy and Gold rule the roost when it comes to sports fanhood in the district. Of course, the Nationals have won a World Series. Of course, Alexander Ovechkin, the greatest goal scorer of all time, has won a Stanley Cup final with the Capitals. But overall, the professional sports lifeblood of the district runs through the Commanders. We've talked a little bit about what that stadium deal means for them in terms of the town, in terms of revitalizing the brand. But on the football field, the one person who's been a constant whilst this particular fan base has effectively just given their souls to the franchise while they were going through hell, this particular guy was the one who stayed around until something good happened. And last year, that good thing happened in Jayden Daniels. My point is that when you bring all this together, something is happening that I just can't remember how long it's been, where it was a reasonable feeling for Commanders fans in D.C. to have genuine hope that there's a decently long playoff run in this football team. And that's not a ridiculous thing to say. You don't have to reach for this, that, and the third if X and Y thing works out. They've figured out something. It's the poise of Jayden Daniels, the steadiness of McLaurin. Like I said, guys like Zach Ertz deciding that they actually want to come back to play with teams like this. Defense has its leadership as well. They got a lot of guys on one-year deals. There is a reasonable level of hope in Ashburn, Virginia, where headquarters are, that I just can't remember in this long. My concern would be, on the other side, is that McLaurin being gone legitimately did have a downside from a football standpoint, timing-wise, but I don't think so. That guy's a veteran. I don't think that he and Jayden Daniels are suddenly not going to be on the same page as a result of him missing a training camp. I really don't. I think that team is as focused as it's been in a long time that I can remember, having covered that squad. And I think that you should be excited if you are a Commanders fan. He was a third-round pick in 2019. He's had 1,000 yards receiving for 5 consecutive seasons. He's made 2 Pro Bowls. His fines totaled over $300,000, but the bottom line is that on some level, a guy that has multiple nicknames in the D.C. area, Scary Terry is one I like, alongside Scarence Terrence, which is like basically an inside joke between me and my friends. He's kind of the heart and soul of that team from a fan standpoint. You go to those games as far as current players. Before last year, McLaurin was the jersey that everybody had. Getting him back on board is vital to some level of hope for football in that city. Let's hear what Dan Orlowski had to say about the impact Scarence Terrence has on that team.
This offense without Terry McLaurin was playing in red zone spacing in the open field. Meaning, when you play down in the red zone as an offense, everyone talks about how the field gets shrunk down. The defense only has to defend 20 yards of depth, 30 yards of depth. It would have been the case in the open field without Terry McLaurin like that. Teams would just have played so much closer to the line of scrimmage. Now, with Terry back, you get the vertical presence of your offense back. The Jayden Daniels rookie season that we saw with so many of those magical throws downfield, not only the clutch ones, but that connection. It also allows Debo to live in Debo's role. It also allows the Luke McCaffrey to live in the Luke McCaffrey role. So the impact that he has on this football team and its ability to win games, I think is on par with the Jamar Chase and a Justin Jefferson because of the way that he allows that offense and specifically Jayden to push the ball downfield.
It might sound crazy to be putting him on the same list with the names that Orlovsky just named, but no. From an impact and importance standpoint, Dan's exactly right. You can do what you need to do with Terry on the field. Without him there, adjustments are made in different ways, and the overall skill level of the offense goes down. Did McLaurin ask for a trade? Yeah. But I think everybody understood in that moment what that was about. It was his last actual piece of leverage as a player in that situation. I don't think he wanted out. Was it a little bit embarrassing and kind of a tough one to wear that it could possibly come to him having part ways with the squad? Yeah. But look at what's going on with some of these other squads. Look what's going on with the squad in the division, in the Cowboys. So I'm not going to go so far as to say this is going to blow up the season just because he didn't sign until the last preseason game was over. Heck, other teams have still got issues that kind of figured out, and we still don't know why that happened. Cincinnati, I'm talking to you. Let's hear what Tom Telesco has to say. He had to say on Amber and Ian about Terry and what him getting back to the squad means as well.
Just kind of try and find a middle ground somewhere to get this done. But it did take longer than you would like, but I can see why. This one's just a little more difficult one to get done. But I think in the end we'll come in the right spot. I feel good about him giving them really high production for the next couple of years. So I think it'll end up being a pretty good contract for them.
Your boy was in the district last weekend. The buzz meter is metering, as my friend Slim would say.
Okay.
That's real. And not just the garden variety honks who yell and scream about how they think they're going to have 10-win seasons every year just because that's the only thing they know how to do. They can't be realistic. Things have changed.
Yeah.
And expectations are reasonable. The Giants, however, probably should look out, Devin.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We play in week 1. So I wasn't, listen, I'm happy Terry McLaurin got his money. I'm not so happy that he's going to be ready to play for the Giants. And my thing, and maybe this is a larger discussion with the Commanders in general, and how we look at the league. But everyone's talking about, oh, Terry McLaurin's too old, or if you pay him now, what's that going to do for the salary cap? The only salary cap the only contract that you need to worry about is 4 years from now for how much Jaden Daniels gets paid.
Correct.
That's going to be the only thing that actually changes other people's deals and the roster makeup. Right now, you got to do everything you can to maximize that window you have with him on his rookie deal. So this is a no-brainer. So like anybody's like galaxy braining this, no. Pay a guy who's been the heart and soul of that team when they were not so good, and now that they're good, reward him, and he's still a good player despite his age.
And it's not just about maximizing the rookie contract. This guy's that good, Daniels is. You got a shot. They beat the Lions last year. Did they get absolutely drilled by the Eagles? Yeah. But you can learn from that. I don't know how many times Saquon Barkley's going to go full 2-homer game effectively on you. I've still got images of that run in my head. First touch. He's like, guess what? House call, ball game, psychological battle, lost. You still got to believe that you can compete in that division. Again, the Cowboys, clown show. Giants, vibes only. Eagles, real team. Commanders, finally an actual contender at this point. Terry McLaurin is a big part of that. Jaden Daniels is a large part as well. But they are complete now as an offense, and you can't ask for much more than that. By the way, that week 1 game, I think is going to be an interesting look at how this this is about as big of a week 1 as I can remember in a really long time for a couple different teams. The Commanders are one of them. Expect the Giants to get drilled in that game, Devin.
Yeah. I mean, listen, like you said, vibes are there. They've looked good in the preseason. Maybe we have our quarterback of the future. But yeah, going on the road first week against Washington after the year they had last year, the stadium is going to be jazzed up. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be jumping. That's going to be a tough game to win for Big Blue. Coming up, Trey Hendrickson got his money from the Bengals, but what did he or the team actually accomplish? We'll break it down. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Gear up for an epic football season with unbeatable ticket deals from Vivid Seats. For the best selection, grab your seats now. Every ticket you buy gets you one step closer to a free 11 ticket with Vivid Seats rewards exclusively in the Vivid Seats app. With top-tier seats and unbeatable rewards, Vivid Seats is your go-to for game day value. Score awesome perks like complimentary tickets, surprise seat upgrades, and exclusive birthday discounts. Don't miss out. This is your sign to download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Bienvenue, mes amis.
We are on September 2nd moving to ESPN Radio, which is also my roots, I'm proud to say.
The return of Rich Eisen.
To be able to go back to where my career started was something that I never thought possible.
September 2nd, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid, idiotic jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is powered by Progressive Insurance. If you want to call the show, hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Talking NFL, the Commanders and Terry McLaurin got their deal done. Over in the AFC, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have finally agreed on another deal. Trey Hendrickson has resolved his contract dispute with the Bengals by securing a $14 million salary increase for the 2025 season, boosting his pay to $30 million. Hendrickson was previously set to earn $16 million, held out of all of the offseason activities, and insisted he would not play until his contract was improved. He becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. The Bengals, Lord knows where they are in terms of what their development is. We remember this is a team that made a little noise and made the Super Bowl a couple years back. Trey Hendrickson has probably been the highlight of their season, or rather was the highlight of their season last year, leading the league in sacks, 17.5 all in total. And he earned AP All-Pro honors and his fourth consecutive Pro Bowl. But, overall, this situation was really weird because he didn't do what some of these other guys have done. Not to say that we enjoyed Micah Parsons lying down on a medical table all game. That was a weird bit. But McLaurin, for example, didn't sign but showed up. The hold-in was there. It felt like it was a lot more contentious in Cincinnati with Hendrickson. Now, it didn't help that Boomer Esiason, of all people, came out and completely outed the organization as total cheapskates regarding their ability to argue in the court of public opinion, the franchise, that is. That was about as bad of a roast of a former team as I've seen from one player in a really, really long time, if not ever in the NFL, outside of somebody going complete scorched earth. Boomer made the point. This is a cheap franchise. I've said that before on this program a million times. The Bengals, typically pretty cool players, fun fan base, awful organization. That's how they move. Let's hear what Adam Schefter had to say about whether or not Trey's still going to be there, whether or not he's got this pay bump or not this season.
I would say that anything's possible. Anything's possible. You don't know how the year is going to go. You don't know how the Bengals are going to be spending. The Bengals still can franchise him after this year. The franchise tag for Trey Hendrickson would be $34.8 million. So it's going to be pricey. It's 120% of his salary, which is about $29 million. He's got $1 million in incentives if he plays 60% of the plays and the Bengals make the playoffs. So there are some factors there involved. I think Trey Hendrickson, frankly, is going to go where the best opportunity is, whether that's Cincinnati or anywhere else. Could be Cincinnati. Could be another team that's willing to pay him more. He's going to be a free agent, and that's what free agents do unless the Bengals tag him.
He better ball out, dog. It's going to be a big year for Trey. You got the pay bump. You got the raise. You could potentially have another payday coming. If I'm a Hoodays fan, I'm excited about that. Another situation where a team feels like it's complete again. So whatever you thought your goals were, you don't have some built-in excuse as to why they didn't happen. They did that bit in the preseason where they were playing their starters halfway through games. Some folks felt like that was a lot. We'll see if that returns dividends for the Bengals. But overall, I think this is probably a good year for them. Do they make another Super Bowl run? Now, your guess is as good as mine on that. I don't think they're that head and shoulders above anybody. But I do think Henderson getting back on board is good for that squad. I just don't know how the results have to go in order for him to try to stay.
Right.
Do we think that they were trying to renegotiate something long term? What was he even looking for there as outside? Do we know that he still wants to stay in Cincinnati, Devin? Is there any indication of such? I don't see as much.
I don't think so. And I think this 1 year deal is just kind of leads itself to believe that, this might be his final year in Cincinnati because I think he's 29 or 30. He's no spring chicken anymore in terms of when it comes to pass rushers in this league. So Ideally, I think, I don't want to speak for him, but I think his goal probably was to get, a long-term deal because this probably might be his last deal.
Right. Might be the last one.
So, yeah, the fact that he's only signing a one-year deal, I don't know. Who knows? Anything could happen if he plays well. They might bring him back, but I would bet on this being his last year.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Cody in Missouri, you're on the show. What's up?
What I want to know is, what the hell is going on with these GMs making their star, maybe even franchise players, wait around all this drama, all this soap opera for middle-of-the-road contracts? Like, Scary Terry could probably get 40 if, a lot of other receivers are getting 40. Trey Hendrickson, he could probably get 35, 40 if all these other pass rushers are getting 35 and 40. But you make us wait. Man, you look so cheap. Pay your players. It's not a difficult proposition. If they do good, you reward them. That's how people want to come to your team. That's how people want to ball out when they're with you. It's not complicated. It doesn't have to make sense, even though it makes a lot of dollars.
Thanks for the phone call. Cody does something that I need everybody to take notes on. When I go to Cody, Cody starts talking. Not a, oh, how you doing? Not a, oh, by the by, I said hello to my neighbor Ray while he was reading the Times. Cody gets after it off the rip.
Yeah, Cody's been doing that for years.
That is quality callership, if you will.
I will say, though, I think the Bengals do have a little bit of a different situation with this because, as we just talked about in the last segment, Jaden Daniels, he's on a rookie deal.
Right.
The Bengals, they've paid Jamar Chase. They've paid Joe Burrow. They've paid
They've been handing out a lot of dollars.
T. Higgins, and now they got Henderson. So, those are four guys at premium positions that they have kind of locked up for long-term, and then Henderson 1 year. So, they don't know. That's a team where they don't have a lot of, room to maneuver.
Wiggle room, yeah. But they had to pay Trey. That would have been another. The other side of it, though, is that if you don't pay that guy, again, you're coming across looking like the franchise that everybody knows who you are. Can we talk for a second, though, about Boomer Esiason and what that was like? Bengals, come on. You're making guys pay their own way to get honored by your franchise? Guys are sitting in the crowd. Boomer read that thing aloud. That is embarrassing. I couldn't believe it when I heard him actually decide to go public with it. When you decide to go public with something like that, it means that this was a relationship fractured long ago. Clearly, he does not care about what they think of him. Oh, boom. Oh, Maryland Terrapin, left-hander. Pretty good situation, though, for the Bengals as far as finally getting everything together. And pretty good situation overall as far as the Commanders getting everything on the right page as well. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance. Visit Progressive.com.
Terry McLaurin was activated off the physically unable to perform list last weekend. Now they get a deal done. They knew they had to get this done, and they did.
The impact that he has on this football team and its ability to win games, I think, is on par with the Jamar Chase and a Justin Jefferson.
John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter, joins us now. Keim has been with this team forever, so he will understand some of the larger contexts I will get to. But I will ask you right off the top, John, do you think that there will be any disruption whatsoever for this team as a result of Terry McLaurin missing all of training camp effectively?
So there's some players you don't necessarily worry about. Now, the one question I have, Clinton, is just as far as like the sprinting, the deceleration, the acceleration, all that, sure, and the impact on the soft tissue. But I think if there's an impact on the offense overall, it's because not only was he out, but Noah Brown, who would be their number 3 receiver, was out for most of camp with dealing with the after effects of a knee injury from the spring. Then you have a couple offensive linemen who aren't in there yet. A couple starters. Brendan Coleman actually just got back. So there's been an in and out with multiple parts on that offense. That could have an impact, but like McLaurin, I think this gives him enough time to get back and get his things going here. He had a really good rapport with Jaden Daniels last year, and I would expect that to continue.
How do you feel about expectations around Ashburn regarding the whole idea of last season was ahead of schedule, as people like to say, but this year, of course, you lost in the playoffs to the eventual champion Eagles, but they're in your division. You've got to see this as a benchmark that you can perhaps somehow reach. Where do you think reasonable expectations are for this team right now from people within the actual organization?
I think realistic expectations are making the playoffs.
Okay.
I think beyond that, it's hard to say because I think you can still look at the roster construction compared to, say, the Eagles and say, like, they're not at that same point with the how deep both rosters go. And the way the Eagles are building, I think this team remains like, I think you still need to get another good draft class probably next year to get to that point where you have that kind of young talent to build around. And it, you know, obviously have Jaden Daniels and a couple of other really good young players, but enough of that, more depth with the young players. They're in that stage where they have some good veteran players, 30 and over, and some good young players, but maybe not enough in the middle class, so to speak. And I think that's where you're going to have to, if you want to catch the Eagles consistently, that's where you're going to have to kind of bolster it. However, the realistic expectations making the playoffs, like they feel good about what they've done defensively to improve in the offseason. And I think with Jaden Daniels, as long as he's here and quarterbacking, they're going to feel like they can have a really good offense. So I think that would be realistic for sure.
John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter, joins us here on Clinton and Friends. I do want to dig deeper, though, on Jaden Daniels. I mean, obviously, he had a stellar season last year. What were some of the things that he and that offensive staff tried to focus on in this offseason in terms of his improvement points, even though he was so good last campaign?
So I think there'd be a couple of things. He focused a lot on his footwork. And sometimes that's just like you can get, as you know, you get in the pocket, maybe you get away from some, get into some habits, whatever. Yeah. But it also for him with the footwork was maybe developing more and perfecting more different types of drops so defenses can't get a read on him. So like you have maybe this calls for a three-step drop, but there's different three-step drops you can take that maybe can throw off the defense with their timing on breaking on a route, right? You know what I mean? On breaking on the ball. Mm-hmm. So like that was some of the stuff. And then what he did, and I talked to one of the coaches who worked with him this summer, I asked him, like, well, who did Jaden, were there any quarterbacks he really studied in the offseason to kind of get that improvement? He goes, no, it was mostly himself. Like he went through and was watching himself for tendencies that he developed that maybe defensive coordinators could combat. And it could be like, where you're escaping from the pocket. He was heavily, of course, to the right hand. So how does that play out this year? Is he going to be a little bit more balanced when he gets out of the pocket just to throw the defense off a little bit? Because you do get a read on a guy, but that's what he wanted to do is go through that so that way to see, okay, how would defenses view it as well?
Staying on the offensive side of the ball, Brian Robinson Jr. was a reasonably popular player, and he got traded somewhat surprisingly. What is going on regarding that position group and the Commanders, in terms of their offense?
Sure, and that was, they like their depth. I don't know that they're done at that spot. It wouldn't shock me if they pick somebody up. Right now, Clinton, you'd have to look at it as a running back by committee, and the only one that you're really sure about in their role is Austin Eckler because he's done it for a while. He's a very good third down back, and you know what he's going to give you and what he can do. Beyond that, Chris Rodriguez is a guy who's shown improvement this summer, but I don't know that he's going to be your bell cow back. I don't think they're going to have that bell cow back. And you have rookie Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who flashed this summer. What kind of durability will he have? But then to the run game, you also add Jaden Daniels and Deebo Samuel. Like those guys are going to be part of that as well. So that's why I say I think it's going to be by committee. They also have Jeremy McNichols in there as well. So you're not going to have that one guy who's just going to get that every game. Okay, he's going to get 15, 20 carries a game.
Last thing I'll ask you, and this is sort of, I don't want to get too far outside of your purview, but I do think you understand this as well as anybody. You got a quarterback. You got your heart and your soul wide receiver back. You even got a stadium deal that people are talking about. Yeah. And, of course, the big guy is long gone and everybody can feel good. I mean, this is about as positive a week one situation as fans of the Burgundy and Gold have had in forever, John. I mean, I can't even think of the last time there was this much actually on the books good things to say, hey, I root for this team and I'm proud of it.
Listen, man, it's still hard to get used to some of how much it's changed in just a couple years. Like, I was thinking about this the other day, and you start to run down the list of quarterbacks. Like, this is the first time they've had a quarterback start in consecutive years since Kirk Cousins left after the 2017 season. Wow. You know, like Terry McLaurin played with 10 different starting quarterbacks before he got to Jaden Daniels. It was bad. So, yeah, and I think, you know, even going into last year, I think people were, I'd say, maybe cautiously optimistic because for long term, because you feel like they started to feel pretty good about Jaden Daniels, obviously. But now, coming off last year, and you're right, like the one quote-unquote disruption or negative with the hold-in, hold-out, you know, Terry McLaurin situation, that's been resolved. So, yeah, like this will be the first year you go in without any extra noise or the negative feelings because, you know, before, like, like fans would be like, well, I like the team, but I can't stand the owner. Like, that stuff is gone. It is surreal, very surreal how much has changed in such a short period of time.
He's John Keim. He's the ESPN Commanders reporter. He knows that team as well as anybody. Thank you, John. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Clinton.
Telling you, I keep bringing it up. I don't bring it up just because it's my hometown. I don't bring it up just because I'm a former fan. It's genuinely that weird, and it's genuinely that bizarre because things were so different for a long time. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The Dr. Pepper call-in line. AJ and Cincy, welcome back to the show.
Hey, so here's what's going on, man. Why do the fans have to start a GoFundMe page for Boom? We got to get Boomer back here. Like, it's ridiculous. But I will say the signing kind of weakens the blow with Boom a little bit. But in high school, actually, I went to Scott High School in Taylor Mill. Coach Pelfrey came back and just out of his own goodness was a kicking coach for me my senior year. It was amazing. So I've been a Bengals fan for life, and it's sad when they won't pay for a plane ticket in a hotel. That's sad.
Thanks for the phone call. Callers are learning. Get to the talking. Good job there. But that's what I mean when I say the Bengals fan base is cool and Bengals players are cool. Because Bengals players do stuff like that all the time. In the community, being good people, being decent folks. And the daggone franchise can't even play for a plane ticket. Unreal. Coming up, the Cleveland Browns. Their QB room is a Flacco and two rookies. That sounds like a show on a network that comes on Thursday nights. We'll discuss how we think this works next. It's Clinton and oh, my goodness, I can't even talk. It's Clinton and Friends from deep in the catacombs on ESPN Radio.
The NFL on ESPN Radio.
The road to the Super Bowl goes through Arrowhead. Yakety schmackety. The Ravens can do it.
Camp to camp, team to team. Touchdown! 9 days until opening night.
I just wanna feel this moment.
The countdown continues on ESPN Radio.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Finding your dream home is truly tough. So many options. The stakes are high, so don't go it alone. I'm Chicagoland's real estate agent, Sammy Lubeck. I have deep local knowledge. Working with Baird & Warner, I've got access to private listings you won't find online. I help buyers like you find the right home and win it. Whether it's your first place or your forever one, I'm here to make the process simple and successful. Start your search at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. Comes your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand. But ultimately, it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home loans.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
All right, out of the shotgun on second down. Sanders backpedaling, pressured again, spins away. Now backpedaling. This looks like Colorado.
You know, I got pockets of finding my rhythm, and I got to get into that quicker.
So he's not getting the open receivers, and he's starting to drift back into some of his bad habits. You have 2 negative plays that lose 22-yard sack. You can't take the 22-yard sack.
Do you feel like you belong here on this team?
I feel like I do, but I'm my own player. You know, I think about myself in a high regard.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Got a little news out of Cleveland yesterday. Obviously, we talk a lot about that team on this program. The Shedeur Sanders situation was an interesting one. And then they went ahead and traded Kenny Pickett. Out of all the decisions I thought they were going to have to make, out of all the potential binds I thought that the Browns would be in, not sure that I had just up and ditching Kenny Pickett on the list. The questions still remain. Why did you pick Shedeur Sanders? What's going on with Kenny Pickett? This was the question yesterday, excuse me. What's going on with Kenny Pickett? And do we think Flacco can make it through a whole season? And they decided to trade Kenny Pickett. For everything I might think about Shedeur Sanders, Devin, I'm not sure they made the right decision here. Honestly. I don't know that I'm going with, as we said before, 2 rookies and a Flacco if I think I'm going to be any good in that season. They might actually be tanking this bad boy out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Schefter put out a tweet earlier. They have like 10 draft picks now for the next year. So, yeah, I mean, listen, this could be very much a year that leads them into next year. This quarterback room is one of the more ridiculous quarterback rooms in the NFL. And I say that as a fan of the Giants, who have an absolutely ridiculous quarterback room.
By the way, they are like doing bits as well, the Giants quarterbacks.
Eating W's?
Eating W's.
3 amigos?
I mean, that is a really fun circumstance. Nothing like that in Cleveland.
No.
But I will say, I would have kept Kenny Pickett. Like I know that sounds weird from a lot of people because I've said what I've said about Shedeur Sanders and whether or not he was going to be in a position to do this and do that. I don't think that in retrospect they should have picked him if that's how they were going to handle this. And I think they put themselves in a really tough spot by having, again, 2 rookies and a Flacco in a season in which you think that you're actually going to be decent.
Yeah, and also, like, minimal amount of disrespect here to Kenny Pickett. But a 5th rounder? You get a 5th rounder back? That's a good deal for the Browns, in my opinion.
They had a 5th rounder.
Oh,
they had one. They had that pick this season.
Oh.
That was available. And they picked another quarterback.
Oh, okay.
Like, none of these. I was talking to my buddy Adam, who's from Cleveland, and he was like, well, you know, a big to-do about nothing. I'm like, it's a big to-do about something. What happens with the quarterback? And it just feels like at every turn they made the decision where I'm like, what? No. Like, now you've kept Shedeur. You didn't play him in the 2-minute situation after the guy you played you cut immediately. The one dude who has some starting experience is now out of town, and you're left with this, and you just feel like, how did you come to this decision after all of the other steps that you made? I don't get it. But that's just me. I'm not in the Browns front office. Like I said, I've never been in a Kevin Costner movie, so what would I know? Let's hear what Tom Telesco had to say about the idea that the Browns are sabotaging Shedeur. I want to hear this clip for one specific reason.
You and I talk about sports talk radio topics. This would fall into that bucket. This would fall into the sports talk radio bucket. Yeah, I don't know. It's the same offense they're running with everybody else. It's relatively the same offensive line. So, look, he didn't have a great day. It is what it is. He played very well in the first preseason game, didn't play as well in the third preseason game. So, you know, guess what? It's the world of being a rookie quarterback, no matter where you're drafted. If you're drafted first or drafted in the 5th round, you're going to have your ups and downs. So it is what it is. You learn from it. Quarterbacks, you have to handle that adversity series to series. It's not always going to go the way you want it to go. So you get up off the ground, you sprint off the field, you talk to your position coach on the bench, and you get back out there. So, no, I don't see that at all. I think it's just, you know, just outside noise.
You know, the first time I heard of Tom Telesco is when Tom Telesco was on sports talk radio here in L.A. like every week for a decade doing hits because he was the Chargers GM. Don't act like you're above sports talk radio, Telesco. Don't do that, okay? We know how you get down. No, but in all seriousness, I am baffled by the Browns' decision-making process at this point. I really am. Every single move seems to undercut the next. And I just don't get it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776, the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Ricky in Virginia, what's up? You're on the show.
I just wanted to say that people is already jumping the gun and saying that, Gabriel is better than Sanders and all these other things, which I feel like they're jumping the gun too soon. Even with him having a bad game, he didn't throw any interceptions, and we already seen Gabriel throw multiple when he had a good game. And another thing I've been wanting to get out there was a lot of people surprised about the Daniel Jones starting with Indianapolis, but when he went there, I felt like that was going to happen. Like, you got a young quarterback that gave up in the middle of a game. I don't think that he's ready for the NFL at all. And that's all I had to say.
Thanks for the phone call. It doesn't matter whether Gabriel is better than Sanders right now. That's the whole point. The point is that they're both rookies, and the other guy's 40 years old. You're really rolling the dice there. Now, maybe there's something about the Pickett injury situation that I don't know. But if the Raiders wanted him and they just got their backup injured, they probably feel he can go. And if Pickett can go for the Raiders, then what? What are you doing? Now Shedeur is a guy that you want to develop after you didn't get – no, I don't know.
How many games of Flacco do you think we're going to get this year?
That's the question. If they get to a dozen, I'll be stunned.
Listen, I mean, he came in. I remember he came in for the Browns a couple years ago and kind of, helped them make the playoffs, and he was kind of slinging it. Old man Flacco out there.
But that was a couple seasons ago.
Listen, maybe he still got it, Clinton.
I like Flacco. I'm not trying to knock him. I just feel that plan, like, if you went into the offseason before the draft and you're a Browns fan and you said, what do you want from the quarterback room? And then you said, okay, all of these decisions were made, and that's how you ended up with two rookies and Flacco, I don't think you would take that. I think you would take a different combination of results, of choices, rather, to get to different results. But that's just me. Anyway, coming up, we were off the show last week, so we got some things to catch up on, and we got to talk to Mikey C about his life. You know how this goes. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Steinhoff
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Sox fans, don't miss out on exciting promotions during the Yankees series from August 28th through the 31st. Kicking things off on August 28th with African American Heritage Night, it includes an Ice Cube bobblehead and custom hat presented by Black McDonald's Operators Association, followed by a Puerto Rican jersey giveaway on Friday, August 29th. Plus, join us on August 31st to receive a Southside Legends Babe Ruth and Al Simmons All-Star figurine presented by Rush. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Save big money on your post frame building at Menards. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post frame buildings. Whether it's for protecting equipment or you just need a place to keep your toys, Menards has the building that's right for you. Get a free estimate fast, in store or on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
You know what hope is? Hope is action. Carving a path forward, even when it's hard.
And kids who still know how to dream. They're the best pathfinders of all.
So at Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide to grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and so all those good things can come true for them. Safe.
And that means safe at home, safe at school, and safe online.
Hope means walking this path together. All of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
To learn how Child Fund works with children in 23 countries to help them achieve their full potential, visit childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there
is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today. Our pal Clinton Yates.
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN as well. Devin Kane is on the con, back from France and his vacances, if you will, and Mikey C is here as well. Mikey C, who is, of course, producer, creator, actor, director of Smoke Break, which for whatever reason we still have not found more of. Now we have moved deeper into the proverbial catacombs of Mikey C's life.
Oh, the catacombs.
And, by the way, why did you ask about the catacombs quickly?
Because there's a great movie called As Above, So Below or something. It's a horror movie about the catacombs in Paris. Great horror movie.
Right. So you're just like, whatever pops in your head in the moment, you just got to blurt it out, right?
Well, I'm excited to talk to somebody who went to Paris and see if they went to the catacombs. And
catacombs are pretty scary, bro. Like, that's not like something to be toyed with. People aren't just that's not, you know.
So you've been there.
Popping in and out of there. Yeah. It's terrifying.
Should have asked you then.
Again, we're learning as we go. But yeah, I was a younger man at that point where I was less afraid to do things that involved being underground with skulls all over the wall. But that's another story. Anyway, so getting to Mikey C's personal life, we were at Show Behind the Show. We were arguing about which stories we wanted to hear because Mikey's got that much going on. I want to hear the dating story. I think that is more interesting to the listeners because obviously you're a man of character and a man of finesse. So I'd like to know what's going on in that world. What is
because I had something great. I'm a 40-year-old single, well, in my 40s, single man. And I thought I've seen everything when it comes to dating at this point.
Sure.
Till last week. Clinton, you got to hear what happened. Met a girl off of Bumble. Say it was on Wednesday, right?
Okay, slow down, Mikey. All right, so you're on the apps as a matter of course.
Still, perusing them.
Perusing them. What, Devin? The look on Devin's face right now. This is a bonus Watch ESPN app situation. His face is red as hell.
I've known Mikey for over 10 years, and I'm just always I'm never not shocked by him.
I'm not strictly app life, but I'll dive in a little bit here.
What does your app what is your profile picture on the app? What are you wearing? This is important in your profile, in your Bumble profile picture. Are you wearing your personalized Hartford Yard Goats jersey?
That would be a good one, but no, I think it's just, let me see.
Would you be willing to release some of these photos so we can post them on Twitter?
That's a bit much. We don't need to go that far. We don't need that long. We don't need that much involvement in Mikey C's life. But I'm saying, what kind of pictures are they?
This actually might not be good. I've got an AI Mikey C pic as my profile
Oh, my
picture.
God.
But it really does look like me.
I knew we were going to have something ridiculous like that. Anyway, okay, so you're on Bumble. You're on the apps. Please continue.
Yeah, so I matched. It was like Wednesday. Matched with the girl on the Bumble. Go back and forth through that normal routine. Hi, how you doing? Everything seems to go well.
Talking stages, as we say.
Exactly, the initial stage. Progressed on Thursday to the texting phase. Now we're on the phones texting each other. It seems to go
that's
well.
like digital second base, if you will.
Exactly. Things go well. We got to share the same birthday. Great. We could have a great birthday party. Everything.
Oh, a little point of connection.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I take Friday off. So Friday, I don't hit her up. Nothing wrong with that. Take a day off. You don't want to seem too crazy or anything.
Sure,
So take Friday off.
Mikey C playbook. I mean, it works every time.
Even told my buddies. They said I matched with this girl. I think I might hit her up Saturday night. Had in my plans to text her Saturday night. What happens? 5:00 on Saturday. My phone makes a sound I never heard it make before. You got to understand. I have an Android because I don't want people to FaceTime me.
Not remotely surprising.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, the technology has progressed. Now, I guess iPhone users can FaceTime Android users because it says incoming FaceTime from Bumble Girl. I figure, okay, maybe she hit a wrong button or something like that. I've never talked to this girl. Just the initial.
Where were you on the globe when this happened?
I was playing video games in my room.
In the crib.
Yeah, not presentable for a FaceTime by any stretch of the imagination.
God damn it.
Might not even have had a shirt on.
Wow. Oh, so you could have been showing the goods. All right, go ahead.
So I figured maybe she had a wrong button, whatever, gave it a benefit of decline. All of a sudden, 2 seconds later, it happens again.
Wow.
Like this goes. Decline again. So I declined it twice, figure, all right, let's get the hint. No, 2 seconds later, again, decline again.
Hold on. So you've made the decision now that you know it's intentional, you just don't want to talk?
Yes. I mean, she's got to get the idea, but she kept going through with it. So I actually, after like the fourth decline, I sent her a text and I said, hey, are you trying to FaceTime me? Thinking maybe there's something wires crossed or something.
Yeah.
And she responds with, yes, pick up.
I like that.
Yeah. I mean, what'd you do then? That's a reasonable move. I'm trying to contact you. Here's how I want to do it.
Whoa. Reasonable to never have spoken to a person, never seen a person, only communicated with them a couple of times on Bumble and on text, and you're ready to step into the FaceTime world?
A touch aggressive. Don't get me wrong.
Very aggressive.
Don't get me wrong. That's a double steal on the base pass on the signal front. You got a lot going there as far as the bingo, but you're Mikey C.
I was just going to say, I would think Mikey C. is smoke break fame would have kind of liked the assertiveness.
You know?
Well, that's what I told her, but I figured, okay, maybe I better go through with it. Well, first of all, she wasn't going to not let me not go through with the FaceTime, so threw on a shirt, threw on a hat, and went through with the FaceTime. It went okay. But she was not... Because I had to see where she would rank. Like, I didn't know whether really interested in this girl, not interested. I went through with it.
I feel like that's more common than you realize.
You think?
Because for people, yes. Because I did not spend a lot of time on the apps. My point is, though, is that some people, it's like, are you going to mess around with the pen pal nonsense all day, or can I just actually see how you interact when you can see somebody face-to-face real quick without having to go through the whole process of going on a date?
Yeah.
I don't hate that, Devin.
I think so, too. I think that's kind of the natural wave of things now.
Yeah.
We got to move on, but, Mikey, I want to know one thing. When you're talking to a girl, like, how quickly into, the new relationship do you tell them about smoke break with Mikey C?
Oh, that's like...
That's date one.
No, that's like... fifth or sixth day. I mean, that's like in relationship, I expose that.
Top 10. All
yeah.
right.
I've got great ways to mask the smoking and not let them know my other persona. So I keep that for the relationship stage.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line if you've got thoughts on Mikey C's dating life. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages or even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need, quote, today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. All right, Devin, we've got quite a few things to get to since we were off an entire week, all of us.
Yes.
And you were in Europe. Did you get any European sports updates? How did that go for you regarding what was on the continent?
So, yeah, we were watching a lot of, to be honest with you, obviously everything's in French there while you're in France. BBC News, that was in English, so we could watch that. There were some sports on, I think some EuroLeague basketball we caught. So obviously a lot of football. So yeah, other than that, I was not paying attention to anything in the news world. And I think you were kind of similar as we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I was around, but I was just kind of like, you know what? If I don't have to do this week, I won't.
Yeah.
So I didn't.
So I went through a couple of the top headlines from the week that we missed, and I thought we'd go through them and get your reaction real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so first up, the Colts named Daniel Jones the starting quarterback over Anthony Richardson. Obviously, he's going to be the starter for week one. They chose the veteran free agent acquisition over the club's 2023 first-round pick, Anthony Richardson. Shane Steichen emphasized that Jones is the starter not just for the opener, but for the entire season, highlighting factors like leadership, communication, and consistency in deciding between Jones and Richardson. Clinton, what was your reaction to this whole quarterback situation?
I wasn't surprised, but, I mean, Richardson's agent was doing a little chirping, and I kind of liked that. He said, trust Gonzo. We got issues now. The Colts might have a decent quarterback in their room in terms of Daniel Jones, but I don't think the relationship between him and Richardson has gotten any better. I don't think he's going to take that line down.
Clinton, and also something that I think you would have respected being a journalist. I heard a question in the press conference with Shane Steichen. I can't remember, forgive me, who asked the question.
Okay.
But they're basically like, if you said quarterback is the worst coach position in the sports. And a reporter kind of harped on that. He asked Shane Steichen, what could you have done better to help develop Anthony Richardson?
Right.
And the tap dancing that Shane Steichen did was being like, Anthony Richardson, we're not giving up. He's got to continue to develop. Here's the things he can do better. And the guy asked him again. He's like, no. What could you have done better to help him?
Yeah.
And he did not have an answer. So I immediately thought of you in that situation. I'm like, these guys, man, like, I don't know what it is, but maybe you can explain it better than me.
Nobody wants to take responsibility for anything. I kind of got off on a tangent on this yesterday. Everybody wants to seem like they're right all the time with every part of every decision because people don't want to simply say, I messed something up or I made a choice and it wasn't good enough or we didn't do enough work. That's what people have problems admitting. They want to admit like they're in control of everything at all times, no matter what. Anyway, let's move on.
To another quarterback, Matthew Stafford, expected to play in week 1, barring an unforeseen setback. Obviously, he's had a back injury all throughout camps. He's now been practicing, taking reps. Here's Sean McVay, the Los Angeles Rams head coach, on feeling positive about Stafford's progress.
I mean, he's taking full practice loads every single day. So, he's been 100% participant in everything that we've done this week, and that makes me feel good, And so I thought he's done an awesome job. Guys have gotten better, and I think it's important to be able to establish that rapport with the guys you're going to be playing with on September 7th. And so I think the positive is that, he's accumulated so much experience, and there's a good sense of urgency, and he loves being out there. I think things are coming together really quickly, but, you don't minimize how important every single rep that we can get is. But I love what he's done this week and very, very pleased with the progress that we've had.
Clinton, you're obviously out in L.A. and focused on this team and know about this team a lot. Are you concerned about Matthew Stafford this season? Backs are tricky.
I'm not buying a word of what Sean McVay said. That was a lot of ums for a guy who's very well spoken and doesn't normally do that. He sounds like he's thinking about what he has to say more than anything. Unforeseen setbacks? Unforeseen setback has been the headline for the entirety of the offseason and the preseason for Matt Stafford. I'm not sure what they're hiding from a news standpoint, but I don't think anybody thinks that this is going to be easy or that this is all of a sudden just turned a corner. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I think Sean McVay's trying to be diplomatic about it, but I know for a fact that that's a question that the Rams think they can answer, even if Stafford can't play.
All right, a couple more here. John Wall, 5-time All-Star, retires after 11 NBA seasons. The 34-year-old 5-time All-Star, as I just mentioned, was the first overall pick in the 2010 NBA draft by the Wizards, where he spent the majority of his career. He finished with a career average of 18.7 points, 8.9 assists. His best season, 2026, 2027. He averaged 23 points and 11 assists, earning all third NBA team honors. Clinton, obviously, you're from the district. You know the Wizards. What did John Wall's career mean in Washington?
Best Wizard of all time. Pretty much it. The guy was the heart and soul of not just that team, but the city. Gang sign John created a lot of controversy to a lot of people, but when that dude was on his game, he was a blur. He reinvigorated that franchise when it was as moribund as it could get. And if I'm being quite honest, I think Theodore Leonsis should retire his number. I know that sounds crazy. I know that it sounds ridiculous because of how things ended. And I know he doesn't normally have all the accolades of the kind of people who you do that for, but it's really tough to explain how much he meant to that community and the kind of stuff that he did to make sure that people knew the Wizards actually existed and fans grew up liking John Wall. John Wall is just, there's this era and there's everything else. And that includes when Brad Beal was there as well. It's too bad that it had to end that way. But, he's a guy that I don't think is ever going to pay for anything in D.C. again.
And last but not least, this happened early last week. Texas Longhorns quarterback Arch Manning clarified recent statements made by his grandfather, Archie Manning, regarding his 2026 NFL draft intentions. Archie had earlier said that Arch would not declare for the draft after his redshirt sophomore season, but Arch Manning disputed this, saying he didn't know where that information came from and mentioned that his grandfather even apologized via text. Arch said he's taking things, quote, day by day and focusing on the present, Clinton.
Yeah, he also said that he doesn't want to be in any magazines or any website. Like, this is getting a touch weird, Devin. Like, where there's such an overemphasis on what Arch doesn't want to do or be. I'm starting to feel like these outside, I don't want to say outside, but these identity storylines are such a thing now because of his last name. And I don't think there's anything that's going wrong. I just feel like this is a kid in a very oddball position who really wants to get the football started because there's so much talk. And it's understandable. I mean, you're a third generation of a football family, but it appears to me that he's genuinely uncomfortable at this point.
I would be too, because I mean, listen, he didn't play a ton for Texas.
No.
He played, when Quinn Ewers was injured, and he looked good while he was doing it. Don't get me wrong, but everyone's saying he's the automatic first overall pick. It's like, yeah, if I'm him, it's like, can we get the football started already?
Right, and just on the day-to-day, I mean, it sort of feels like there is a hyper-focus on him that from his actual personality standpoint doesn't necessarily bode well with who he wants to be as effectively just a famous player in America. So, well, I hope that works out well for them. I do not wish a circus upon Texas by any stretch of the imagination. Anyways, coming up, it's cut down day in the NFL. We'll react to some of those moves and more on Quick Hitters. It's coming up on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, everybody, it's Rich. Coming September 2nd to ESPN Radio, The Rich Eisen Show.
Paul Rudd, Pittsburgh Steelers numerologist Paul Rudd.
Benny Cunningham, 89. Larry Brown, 79. Nailing it.
Rich Eisen, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern. Coming September 2nd on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Golf clothes that actually fit your life? That's Swannies. Swannies is dedicated to suiting you up in the best looking, best feeling, and best made golf gear without breaking the bank. We're talking clean cut polos, lightweight layers, breathable hats, and gear that works just as well at brunch as it does on the back nine. Swannies focuses on style, comfort, and versatility so you can feel confident wherever the day takes you. Upgrade your golf wardrobe today at swannies.co.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
One night, one barrel. If you only attend one Whiskey University, make it this one.
We'll taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by us and our listeners at the distillery.
And to help tell the story, we're bringing in a real whiskey PhD, Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall, for a lesson you won't forget.
It's Whiskey University with Woodford Reserve at Saranello's in Wheeling.
Tonight at 6:30.
Seats are limited, so don't be tardy.
And please drink responsibly.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling
Boss, work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This isn't just another ESPN fantasy football season. It's your shot at greatness. With a refreshed design, the ESPN Fantasy app is sharper than ever, so you can draft like a pro and dominate your league. And introducing Gridiron Gauntlet, a new game mode where the best compete to be crowned the #1 fantasy football player of 2025. One app, one shot, one champion. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and sign up to play ESPN Fantasy Football today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio is powered by Progressive Insurance. We are fully in the throes of the Mikey C experience at this point, and I just can't even do anything about it. Devin, what do we got for Quick Hitters?
You just have to kind of, resist or not resist.
Yeah.
You can't resist it. Yeah. All right, let's start with little quick hitters. Today's cutdown day in the NFL, and this one hit home for me a little bit. The New York Giants released quarterback Tommy Cutlets today ahead of the roster cut-down deadline, reducing their quarterback room to 3. One of the most ridiculous quarterback rooms in the NFL. Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, and Jameis Winston were eating W's on the sideline. And the three amigos are no longer because Tommy DeVito's no longer there. Obviously, he became a fan favorite. He appeared in 12 games, 8 starts, just over past 2 seasons. A lot of teams don't, keep 4 quarterbacks, so this is not a surprise. But for me, he was one of the more fun aspects of the Giants when they were terrible for the last couple of seasons. So I'm gonna miss Tommy DeVito. What are your thoughts, Glenn?
What do we do? I mean, where do we get our cutlets now?
I don't know.
Cutlets don't survive cutdown day. Back to the New York Post. What is about his agent? That guy's the guy that we really need to know more about. The dude who wears all the hats and the vests and the wacky outfits. Do we get any more of him? Where do we find his work?
I don't know what he's doing. Obviously, Tommy DeVito's the star client. I'm hoping Tommy DeVito he clears waivers and ends up back on the practice squad so we can keep the good vibes going.
Okay.
He's a Jersey kid.
Yeah.
He just screams like he's going to open up a used cars dealership in New Jersey when he's all said and done with his playing career, make a lot of money. But, we'll see. Tommy DeVito.
I enjoyed that little. Exactly. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you, Mike. See, I'm not going to let this show get derailed by Mikey C. Sticking to the point, though, I feel like Tommy DeVito was he did about as well as you can do for yourself from a football and a popularity standpoint in that space as anybody's done in a long time. Just being a rando guy who popped up on the scene for a half a season or whatever, a season and a half in the NFL.
Cal Raleigh. Big Dumper Co. We still doing the summer camp? No, we're not.
No, in fact, we're not.
He hit his 50th home run of the 2025 season yesterday. He became the first catcher in MLB history to reach 50 homers in a single season. This milestone also broke the previous catcher home run record of 48 held by Salvador Perez since 2021. Raleigh is just the second Seattle Mariners player to hit 50 homers in a season, joining Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr., who hit 56 homers in both 1997 and 98. Additionally, Raleigh joined Mickey Mantle as one of the only switch hitters to reach 50 home runs in a season and is now the 8th player in MLB history to reach the 50 home run mark in August. Thoughts on this season for Cal Raleigh, the future, the Mariners, all of it. What do you think, Clinton?
Yeah, you were on a plane yesterday, and we had David Schoenfeld on to discuss this because he wrote a story for ESPN.com, and I said the word for me is not impressive. It's I can't even remember what the word I said was, but it's kind of unbelievable. I mean, the fact that he's a switch hitting catcher, the whole thing, it's not like he's just some fat guy hitting homers. I mean, this dude is a real deal, complete baseball player, and he got to 50 last night. I just remember thinking, I don't know that I'm going to see a season like this again in my lifetime from a catcher. I mean, that's where we are at this stage. It's generational as much as anything. And yeah, Big Dumper Cove, had we extended into Arizona Fall League, if you will, might have been getting you some extra points. But at this point, I'm just rooting for the Mariners to make the playoffs. I need that to happen, so that we can get more Cal in big-time spots, because we know that he can do that too.
To the tennis courts, Venus Williams made a heartfelt return to the U.S. Open yesterday, playing her first Grand Slam match in 2 years, and what she indicated will be her last match of the year. At 45 years old, she matched 11th seeded Carolina I can't say that. I'm sorry. Mukovo, and lost a competitive 3-set match 6-3, 2-6, 6-1. Despite losing, Williams impressed the crowd with her powerful shots and fighting spirit, especially after a long period away from professional tennis. Clinton, thoughts on Venus Williams' return and the U.S. Open in general?
I don't normally get super caught up in, look at the old athlete and still hanging on, but Venus Williams is a different case. Her sister, Serena Jamaica Williams, is my favorite athlete of all time, and Venus has obviously been somebody who's doing it longer than her, as she is her older sister. And then yesterday when I was watching the match, I found myself getting pretty emotional about it, because you could see she didn't quite have the steps that she had before. She was having to focus on different types of shots, but she was still competitive. The crowd was behind her. The telecast was openly rooting for Venus Williams, which was hilarious on a lot of levels. And then my man Joe Healy. For those of you who don't know who Joe Healy is, he's a college baseball writer. You can find him on the internet, Joe Healy D1. I just wrote on Twitter, good fight, Venus. And he wrote, rare non-baseball tweet for me, but there are two players who sparked my love for tennis, Andy Roddick and Venus Williams. The former retired 13 years ago. The latter, who is 3 years older, just gave the number 11 player in the world all she can handle. Incredible stuff. And when you put it in that perspective, not just my personal connectivity to the Williams family as a result of being fans in that, pretty good story. It was a really proud moment, I thought, for Venus, and I don't think she has anything to be ashamed of.
Angels manager Ron Washington, at age 73 and the oldest in Major League Baseball, announced he's recovering from quadruple bypass heart surgery after being sidelined since June. He will not return to manage the season, but hopes to lead the team again in 2026. Washington revealed he experienced some serious symptoms while managing in New York, prompting surgery and lifestyle changes. Bench coach Ray Montgomery remains interim manager with Washington, planning to rejoin the team after their current road trip, but only as a visitor for now. I know you know Ron Washington well.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this whole situation?
Uncle Ron is my friend. Got to talk to Uncle Ron a couple weeks back via another friend. Did you dig deep enough to figure out what the lifestyle changes are? Because I know what they are. Mikey C, take a guess.
I know what they are. We're not going to talk about it.
Yeah. So Ron Washington, a man whom I have burned heaters in dugouts with before, has quit smoking, which is a great move for him. But for those of us in the Managers Who Burn Heaters Club fan club, this is a tough day, but this is what you got to do to stay alive. I'm wishing Ron well. I hope he makes it back to the team this season because, he's one of the most joyful people in baseball, and I've never had a bad day.
So it's him and Jimmy Leland, as far as I could think of the
That's what
manager
I'm saying.
heaters.
You know what I mean? But, sometimes you got to stop if you want to keep going, if that makes sense.
And last but not least, Liverpool defeated Newcastle United 3-2 in a dramatic Premier League match yesterday. The match-winning moment came in the 100th minute when 16-year-old Liverpool debutant Rio Inamoha. I'm so bad at pronouncing names today. Listen, my
new
plane
bit is to just let you struggle.
I know, you really do.
How to swim.
Listen, my plane, I got home at 1:30 in the morning. I don't know what time it is right now. I'm still jet lagged.
Here we go.
Anyways.
Mr. Jet Setter all of a sudden can't read because he was too busy drinking wine on a plane.
Although if people listen to the show before that, I couldn't read before then either. He scored a stunning winner, curling the ball into the net to secure Liverpool's victory. This win kept Liverpool's unbeaten and providing a thrilling finish while Newcastle was left to rue the missed opportunity despite their spirited performance. Thoughts on the debut performance of the 16-year-old Rio?
Pretty wacky match. Newcastle went. Liverpool was basically playing against 10 men. Newcastle was still out-physicaling them, as my boy Christoph says. And then they ended up coming up with that wacky winner at the end when there were 11 minutes. a freaking stoppage time because they kept trying to waste time. It was kind of an ugly game that had a really nice ending for Liverpool fans. But, yeah, you can't make that kind of stuff up. 16-year-old on the pitch, you get the game winner nearly on the final kick. You've been telling your grandkids about that. Your grandkids will be telling their grandkids about that because they'll be all over the internet. Great day up there for the Prem. And, what is going to likely be a very eventful season, shall we say, across the pond, where some of you like to vacation. Anyway, Clinton Friends is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains now through September 4th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals have reached agreement on a restructured deal.
What was the point of the original holdout if you're going to do a 1-year, $30 million deal?
Joining us right now, Mo Egger, host of the Mo Egger Show on ESPN 1530. Welcome back to the program, sir. I think my question is going to be based on that lead and cut. What was the point of all this, Trey, and the Bengals, if that's where we're ending right now? He's still going to be a free agent, Mo. What's going on?
These are, first of all, I thought you were having me on to talk about managers who burn heaters, so I'm a little bit disappointed that
we can get to that later, yes.
Sure. It's a great question, right? I think what you had here are two extraordinarily obstinate, stubborn sides who both feel like they were right. Trey Hendrickson wants a long-term deal. Trey Hendrickson wants a long-term deal with a whole bunch of guarantees. The Bengals were simply not going to give it to him, and so I think Trey decided, all right, well, if I can get double my pay in 2025, have a chance to maybe hit free agency at the end of this season, that's better than the deal that I was going to play under. If I'm not going to get more money long-term from the Bengals, I might as well get more money short-term from the Bengals. And look, it's abundantly clear. The Bengals have no interest, right now at least, in making a long-term investment in Trey Hendrickson. Clearly they want him on the team this year. That's why they didn't trade him. But they don't view him as an asset right now worth investing in 2026. That can change. It may change. But I think it was abundantly clear what the Bengals' position was, and I think for Trey, it was very clear that while they came closer to the middle in terms of the money offered and the average annual value of the contract, they were simply not going to budge when it came to not giving him the long-term guarantees he was looking for.
If we're comparing all of the offseason holdouts of note, you've got Micah and the Cowboys. You've got Terry McLaurin, who got more things worked out for the Commanders. But even with the circus that is Dallas, it kind of felt like Hendrickson and the Bengals was the most contentious of all of these in some regard. In that, do you think this is going to affect this team in any manner? The fact that Trey is coming back at this stage, and now every other player has seen how they're willing to treat a guy who led the league in sacks.
Well, I agree with you that this took a contentious turn, midway through the offseason when Trey Hendrickson decided to show up at minicamp and throw the organization under the bus with his teammates practicing about 20 feet away. Right. When he revealed the text messages that Zach Taylor had been sending him, some real just sort of weird stuff that even in this day and age of holdouts and hold-ins, we're simply not used to. Look, if there's a franchise in the NFL that's used to a player signing his contract late and maybe not being entirely happy with how the process unfolded or what the end result of the deal was, it's the Bengals. And I'm going to lean on Joe Burrow here. I think they're going to lean on their offensive weaponry. They're going to lean on the urgency to, get back to the postseason to maybe save Zach Taylor's job. But sure, I'm sure there are some players who are looking at this going, wait a minute, if I'm as good as Trey Hendrickson, are they not going to take care of me? I think what the Bengals will say is, well, we just took care of Jamar Chase. We just took care of T. Higgins. We have actually a really good track record of paying players when they're looking for their second contract. With Trey, the issue was age. And to be fair, the Bengals have been burned by some of these deals involving older players. They used to have Carlos Dunlap and Geno Atkins and players like that, even Andrew Whitworth to a degree, players they gave third contracts to, and they never really completely got the value they were looking for from those deals. And so I think the Bengals are going to say Trey Hendrickson's a different set of circumstances because of his age. If any one of our younger players over the course of his rookie contract ends up being the best at what they do, we're going to give him a market deal because that's exactly what we did with our three biggest and best offensive players.
Last thing I'll ask you, Mo Egger, host of the Mo Egger Show on ESPN 1530, joins us. And you can talk about, managers burning heaters if you want at the end, but I got to ask you about Boomer Esiason. I mean, look, the franchise just got put in a box by him, just explaining how cheap they've been. I've always said this about the Bengals. Awful franchise from an organization standpoint, typically very fun players and an excellent fan base that's smart enough to know when to stay away. But this was embarrassing on every level to hear Boom talking like that.
Yeah, it hurt my soul as somebody who grew up idolizing Boomer Esiason. It hurt me. It hurt that 11-year-old version of me listening to Boomer throw the Bengals under the bus. But they deserved it. Look, you can. And it's been interesting because I've heard from a lot of folks here who have said, well, come on, Boomer can afford it. Of course he can. He can afford to fly everybody he knows to Cincinnati and put everybody he knows up in the nicest hotel here. But you either choose to do things in a first-class, all-the-way manner or you don't. And the Bengals chose not to here. And unfortunately, for all of their attributes organizationally, and there are many, this was painfully on brand, right? It was going first class halfway. It was, again, this is Boomer Esiason. His name is on the stadium. He's one of their 8 Ring of Honor guys. He is still one of the faces of this franchise. You go all out for somebody like that. And with the Bengals, there's always just been, for my entire life, Clinton, I've been following this franchise for 40 years, there's always been a reluctance or an inability to go all out to do things in the best, most first-class way possible.
Oh, that's tough. Did Ray Knight ever smoke any heaters when he was managing the Reds? I feel like he's a candidate for that list.
No, but he was replaced by Jack McKeon.
Oh, yes!
Trader Jack, right? Yes. Trader Jack had a cigar literally everywhere he goes. And so as a very young man, when I had a freelance job stringing and I would have to go into his office, like Jack McKeon developed my love of cigars because he would sit in his office, blow smoke all over the place, talk about trading stocks, kind of forget who the Reds were playing that night, and just blow cigar smoke all over the place. So, yes, Jim Leland, when I was a little kid, would burn heaters in the dugout. Lou Piniella would as well. But when I think of smoking managers, Trader Jack McKeon and those cigars, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Mo Egger, host of the Mo Egger Show on ESPN 1530 Cincinnati. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one today.
All right, man. See you, Clinton.
Later. Sparky Anderson also on that list. I didn't see you put that list up, Devin. I was just asking that off the top of my head. Managers who burn heaters. Oh.
What a time, man. They don't do it like they used to, huh?
A day gone by. This is true. Let's take this call real quick. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan in South Dakota. Be quick. What do we got? We're talking football.
Hey, I think Boomer paid for a middle seat on that. We need some fantasy football essay updates from Professor Yates.
We do.
Eiffel Tower, DK, did you go stairs or elevator, and did you wear your jorts? And the endless summer, it continues. In we got the Spain Belta. We got the Eurobasket Gem fans. You better act quick because Luka, he's playing with middle schoolers. He's going to be out quick. Joker and the Serbs are going to stick to the Frenchies in the final. I think DK is going to dress down for the French squad. And finally, wine and dine MC Heater before you FaceTime him. That's the lesson today. Have a great day.
Thanks for the phone call.
That was good. That was a good one by Dylan.
That was a good Dylan call. That was a quality Dylan call. I think we found the play package that we need for Dylan to be most effective.
Yes.
That's what we found.
If he calls in at he's on hold, but if he just takes in the whole show and he gives us like a 15, 20, recapping everything.
That's his best play.
By the way,
this stage. Yes.
We took the elevator to go up the Eiffel Tower. There were people taking the stairs. We were on the first floor. The elevator took like 30 minutes.
The elevator is scary.
Very scary.
Flat out.
It uses an old school hydraulic and pulley system. I was a little freaked out.
Yeah. The reason why people take the stairs on the Eiffel Tower is not because they want to be hardos. It's because they're afraid the elevator shaft's going to bang out. That's for sure. That's a final destination situation. Coming up, it's time to head to the watering hole. And yes, we have Mikey C updates. It's Clinton Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. C'est magnifique.
College football is back.
Next year is now. The moment is right now.
Syracuse faces 24th ranked Tennessee in the Aflac kickoff game. Coverage begins Saturday morning at 11:30 Eastern with kickoff at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio, ABC, and on the new ESPN app.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment, from bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes. We host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far-off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
White Sox fans, the 2026 schedule is out. The future is bright on the south side. Lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. For a limited time only, receive complimentary tickets to a remaining game in 2025 when you put a deposit down for a 2026 ticket plan. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day. To secure your spot and check out the full schedule, visit whitesox.com/2026.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is powered by Progressive Insurance. Closing up shop here on a Tuesday. Show behind the show has been just absolutely outrageous today. Want to thank John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter. You can find him on the internet at John_Keim. Talked about what's going on with Scary Terry McLaurin, finally back in the building and got a new deal with the Commanders. So that's good for them. Want to thank Mo Egger, host of the Mo Egger Show on ESPN 1530 Cincinnati. Came on to talk about the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson, and of course, managers smoking heaters. Speaking of which, joining us on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. Roy in Toledo, what's up, dude?
Good morning. As a lifelong Toledo Mudhens fan, I know your bud, Ron Washington, up close and personal. Back in the old days, before it was Fifth Third Field, it was out at the old Lucas County Rec Center, which they made a ball stadium out of a racetrack. So needless to say, it was interesting. But I got to see him, and this was before the Kirby Puckett time when he played for the Mudhens.
Sure.
They were interesting, to say the least. And that man, he would be so affable. I got to help the grounds crew take things into the clubhouse back in the day. This is when they had to walk under the stands and go through the crowd to get to the locker rooms. They'd sign a bunch of balls and cards and all that stuff. Ron would be one of the last guys there signing. And I bet you didn't know about your bud. His last year in 1990 for the 49ers minor league club, he pitched 3 games. He was a really, really good guy.
Thanks for the phone call. We love stories about Uncle Ron. I did know that. But that's cool. Toledo. Can you imagine kicking it with Ron
in the
Toledo
Mudhens
in the 80s? God, that would have been awesome. Anyway, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
Oh, the irony. The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the circle of life. I wonder who Mikey C loves online, is the question. I see you got a haircut there, Mikey. What's going on?
I did, actually. I had a haircut appointment at 7 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
And it was crazy because some older gentleman actually stole my appointment, cut in front of me to sit down. My barber was like, it's just older guy, let him go. I'm like, okay. Thinking like, oh gosh, I got to get to work. So he's cutting this guy's hair. All of a sudden, he goes like, are you okay? Are you okay? The guy starts like breathing heavy. I don't know if he had a stroke or had some kind of medical condition, but they ended up getting him water and calling an ambulance. And the guy's sitting there, and I'm thinking this whole time, like, can we put him in like a different seat so I can get my hair cut so I can get to work? But I guess the guy was okay. He was breathing.
Cut to Devin on television right now. That is awful, Mikey.
I mean,
come on.
I had to get to work here, guys. So
we would have been okay if somebody had moved along and you had to find a way to get a fill in for an hour, as opposed to getting your hair cut.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hair looks okay.
Can we move the guy who might be having a stroke so I can get my hair cut? Mikey texted me, by the way.
Yeah.
He texted me, so this is how I became aware of this. He said, "Hey, dude, you're producing today, right? I'll be in by 9. Went for a haircut this morning, and I can't even read this. Some old guy might have had some incident. And something happened at the barbershop. I said, all good. We might have to talk about this on air, though."
7 a.m. appointments are crazy.
Insane. Who does that? I don't know anybody who does that.
My goodness. He knew the cameras were going to be on.
So how's the hair look, though? Does it look okay?
Is it because you didn't want to represent yourself poorly, or you wanted to be honest about how you represent yourself?
Okay.
Unlike what you do on Bumble?
Okay. But even your first response, all right, maybe you should say, I sent you guys my Bumble profile picture.
Yes, you did.
And it is AI Mikey C. But your first response was, well, yeah, it does look like you.
It does look like you. I will give you that. But how do you sleep at night? You don't wear those clothes. You look like you're some extra on CSI Miami. Devin's trying to hold up the picture and he's doing the zoom in. That's
something
Mikey
I might
C.
wear.
That's something you might wear. This pose is not you. I've never seen you in those clothes. This show is off the rails. So Devin is showing to the camera this picture of Mikey C, who looks like
it's a black suit.
It's a black suit. It's got like a sort of I don't even know what kind of a vibe this is. You look like you're in a magazine ad, for a cologne or something. Anyway, this all came about because Mikey C is not familiar with how dating apps work these days. And so when he got a FaceTime from a potential suitor, he panicked and didn't answer because he didn't have a shirt on. That's why AI Mikey C doesn't do any good for it.
What'd you say? You're like, hey, here's a photo of myself. Put this on a guy with a loose-fitting, suit hanging against the wall and make it black and white.
What was the prompt you put into the computer for that to come up?
I model Mikey C, I think.
Model Mikey
Yeah, model
C.
pic.
Oh, you typed in model Mikey C.
Yes.
Mikey C.
Got it.
That, the circle of life is absolutely closed. Oh, man. We get one day of Mikey C. We've got enough content for a week. That said, I'm glad you're back, Devin. Overall, what was your letter grade for your vacation?
Oh, letter grade was definitely an A. Had a lot of fun with the family. Looking back to, getting back to planning our next trip.
Yeah.
It's always fun to do those things because, you never know when you'll be back to those types of places. So you gotta soak them all in while you can.
Very true. We'll probably get to this more later in the week. But I indulged my Gilded Age fantasy when I got back home to D.C., went and visited the Lars Anderson house, took a bunch of pictures in front of a bunch of halls of mirrors, something Devin knows well at this stage of his life. I can't believe Mikey C is using AI pictures and doesn't even know that people FaceTime these days so you don't get catfished. That's why they do it, Mikey, because you might be somebody else. Anyways, Joe and Q is coming up next. This has been Clinton, friends. What a day. What a day on the program.
Catch me on Bumble.
I'll see you on the internet, kiddos. Adieu, mes amis.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. It is cut down day in the NFL. Teams have to get down to 53 by 3. Ryan Poles will meet the media a little bit later, one final time going into the season. We'll carry that live. Plus, Ben Johnson talks pre-practice at 12:30. We'll carry that as well.
I've been given the bad news twice in my lifetime in the NFL career.
Can you tell stories about it today?
Absolutely. There's all types of stories, but found a way to recover, kid. That's what it's all about.
You did find a way to recover and play over 100 games. The Cubs will continue the road trip against Verlander and the Giants out in the Bay Area tonight. The White Sox power display continues. That's been nice to see. We've got plenty to talk about and lots of fun to have, including a list, a lunch rush, and a whole bunch more. Join us coming up at noon.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
One night, one barrel. If you only attend one whiskey university, make it this one.
We'll taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by us and our listeners at the distillery.
And to help tell the story, we're bringing in a real whiskey PhD, Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall, for a lesson you won't forget.
It's Whiskey University with Woodford Reserve at Saranello's in Wheeling.
Tonight at 6:30.
Seats are limited, so don't be tardy.
And please drink responsibly.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin. Sounds of summer.
An accident about to happen.
Whoa! Come on, it's a freaking slip and slide. You mean slip and fall?
Water may sound seemingly harmless to you guys, but anyone who's experienced a slip and fall injury at work, in a store, or at their apartment building knows just how serious they can be. If you've been injured, call 312-6-million.
Howard is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Bears back on the practice field today, and Ben Johnson will meet the media in 30 minutes. You will hear that right here. On your home for Bears football, every time Ben Johnson speaks, you're going to hear it. On your home for Bears football. Ryan Poles will meet the media around 3. That's after final cuts are announced. We'll carry that live during Waddle and Sylvie's show as well. Just think a week from today, we'll be wrapping up. The new schedule, the new lineup starts 1 week from today, September 2nd.
9 a.m., baby.
9 a.m. Yeah, Kap and Hoodie will start at 6. We'll start at 9, go 9 to noon, and then you'll be getting Rich Eisen's brand new show live from Los Angeles every day, 12 until 2, and then Black and Abdallah for an uninterrupted hour, 2 until 3 into Waddle and Sylvie. So it is a lot of local programming. It's great in the morning to have 6 straight hours before Rich comes on the air talking Bears and NFL. That is going to be great.
I'm excited.
Yes, I am too.
I don't know if you can tell.
I can tell you're eating Garrett's popcorn. You're very happy.
Delivered yesterday.
Yeah, you're a happy man.
Got some butter stuff. Got some caramel inside there. They got the old Chicago cut.
That stuff is so good. It's so good.
The Chicago cut is the cheese popcorn and the caramel.
That's what they called the Chicago cut? I thought they called it Chicago mix.
Yeah, whatever's the difference. What's the difference?
I was like, did they name it after Flom's establishment?
No.
After Flom and Matt Moore's place?
I like calling it the
Chicago cut. I thought they called it the Chicago mix.
Yeah. How do you do it? This is the way we cut it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Cut
I guess so, yeah. Cut down days today. I don't think there are going to be many surprises. We're going to find out about.
I don't think so either, Carm.
Like what's going to happen with Booker if they put him on IR, if they can just wait a couple of weeks before he's back. So they made some moves yesterday, too. They cleared out the running back room a little bit. I was sad to see Ian Wheeler get released or waived. He got waived.
Yes, he did, yeah. Yes, there is.
Yeah, because with waived, you have to go on the waiver wire.
And waiver. If you're released, then you become a free agent.
Free agent. You can go through the waiver wire, and if he gets through, he can come back on the practice squad.
And it's got to do with years of experience.
Yeah.
That's how you know. Like a veteran guy, 7+ years, he gets released, and he can go sign with whoever he wants.
They get the right to get released. Yeah.
Yes.
Wheeler got waived, I think maybe with the intention or hopes of bringing him back. He's been such a good story. And he popped a little bit in the preseason again, but I saw that, so we're getting down to it.
But if somebody wants to sign him to their active roster, he doesn't have the choice of coming on the practice squad.
That's correct, yeah.
So if somebody's going to sign him to the active roster, you don't want to go to the practice squad. You want to go on the active roster.
Of course, that protects the player there a
You're
little
getting the
bit.
money.
Yeah.
Listen to the money talk. I mean, that's big money.
You've been cut twice, you said? You got this call on cut down day?
In Miami, I played the Denver Broncos, sprained my ankle. I was waived injured. They had to come up with space. They need to acquire a guy. They're going through their first round of cuts. Guy's not going to be healthy enough to play the final exhibition game. So they waived me injured. Gave me a check for 3 weeks. 1 week of the postseason and 2 regular season checks at the salary that I had negotiated. So it's not a bad way to say goodbye. 4 weeks into the season, they called me and brought me back on the practice squad. So that was kind of nice.
Right.
Now I was back, and I played there for 13 regular season games and then 2 playoff games on the practice squad.
Okay.
Beautiful. In Green Bay, what do we got? We going?
Go ahead, and then I got news.
Live?
You want to say it?
In Green Bay.
There is cut down news on the Bears.
Well, give the news first.
Pickens and Tyler Scott just got waived.
Yeah, not surprising.
And Jurko was just explaining the difference between waived and released. They just got waived.
They're both young.
They're both young. That is not a surprise at all.
None.
At all.
None.
Neither one of them, after being drafted a couple years ago, has really contributed all that much. Tyler Scott, unfortunately, has been
Pickens'
mostly
first 4
disappointment.
games. Zach Pickens' first 4 games were his best games.
Yeah.
And then he flanned out after that and then regressed after that. It's a shame because early on it looked like he had something. He was better than Dexter.
Yeah.
Early on he was better than Dexter and never improved after that.
Does this mean Jahdae Walker gets a spot?
No,
No, he's still...
I mean, it doesn't mean he gets a spot. He might make the team, but it's not because they let Scott go that all of a sudden there's room for him.
Okay.
I had Scott not on the team, and I had Walker not on the team either if they keep 6 wide receivers.
There you
So,
go.
I mean, that's my feeling on it. So, second one was Green Bay. Me and Brian Kinshaw were both roommates together in camp. Jesse K walked in, who's the Turk. He came in and he looked at us and he goes,
the Turk.
Yeah. He goes, I got to talk to Buh. And I'm like, sweet. He's got to talk to Brian. Brian. Right? And instead of saying Brian, he goes, I got to talk to both of you. And then I turned my head in my pillow. I actually shed some tears. Actually shed some tears. I'm like, they're going to keep 5 defensive linemen? It didn't make any sense. They had cut Bob Nelson the week before. Bob Nelson was the veteran guy. So, but I got the good news right away. to Brian Kinchin, they said, listen, Cleveland's going to want to pick you up. That's when Cleveland was still in before they became Baltimore. He goes, start driving there, call your agent, pack up, and start driving to Cleveland. He goes, Cleveland wants you. So now he's got to go all the way around the rim, all the way through Chicago, get up into Indiana, and go all the way out there. So that's probably about 8.5, 9-hour ride.
Oh, it's a long ride.
Because he had his car with him.
Yeah.
So there's no gray area. Then he turned to me and he goes, Yerk, he goes, they decided to keep 5. If they let Don Davey go, they know somebody would have picked him up.
Breaking news.
Sorry, Yerk.
It's all right.
Well, we're told this is the biggest news in the history of the world, so now we got to tell you guys about it.
I'm sorry, guys. This is the biggest news.
Is this for real?
Yeah, this is for real.
Yes.
Micah? Something Micah related?
No, it's football related, though.
It's dumber.
It's dumber and it's big.
It's dumber.
It's certainly dumber.
All right.
This
breaking
is
news.
the biggest news ever.
Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are officially engaged.
Oh, come on.
According to both of their Instagrams.
Story for
according
that.
to both of their Instagrams.
I love the two of them, but I would have let Jurko finish the story.
He can finish the story. This is news, though.
This is ESPN Radio.
We're mandated to do this.
Adam Schefter. This is per Adam Schefter.
I love it.
Per Adam Schefter. Okay?
I love it. I thought they were going to announce it when she was on the podcast. I was sure they were going to announce
23 seconds ago, per Adam Schefter. If you're not first, you're last, guys, okay?
Is Schefter the first person to break this news?
No.
It
was posted on Taylor Swift's Instagram. And what I said to Abdallah is when we were sitting back in the office like 20 minutes ago, I saw this post, but because she keeps releasing new album covers to her new album, I didn't even read it. I just scrolled past it because I was like, I'm so sick of seeing these 1,000 different album covers that she's releasing.
So
I didn't even, it's been out there for like 20 minutes, but I didn't actually read it.
I'm sure it's breaking the internet. Like, no joke. She is kind of a big deal.
Well, it's also helpful that if you go to, I believe it's ESPN.com today, there's a profile on Travis Kelce.
There is.
Oh, yeah. Interesting how the PR machine works, huh?
Yes.
Yep.
Football season's a week away, guys.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I can work. I always thought I had a shot with Taylor.
Well.
And now that she's off the market,
you got no shot. I got news for you.
Thank you. She got engaged.
You'll have to settle for Sabrina.
I get it. No, the other one. Who's Sweeney?
Move on. Sydney Sweeney?
Move
on to Sydney Sweeney. Good choice.
I'd have to settle for her,
Good
guys.
choice.
And that'll be fine.
That's pretty good settling. You settled for Sydney Sweeney.
She leans my direction anyway.
I thought Taylor Swift.
That's the final word. That's one of the most underrated things he's ever said.
It was pretty good. I apologize, too. I kind of stepped on it a little. You want to do it again so I don't say anything?
Look, I got tears in my eyes.
That was really good.
I don't have a shot at Taylor. I'm stunned.
I thought that they were going to announce it a couple of weeks ago. They didn't. It was all about the album and their relationship.
Should we break it down, guys?
Well, congratulations. They're a great couple.
Should we break it down? Maybe the chances of them surviving as a couple?
Well, you're right, Chris. I don't know.
What's the over-under on how long the marriage will last?
It seems like a dynamic PR machine. I'll give them credit for that.
Will this marriage produce any fruit on the
vine? They seem pretty smitten with one another. I don't know if you guys watched it. Like, they do seem...
I've seen couples like that before.
I've seen the reports.
5 years later want to kill each other.
Yeah,
well, that's marriage.
Let's look at other... Well, that's my point.
That's marriage.
What are they entering into?
You know, when she told the story about... I don't know if you guys listened. I did. She told the story about getting her rights back for the...
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Yeah, from Sony. Music rights.
Yeah. Did you hear the story about how she told him? Like, they do sound. It's. I don't know that that's PR. I don't know that anybody could.
So when you look at
that, like he's on his headset with Mahomes playing video games, he thought something was wrong. She was so and they were telling that story, and it was kind of sweet. You know, it was like, I think they genuinely. I don't think somebody like in a lab is concocting this. I mean, maybe, but.
So naive.
Boy, that's
so naive.
That's a lot of.
I think.
That's a lot
you're giving them a lot of credit. I think, Carm. Okay, let's.
Now I will say this: marriage is marriage. They could be divorced in 5 years, of course, because that's marriage.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
I'm not saying like it's, but I don't think it's fake now.
What are other high-profile relationships like this comparable to? Jay-Z and Beyonce?
I don't know.
Right, like they're combined.
Sure.
Or more
sure.
famous than this couple.
Sure. Is
Who
that
else?
is that a good relationship?
Well,
I don't know.
Like, what else is out there right now?
In
For
terms
top
of like
level,
big
'cause,
power,
what?
I mean, they're not together anymore, but Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman was pretty big.
Right. But that's the
Well,
point.
again,
they're not
that's-
together.
They're not
Again,
together
that's-
anymore.
again,
yeah.
that's
doesn't
marriage,
last.
though.
It's also here's the
marriage
other
doesn't last. I got news for you.
But that's true.
I
But
mean-
also, they are multimillionaires and they're famous, and it's not quite the same.
Well, listen,
rich, famous people get divorced like it's just breaking up with the next girlfriend. It happens all
it's
the
like
time.
Brady and Giselle. All I'm saying is I don't think that like they're just putting people on at this point. I think they have a genuine relationship that seems nice and sweet. Now, it's good and it's always good in the beginning. You know. So don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I don't think like it's fake though, that they're just, hey, let's pretend like we're a couple and we'll do publicity. That's what I don't think that's the case. I think they're genuinely smitten.
Yeah.
And in 3 years they might hate each other because
the fact that I've spent 3 minutes on this
You know.
now is a little disheartening.
all right. Hey, they broke in with it.
I mean, yeah, I get.
You
I
had a
get
great
it.
story going.
I
about
got it,
when
damn.
Jesse K told
But
you to
when we
stick
look
around.
at it, though, is this not going to be something every person's going to be talking about today?
Everybody, of course, they're a big deal. They're two celebrities. She's the biggest thing on the planet right now, too. She just
I hope
is.
someone
Whether you
asks
like
Ben
it or not.
Johnson.
She
about
is.
it.
I'm not even arguing with you.
She's the biggest star on the planet.
Pope Leo. I'm
Pope
thinking
Leo's
Pope
up
Leo's
there.
maybe a little bit more than her.
Pope Leo's up there.
I'm going with the Pope.
I'd say Messi and Ronaldo are still up there.
They're a couple?
No. I'm talking about.
Now, that would be news.
That'd be news. That'd be pretty
Yeah,
big news.
that would be news.
She's as big of a star as there is in the world, though. She's in the top 5. She's in the team photo for sure. So, yes, everybody's going to be talking about it. That's for darn sure. I'm sorry. So I interrupted somebody. I feel like somebody was going to say something. Was somebody jumping in?
Not me.
No. Okay.
No. We interrupted Yurko's story, though.
The story is great, and that's when Jesse K though told you to stay because he said we're going to put you. We're going to hope to get you on the practice squad. Is that what he
said? If we let Don Davey go.
Oh, if he said if we let Don Davey
we
go,
waive
right.
him, that Tim Crumry and the Cincinnati Bengals. Crumry was the coach.
Yeah.
They were going to pick him up. Crumry, a Wisconsin guy.
Tim
They had
Crumry, a
probably
former
looked at-
player. He was the coach in Cincinnati at
He
the
was
time?
coaching a defensive line in Cincinnati at the time. Remember, he had the horrific injury.
I do.
In the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And then after that, he went and started coaching with the Cincinnati Bengals. They would have picked Don Davey up off of waivers.
Okay.
They said, what we're doing is rolling the dice that we're going to cut you and nobody's going to pick you up.
Okay.
I'm like,
I
great,
see.
great. That's great. And
that
deserve
way-
to make the team. But because nobody else likes me, we're going to cut
Right,
you
right.
and hope nobody picks you up and bring you back tomorrow.
We're going to stash you on the
And then
practice squad.
Greg kind of negotiated the deal for me to get a little bit more than the minimum for the practice squad. And Greg goes, why don't you just pay him the damn thing? He goes, that's not what we do. We don't pay him, what his contract because he's on the practice squad. Otherwise, everybody would want it. But
Who
they
said
did
that?
pay me a little bit
Lindy
more.
Infante or somebody?
No, not Infante. It was Tom Bratz, who was
Tom
the general
Bratz.
manager
Yeah,
at the
Tom
time.
Bratz. Yeah.
So either way, I went and played golf with Mark Lee, Tiger Green. Played with who's the guy that kid Timmy Harris. So we just had 8 of us went out and played a little bit of golf, and then we went and had a barbecue over at Tim Harris's house.
I love that.
And then Tim Harris, 3 weeks in, they traded him to San Francisco 49ers, and I never actually played with Tim Harris because he was
How about
holding
that?
out. Yeah.
Yeah. You think those conversations probably still happen, right? They're
Yeah.
like same thing that happened 30 years ago. They're like, look, we don't think we're doing this because we don't think this is going to happen and that's going to happen, and we want to bring you back.
Right.
Right.
Sometimes you roll the dice, and that's
Yeah.
what they're doing now with these practice squad guys, trying to
Right.
figure out exactly who's going to come back, and they want to. So what you want to have is a practice squad where if you got a guy that gets injured, that practice squad guy is there to replace the individual that you have out there.
Right.
So it's difficult because you still have to learn. You still have to develop on the practice squad. You're just not out there as a dummy during practice.
Right. Trey Flowers and Royce Freeman are veterans, so they were released. Like
Yes.
Yurko was explaining
Yes.
the difference. So far, guys on waivers, and it does include Ian Wheeler. And again, he's been a great story. I hope the Bears do find a way to get him back, at least on the practice squad. Alex Cook is on that list. Power Echols, the linebacker. Caleb Hayes, the defensive back. Austin Reed, the quarterback. Tight end Joel Wilson, who at times throughout camp they've talked positively about probably trying to get him back on the practice squad. Xavier Carlton, Millard Bradford, and then today we got news right as we were coming on the air that the same fate has arrived for Tyler Scott and Zach Pickens, and neither one of those is much as a surprise. We'll see if they can get them back, if they want them back. I mean, Zach Pickens, unfortunately, like Jurko said, his first 4 games were his best. That was 3 years ago, and it just hasn't been good enough ever since.
It has not been good enough.
And the minute they went out and did some of the things they did in the early stages of their offseason, kind of the writing was on the wall for Zach Pickens. I felt like we said it in the moment, right? Like, this is probably not good, especially with Jarrett, and Dio kicks inside a lot anyway, and Billings is coming back, and
Well,
they like Pickens.
I don't know if you heard the show yesterday.
I heard a lot of the show. I didn't hear you guys.
I saw some footage on Dio. Boy, I tell you, I don't know whoever taught him how to get into a stance, but it's horrific.
Which stance? When he's outside or inside?
Outside, a 4-point stance coming off the corner. What are you doing?
Really? You don't like it?
What are you doing?
So why are you seeing that, but the Bears are going out and saying,
we really
like
first
this
thing
guy?
the first thing I do every practice is work on my stance.
What was
and come out
bad
of my
about it,
stance.
Eric?
He's overextended. Doesn't make any sense. I don't like the way he's lined up.
So
in an obvious pass rush situation, in obvious pass rush situations, you should be about 2 yards outside the tackle.
Okay.
He's 4 yards out. I know he's trying to create an angle. There's a point in time where too far, you can go too far, and you're not going to get your angle no matter what. And not only that, but that's 2-3 extra yards you have to cover. It's not instantaneous.
Too much ground
that
to
you
cover?
get there. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to be able to balance, and you still got to be able to play the run. If they play draw out of there, you still have to be able to play run.
What happens
if
then?
you're out there hell-bent for election, 7 yards, 8 yards away from the center, you're creating natural seams that nobody can cover. And then the time where they ran the ball, he's violated the law of uneven parallel lines. Remember, I taught you that.
Yes, you have.
3 guys are playing a wall at the line of scrimmage or a yard behind the line of scrimmage. This guy's way up here. They had a little slant play going. When that guy's up here, right, there's just a natural void. He needs to be with his guys, creating a wall with the outside arm free. That way, if the ball bounces, and remember, who's your friend? Who's your friend?
The sideline?
The sideline's your friend. The sideline is your 12th man.
Yeah.
Okay, you extend it. You get to the sideline. Eventually, your corner will show, and then you're going to get help. Yeah. And then the rest of the armada is behind you to help. What are you doing?
Well, fired up about Dio.
Are you sleeping? No. But it's small things that can be corrected.
Yes.
Correct them.
And the first-team defense didn't look particularly good against Kansas City's first-team offense on Friday. I know you guys talked about that a lot yesterday.
And then
I wasn't here.
He's not much unlike water. Like Bruce Lee, be like water.
Water?
This guy's the wrong kind of water.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's the
You want to be the kind of water that crushes the rock.
He's the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
The minute he meets resistance, he wants to float up underneath all the traffic and go free up in the middle. Just abandon ship. Like you've got a duty. You got to be at that wall. You got to be on that wall because people depend upon you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he abandoned ship right away, Carm.
Oh, boy.
What's going on over there?
Fired up about I missed that yesterday.
Is that a squirrel running down there? Let me go see if that's... Wow. And all of a sudden, the other army's up over the wall.
He's like an overeager
They're up over
puppy.
the wall, yes.
If you want to join us today, you can at 312-332-ESPN. Ben Johnson will meet the media in about 10 minutes. We'll carry that live. Practice coming up here at Hallis in a little bit. Tom Thayer will join us at 2. He joins us each and every Tuesday throughout the course of the NFL season. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with a Rich Eisen show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox are hot. The bats and the arms. Monday night, they pounded out 11 hits and 7 runs in a shutout win over the playoff hopeful Kansas City Royals. It was the White Sox' second consecutive shutout. All-star Shane Smith worked a career-best 7 innings. Tyler Gilbert worked the final 2. Sox have won 3 straight. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40. Be here this Saturday, August 30th, as the White Sox host the Yankees at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans in attendance will get a Babe Ruth and Al Simmons 1933 All-Star Game figurine presented by Rush. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, Chicagoland college student. Did you know you can travel all over the city for under $2 a day? Why are you spending money on parking or surge pricing from a rideshare when you could travel all over the city for just $2? A U-Pass allows you to ride unlimited CTA buses and trains every day. That's less money spent on travel and more for you to spend on things you actually want to. Talk to your school's administration office about a CTA U-Pass. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck and pergola design programs. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking, plus check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
In March 2017, police in Ketchikan, Alaska, got a worried call.
And I haven't heard from them, so I'm getting worried.
It was about a beloved surgeon, one of just 2 in town, named Eric Garcia. When police officers arrived to check on the doctor, they found him dead on a couch.
Is it a suicide? Is it a murder? What is it?
From ABC Audio and 2020, Cold-Blooded Mystery in Alaska is out now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a fresh haircut faster at a price that'll make you feel smart. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
The contract situations are starting to resolve themselves. Right? Terry McLaurin got his new deal. They made Trey Hendrickson happy enough, at least for 2025, where he'll be back on the field for opening weekend. The biggest name is Micah Parsons, and that one doesn't seem to be budging at all. Also, big news out of New York. The Giants have released Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets is free to take his delicious cutlets anywhere he wants. I think he'll get gobbled up quickly. The Bears won't have any big decisions to make at the quarterback position. That is pretty much solidified, especially in the wake of the new contract for Tyson Bagent a week ago. That was a great throw, by the way, in that in the fourth quarter for the game winner.
Sure, the final play.
That was a
2
great
seconds
throw.
left.
Great throw.
Yeah.
That's what it should look like when things
Great
are on
throw,
time, right?
Good adjustment.
Yeah.
Defensive back not really aware of what was happening, so that's a good thing for the Bears.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I can't remember what you call that dance, forgive me, with the one where it
I don't
like,
know either.
Boy,
Peggy knows.
That was hot
Peggy
a couple of years ago. The kids were doing it all the time. I didn't know it was still a popular thing.
No,
Boy,
no.
he's good
The
at
thing
it.
a couple of years ago was something totally different. This is new.
Oh, it
This
is?
is like the reverse moonwalk.
Yeah,
This is the moonwalk going forward.
I remember the kids were doing you made it look like your feet didn't hit the ground. That was a couple
you were
years
levitating.
ago.
You were levitating. Is it the Joe B?
I don't remember what it's called. He's great at it.
Yeah.
I mean, you slow down the video, you can't even really tell. Fantastic. That was a thing of beauty. We'll keep you up to date on what's happening. The latest today, the latest players to be waived by the Bears today, again, were not big surprises, but they were draft picks from just a couple years ago, and they haven't fired, unfortunately. Zach Pickens and Tyler Scott were both waived today. Ryan Poles will meet the media around 3. You'll hear that here in your home for the Bears. Same goes for Ben Johnson when he meets the media in about 5 minutes. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
All right, if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is pretty fantastic, second to none. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself that Elmwood Park is something special, and he should know. He's been there most of his life. He was born and raised there. He loves it there. It's more than just the incredible restaurants. It's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal, the next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and from Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Jurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Beautiful day again today. It's going to be a nice night for Whiskey U. Make sure you come hang with Jurko and me and Elizabeth McCall up in Wheeling, the Westin Hotel at Serenello's. That's the place to be tonight for the August Whiskey U. And Elizabeth McCall, the master distiller from Woodford Reserve's coming in. We'll bust out the double oak single barrel that we did back in May for the first time. We'll taste through really the whole lineup too, so like the American malt, the rye. It's going to be great. The bourbon, of course. Great cocktails, great food, great company. We expect a pretty big crowd, so don't be too tardy. 6:30 to 8:30 for Whiskey U at Serenello's in Wheeling tonight. Ben Johnson's going to be stepping to the podium momentarily when that happens. We will bring it to you live. And we'll see if we get any more updates on roster certainty, and all that will be solidified in the next few hours. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvie at 2:35, excuse me. And then at around 3, Ryan Poles is expected to meet the media once they have to get the roster down to 53. And we will carry that for you. Football's back. I mean, we got a game Thursday. You know, you got a top 25 team in action on Thursday night, Yerk, which is great. Boise State will be playing. Illinois plays a game that probably won't be too competitive. They're about a 6-touchdown favorite against Western Illinois. And then we roll into one of the premier matchups, forget about for week 1, for the entire season, number 1 versus number 3 at the Shoe. It is Texas versus Ohio State. Can't wait for that on Saturday. Oh, here's Ben Johnson. I'll finish my thought on that coming up. Let's listen to the coach.
Ryan and I have had to have conversations with, and tough deal for my first time going through it as well. But I want to say thank you to all the guys that we had to move on from. Hopefully we'll get a number of them back on practice squad, but it's that time of year, and it's just a step closer to week 1. So I know Ryan's gonna talk after practice. We're still finalizing some of this roster stuff as we speak right now, and hopefully he'll have a little bit more clarity here this afternoon in terms of that. The one thing I can say is we will be going forward with 3 quarterbacks. All right, so Caleb and Tyson and Case, those will be our 3 guys here. I think I alluded to it in the past. Feel strongly about that room, and really like the makeup, the chemistry, and the growth that we've seen over the course of the spring and the summer so far. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up.
And what are you guys going to do with Jalen Johnson? Is he going to be on the active roster?
That's the plan. Yep.
And so his progress toward being ready for week 1 is what right now?
It's as it has been. That's been the target date, but we'll see.
And what is the specific injury?
You can ask Ryan that one.
Ben, what's your big picture overview with the running backs room, obviously, with what you want to do with it going into the regular season, and then dealing with some of the injury issues that are still lingering right now?
Yeah, we're working through that. We'll always be looking to, if there's guys out there that we can help upgrade that room. I feel really good about the coach that we have in that room. Eric Bieniemy's been doing a phenomenal job getting those guys ready. I think it starts there. I've been pleased with Swifty and everything he's shown over the course of camp. And then we've got some young guys that maybe don't have as many skins on the wall, but they're hungry and they're learning, and I feel good about it. So I think we're in a good spot right now. I think the injury part of it, that's the most troubling and most concerning part right now, is just making sure we have enough depth so that we have a full stable of guys going forward. But I have full confidence that week 1 and really for the whole season, we're going to be just fine there.
It was a small sample size for DeAndre, but it seemed like he put some good things out there. What did you see from his performance in Kansas City that caught your attention?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. He's got that ability to be a spark for us, and I've known that for years about the guy. I mean, he's particularly when we're a little bit stale coming out of the gate. He wants to be that guy to get us back on track, and I think that's what the good running backs do in this league is their teammates will feed off of them. All it takes is for one big play. I mean, he had the hurdle on the sideline, and I thought that was a good thing to see. And so explosive player, want to get the ball in his hands with some space as much as we possibly can. And I thought the cool thing you saw in that game was a couple short yardage opportunities, and he was willing to lower his shoulders and find a way to get the yard. So happy with where he's at right now.
With Kyle and some of the other running backs that have Roshan, Homer, is their week 1 availability in question, or are you expecting them back?
Yeah, we're still working through that. There's some question mark on when all these guys will be fully healthy again, and so that's really what we're talking about as we're going through the roster right now.
Ben, when you went back and looked at film of the first team offense, what did you see?
Probably, how I felt was the truth, and I said it after the game, and talked with those guys the next day as well. And we have a high standard. It was good to see the last two drives, they had 4 possessions, but the last 2 drives, we ended up with some points. And so that was good to see. But the slow start, that's not what we want to be about. I felt that in practice at times over the course of camp. And so we're on a mission right now just to make sure that doesn't become a constant recurring theme as we go into the season. And so I think, like anything, you bring it to their attention. And, we got a bunch of pros and a bunch of prideful guys, and we'll get this thing fixed.
Okay, what does Caleb need to do to not get off to a slow start? Is it an energy thing? Is it an accuracy thing? Is it a mindset thing?
No, I don't think it's any of that. It's just we're all about, and it doesn't matter. It's not Caleb. It's everybody. It's everybody, and it's coaches included in all this thing. And so we're not pointing fingers. The whole thing is we just got to be focused. We got to be intentional. We like to talk about. If we get 70 plays in a game, those are 70 bullets for us to shoot off, and we need each one to count. We can't be missing. We can't be wasting. And I think that's the mantra that we've been talking about as coaches, and the players are really taken to that. So just that awareness level that there are no breather plays in this league. Each thing is really important. The details are really important, and I think it's going to add up, and we'll be just fine.
Is Braxton Jones your starter week 1 at left tackle?
I'm not ready to talk about starters yet.
With Jalen, in the limited amount of time he's going to have on the practice field, assuming he's back out there sooner rather than later, is stamina when you get to the game going to be a question?
Yeah, I think that that's a good observation right there, because we're doing as much as we can to make sure that conditioning is where it needs to be, but at the same time, there really is no substitute for putting on pads and playing the game at full speed. And so each guy's different, particularly guys that have had success in this league for a number of years. They're a little bit different than maybe a rookie that you don't know as much about. And so he does get a little benefit of the doubt because he's played this game at a high level. But at the same time, I don't think there's any substitute for being able to be out there and go through the process. Training camp is a really good indication, not just for the team, but for each player as you're working through low volume, ramping on up over the course just to make sure you're ready to take on a 17-game season. And of course, he's missed that.
And you said all along with the left tackle spot that you want to see somebody stand out and earn that. Do you feel like that was the case?
I think we're going to have a starter week 1, and we'll go from there. So that's, I said it a few weeks ago, and we feel good about the guys we have in that room. Someone's going to take the bull by the horns and is going to completely take over, but we're not afraid to make a change if the performance isn't where it needs to be. So we'll make that decision going into next week. I'm sure you guys will have a good idea who our starters will be going into Minnesota, but I'm not there yet. This week is still about us. I'm not worried about Minnesota yet. It's all about us.
And when you were a coordinator and you were looking at head coaching jobs, you made comments that I read where you wanted to go somewhere where you're going to be set up to succeed right away, or to succeed rather. How well set up do you think you are with this roster to be successful in year 1?
Yeah, I think probably when those remarks were made, it was more talking about the alignment from the top on down, and from ownership to the general manager to president, and in that regard, I feel strongly about it. I felt strongly when I interviewed, and I still feel strongly about that right now. So that element is in place. Rosters change year in and year out. I think Ryan's done a good job over the course of his tenure here of accumulating talent, and now it's our job as coaches to find some results with it.
To rephrase that, it can take time to tilt the roster toward and shape the roster toward what a new coach and a new coaching staff wants. How close is this to what you want it to be and what you need to be successful this year?
There are some tenets that we feel strongly about as a coaching staff, more so in how we play the game and less so about the skill set of the players we have around us. I feel strongly about our coaches. They're really good at what they do. They've got a right mix of experience, and we're going to draw out the best of them, and we're going to put them in good positions to succeed. So there are no particular skill set requirements that we need. We got some good, talented players, and really the objective is to win. It's to win now.
Penalties have been a consistent issue throughout training camp and we've seen it pop up during the game. Are you at all concerned that this may be something that continues to pop up during the season? And how do you overcome calling an offense when those are they come
listen,
in?
I am disappointed that they've lingered on for as long as they have. That's something that we've addressed, we've talked about, and do I think it's going to be a recurring theme over the course of the season? No, I don't. We have a plan in place for how we can help eliminate these things, and we'll go with that going forward.
When you saw Caleb in the 2-minute setting, whether it's last year or the time you worked with him the last few months, what makes him dangerous in that situation?
I think that's just where feels most natural. I think that's over the course of high school, college, and now pros. That's probably where he's accumulated the most number of snaps, and so naturally that's where he thrives. He feels pretty good being on the ball, no huddle, tempo type plays. He's got a flair for the dramatic. He understands situations. He knows where he needs to break the pocket and extend, and he's doing a great job right now understanding when to check the ball down and let our guys go run after the catch a little bit. So I just think it's been an accumulation of reps over the course of his lifetime. Yeah.
There's Ben Johnson meeting the media. You hear it every time he speaks here in your home for the Bears. Biggest takeaway. Go.
Biggest takeaway? That he's not committing to a starter at left tackle.
That's like 1A.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that was, hey, we're working on ourselves this week. This is what we're looking to do, period.
Big.
Second is Jalen, or the first one could even be Jalen Johnson.
No, I wasn't thinking that. That's significant.
And not wanting to address what the problem is.
Okay, that's like 2 for me. When asked, will Jalen be on the active roster, he said that's the plan, and then really wouldn't talk too much further.
Right. Well, if that's the plan, what's the problem?
I don't know. I think you're spot on with the Braxton Jones stuff in the left tackle. He said, I'm not ready to talk about starters yet. He went in to reiterate that this week is still about them, not about Minnesota.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, at some point, I've got to imagine install's going in for Minnesota,
Yes.
right? I mean, not next week, but this week, I would think.
It's got to be going in this week for them to be prepared on Monday to go.
He said it's still about us, not about Minnesota. And he said we're still – I love the line. Even every once in a while, somebody as transparent as Ben Johnson has a great coach speak line. We're going to have a starter in week 1. You will. There will be a left tackle. I don't know who it's going to be or if that player can play. Here's what I think is the biggest takeaway from this. This is a recurring – he mentioned recurring themes. This is a recurring theme because he talked about it 6 weeks ago. He talked about it a month ago. He talked about it 3 weeks ago. He talked about it post-game Friday. He talked about it today. And this isn't the media talking about it, so you can't just say you guys are all haters.
Creating something.
The head coach doesn't like where his offense is.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Very refreshing to hear that from a head coach. We are now less than 2 weeks away. But the head coach is annoyed with the problems of his offense. And that is very much crystal clear. Things like disappointed that they've lingered as long as they have. Quote, the slow start is not what we want to be about. Quote, we've seen it from time to time in practice. We have to get it cleaned up. Quote, it's not Caleb, it's everybody, coaches included. We're not pointing fingers. It's everybody. Quote, this is a coach that is very much annoyed with his offense. And does not like where it is. You got less than 2 weeks. Better spend these next 2 weeks wisely.
You
and
can
get ready for
You can have
Minnesota.
the greatest weapons in the world. If you can't utilize your weapons, it doesn't make a difference.
So it's refreshing, but at the same time, like, man.
Stunning.
Well,
it's
just concerning.
It is a tad bit stunning.
You know, I've had the Bears circled as a win in the opener.
And are you confident enough in the defense to be able to get that done?
That's a whole other issue. I think I have more confidence still in the offense, believe it or not. But every time the coach talks, I feel like I shouldn't. You know, I know that the first team didn't finally move the ball until the second team was there, but until the second team defensive Kansas City was on the field.
was on the field.
Like, I still thought there were positive things to take away. He kind of like, he didn't want to hear any of that post game. I thought there were still some positive things to take away because I thought it gives you confidence in him as a play caller. I think you see the things that you've always talked about what makes play callers good. And I think you saw in his play calling, even when they were down a considerable amount early, there didn't appear to be too much panic. And then they got some chunk plays, and they still ran the ball, and they used a little misdirection from time to time. And all of a sudden, first down started adding up, and they moved the ball, and they scored some points. And again, I get it. It was against the second-team defense of Kansas City, but regardless, I thought there was good stuff to take away in terms of what he brings to this offense as a play caller and as a coach. But man, you can tell he is still very frustrated with where his offense is and how it's performed. Mm-hmm. And he's given you a very, just a completely blunt and honest assessment. You do not hear that very often. Now, he can't always be honest. He doesn't want to talk about the left tackle yet and who that's going to be, and he's not going to. He
doesn't want to talk about his corner.
And he doesn't want to talk about the cornerback. And I get the competitive advantage or disadvantage stuff to that is, he's not going to talk about that, and he's going to let Ryan Poles answer some of those questions. But his straightforwardness about the unevenness of this offense throughout 6 weeks of training camp is whoa. And he does coach in a different way. And guys, you're hearing it constantly when he talks. So hopefully you guys get the message and they continue to clean it up. It's got to be better than it's been if they want to win that opener as a short underdog at home on Monday night, a week from Monday. Less than 2 weeks now. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
$6.7 million the Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they're going to help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Automatic.com.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats live from the stands, and we've got a special update. Sources confirm fans using the Vivid Seats app are racking up rewards with every ticket and doing it fast. With an unbeatable lineup of seats and perks that go the distance, why use any other app for game day? Don't fumble this season. Grab your tickets through Vivid Seats, download their app, earn rewards, and as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, get $20 off your first $200 in-app purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
There's still no official news on Jalen Johnson. They'll have to make some sort of determination by 3 when the roster's got to be down to 53. See if they get him off PUP and they get him on the active roster. But Ben Johnson very non-committal during his press conference about Jalen Johnson. Now, when it was asked, will he be on the active roster, he did say that's the plan, but not too much in the way of, like, will he be ready for the opener and what is the injury? I believe the question was asked directly by a reporter, what is his injury? Right, guys? Sometimes they're tapping fast and furious. I'm jotting down notes, and I don't write that fast. I feel like I should type it. It'd be better. I thought the third question about Jalen was, what is the injury? And
yes.
he punted, right? Like
he said, ask Ryan.
He said, he basically said, go ask Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
He punted on that one.
And Ryan Poles will be asked that question at 3:05 when he meets the media. You'll hear that on Waddle and Sylvie.
Let's see what Ryan Poles at. Wouldn't it be funny if he goes, go ask Ben? Go ask Ben.
He'll kick it up.
Who would he go ask George?
No, go ask Kevin.
Go ask Kevin? Yeah,
and
I
then
guess you're
Kevin
right.
will say, go ask George.
Go ask George, and George will be like, go ask Andy McKenna.
Yeah.
I don't know. They just keep punting. But I sure hope, and good news for the Bears is they wrap week 1. They still have 13 days, right? Like a little extra time. Sure hope Jalen Johnson's on the field for the opener. Justin Jefferson has dealt with his own injury throughout camp and is slow coming back, but we know just how good Justin Jefferson is. And it should be nice to have the option of Jalen Johnson out there. And then Brad Biggs, I think, asked to follow up a little bit later about Jalen Johnson, just about stamina. Will he have the required stamina considering he's been absent for so long, got hurt mysteriously, somehow working out in the offseason and has not participated in any of training camp. So depending on how much the Minnesota Vikings are on the field, let's hope it's not a whole heck of a lot. It'll be interesting to see what kind of stamina Jalen Johnson does have if he does get back. I love it when Ben Johnson talks about like those 70 plays too. He called them 70 bullets. And that's what he's so annoyed right now. I think he's annoyed with holding penalties, false starts, dropped handoff exchanges. Like that's what has got him bothered. And it was certainly the case early in the game on Friday night. And he expressed as much afterwards, and he continues to express some frustration with that this is where the offense is this late into camp. But he keeps talking about like those 70 bullets and making the most out of those opportunities and about being productive with those. Remember, this is the coach that was talking when he got hired about EPA per play and big plays and chunk plays and bypassing third downs. Like he is, while he's tough, I mean, you could tell that he's got a toughness about him, right? He's got like that football coach mentality. He's got a little of that old school, like, we're going to be tough. We're going to push you hard. We're going to hold you accountable. He is still very analytically driven. He's still a math major. And he definitely talks about, he's a nice combination of both, actually. It's sort of refreshing. He definitely talks about those more modern things that we kind of dissect and discuss when we're talking about modern day NFL offenses. And it's your explosiveness, and it's your EPA, and it's your success rate, and it's your ability to bypass third down, or your ability to stay in third and short. Those are what the really good offenses do. And you could tell he wants to do that. And he's always talking about like those 70 plays, those 70 bullets. Are you making the most of those?
You and Jurko were saying that you don't know who the left tackle is, and he said he doesn't.
I think it's Braxton Jones.
It's Braxton,
right?
Just say it.
They wouldn't commit, though.
No, it's Braxton Jones. They committed. The last 2 preseason games, He has
How come he wouldn't say it
exclusively.
today, you think?
They said it though. They said it without saying it.
I don't know. He said, I'm not ready to talk about the starters
He
yet.
has exclusively played with the ones at left tackle. Ozzie Trapillo has exclusively played right tackle with the twos.
Well, I don't think it's Ozzie Trapillo.
It's not.
Yeah.
Theo Benedict has exclusively played left tackle with the twos and the threes in the preseason games. He might not be ready to say it, but there's no way you're putting Theo Benedict out there to start a game against the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Go block Jonathan Grenard.
Exactly. That's exactly what you did with Karan Amagaji, and you might have ruined him because of it. There's no way. Ben Johnson might be a first-time head coach, but he's not stupid.
I wouldn't think, Adam, but I don't know that they've seen enough of what they like. Maybe they're just still trying to light a fire. Like Chris sent us that clip that Chase Daniels sent out where Chase is like, listen, it's easy to blame the quarterback here.
Yeah.
He's like, everybody wake up and look at the left tackle.
Look,
like,
two things
the
can be
left
true.
tackle's got to wake up. Like,
two things can be true, right? They might not like Braxton Jones. They might have to start Braxton Jones.
Yeah, you might be right.
Two things can be
They
true.
might not love Braxton Jones. I think they like Braxton Jones, and they realize they might have to start Braxton Jones.
Okay.
He reiterated again today that we reserve the right to change our mind.
And that's fine.
And to change. It's never the best thing, though, when I don't know many bad teams, let alone good teams, that are like, if at the bye we have to reassess, we'll reassess. Hey, that's not position A.
But on Monday, in 2 weeks from yesterday, he's starting.
I would think so. That's where my money would be. I think I'm more confident in that than I am in Jalen Johnson being on the field the way this has trended, unfortunately. I don't like saying that, but geez. Yeah, made me make a wager. I think I'd bet on Braxton being in the starting lineup before Jalen.
I told you guys at the beginning somebody would have to beat Braxton Jones out.
You did say that.
When
Nobody's
you're the incumbent, somebody's got to beat you out. And they put it out there. 74 couldn't do it. Trapillo couldn't do it.
Yeah, nobody's done it.
They couldn't do it. So guess what you've got to do? You got to go with the guy that's the veteran, the guy that's been there, the guy that's logged the most games there, whether you like it or not.
I mean, they've a few times have mentioned the bye in Week 5 as maybe a good spot for them because it's early enough in the season where if they're you keep getting maybe somebody else up to speed or somebody else can continue to push Braxton Jones, they might make a change. All right, we'll grab some calls coming up and we'll do a list for the day. The countdown continues. We are into single digits here, crazy, before the NFL starts its season next Thursday. 312-332-3776. We will talk more about the left tackle position and the offense as a whole when Tom Thayer joins us an hour from now. He'll be our guest talking Bears each and every Tuesday. It's Carmen and Yurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
These days, there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, meditation apps, cleanses. But how do you know what really works for you? As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie a little bit later today. Also, the Bears are going to cut down to 53, and in 2 hours, that's when they have to get this all finalized with the league office. In a couple hours, Ryan Poles is scheduled to meet the media. You'll hear that during Waddle and Sylvie's show here in your home for the Bears. We just heard from Ben Johnson. We got a list in a minute. Let's grab a couple quick phone calls on the Bears. Bobby's in Milwaukee. Go ahead, Bobby.
Guys, thanks for taking the call. As the Bears look to improve their roster, two needs I see are the pass rush and running back. And I think the mark in the league right now to help with both those things are the New Orleans Saints, a team that's going absolutely nowhere. My question for you guys, if you could get Cameron Jordan and Alvin Kamara for a second-round pick and, let's say, a day 3 pick, or get those two guys for Tyson Bagent, which one of those two would you prefer?
I'd rather not give up a second and third-round pick for those two players. So that would be my choice, Bobby, but they're also not going to trade Tyson Bagent. They love Bagent. They love their room.
How old's Cameron Jordan?
Oh, God. I mean, 35? Or am I shooting high? Maybe not 35. Maybe 32. I'm going to say 32.
Well,
no, I should have stuck with my instincts. 35.
Yeah. No.
Cam Jordan's 35 years old.
I'm not trading Tyler Bagent for Cameron Jordan.
Or Tyson.
Tyson, what did I say, Tyler?
Yeah.
Tyson Bagent. Either way, I'm not trading a second-string quarterback for the Chicago Bears for a 35-year-old Cameron Jordan. I'm not going to do that.
And Kamara's got a lot of...
And I wouldn't trade a second-round draft choice for him either.
I wouldn't either.
Kamara's running back. Guys, that's it. I mean, let's not do this thing all over again. How many times do I got to tell you about the running backs? Yeah. Quit crying about your running backs in Chicago.
Their running back room is fine.
You block for them, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
You've got to block. Enough of this running back crap. I'm tired of listening to it in Chicago.
Don't worry about trading for running backs. I think the problem is it's because Walter, the history of it. You're Gail
Sayers, Rick Caceres,
Lamore, and
Bulldog
Rick
Turner.
Caceres,
What else do you want?
Greg Grange and Neil Anderson.
That was 19 what?
Well, I know.
19 what? Then go ahead. I want to hear somebody mention Saquon Barkley. Go ahead.
Saquon, he didn't play for the Bears.
Not for the Bears, but Saquon Barkley. Look what Saquon Barkley did for Philadelphia. Blah, 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 blah. And then we point out the other two guys that Philadelphia had that were equally as successful. Maybe
not in
Saquon
terms of the
Barkley.
counting stats, because Saquon has got a great skill set, but yes, the production as an offense was equal. Yes. Real quick, Chase on the south side. Go ahead, Chase.
Hey guys, what you guys doing?
Well, great.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm getting really irritated with this Montez Sweat thing. He's getting paid a lot of money. And the fact that we're still talking about adding an edge rusher, the guy that we gave up a second-round pick for, and we're paying him like he's a premier pass rush, and yet he has done nothing since he's been here. And I'm just a little irritated because we had opportunities in the draft to address this, and Poles decided to draft a wide. Look, I don't mind the Luke Burden pick, but at the same time, it's like, what is he used for? You got enough receivers. You could have used that pick and drafted an edge rusher. I know that guy from Marshall. I heard he was a head case, but still, he's a talented guy. Edge rushers, you can't find them. Those are hard positions to fill. And the fact that we're still talking about it within year 3, we're still trying to look for a pass rush after you gave up a second-round pick and paying this guy like he's Lawrence Taylor, and yet he's not even close to that. And yet
they're really not
that's
paying
the thing
him.
that's really pissing me off. It's annoying that we're going through this again.
They're not paying him they're not paying him like a premier pass rusher, right? They don't. But
he's not performing well. He's not performing well at all.
He did not have a good year last year, Chase. I agree. He's had a very good camp. Things have been positive. It sounds like they don't pay him like a premier pass rusher. What does Montez Sweat make?
$22 million.
$22 million?
Premier guys get 30 what million?
Premier guys are getting $35 million, $40 million, even maybe 30.
He's the guy that's supposed to be able to give you double-digit sacks. That's what he's supposed to be able to do.
I think Montez might bounce back and have a good
double-digit sacks is what I'm looking for.
All right, let's do a list for the day. We're down to single digits as the season will kick off next Thursday night in
9.
Philadelphia, 9.
Jim McMahon.
Yeah,
9.
Jimmy Mack, single digits. All right, let's do it.
All right, gentlemen, as we do every day around this time after we hear from Chase, we spin the wheel.
Talking about how he's a
We spin the wheel. We spin the wheel. Chris has Chris, go ahead.
Let's see. Schefter posted yesterday after the Hendrickson news that Sweat is 9th, the 9th highest pass rusher in the league.
All right, so that's not
24.5 per year.
Oh, I was $2 million off. I'm sorry, 24 million.
So 9th, top 10.
He's 9th. I mean,
All right.
like,
That's
you
a lot
wanna,
of money, though.
Sure, would
still.
you like to get 10 sacks? Of course. I think he knows what is expected out of him.
Spin again. It landed on 87. We've done
Tommy
that.
Waddle. But he's not getting paid like Myles Garrett or Trey Hendrickson, or he's not going to get what Micah gets or TJ Watt. Those are your premium.
Already, we spin again.
I heard yesterday it took 9 spins.
It took a lot. We're down to the end here. We're down to the end. It lands on 20. We already did that one.
9
it
spins.
lands on.
Oh, tell us the ones that we've done already.
62. Okay, 62. We have not done this one. All right, this is a good one. 62
Is it a
is
things?
your fit. No, there's only one. There's 2 things left on the whole lists on the 100 list.
We started this at 100. Everybody.
Yeah, number 62 is your favorite documentaries.
Oh,
documentaries. Now, I will tell you this: if you want to leave these off, there is also for later. If we do get to it, there is favorite sports documentaries later. So if you want to leave those off, you can, because there are those later. You can do whatever you want to, but sports are later if you want. Maybe.
Favorite.
I'm just letting you know. Favorite documentaries are now, and sports are later.
And we may not get to.
We might not get to it until next year, or the year after, or the year after, or the year after.
All right. Favorite documentary.
Documentaries.
I don't even have a ton Russian.
In your brain?
Yeah.
I'm trying to even. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on here too. Documentaries. I'm just like trying to. I'm trying to think of documentaries that I've actually watched. Documentaries.
All right, this is a good.
All right, I'm ready to go.
Wow. Yeah, I knew Chris would be.
This is my wheelhouse. I love stuff like this, documentaries.
I think we're gonna have the same.
I'm a big fan.
I think we're gonna have the same one too. Same number 1 too.
I gotta look up. The name of
that's
one of them.
perhaps it is the same number 1 because it's the greatest documentary ever made. So
I think so.
Of course.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah. So I'm since we have a sports documentaries on the horizon,
So are you
perhaps
gonna
at some
pass?
point. No, I'm not passing, but I'm going to put The Last Dance at number 5. Number 5 for The
that's-
Last Dance.
Wow.
For me.
That's very good.
So I've got Jordan, The Last Dance, looking at the iPad, giving you some Jordan tears because he's committed.
Pretty good.
Unlike the rest of the league, bunch of losers.
Losers.
That's why Jordan's the best. All right, so number 5, The Last Dance. I'm going to go at 4, The Staircase.
Great one.
Have you guys seen The Staircase? So this is the situation. Older couple, their kids are like college aged and out of the house.
Yeah.
And the wife falls down a staircase and is murdered. She's dead at the bottom of the staircase.
Is it a true crime documentary?
Yes. What they think happened was that the husband killed her. The documentary is about piecing together what took place. There's an owl involved.
What?
There's a theory that there was an owl that spooked her and she fell down the staircase. It's a wild documentary. The Staircase. Wow. There was also, so don't get twisted on it.
Okay.
There's a documentary, and then there's also like an HBO drama that was based on
How have I never heard of this?
the case.
All right, fabulous. True
It's
crime
good.
stuff is pretty compelling. these
Both,
days.
I'll say this, both are pretty good.
Okay.
The drama one is actually not terrible.
All right.
I will go number 3, Making a Murderer.
It's great. Yeah.
On
Great.
Netflix.
It's fabulous.
Really good.
It's going to be on my list.
That.
It's fabulous.
I feel like we were
I
all
love that.
very captivated by Making a Murderer when it
Totally.
first came out. I'm going to go number 2, The Jinx.
Great one,
The
too.
Jinx is the wealthy real estate tycoon who the individual, I think his name is Robert Durst,
Yeah.
if I have that right.
Yep, you do.
He killed,
I remember this.
allegedly,
Yeah.
multiple ex-wives
Yeah.
and then finally was caught because they were making the documentary, The Jinx, and he was mic'd up and went to the bathroom and was muttering to himself that he admitted to himself.
Dopey, huh? I mean,
yeah, he's a weirdo. If you watch the documentary, he is a weird person.
Great stuff.
Great documentary, The Jinx, also could be found on HBO. And number one, O.J. Simpson, Made in America, is the best documentary that's ever been made.
That's a good one. That's a really
Made
good
in
one.
America is the best.
That's a really
If you've
good
yet to see it, it is fantastic. It covers the trial. It covers the chase. It covers
That's a real good one.
the city of Los Angeles, the riots, and the police brutality that took place in that city for decades. It's a great documentary.
Great.
That's
Love
my
it.
list.
That's a good list.
Lock it in.
I mean, it is pretty good.
Who's next? It's not me yet.
I'm ready.
I was going to say, I
I'm
could
just
probably
saying, who's
go.
next?
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay,
yeah,
go.
I'm
Then
ready.
I'll go.
I'm ready. Okay, number 5. It's called "I'll Be Gone in the Dark." It's about basically Patton Oswalt's deceased wife, his first wife, deceased wife,
good.
about the Golden State Killer.
Yeah.
She is actually from Oak Park. And it takes place. It takes place in L.A. Obviously, it's about the Golden State Killer, and eventually they figure out who it is, and it's Patton Oswalt's involved and everything. It's great. It's on HBO. Check it out. 4, Making a Murder. Chris talked about that already. Number 3, it's called Jim and Andy. It's about Jim Carrey and how he stayed in character as Andy Kaufman while making Man on a Moon about Andy Kaufman.
Good one.
And it is great.
Good one.
If you like Andy Kaufman and you like Jim Carrey, it is wild.
I love Andy Kaufman. I also like Jim Carrey, too. But I love Andy Kaufman.
Great movie.
Yes, I'll have to check that out because I remember hearing about that. And the movie was good, but
the movie's great.
The documentary sounds interesting.
Number 2 is called The Aristocrats.
Oh, it's great.
And it's about the
that
joke.
is awesome.
It's great.
Called The Aristocrats, and it's a bunch of comedians talking about the joke, The Aristocrats. And if you don't know the joke, The Aristocrats,
It's so good.
I can't tell the joke, The Aristocrats, because it's horribly vulgar, and everybody has their own version of The Aristocrats. Yeah, and it's a bunch of comedians telling their version of The Aristocrats.
It is great.
And Bob Saget is the king.
Yeah,
of
actually,
the joke.
I think the
Saget
best
and
one.
Gilbert Gottfried.
Yes, those are the two.
Is the best one after it was after 9/11 at the roast of Hugh Hefner, right? Yeah, is the best one.
It's incredible.
And the best documentary ever is Made in America. OJ Made in America.
The OJ, yeah, you guys love
OJ
that.
Made in America
Man,
is the
I feel
best.
like I'm
It's
not
the best
giving that
one.
enough
It's
love.
the best one ever. Yeah, it's
All
so
right.
good. It's so good.
That's a good list. Good list, you guys. I'll go. You ready, Eric? I'm going to go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm going to have to let you go.
The documentary about the Russian hockey team and the players that started coming over primarily to the Red Wings in the 80s and 90s called The Red Army.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. You got to be a little bit of a hockey dork, but that's okay. It was really well done. Number 4, The Last Dance. Chris explained why. Number 3, Making a Murderer. Both the guys explained why. I was captivated by that first season when it came out. I loved it. Number 2, Noam Chomsky's great book was turned into a wonderful documentary at some point in the 90s. I want to say maybe the early 2000s. Manufacturing Consent is worth a watch for everybody, no matter which way you lean. And finally, last but not least, the greatest documentary of all time. No disrespect to these guys. They came up with a very good documentary. But the greatest documentary of all time that I've watched 100 times is the first Bulls championship video in 1991. Learning to Fly is the greatest championship documentary of any kind, period. End of story. Long live MJ. That's the list.
Yurko, do you need one for your list? I can give you one.
No, I got one.
I needed one. I needed an extra one that I couldn't put on there.
You might help me at one because one I came up with the only documentary I saw when I was a youngster.
Okay.
Man on Wire?
No.
You can go with that one?
No,
Okay.
not.
You could add iRobot.
Guys, when I think about not bad, but when I think about documentaries, I always think about wildlife documentaries.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's what I remember. Wing migration.
Wing migration.
When they follow the geese and the ducks and everything flying south for the winter, and they're like literally right next to them.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's fantastic. It's cutting edge stuff. Wow. Some are about animals, the others are not. The original documentary, Michael Moore, who we don't agree with.
Roger and me?
Yeah, Roger and me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
When he went up there and talked to
great
the
one.
guy, and him and I don't agree with each other, but I think he does some great stuff when it comes to the documentaries.
I would agree with you.
And
Bowling for Columbine is also very good.
It is. He does great work, and he's absolutely fantastic. which is what you should be able to say about somebody that does quality work.
That's a good call.
Period. Always
Roger
remember
Me
that.
is great.
Sharks, masters of the ocean. The best of what Shark Week has to offer, right, is when they got sharks, masters of the oceans.
That's awesome.
Number 2, lions, the kings of Namib, which is obviously the grass plains of Africa.
This is incredible.
Well, that's the only reason I'm putting them out there.
Wow.
And number 1, Manson. About Charlie
good.
Manson.
Okay,
That
that's good.
documentary
That's good.
about Manson.
I'm surprised March of the Penguins was not on the list.
Not on mine, no.
I remember seeing that in the theater.
But Penguins don't do much.
Yeah, they really
No,
don't.
but have you
don't
guys
do
seen that
much.
documentary?
I've
the
seen
March
it.
of the Penguins?
Yeah.
I've seen it. Was that
I
the
think
one about the life
Morgan,
cycle? About, am I thinking of the right one where they talk about just how brutal those conditions are that they have to endure and what they do to protect the
What's
egg?
his name? Who's the voice of God in so many different movies?
Morgan Freeman.
Freeman. Doesn't he voice
I
over
think so.
the film?
Right. It's
Oh.
actually pretty fascinating.
And speaking of animals, have you
Penguins are
guys seen
boring.
Grizzly Man?
No.
Isn't that the one where the guy lived with the grizzly bears until eventually?
No. And the
They,
grizzly bear killed it?
Yeah,
So they
it's
got
all
hungry.
the footage is all there, and they
Carmen,
don't show
they got hungry.
They don't show you the footage, but they show you people listening to the audio of it, and it is beyond
Carmen,
messed up.
Oh, my God.
The smell of human flesh to the grizzly is very appetizing.
It's like walking by a bakery to us.
You guys honestly haven't seen. You guys would love it. This guy, outdoors guy, goes and lives, and he thinks he's like one with the Grizzlies.
Until the
Grizzlies
they
essentially allow him to hang out for a long extended period of time.
Plan. He's the backup plan.
And then one gets him.
As long as there's plenty of salmon to go around, we ain't got to kill this guy yet.
Yeah.
But the minute the salmon ran dry,
But it's a great animal documentary.
Oh, my God.
don't think they didn't know what they were doing. Keep them around. Don't scare them, Jimmy.
Let's grab a
We want to
call.
keep them here.
Sean in Roscoe Village. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey guys, I like Black. I'm a big Doc fan, so I got a couple for you. The 7-5, if you've never seen it, it's a great crime documentary about a police unit in the 80s in New York and just how dirty they were. That one's really good. America, Bigger, Faster, Stronger, about the steroid epidemic. There's 2 music docs, Finding Sugar Man and Satan and Adam. Those are awesome. And one more about a boy that's on the spectrum who has kind of none of the social frustrations that people on the spectrum face, but has all of the mathematical and memory capabilities. It's called The Boy with the Incredible Brain.
All right. Look at Sean. You have a wide range there. Pick your flavor, whatever interests you.
Hey, he was
Sean,
everywhere there.
Sean just gave you a few good ideas. I like it. John in Bucktown, go.
Hey, I was going to say 2 Escobars. It's a 30 for 30 about Andre Escobar and Pablo Escobar and like the ties between the football clubs with
Very
the
good.
cartels.
Very
it's
good.
an amazing documentary.
John, very good.
I stay away from the sports
When
ones.
Adam said there are going to be potentially a sports list, now I had some sports stuff on mine.
Yeah.
But I purposely left off the 30 for 30 stuff because
Right.
there are a couple of them that are incredible.
Like for me, Once Brothers.
It was amazing.
Between Vlade Divac and Drazen Petrovic.
Yeah.
Some people
I
in the
left
Twitch
it
chat
off.
were surprised that I didn't mention a bunch of music ones. I don't consider like concert films documentaries. So I didn't say a bunch of concert ones.
Yeah,
So
I
like
would
that,
agree.
I don't like they are documentaries. They're true stories.
One day we'll have to do
But-
mockumentaries too.
Oh, mockumentary!
Talk about
I didn't.
Spinal
Yeah.
Tap.
Yeah.
and Best in Show. Let's say hi to Lewis and Lyle. Go ahead, Lewis.
Hey guys, so I'm so excited for football, but I'm going to miss these lists. We got 3 for you. Untold, The Girlfriend Who Didn't Exist, America's Game. It's the story of every single Super Bowl winner, and the 13th. The story, or that's the documentary about how when slavery ended, the 13th Amendment was a new way to perpetuate and continue slavery to this day.
All right, Lewis. Thanks, brother. Again, I like the wide range from people, too. Let's stay in Lyle. Drew, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
What's up, Carmen? What's up, Yerk?
What up?
I got the Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. After he lost the presidency, he did a documentary talking about all the stuff about the weather, and all that has come to about 85 to 90% of that has come to pass.
All right, I have seen that. I saw that years ago. For crying out loud, I barely even remember it, but I did see it when it came out, Drew. Thank you very much.
Did you guys ever see the Central Park 5?
No.
That's a really good documentary.
Central Park 5.
It's about 5 kids that were wrongfully accused of a crime in Central Park.
Central Park. All right. Sounds heavy. Chris can't even.
Oh,
talk
yeah,
too much
it's
about
good.
it. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. John's in Tinley Park. Go.
Probably the greatest documentarian of our time, Ken Burns.
Yes.
You got baseball, you got Vietnam. They're coming out with the American Revolution.
Yes.
All great documentaries.
Yeah.
Civil War.
He has a Civil War one too, right? Yeah, like they can be a little bit. You got to invest a little time. They can be laborious at times, but they are meticulously researched, and the baseball ones are incredible. He's right. Rob in Deerfield, go.
I got 2 for you, boys. My wife dragged me to one, and I ended up loving it. The Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers documentary.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was spectacular, and Supersize.
Supersize was good. Good call on that. I like that. The guy who ate the McDonald's every day for like a month or something, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, I remember
He
that.
only ate McDonald's.
Yeah.
And then his health was tanked.
And then the comedian did one called Super Jaime, where he smoked like copious amounts of weed for 30 days.
Didn't you tell us? I think it was you that told us about one with a heist of art.
Great. I was going to put
What
it
was
on
the
my
name
list.
of that one?
It's called "This Is a Robbery," and it's great. I'm telling you guys, it's
Like in
about
Boston or
the
something, right?
famous art theft from I think it's called the Ina Gardner Museum in Boston. I hope I have that right. I should remember it. Where they broke in on St. Patrick's Day, 1990-ish, knowing that the city is preoccupied with a lot. Boston on St. Patrick's Day is kind of a big deal, right? And they rob the place of a lot of art, including Rembrandt's only seascape, which is Jesus on the Sea of Galilee, that they say is, they basically say it's priceless. Like a Monet, like priceless. Like it would sell for billions of dollars. Like you could, like it's, and they never found it. And you got to watch the whole story. You got to watch the story, the tie-in to the mafia, to like the Providence, New York, Boston, East Coast mafia. Like you're like, how is the mob tied into an art heist? You've got to watch.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, you would. And what was going on in the 70s and 80s? You've got to watch this documentary. It's like 4 parts. It's called "This Is a Robbery." It's unbelievable, and they have never found that painting. This priceless. I hope it's Rembrandt. I get it confused sometimes. I get my Dutch. Who was the other famous Dutch one? If it's
Van
not
Gogh.
Rembrandt, no, but it's not Van Gogh. So yeah, I think it's a Rembrandt. I believe it's Rembrandt's only seascape, and it's called Jesus on the Sea of Galilee. Danny and Schaumburg, go.
Hey, this one's a local one. It's kind of sad too. Hoop Dreams.
Hoop Dreams.
Cap's in it too. Fat Cap has a one-liner. He's going to DePaul or Marquette. I think about William Gates.
I'm saving it for the sports documentary one. I thought of it, Danny. Hoop Dreams is awesome. Ken and Aurora, you're last. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I got 2 of them. I got The Devil Next Door, was about a World War II Nazi guard sending Jews to the gas chamber, and they found him in Maryland, I believe it was, and a great documentary. And I can't remember what the name of it was, but the John Wayne Gacy one on Netflix that was on a couple years ago was eye-opening. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that was good. Ken, thanks. There's some creepy ones, you like the...
it was Rembrandt.
Yeah, Rembrandt, right? Jesus on the Sea of Galilee. Like, didn't they do a Ted Bundy one recently? Not the dramatic version where, who's the good-looking kid that played him? Zac Efron played him. But they also didn't they recently do a documentary about Bundy? I felt like I watched something almost...
There's tons of serial killer murders. Murder docs out there. Because there's also one where a woman was she would go and interview them on death row.
Yes.
And that was like a document. It was like, oh no, I know what you're talking about. The Bundy tapes.
The Bundy tapes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
And then there's like a couple like that where it's people going and talking to them after the fact.
Chilling. The Bundy tape thing was chilling. Yeah, it was Conversation with a Killer, the Bundy tapes.
Yeah, there you go.
2019 on Netflix. Oof. All right, there you go. The best documentaries, our favorite. Tom Thayer in 35, 40 minutes. We'll talk Bears with Tommy. We've got a lunch rush coming up in a little bit. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
$6.7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos from $57 a month. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Eric Ostrowski is their executive producer of Bears and really the whole station. I mean,
right.
Executive producer extraordinaire.
Yes, he is.
And he just came in asking us the latest question that'll be made into one of those fun things they put on all the YouTube channels, the station and our channel. And on Instagram, and Jurko's response was priceless about the Taylor Travis Kelce news.
Yep.
A couple of lovebirds. They're going to tie the knot.
They're going to tie the knot. I've seen her in action 3 times.
Yes, you mean in concert.
And then I've watched her sing. No, she opened up for Tim McGraw.
Boy, I mean,
that's
Faith
like
Hill. That's like OG stuff.
She was a youth. She was
as an opener.
Yeah, as an opener. Man, seen her twice as an opener and one time during the Red Tour.
Does your daughter, Gracie, still? She
likes her old stuff. She doesn't like her new stuff.
Oh, is that right?
Necessarily,
Is that right? But she grew up in the era where Taylor really started getting big.
Yep, absolutely, yeah.
In her
My daughter was
years.
born. She was born in 2004.
Yeah, like her very formative
so her
years.
formative years.
Yeah,
Yes,
wow,
yes,
unbelievable.
yes.
Jurko, you've seen her 3 times.
3 times I've seen her, and never paid any crazy amount of money to go see her.
No, right now today
because I'm the best.
Okay.
Well, when it gets too crazy, I go blow it out your keister. You're not seeing her. It's the way it works. Got to be a realist sometimes, you know?
Yeah. So that's the big news of the day in the NFL. It's not Micah Parsons. It's that Travis Kelce's getting married to Taylor Swift. Big news. We got the lunch rush. More big news coming up next.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry. They'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's Home for Sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with a Rich Eisen show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
Mitch, the stock market sure can be a roller coaster, right? Going every which way, and it makes people approaching retirement a tad bit nervous.
And they should be, Jurko. If you're 5 years from retirement or are already retired, you're in the retirement red zone. That's when volatility can hurt the most.
That's what I tell folks. You need a plan that works no matter what the market does.
Exactly. At Mitch Lyons Wealth, we help people shift from growth mode to a steady, reliable income strategy, so you know what's coming in every month.
It's like having a quarterback who doesn't panic, just moves the ball down the field and puts his team in a position to win.
That's the goal. Consistency, protection, and peace of mind. That's what we help deliver.
Don't roll the dice with your retirement. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com and build your game plan today. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Save big on everything for your appliance upgrade when you shop at Menards. You need reliable and energy-efficient appliances to conquer the day. Menards is your one-stop shop with the largest in-stock appliance selection ready to take home today. Check out our top appliance brands including KitchenAid, Whirlpool, Maytag, Amana, and Criterion. Save big money on all appliances at Menards and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Football is back. I mean, college this weekend, pro next. And if you're having the guys over and you want to make it easy and delicious and you're thinking pizza, go with Nancy's Pizza. Oh, yeah, the OGs of Chicago-style stuffed crust pizza. They are the originators. They're doing it the same way they did way back in the 70s because they know it works. It is perfect. Thin crust is awesome, too. They've got 14 Chicagoland locations, so there's got to be one close. Call for pickup or delivery today. And remember, hit up the flagship restaurant in the West Loop. That is the perfect stop before and after games and events at the UC all fall and all winter long. Make it Nancy's Pizza today.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Don't forget to hang with us tonight in Wheeling at Serenello's in the West End, right off of Milwaukee. Jurko and I are going to be there with Elizabeth McCall from Woodford Reserve. She is great. She's the master distiller, and we got a lesson in Woodford tonight for Whiskey University. I don't think we've done Woodford specifically. We've done a lot of Brown-Forman stuff. Our friends at Brown-Forman with Old Forester, with Jack Daniels. But we have not done Woodford specifically for
First
a Whiskey
time.
U.
Yeah.
And Jurko's going to be there with me, and so's Elizabeth. And we'll get to taste the double-oaked barrel that we picked back in the spring for the first time. You can buy it for the first time tonight. It's going to be on the stores. We'll start giving you news either later this week or early next about where, which retailers in the Chicagoland area you can go in and look for it.
Have you seen what the bottle looks like?
I'm assuming it's the regular bottle. I haven't seen the label.
Maybe a little label on there, the Carmen and Jurko label.
I'm assuming there will be an ESPN Chicago Carmen and Jurko show label, and then it's also a little higher proof. We got this proofed, I think, to about 98. 98. I'll double check the specs
tonight. Is there going to be
a
picture of Gabe thieving the stuff?
I don't think
maybe
so.
On the bottle?
I don't think so.
I never seen a man just thieve a barrel the way he thieved it.
I'll try to get some details tonight. Remember, this is a single barrel. This isn't a blend. This was one barrel.
One barrel, guys.
So if we get a couple hundred bottles out of it, that's great.
It could be a little higher octane, too.
Could be like sometimes between 180 and 225 bottles. It just depends on how much has been lost to evaporation. So there's not going to be a ton of this. We'll give you details on where to buy it, but you can try it and buy it tonight at Serenello's in Wheeling with me and Jurko and Elizabeth McCall for the August edition of Whiskey University. We look forward to that tonight, 6:30 until 8:30. All right, let's do the lunch rush. Adam, take it away.
All right, gentlemen. 2 hold-ins are no longer holding inning.
Inning.
They
We're
are
basically down to one, right?
Yeah, Cam Hayward.
Oh, yeah, Hayward. I keep forgetting about Cam Hayward.
Yeah,
right?
keep forgetting about him. Terry McLaurin is no longer holding inning.
Right.
And neither is Trey Hendrickson. Terry McLaurin gets 3 years, and Trey Hendrickson gets 1 year. So they're going to do this all again next year.
Well, he's going to go somewhere else next year, right?
Yeah,
he's a free agent next year.
Yeah, he's a free agent next year. I mean, they could still technically
I guess they could franchise him. That's true.
Again next year. He gets $14 million, or he gets a $14 million raise. So he gets $30 million for 2025. He will be a Cincinnati Bengal. Someone made the observation. I forget who it was. It's kind of funny how this all happens right after training camp ends and practice officially starts.
I'm good.
The regular season gets going with practices beginning and installs happening, right?
I'm 31. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
There's 2 left, Micah and Cam Hayward. Micah being the highest of profiles with kind of really no end in sight here.
It doesn't seem like it, you guys. I don't think he's going to budge off of his request at this point. Like, he's dug in. Yeah. Jerry seems to be... This seems to be more than just Jerry the showman. Like, he feels like he negotiated a contract, which I think is crazy without the guy's agents.
That's a silly notion.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a silly notion.
I mean, and to say that...
this is
the way I did it with Troy, and it's the way I did it with Emmett.
Nobody cares.
It's not 1992. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like...
95, too, for Emmett.
95, whatever.
95,
I mean, you know
whatever.
what I'm saying? You're like,
yeah.
I don't.
It may be. I think it's time that it's starting to show that the gray matter might be going on Jerry Jones.
I mean, so both sides appear to be very dug in. I don't think he's going to trade him, and I don't think Micah's budging. Maybe at some point he'll have to because he's going to start getting fined $1 million a week. Like, I know Courtney was on with us last week, and she's like, remember, guys, he's a different cat. He sat out the COVID year. Like, he wasn't making $1 million a week. He's making $1 million a week that he is going to be dinged.
I don't think that'll bother him. You think?
Well,
at
you
some
don't
point,
think so?
I think he's ready to go the first month of the season without stepping in.
Okay, so let's do this. Week one.
At some point,
Week
though,
one,
don't you
yes
feel
or
like
no?
you guys, you start losing $1 million a week. That I don't care how much money you've made.
Okay, week one, yes or no?
I'm going to say, I like what Chris said. He's going to play for a different team. It just won't be on Thursday. I don't think Jerry's going to trade him. I'm going to say no.
Will he face the Bears?
I'm going to say no. I think Jurko might be on to something. That's week 3. Boy, would that be huge?
I think he's willing to sacrifice 4 weeks. Here's how it works. If the Cowboys are 3-0, I think you'll see him in week 4. If the Cowboys are 0-3, I think you're going to see him because Jerry's going to give him a deal.
Hold on. I might reverse course. Give me just a second. I did it quick enough. You can't. You got to allow me. I like what Jurko's selling, but that's week 3, man. Like, I could see this going to. I don't know. I'm going to say Micah plays against the Bears in week 3.
I'm going to say Micah Parsons will play against the Bears in week 4.
Meaning he's a Raider. I love it.
He's a Raider.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah, Pete Carroll.
I love it.
Needs an edge rusher.
He
Max
could use
Crosby
another
on one side, Micah Parsons on the other.
Yeah, I don't think you're crazy there. He could use another one. You saying yes or no? You're saying no.
No.
All right.
If they win, they're going to play without him. If they lose, they're going to get him in.
I don't think he's playing the opener next week, boys. I think he's definitely going to use that game to make a statement. He'll pay the $1 million fine for that one.
Yeah, he won't care.
You know? All right, what's next?
Big day for baseball. Schedule release day.
Yeah, okay.
The Cubs open at home March 26th, 28th, and 29th.
It's too early, you guys.
Against the Nationals.
It's
way too early. It's way too early.
The season's getting late.
It's too early.
It's way too early.
No, I'm saying it's too early to start a season.
Yeah, March 26th.
It's insane.
I mean, that's 10 days. That's 10 days after St. Patrick's Day.
It's crazy.
Where?
Here.
They open at home against the Nationals.
It's too cold.
March 26th, 28th, and 29th.
Get your gear ready for a opening day broadcast here.
Yeah, you guys
no
will be
shorts
somewhere
for that one.
You guys will be somewhere in Wrigleyville, March 26th.
It is too cold.
Which means you guys will be snowed out, and you'll be somewhere March 27th.
Baseball won't listen to my idea. I gave them the schedule. They don't listen to me, though. Even my schedule is going to have some cold weather games, but not on March 26th. That's crazy.
They will face the White Sox on the south side, May 15th, 16th, and 17th.
All right.
The White Sox open on the road in Milwaukee.
Ooh. Will they be raising a banner?
Milwaukee, maybe.
I'm going to say no.
The White Sox open at home April 2nd against Toronto. And the White Sox...
Against Toronto. That's
against Toronto. And the White Sox go to the north side in August on the 17th, 18th, and 19th.
So 2 3-game series like this year, one on each side of town. Very good. The Cubs open against the Nats. The White Sox open against the Brewers. And who knows? It could be banner night when the White Sox open up against Milwaukee. I
don't know.
Love the idea of that.
We will find out.
Can I, while we're in the lunch rush, can I hijack? No, I'll save it for a few minutes. I won't hijack Adam. I'll save it.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
No,
it's like a couple baseball notes that I wanted to throw in.
Okay, good.
We'll save it.
Yeah,
I'll save it.
Yeah, save it.
I'll save it.
Save that.
Save it
Because
for
I thought
305.
this is what you were going to do. There is a battle. You love talking streaming stuff.
I'm glad you're bringing this up.
Between
This is
YouTube
insane.
TV and Fox.
What's the
There
matter?
is an impasse.
Insane.
Between Fox and YouTube TV
What's the
every
problem?
year as we get closer to football season. There's a termination of the agreement between YouTube TV and Fox tomorrow.
Okay.
And if they fail to reach an agreement by tomorrow, you will not get any Fox network on YouTube TV. Now, If you do not get Fox for an extended period of time and you have YouTube TV, you will get a $10 credit.
$10?
$10 credit.
Go
That's all it costs.
It's $10. You get, at least you get your money back.
Do you know what's happening on Saturday on Fox?
Football?
Texas
Football.
versus Ohio State.
And?
What do you mean, and?
And what? What do you want from me?
I'd like to be able to watch the game as a YouTube TV subscriber.
Go to a bar, bro. Go to a bar.
Get tanked up a little bit,
Yeah.
man.
Go to a bar.
I've had it. So what should we do? Should we just get rid of all of these stupid things and sign up for each app? Now, the problem with
Start
that is
drinking, bro. Go
like
to a
Chris
bar.
always says, then you got to go into your TV and you got to go to the homepage and you got to switch apps. And that's a pain in the ass.
What happened to your antenna? You hit it with a 4-iron.
I have the antenna. That's true. No, I have it. I do have the
that thing
antenna.
in the
All right, you
garbage.
watch
Put
it on
the antenna
Fox.
in. Yeah, that's a good call.
That
I'm going to
thing
have to
was
bring It's a
garbage.
good thing we didn't throw it away. I do have the antenna. I'm going to have to bring it home.
There you go.
I think this is insane.
I think you're insane.
Well, you don't think this is a problem?
You don't.
No.
Well, hold on. You don't think that by 11 a.m. on Saturday that they'll have reached an agreement?
It's a non-issue until you actually miss it. That's how these deadlines work. Is
I don't
they
think
say there's a deadline, and then people get up in arms, and then a couple hours before the broadcast takes place, you got the channel.
You get an agreement.
It's just annoying.
Like, it might not
stop
happen by
jerking us around
Hey, yo.
constantly.
Well,
It might
what
not
are
happen
you
by
so
tomorrow.
emotionally involved for?
I want to watch football.
And
I don't know if you know
will.
if you're listening. Fox carries a lot of football.
Listen, Jackaloon. You're not the only TV in the world that gets Fox. Go out and socialize with your neighbors.
But I don't. That's
Man.
That's not position A. I want my TVs having football on them at home.
God forbid you be
I
inconvenienced.
mean, you
just
could
a
watch
smidge.
football on Saturday. Not
I
all
know.
of the games are on Fox.
Okay, the biggest game of the year, or the biggest game of the weekend.
Of the
Excuse
year.
me.
I'm saying you saying that I want to watch football. You technically can watch football on Saturday.
I don't. I don't like it. I want to be able to watch Texas, Ohio State on Saturday.
You can.
get it.
Plug in your antenna.
Well, that's true. I
that
forgot about the
antenna in,
antenna.
man.
I'm gonna have to bring the antenna home. Thank God we didn't smash it.
Now
Where'd you
look.
send it? Where is it?
It's in the office.
Oh, in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
make sure
they
you
might
get it.
not have an agreement by tomorrow, but I would imagine by Saturday at 11 a.m., maybe by the time the pregame show starts at 9 a.m.
Kid, I still got that box in my car that the Pearl sent you.
I don't like boxes in your car.
The Pearl sent him something where he can get
I
everything.
don't like
He goes,
contract
tell Carmen
disputes.
to try it. Carmen's like, I don't want to try
Well, I'm
it.
afraid I plugged that thing in, and who knows?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
What's going to happen? The government's
the
going to show
FBI
up at
comes
the
knocking at the
government's
door.
going to be at your door.
like the Seinfeld episode.
Yeah. Oh, I never remember that
You
one.
don't remember that
You
one?
worry about Bookman or
Mr.
something?
Seinfeld, FBI, when he gets the illegal hookup for the Mets games. I don't know. The whole thing is ridiculous. Just get your stupid
right.
business taken care of. Get a contract done. Stop jerking
What
us
else you got?
around.
What else you got?
If everything remains in place in New Orleans, the Bears will face Spencer Rattler because they just named Spencer Rattler
Spencer
and not
Rattler.
Tyler Shuck.
What week is that, guys?
It's late, isn't
It
it?
is. I feel like it's like week
It's late.
8, 10.
No, it's later than that.
is it even later?
It's after your double dip with the
Bengals.
AFC
And the
North
Ravens.
with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Ravens
it's
and the
late.
Bengals.
It's late.
Yeah.
So it's late.
It's
Yeah,
November.
I saw it.
November morn. I danced until the night became a brand new day.
I think it's hard to tell you guys. It's week 7, actually, you guys. It's not as
is
late
it?
as we thought. It's
Okay.
before the back-to-back.
The Giants are after.
It's coming out of bye. They have the Washington game. Then on the short week, they'll host New Orleans before they go to Baltimore. So by week 7, will they go to Shuck, or would it still be Spencer Rattler?
We don't know.
You said
Let's
it's
find out.
You said it's a short week.
For the Bears, it's a short week because the Bears play out of bye, remember, the Monday night game in Washington in week 6.
Okay.
So then they'll play the short week in week 7 at
Okay.
home against the Saints. Yeah, I could look at the Saints schedule too real quick. Yeah, like let's see where their bye's not till later. So like
No.
they
Then
have the
no,
New
it'll be
England game
Rattler.
in week 6,
It'll
and
be
then they
Rattler.
come to Chicago. Yeah,
No,
probably
because it
Spencer
seems
Rattler.
like you would, if you're going to go to Shuck, you would do it after a bye or after like a
Or-
mini bye or something like that. If they have like 10 days off or something.
And they didn't even have that. They have so few primetime games, guys, because they're going to stink. Like everything for them is Sunday. Almost everything is Sunday at noon for them. They don't even have one of those like little mini buy spots at them.
Welcome to the Bears schedule 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, probably Rattler. All right, what else?
That's it.
That's the lunch rush. Tom Thayer at 2. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Waddle and Sylvie.
It says we are your new home for the Chicago Bears. This is year 3.
Well, this is day 1 of the future.
All right, so I stand corrected. We're your
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
Oh, I like that.
We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Boom! That's your promo.
Right there.
Earlier in the summer, back in June, Abdal and I got a chance to go to Yingling's Brewery in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. It was like stepping into American history. Still family-owned, still brewing, still the oldest brewery in America.
Yeah, you could feel the passion. Nearly 200 years of family brewing passed down from generation to generation. It makes you appreciate every single ice-cold sip even more.
They even survived through Prohibition. With that type of commitment, yes, you can taste it.
Whether I'm golfing, however many rounds are left this season, grilling, or just relaxing on the patio, I'm reaching for a Yingling.
I mean, there's at least 2 more months left of the golf season, Abdallah.
Listen,
Don't be sad.
I got kids, Chris. I'm counting them down, okay?
Multiple?
No, just one.
Why don't you try this? The traditional lager, the light lager, the golden pilsner, the black and tan.
And you got to try Flight, just 2.6 grams of carbs, 95 calories, super light and crisp. It's the beer of the summer.
So next time when you're at the bar or stocking up, grab a Yingling.
You'll be glad you did.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
All right, guys, we have to talk about the new ESPN app. The most live sports, the best championship moments, and so much more. Monday Night Football, college football, NBA, WNBA, NHL, NWSL, college hoops, volleyball, softball, gymnastics, lacrosse, and the list goes on and on. Plus, shows like SportsCenter with SVP, First Take with Stephen A, College Game Day, the entire 30 for 30 library. It's all of ESPN, all in one place. Sign up now.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Omatic.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
$6.7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Cubs continue the road trip tonight in San Francisco, Europe. What a difference a weekend makes. You feel a lot better about your Cubs, right? I mean, Kyle Tucker had as many extra base hits over the weekend as he had in the last 7 weeks. So
3 homers.
I mean, you get him back on the right track. Like I said, there's too much talent in this offense for them to not score. Maybe somehow, some way, like, I don't want to say blessing in disguise, but like maybe we get a few weeks from now and you're going into October And they're all raking again at like a really good time of year. You know?
You might look back on this thing and just say that little August was a blip.
That's right.
Blip on the radar.
So it's Verlander versus Boyd tonight. The Cubs are minus 140. I think the Cubs might be a decent little bet tonight, York. I know you do have to lay $1.40.
Pound them, baby.
Tread lightly.
Pound them.
Well, I wouldn't pound them, but a few stats. You ready for these real quick?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Justin Verlander, 42 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's 1-10 this year. The Giants are 5-17 in his 22 starts. 5-17. And you know what San Francisco is dead last in as an offense this year?
Babip.
They're dead last in weighted runs created plus versus left-handed pitching, and they face Matthew Boyd tonight. I think the Cubs might be a decent bet tonight at minus $1.40.
Can I give you a baseball thing?
Yeah, I got a couple more for you.
There's 31 baseball games left for the Chicago White Sox.
31.
Can they go 12-19?
Sure.
And get to 60 victories?
Yes. Yes.
Which was a debate that we had earlier in the year, and you said there's no way in hell they can get to 60.
Not true, but
are you sure?
Positive.
Was I working with somebody else that day?
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Was it possible? Maybe it's Peggy.
The Sox hit a couple more home runs last night. They have 55 since the break. That's the fourth most
in Major League
in
Baseball.
MLB. Yep, after the Yankees, Phillies, and A's. So I love that. Like, there's been an approach and like an idea about what we're going to look for and what kind of pitch we're going to attack. And like, oh my God, are they teaching and developing young players all of a sudden? It's a thing of beauty. So I love that. I got a couple other things for you. Yurko, the three luckiest teams in Pythagorean luck. All right, so this is based off your expected record,
right?
Pythagorean record.
The three luckiest teams
in terms of the number of runs they scored versus the number of runs they've allowed. Okay, so the three luckiest teams, like they shouldn't be this good, but they are. But their win differential says they should be something different.
The Dodgers,
the Guardians,
okay,
at a +6. The Blue Jays at a +5. The Angels at a +5. Those are your three luckiest teams this year. Your three unluckiest teams, starting with Team 28. The Rays, they're 6 games unlucky. Team 29, the Rangers, they're 7 games unlucky. And then the unluckiest team based on, again, their run differential and their Pythagorean expectation, 10 games unlucky, the Chicago White Sox. The Sox should have 58 wins by their run differential, not 48. So they are slowly but surely
heading in the right direction.
Baby steps, Jurko, baby steps. And one last thing, I saw Cal. What a season for Cal Raleigh, dude. He's basically neck and neck with Judge. It's incredible. We got a real race down the stretch. Everything else is pretty much over, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know, with the Zach Wheeler news, it kind of feels like that race is over in the NL. Like, it feels like everything else is over except this one. Cal Raleigh joined Mickey Mantle. I would not have guessed this, but I guess it does make sense, but I don't think I would have guessed it. Cal Raleigh joins Mickey Mantle as the only switch hitters in history with a 50 home run season. The Mick actually did it twice, including an MLB best 54 home runs in 1961 during the chase. Now, he got hurt late in that year, and he didn't finish. The Mick hit 54. That's an all-time record for a switch hitter. Mickey also hit 52 in another season. So Cal Raleigh and Mickey Mantle, that's it. 50 home run seasons out of switch hitters. And with only 5 home runs to go, with a month of baseball, I don't think it's crazy to think that Cal Raleigh is going to be your all-time leader. Like, he could break Mick's record for the most home runs ever by a switch hitter.
Yeah.
What a season. What a season.
Yeah, good for him.
Oh, my God. Tom Thayer is going to join us to talk Bears when we come back next. Back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, with 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Kap, and now I'm a Chicago window guy's guy. Why? Because Russ Armstrong makes it easy. No sketchy deals, no long-winded sales pitch, just great windows, expert installation, and the best price I could find, guaranteed. And get this, Russ himself came to my house. No subcontractors, no nonsense, just honest work and a lifetime guarantee. So yeah, I'm a Chicago window guy now. Join the club, 847-881-3060, or check out the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Let's talk ball with Tom Thayer. He's going to join us each and every Tuesday throughout the course of the football season. We are 2 weeks away from, just inside 2 weeks now, from the Bears getting going on Monday night, September 8th. The season starts a week from Thursday. Got some great college games this weekend, including Mr. Thayer's Fighting Irish. Have a big game to get things going. They play Sunday night, I believe.
In
the
Ireland?
holiday weekend. They do not play in Ireland. They play Miami this Sunday night
Miami,
to kick things
right.
off. Primetime game since the holiday weekend. Got a primetime game on Sunday. And, that game is...
When is that game,
6:30 on Sunday night. And the Irish about a field goal favorite down on the road against Miami this weekend down at Hard Rock. Tom Thayer joins us now on the Yingling guest hotline. Excuse me. He's brought to you by Humana, committed to putting health first, making it easier for people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. You looking forward to your Irish this weekend?
I am. You know, I had some fun games against Miami. We beat them at Notre Dame, but we got our absolute butts kicked in a couple times in the Orange Bowl. And I think we got beat 50-7 one time, and the only points we scored was Dave Duerson had an 88-yard interception return for a touchdown. So I have some good memories where they came in with the number one rushing defense to Notre Dame, and we ran the ball for like almost 250 yards against them. But then we went down there, and they handed it to us pretty well.
Good way to start, though, against Miami. I like those primetime matchups right out of the gate. It's you'll get a good test. What was your takeaway, big takeaways from the bird's eye view from where you were in Arrowhead Stadium, what you saw primarily in the first half out of that Bears first-team offense, Tommy?
I'm glad they rebounded a little bit at the end, had a good 2-minute drill, but I was disappointed that, a jet sweep first play of the game, fumble. Then the tight end jumps the second play. Then they get themselves into a 3rd and 19, or the third down. There was a misread on the pass route that was ran. They got themselves into a 3rd and 19, and every offensive coach throughout the history of football, they always say we don't have plays designed to pick up 3rd and 19. And so you threw a pass for a short completion in the middle, picked up about 14 of it, but you still didn't do anything. Second series, a good point of attack run, play action to Swift. Then they had a 3rd and short where it was another good run by DeAndre Swift for a first down. Then Chris Jones lined up off sides, took it to a 1st and 5. So, they were gifted some yardage, but I think it was more some of the mistakes they made that Ben Johnson was unhappy with in his visit to the podium. And even after the game, I asked him first thing, are you going to watch this tape or are you just going to move on to Minnesota? And he says, oh, no, we are going to watch this tape and we are going to make some corrections. And I think that, you have the luxury of that 16 days. I think you have that chance.
I love how refreshingly honest he can be at times. And we carried his press conference earlier today before practice at 12:30. And he still, when asked about it, is not hiding from the fact that he's annoyed. He's mad. All the things you just laid out, the head coach is mad about it. You can tell that he's annoyed, and he keeps saying things like, I'm surprised and disappointed that these things are still a problem all these weeks later. How much should we be concerned about that come opening night? Like, this team's got to be ready to go against a really good defense inside the division on opening night.
Okay, last year the Minnesota Vikings, they blitzed 277 times. It's the most in the NFL. Caleb Williams was blitzed 174 times. That's the second most in the NFL. So now the question marks that we've had all year about the offensive line left tackle position, that kind of gets the exclamation point there. Then we have some injuries at the running back position. And do you want to feed DeAndre Swift 45 to 55 plays the first week of the season? Because you got to make sure if he's the only healthy one going into the game that knows this offense the best on first, second, third down, is he up to all the requirements of that position to get the job done? But you don't want to wear him out week one because 5 days later or whatever, you're going to go into Detroit. And you know the emotional impact of that game with Ben Johnson and everything that goes into that game. It's not like you're going to have any emotional downtime once the season gets rolling.
Yeah, that's very true. What do you think about left tackle, and will it ultimately be Braxton Jones? Something that they still won't commit to. Again, given an opportunity today, Ben Johnson would not commit, and he said he's not ready to talk about the starters yet. But in your estimation, is it very much leaning that way that Braxton will be the starter?
Yeah, he may be the starter, 2 weeks from last night, but I don't think it's guaranteed he's the starter for the rest of the season. And I think that pretty much goes with the majority of the guys. No one's guaranteed anything beyond their performance that lives up to the coach's position and head coach's expectations, no matter what side of the ball they're on. And so is Braxton the most experienced candidate for the job? Yes, but it's not saying that Theo Benedette can't continue to improve with the opportunity he's given in practice and whether he's running demonstration squad or not. And so Theo is going to be the guy that's really going to have to commit to improvement in the midst of the regular season, which always isn't the easiest thing to do considering how they go about distributing the reps in the 9-on-7s, the team works, the 1-on-1s, and the other drills.
Tommy, I've been patient with number one Jalen Johnson for an extended period of time here. Nobody wants to say anything about anything at all, and I feel a little like the great Judge Schmales. We're waiting. Wow. I mean, what the hell is going on here?
Yerk, the crazy thing about it, they don't have to give any injury information during the preseason, so we're all left out in the dark. And it's not like he's been standing out there at practice every day in training camp with his jersey on, paying attention and getting in the ear or standing in the hip pocket of Al Harris. He hasn't had very much of a presence on the practice field. And then, he's come out in pregame a couple of times throughout the preseason and did some drills at Soldier Field, but they had a big crew of guys that didn't travel to the game in Kansas City. Yerk, that's probably, as much as I am concerned about the left tackle position, I'm concerned about the defensive backfield because at the start of the season, we said, okay, they got 19 guys, 20, including Jalen Johnson. And then you got Brisker, we're all concerned about. Kyler Gordon, again, missed a period of practice time that he has over the last few years. Jalen Johnson has not even been on the practice field. So if you're looking at a team like the Vikings, even though they have a first-time starting quarterback, they do have J.J. Jefferson. They have a great tight end. They have a running back that can catch the ball out of the backfield. The one wide receiver is suspended, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. But, Yerk, I'm 100% with you. to me, I'm concerned about the defensive backfield as a whole.
Well, with you're not going to get anything potentially here out of a rookie you drafted because he hasn't been able to practice. Terrell Smith goes on IR. You talked about Gordon. We know a little bit of the injury history there. Was Nashawn Wright exposed a little bit Friday night in Kansas City, too? That'd be another question I'd ask if he does have to play a lot for Jalen Johnson early in the season.
Yeah, I think he was, but I think, listen, if you're not getting some type of pass pressure that speeds up the thinking process of a quarterback, yeah, maybe Mahomes wouldn't be guilty of that, but you hope you could do it to J.J. McCarthy. But Minnesota's brought in some offensive linemen. They got a quality offensive line, so and then as Tyreek Stevenson, does he have the ability to take over that number one guy, or is he going to stay on one side of the field and then they're going to have his counterpart stay on the other side of the field? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I think for all of us, hopefully they're already installing the Minnesota game plan. If they're not, it would be a waste of time. But next week when they got to put out that first injury report, maybe we'll learn a little bit more about Monangai, about Roschon Johnson, about Jalen Johnson, and some of these other guys, Shamar Turner, that haven't been active in practice as of yet.
They waived Ian Wheeler. Does that give you some hope that Monangai and Roschon should be good to go?
I sure hope so. I don't know if you waive him just to try to get down to that number, and I don't know if there's any team is going to go out there and pick up Ian Wheeler. But if he doesn't get picked up and Monangai or Roschon Johnson can't go, you could probably bring him back aboard and put him on the active roster immediately. I don't hate the guy. I think he showed some quality of recovery from his knee injury, and he has a good understanding of this offense. But I think if you're looking for the long term and Coach Eric Bieniemy and the way he works these guys, you would like to have Roschon and Monangai if those are going to be the two guys that are go. But, Britton Brown, 38, he's done a nice job. And, he kind of shows that he's got the willingness to play a physical style of game. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. And if they bring a blitzer at him, like they're most likely going to, that he's willing to go up there and meet the blitzer in the hole.
All right, who's been your sleeper at camp?
Oh, man, my sleeper at camp. Last time I think I said Amadeus. Zacchaeus has really helped out a lot.
Alameda Zacchaeus.
Yeah, Alameda Zacchaeus really has, because they kind of look for that, who is going to be that third guy to get in there with Rome and DJ. But I will got to say, I need to see a lot more out of Rome. And I don't know if it's from the quarterback trying to learn and, develop timing in the offense. I would hopefully that he would be a guy that is going to be a security blanket for Caleb, and to be that guy that maybe you can throw him open or you can throw to him even when he's covered. So I would like to see that. I feel confident about Colston Loveland, because I think that he's a willing blocker. He doesn't shy away from contact. You can kind of do a lot of the things that they're doing with the tight ends, whether they're running inside wham plays with them, or he can line up next to the left tackle and give him that right hand before he goes out in a route. And, those are the types of things that I think that can benefit this offense.
All right, enjoy Labor Day weekend, and we'll preview the Vikings in more detail when we talk to you again a week from today, okay?
All right, you guys enjoy as well. Thanks, you guys.
See you, buddy. There's Tom Thayer. He'll be with us each and every week on the Yingling Guest Hotline, and he's brought to you by Humana. Again, visit localhumana.com. All right, love talking ball with Thayer. Do we know what time Thayer's going to be during the regular season once we switch at him? I think we're trying to figure out, we're going to work it around the Bears'
we have
schedule. Although Tuesday should be easy because they won't have as much on Tuesdays.
Yeah, the problem, if you really want to get into the minutia of it,
let's get into the minutia.
Yeah, because the week one for the Bears is a Monday night game.
That's
true. If you really want to get into it, the Monday is really like a Tuesday. The Tuesday, you know what I mean? The schedule is shifted a day because they're playing on a Monday, so everything is really shifted a day because they don't have a Sunday game; they have a Monday game.
All right.
So
I've come to hear that
we're
shifted.
We're starting like a day late,
But then we should be able to catch up and get on track.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I think the short answer is no. We don't have a specific
time yet.
Not yet.
But
he's going to join us on Tuesday, though.
It'll be every Tuesday. Remember,
it's going to be on Tuesday.
A week from today, the lineup change starts when we get back after the Labor Day.
11 a.m.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yes.
Can I announce the other thing, Adam, about Fridays?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
TF?
I think so.
You think so?
Press conference is pending, but yes. That's another thing we don't know, but yes.
We're still Fractional North, the Mighty Meteors, TF?
No, Todd Furman, who's been a big presence on this show for years.
Yes, he has.
Is going to be back handicapping games with us. We think every Friday. We just, again, as the Bears, they don't have a left tackle and they haven't finalized the week schedule yet. We just have to get some clarity on exactly when.
I think they have. They just haven't told us yet.
They haven't. Well, yeah, that's true. They haven't told us. Fair enough. They know. They haven't told us.
We haven't gotten to a point of the year where they have to tell the media yet
They don't
what
have to
their
tell anybody
week-to-week
anything.
schedule is.
Like they were
we
saying.
haven't gotten to game week
You
yet.
get nothing yet.
So what do we usually have for people who care? There's just probably very few. Like on Sunday, we'll probably get an email that's like, hey, this is what's happening next week. And we'll be like, cool. Thanks for telling everybody.
That's right. Yeah.
Which is probably frustrating to everybody that covers the Bears.
Right.
Which is us.
But we are going to have Todd Furman back with us to handicap games every Friday. He's aware of the schedule change. He's going to make it work. I think Todd is going to, hopefully when we're in Vegas, it's going to be early because, with the time change and everything, we'll be on much earlier. But I think we're trying to get him to come by and hang with us in Mandalay for the broadcast that morning. We love Todd, and he's been part of this show forever, and he's huge in the gambling and entertainment space now.
What time will we be on out there in Vegas?
7 a.m.
7 to 10.
7 a.m. breakfast football. I love
Breakfast
it.
football, 7 to 10. So the change starts next week. We will talk to Thayer every week. We'll talk to McKee. We'll talk to Todd Furman. Courtney, obviously, a heavy presence. Press conferences, all the fun stuff with Bears season right around the corner. And, when we're in Vegas in about a month, we will be on, obviously, a little bit earlier. But the schedule changes. Next Tuesday, Cap and Hoodie will move up an hour and start going 6 to 9. We will go from 9 until noon. And then Rich Eisen's brand new show is back on ESPN starting the 2nd of September. He'll be on noon until 2. That will be a live show. He's on in L.A., so he's on a little bit earlier. But that is a live show, noon to 2 with Rich. And then Bleck and Abdallah for an uninterrupted hour from 2 to 3 into Waddle and Sylvie. Oof, it is going to be fantastic. Ryan Poles is going to meet the media after they officially have to cut down to 53 here in about 45 minutes. That'll be carried live on your Home for the Bears during Waddle and Sylvie's show. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
All right, one night, one barrel. Tonight's the night. If you only attend one Whiskey U, make it this one. Taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Double Oaked. We hand selected it with a group of listeners at the distillery back in May. It is now bottled and ready to go. You can sample it tonight. You can buy it for the first time tonight. And Elizabeth McCall from Woodford, the master distiller, I mean, she's the real expert, the real PhD. She is in town hanging with us for this special lesson tonight. It is at Serenello's in Wheeling in the Westin. So we'll see you there tonight, 6:30 until 8:30 at Serenello's. Seats will be limited. Don't be tardy. Please drink responsibly.
$6.7 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $6.7 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. With live betting, rivalry week odds boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every Saturday. New DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
On October 21st, 2006, Michigan State found themselves down 38-3 with less than 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they made that initial deficit like it never even happened, scoring 38 straight points to win 41-38.
Incomplete. The ball game is over. The Michigan State Spartans in one of the greatest comebacks in Michigan State football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
See who's in the house early, Jesse Rogers. He's in for Waddle today. He's already chomping at the bit.
He's ready to talk baseball.
To crosstalk.
3.5 hours of baseball.
Hello.
Come on, Jesse. That's what Jesse loves, man. He covered hockey only because he had to.
He loves hockey. That's not true.
He had to.
That ain't true.
He's covered football, not because he wants to.
I don't think Jesse's ever really covered football.
It's the baseball thing that really drives him.
He loves it, man.
Yeah.
Loves it.
That's what I tell you, kid. Big races at Kentucky Downs this weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah. I wonder if you guys are going to cover that.
I'm sure Jimmy Miller will have a play in the
on that. Yeah.
Shay's pinch hitting for me this weekend because I'm not working Friday. So Shay's going to do the show with Mike.
Well, I'm sure Mike can help. He'll carry the weight, Carmen. With you gone, he'll find a way to carry
always
it.
Is carrying. When I'm there, Mikey's carrying the weight. What are you talking about?
I concur.
I want to play a few Ben Johnson things real quick. Then we'll crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie, all right? The Jalen Johnson stuff. So this is from. Did you guys notice Thayer's reaction too when I looked up at you guys? Did you guys notice that? Chris, Adam, did you guys notice when Jurko started asking about Jalen Johnson? You heard like the in the background,
like he knows something.
Like or that he's nervous too.
Yeah, nervous, but he may know something. He's up there all the time.
Thayer did
and he can't say anything.
You know,
I wonder what's going on.
Here's
what's going on.
Like it was pretty short and to the point when they tried to press press Ben Johnson earlier today on Jalen Johnson.
It's as it has been. That's been the target date, but we'll see. It's as it has been. That's been the target date, but we'll see.
That's an Eberflus comment, you guys.
We'll
see.
They said, is he going to be on the active roster by 3? That's the plan. Can he play Monday?
It's as it has been. That's been the target date, but we'll see.
And then when it was asked, well, what is the injury? He said, you'll have to ask Ryan. Man.
Yeah, you'll have to ask Ryan.
Here is Ben Johnson.
So I wonder if somebody's going to ask Ryan.
Oh, I was absolutely. Here's Ben Johnson on Jalen Johnson's conditioning since he's missed all of camp.
Yeah, I think that that's a good observation right there, because we're doing as much as we can to make sure that conditioning is where it needs to be, but at the same time, there really is no substitute for putting on pads and playing the game at full speed. And so each guy's different, particularly guys that have had success in this league for a number of years. They're a little bit different than maybe a rookie that you don't know as much about. And so he does get a little benefit of it because he's played this game at a high level. But at the same time, I don't think there's any substitute for being able to be out there and go through the process. Training camp is a really good indication, not just for the team, but for each player as you're working through low volume, ramp it on up over the course just to make sure you're ready to take on a 7-game season. And of course, he's missed that.
Here's Ben Johnson talking about his offense. He's still annoyed by the slow starts, by the unevenness, by some of the mistakes. And he didn't hide it one bit after the game, even though they won on Friday night in Arrowhead. And he's still talking about it a few days later, asked what he saw when he looked back at his first-team offense. I mean, listen to that start, you guys.
Yeah.
He's not loving it right now.
Probably, how I felt was the truth, and I said it after the game, and talked with those guys the next day as well. And we have a high standard. It was good to see the last 2 drives. They had 4 possessions, but the last 2 drives we ended up with some points, and so that was good to see. But the slow start, that's not what we want to be about. I felt that in practice at times over the course of camp, and so we're on a mission right now just to make sure that doesn't become a constant recurring theme as we go into the season. And so I think, like anything, you bring it to their attention. And we got a bunch of pros and a bunch of prideful guys, and we'll get this thing fixed.
I can't get over that beginning part, you guys. Honestly. Yes, Adam?
Per Courtney Cronin.
Oh, boy.
Final practice before cuts are due. Just finished. A lot of team drills today with a narrowed down roster. Some absent, some who were cut. Roma Dunze continues to catch everything. Dominique Robinson and TJ Edwards left early with the trainer.
TJ Edwards. Need TJ out there. It's football, though. It happens. I can't, you don't want injuries, but it happens. Yeah. I can't get over the beginning of this, you guys. Like, seriously.
Probably.
You know what I would ask him at some point? Like, was this what it was like in Detroit? At the end of that first training camp? Now, the year he was a first-time play caller, right? The first time he called plays was 2002. The 2002 Lions were 1-6 to start. But
2022 Lions?
Yeah, what did I say?
You said 2002.
I'm sorry, Jurko. The 2022 Lions, of course, were 1-6. Here's what they scored. 35, lost, because they gave up 38. 36, they did win that game. 24, lost. 45, lost. You got that? They scored 45 points and lost to the Seahawks. Then they got shut out. Then they hit their bye. They came back. They only scored 6. You're not going to win games scoring 0 and 6, obviously. Then they scored 27, which, again, that's a respectable enough number, and lost. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah. 5 of the first 7 games when he was calling plays, while they had a bad record, they scored more than 25 points. They scored 35, 36, 45, and 27. Was this what it looked like when they got through training camp? I mean, listen to this.
Probably.
That's it. You should put that on a T-shirt. Chicago Bears.
Like, is it normal? Like, is he? What did it look like in Detroit in 2023?
I mean, I don't remember
2022 going into the season.
I don't remember.
Well,
I remember him
there.
struggling. Yeah.
We weren't. I'm just saying, like, what was he saying during training camp? Not that he talks as much. He's not the focal point. He's the OC. Dan Campbell's talking. But if you would have asked Ben Johnson 2 weeks before the Lions started that season about his first-team offense, would he have responded?
Probably,
not good.
No, I mean, it's not. I'm very impressed. I think this thing is really, we're hitting the ground running. Yeah, that's not that. Would you say he's at a loss for words?
No, because he went on and then he spoke for 45 seconds. So I think he's trying to tell you, he's like, we've got to eliminate this.
Yeah.
And yes, it's a problem that it is still happening 6 weeks later. 2 joint practices, 3 preseason games. He chose not to play your starters in one of those, by the way.
Yep.
It's just not. I'd love to know what he thought about his offense 3 years ago when he was rolling this out in Detroit. Like, is it common? Maybe he'd tell you, it was the same thing, actually. I was like, whoa, we're in trouble. And we weren't. We were fine. We were a very good offense. But it just doesn't, that doesn't instill a great deal of confidence or faith right now.
Yeah.
When the coach is at a loss 2 weeks before the season starts.
I'm telling you, that belongs on a shirt.
Can you make that shirt, Chris? Chris is going to wear it to the opener. No.
Yeah. Bears offense.
Let's go, boys.
I got the pacing down, too.
Yeah, you got that pretty good. Let's go. You don't want the head coach standing up there, oof, and
Yeah.
Ooh,
Foof.
Foof.
Foof. Yeah, it was a foof. That
oof.
second one's foof. I don't even know what a foof is, but man alive.
Oof.
Your offense has been described. Caleb Williams' offense has been described as
oof. Oof.
What do you say to that?
Oof.
Maybe he himself would give you 3 sounds.
Crosstalk. Yeah, maybe he would. I don't know. Crosstalk is coming up with Waddle and Sylvie. Jesse's in for Waddle. We'll talk to the boys next. Yurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
I get it. No, the other one. Who's Sweeney?
Move on. Sydney Sweeney?
Move
on to Sydney Sweeney. Good choice.
I'd have to settle for her,
Good
guys.
choice.
And that'll be fine.
That's pretty good settling. You settled for
She
Sydney
leans
Sweeney.
my direction anyway.
I thought Taylor Swift.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with a Rich Eisen show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, with 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS CVS. That's 877-877-4827.
Back to school is here, and if summer's wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a haircut worthy of those first aid picks. Faster and at low prices that'll make you smile. So what are you waiting for? It's time to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
There was the gold rush, the oil boom, the tech boom, and now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity gives you everything you need to ride the Wi-Fi boom with powerful, reliable connection, 99.99% network reliability, and ultra-low lag for smoother streaming. Need to connect it all? Do it. You, the kids, the grandparents, the poker crew, hundreds of devices, all booming together. And it's not just the Wi-Fi that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi, best-in-class equipment, unlimited data, and one consistent price for 5 years. No annual contract, just the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Tap into the Wi-Fi boom today. Visit Xfinity.com or call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024. Actual speeds vary.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Is that a Jurko read?
I don't know. It's Mitch Lyons. MitchLyonsWealth.com, guys. We love Mitch. Mitch is absolutely fantastic. We miss him. We love him.
Love him.
MitchLyonsWealth.com. He's going to grow. He's going to build. He's going to win retirement. That's what it's all about.
How do you make them grow?
We're going to grow. Your investments, your funds grow.
He's going to make your investments grow.
It's not a Blue Chew read. This is MitchLyonsWealth.com. We love him.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom.
Mitch pays extra for that.
Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Good thing Mitch loves Jurko. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Thank you to Tom Thayer for joining us today. Thanks to Black and Abdallah.
That's what you get out of Jurko. Special, unique, one-time reads only.
Special what?
Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Man, oh man.
MitchLyonsWealth.com. It never stops.
Thanks
Continues
for calling and listening into the show today. It is time for Crosstalk. Waddle's gone today, but Jesse is stepping in. They've gone to the pen.
Oh yeah.
They're coming. Goose Gossage coming in, throwing 97.
Well, Sylvie and I are going to Colorado together this weekend, just the two of us.
For the Rockies?
Yeah, we're
For the
both
series?
going.
We're going to Colorado.
You are not.
Yes,
we are.
You guys going
on my life.
I don't buy
You guys going to ride the rapids out there? What are you guys doing?
You know what? I was wondering about that.
How safe is it?
I've done it.
How safe is it?
I've done it.
I mean, it's not a ride at Great America. It's the real.
You're in the wild.
Do they have like some moderate rapids or like some?
I did like level 3. I think.
Yeah, they
so
rank
kind of like
there.
right in the middle. So not calm, but not like.
No, I don't want to.
A little scary, but it was.
Where do you go for that? Because we're staying in downtown Denver, obviously.
Well,
we were out.
You got to get out of downtown Denver. That's obvious.
We were like west of Golden, probably by about an hour.
Yeah,
so
everything's about an hour.
Well into the mountains.
What about Boulder? Do they have any rapids in Boulder? Because we want to drive up to Boulder.
You want to go to Boulder? What about Colorado Springs? I mean, that's very
That's
earthy.
where Team USA is, isn't it? Where the Olympic.
I didn't know you were going to Colorado.
Yeah, well, we were looking for a spot for Labor Day with the kids.
When he says we, me and him. Oh, no, with the kids.
Yeah. And Allie,
think the kids like it out there?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and we were debating, should we go to South Carolina? We've never been there. Should we go to San Diego?
Do you like granola?
I do like granola.
Good, you'll be happy out
I've been
there.
I've been on the gummies lately.
Ton of tree huggers out there, boy. You'll have some fun.
10 THC levels these days, Yerk.
Are you good? And I take it you did this because you could check a place that you could check off the box place you haven't seen, and the Cubs are there.
And the Cubs are there. And that made it like just, hey, it's really nice weather this time of year. I hear there's a lot to do there.
Tons.
We're going to go to one of their amusement parks on Saturday. I think it's called Elitch Gardens.
Nice.
Elitch Gardens.
They got a roller coaster you can ride.
Multiple. They've got 6 roller coasters.
This guy wants to kill a few things off the old bucket list.
That's right.
And Carmen, I'm going because.
Are you really?
Yeah.
For what?
Not as much for the Cubs, but to do what we did with the White Sox last year, right about the Rockies.
Get out of here, really?
No, I'm not kidding. It just happened to be when the Cubs are there. Yeah, they're sending me
but
to
they're
right.
not going to.
Are you going to a game, Sylvie?
He's going to.
We're going to 2. We're going to Friday and Sunday.
Did you call Kenny Crane?
I called Jesse Rogers.
Nice.
Kenny Crane taking care of you?
I would have think. Well, it is the Cubs though. I was going to say Rockies tickets can't be hard to get.
No,
but when the Cubs are there,
but
they used to be
get.
hard to get.
Of course,
they used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, we were going to talk about the Cardinals' lowest attendance yesterday.
I saw that.
Rockies used to draw even when they were bad, but when you are bad for that long, it's eventually going to hit you.
Have you ever been
Unless you're
to
the Bulls.
Mexico City?
Huh?
Have you ever been to Mexico
No,
City?
it's funny you should say that.
Have you ever been to
Gladiator
altitude? What I'm
movies.
asking, altitude. I'm asking about altitude.
okay.
Mexico City is a ton above sea level. Also,
I've been to Salt Lake City. Are
you worried about altitude
No,
sickness?
I am not.
You worried about being short of breath out there?
Depends what we're doing.
Well, that's my
Jericho.
point. I mean, do you think it'll be good
Depends
for you?
how many drinks the wife has at dinner.
You'll be short breath. Well, she's going to need a lot. I have at least 2 bottles of wine. I'm
Believe
guessing.
you me, I know
She's
this.
going to need a
I'm
lot.
guessing 2 bottles of wine before the words yes come out of her mouth.
I wonder if my pickleball game will be impacted by the.
There you go.
You're playing
You should think
pickleball
about
out
that.
there?
Oh, wait,
thinking
you're playing
about it.
pickleball out there?
No, it hasn't been scheduled yet, but sometimes there's a
What
pop-up
do you have
game.
an app? You just go and you look for an app.
Honestly, yes.
Oh, what a loser!
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You look for a pickleball.
It's happened on occasion. Yes,
this
people
is like,
do this.
This is like Bumble, except
yes.
for pickleball players.
Pickleball. Swipe left, swipe
is
right.
Are you really? I don't want to play him now. Looks too competitive.
Now, I don't travel like I used to,
So
but
you go pickle right or pickle left if you're willing to play with them.
The baseball people I know that play pickle, this is what they do because they're all over the country all year.
Oh, wow.
And they find games.
Carmen is
Ryan Flaherty, the bench coach of the Cubs, he's always looking for a game wherever he
Really?
is.
I can't make
sure
fun of him
is.
too much. He's the bench coach of the Cubs.
Yeah, but
The
you can
rest
make fun
you,
of me.
Absolutely.
Do you know what he was bragging about?
Oh, here we
What
go.
now?
He was.
Let me hear it. What's he bragging about?
He thinks in a game of doubles, he's going to beat Waddle and his daughter.
No chance.
He doesn't know the athleticism that Waddle brings. And then as a flex, he goes,
No chance.
"Oh, I've beaten umpires."
Yeah, who?
like,
Eric Gregg?
We're not talking about
Cowboy
West,
Joe?
Phil
Yeah.
Cousy?
We're
Phil
talking about
Cousy?
umpires that are
Anybody
in
smaller than a
good
water
shape.
buffalo, huh? Anybody
In
smaller than a water
good
buffalo?
Shape. And by the way,
Jeez, this
Waddle
guy.
was a great wide receiver, and he's running from me right now because I
Running
texted
from
him a
him.
week ago. Do you want to play this Saturday
It's
or
on.
Sunday? I'll get back to you, Jess.
Dude, I've seen him play tennis.
Cricket. I don't care about tennis.
That's true because tennis is a real sport and pickleball's not. So you
That's
might
true.
have an
playing
advantage.
with a racket, by the way.
Pickleball's
that
as
was a
exciting as
backhanded
chess.
compliment, but I'll take it.
Pickleball's as exciting as chess.
Well, it's not even nearly as exciting as chess, actually.
You're probably right there.
It's a great sport.
So he might have a chance. He might.
Thank
like
you.
in tennis, you got
There's
no
some
chance.
nuances.
he's got no chance.
He's
got no
Look,
chance.
the former athletes are great pickleball players, but you need to know how the sport. He's played
kitchen.
it like 3
He
times.
doesn't know the kitchen.
You don't know the kitchen.
That's a
I
real
know the
thing. the
kitchen.
Keep your foot out of the kitchen.
What about the dining room? Do
That's
they have
right.
a dining room?
For all he knows, they do.
They have an
because he's
outhouse.
played it like 3 times.
Oh, they better not have a bar room. If they do, you're dead.
Yeah, Waddle's
well,
going to go
pickle.
nuts.
He'd be the type to drink wine and play pickle. That he
Of
would be the
course
type.
he would.
And beat your ass still.
And probably still beat you with one hand tied behind his back.
I cannot wait for my son and I to beat him and his daughter. This is going to be great fodder for the radio.
Are we going to tape this?
We need to set up a
Danny
sports
wants to put
book
on
for
YouTube.
this.
Sports book.
Yes, we do.
This is going to be great.
I've played with Passon. He's on today at 4. You can ask him. He'll probably take Waddle's side. He's going to pick Waddle.
He's going to take Waddle's side. He's smart enough to know. Is Passon any good?
He's a former tennis player as well, so he's got those skills, but he hasn't played enough. So I keep saying, you got to play to understand the nuances.
But who brags about beating an umpire in anything? In anything? Well, I beat umpires. What? I beat umpires.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
To be honest, I think I lost to him, but whatever.
Oh, Jesse. Now we get the real story. I can't believe they're making you write about Colorado that they're going to pass the Sox. They're not going to set the record.
Probably not, but
there's no way they've got like 37 wins.
Right. It's just a reason to write about their dysfunction like we did with
boy.
Are you talking to KB while you're out there?
If he's there.
Yeah, does he even show up?
I don't know if he's there.
Are you talking to his pappy?
Mike? Have you talked to Mike lately?
I did talk to Kyle Hendricks' dad the other day before the start.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And
does he still live here?
No, he's in Nashville. He lives in Nashville.
He moved to Nashville.
He's in Nashville, but he didn't go to the game out there. And he's been to Wrigley this year, even though his kid plays for the Angels.
Well, you know, it's close.
So I
not
talked
as easy
to
to
John,
get
but I've
to
not talked to Mike Bryan all season. I owe him a phone call now that I'm going out there.
Not really. We definitely don't. Yeah, oh, my God. Well,
Not really.
We're going to find out about cuts here in 15. Polls will meet the media. You guys are going to carry it
I'm
live.
fascinated by this Jalen Johnson story.
Well, it's starting to get interesting because like we're 13 days away. It's like they still don't really want to give an answer. I mean, they're going.
But it sounds like he might be ready to play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what
They
it
just
sounded
won't give an
like.
answer what's wrong with him.
It's not a great answer if you want to play it. Ben Johnson's answer's up there. I mean, he did say that's the plan.
It sounds very Kyle Tucker-like.
But it's
as it has been. That's been the target date, but we'll see.
It doesn't make you feel great.
And
That's
then he
target date.
what I found interesting, and I texted you guys about it because I thought Jurko was onto something. I don't know if this is it or not, but
I was onto something.
Yeah, because when Ben Johnson has been asked about his offense, like you were saying, he'll tell you, not
good.
When Ben Johnson, you ask him about the left tackle. He says, well, we'll have a starter on opening day. Yeah. He doesn't sugarcoat stuff. When you ask him about an injury even, it's soft tissue. Why is he deferring on the Jalen Johnson injury to Ryan Poles when he's answered every question this training camp and has been the face of the team? And they've deferred everything through him. The only thing, is this something that he's not happy with his contract? I don't know that. Or is it about the technicalities of how he got hurt away from the facility that Ryan has to explain?
That could be. I mean, either one of those.
Either one of those are legitimate
interesting
concerns. Yes,
and
concerns.
Are there more rules if you didn't get hurt during practice, where it's not up? The team can't relay why he's out,
and they don't have to give a injury update until next week.
Here's the crazy thing: we used to have a racquetball court in Green Bay.
Yeah,
and we'd play. It's on the training camp. It's in your facility.
They have that at the Payton Center too.
So volleyball. We used to play volleyball back when volleyball was a thing before pickleball came around and the whole world went crazy.
Did volleyball have trampolines?
No. You just played volleyball
in a racquetball
court. Yeah. That's volleyball. So we had fun doing that, and we had guys that got cut. Got hit by a racket, had to go get stitches and such and that. But they tried to argue one time, say you tore an ACL, is that a non-football injury list? Wait a minute. We weren't playing football, but we were conditioning. We were training. We were at the team facilities. The team created it and made it available to us.
Oh, then that's
so would that be a non-football injury list? Or would you be able to be put on the football injury list?
Based on those parameters, I think you'd be put on the football injury list. It was at the team facility.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
But I think they used to have an out to where if they wanted to get away from it, they could.
But I think Sylvie's onto something. This is not.
Has he been on NFI or is he just?
He's been on physically unable to perform, right? Or has he been on NFI?
No.
I think
he's on NFI.
I think he is on
Come
NFI.
on now.
So
he is. He's on NFI.
Jurko, you think there's two options? He got hurt doing something away from the facility that had nothing to do with athleticism, or he got hurt training away from the facility.
I would assume he got hurt training away from the facility.
Yeah, that makes
Secondly, you know how the quarterback always has all the wide receivers down? What if you're a wide receiver down there with your quarterback because he called for you guys to come on down? You tear your ACL there. Are you on a non-football injury list because you weren't doing it with the team officials? You guys were doing it at the quarterback's house. Are they covered in that type of scenario? Or are they not covered in that type
I
of
have
scenario?
no idea.
There you go. There's some crazy things that are out there.
Biggsy tweeted, I guess, about 20 minutes ago that Jalen Johnson will be removed from NFI.
Okay.
So maybe that's a procedural thing that the general manager has to announce. I don't know.
Maybe.
But it's weird. And then, by the way, people are tweeting that the Bears only have one running back out there today on the field. DeAndre Swift is the only healthy running back on the field. Pat, the designer, said only one running back present in practice today. Swift might be a position the Bears check on in waivers for. So does this mean that who is the backup?
Cam Scatterbo.
No, he's on the Giants.
I love that guy.
They should have drafted him.
Arizona State.
Yes. Who's the Brandon? Is it Brandon something? The tall running back.
Brandon Jacobs.
No, maybe it's not Brandon. Who was the back? The guy.
Britton Brown.
Britton Brown, not Brandon.
Britton Brown, who's on the Bears.
Well, but he's not out there. You think they released him?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Please release him.
Maybe he's hurt too.
They waived.
You know that's
Wheeler.
what I do.
If anything, I thought waiving Wheeler meant that Roshan and Monangai are probably okay.
Please release
right?
me.
But they're all just still dealing with minor
Brian
injuries.
Adams?
Well, I mean, here's the key: are they all back next week when the
that's
when
what
the
matters.
real
That's the
prep for the game?
Come
They cut
Tuesday.
me once in Green Bay. I went and played golf with Tiger Green, Mark Lee, and Chuck Cecil, and Tim Harris.
Didn't they? And then they bring you back.
Then we had shrimp on the Barbie at Tim Harris's house.
Nice.
And then I woke up and I walked to the facility and signed a practice squad contract. So that could be going on right now. Right. Guys could be out having a good time playing a little bit of golf, knowing in the morning they're coming back to sign a deal.
Right. Yeah.
Not bad. It's good times, fun times. I wouldn't
can't
judge
believe
anything until next week. And then let me
I'm
look at
with
depth
you.
charts to find out what the hell's going on Tuesday, September 2nd, as we go into the league year.
Were you upset to be interrupted with your glorious story of triumph today?
Oh, with Taylor?
By Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce news?
I always thought if she ever met me that she'd have kicked Travis Kelce to the curb.
I can't argue with that.
There's a certain animal magnetism that I possess.
The Kavorka.
Yeah, the Kavorka.
Well, you got
and
a
if
girl,
she ever
though.
would have bumped me,
Would
yeah.
you, would you?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Not an issue. Not an issue. She succumbed to that, the Kavorka. I mean,
No, I'm saying if
Renee
she
succumbed
did kick Kelce to the curb, would you be kicking anyone to
What
the
would
curb?
Renee say?
Oh,
I think Renee would understand.
I think so,
I think
too.
our better halves would all
First
understand.
of all, I don't kick people to the curb. I'm just telling you, if I ever spent a moment around Taylor Swift, I'd be fighting her off.
I think they'd have
That's
like
what I'd have to do.
They'd
I
have
can't
like,
argue with you.
I'd have to fight her off.
I think it'd be like a family out. I don't want to say it. You get in
Well,
trouble.
what?
It'd be like what was the old
Solid.
show on HBO? Yeah, I was going to say like a family in Utah, but what was the old show on SNL? What was the old show on
HBO?
HBO. Big Love
with Bill Paxton.
Yeah,
right?
with Bill Paxton.
Yeah,
Yurko's just going to have he's going to move a few.
He's got
Taylor's
them
gonna
four at
come
a
with him.
time.
Yeah.
4 at a time, and they're all getting mad at each other.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Come
That's a
on,
lot to
guys.
juggle.
What are you doing?
Holy cow. Well, good for Taylor and Travis. I don't know that it'll last.
Yeah,
Marriage is
congratulations.
hard, but
I mean, it did-
I don't think they're faking
not
it
married
now.
yet
I
either.
think they're smitten with one another.
I mean, a lot of people thought they were faking it for
they're not faking it
for like 2 years.
Well, we'll see. You got to check how long the marriage contract is. Then we'll find out.
See, I don't believe in that either. I think they might just get sick of each other in a few years.
Prenup
Because
or
that's
no
what happens.
prenup? What do you say?
Oh, I would think that she makes him sign a prenup. I mean, come on. She's worth like $1 billion.
Okay, but love is love, Carmen. Maybe they
Love
will
is
sign
I'd
it.
sign a prenup anytime.
They'll sign prenups. What do you mean?
I mean, I'd sign a prenup anytime. I wouldn't be offended. Get out of here. Who cares? Come on.
You know who should marry him? Jordan Love. He should be the priest, the minister.
Why?
Because of love. That's all love.
You've
guys.
done way better before.
Bob Loves. Get Butterbean up there.
Bob Love used to preside over marriages.
That's right.
Yeah?
I'm a minister. I can do it. But again, if I get around her, you never know. She might be heading for the hills after that.
I think, doesn't Jerry Reinsdorf get people married?
What?
I have no
I thought
idea.
Google that.
I kind of remember
Jerry
something like that.
Reinsdorf?
Not recently.
Minister.
I
I
still
think
remember
he's got
that.
his
Yeah.
license. Let me double check.
Get out of here.
My guy Reggie White really
It's
was a
possible
minister.
we're making that up, but I feel like there's something
That
to
sounds
that.
to me like it's made up.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Jerry officiating
Maybe
a
it was
wedding.
Brooks Boyer. I don't know.
Yeah, Brooks, I could see. Jerry, I don't know.
I
you
feel like
take
there's
this
something to
man to be your husband.
What do you think? I'm going to
Buy
kvetch.
season tickets.
I'm going to kvetch.
You won't get a second bite at the apple.
I Googled something from SNY from back in 2005 or something.
What is SNY, please?
What is that? The sports?
I don't know.
The New York sports or something like that.
I don't know.
It says he was
SNY,
an ordained clergyman in the Universal of Life Church.
Get out of
That's the
here.
same one as
That's
me.
what Yurko's in.
Oh.
All you need is a heartbeat, $129, and answer a couple questions.
So Jerry actually
could be a minister.
We
Look
got to
here.
run
Show
though
the
because
card,
we got to.
all right, go ahead.
We got to go because we got to carry polls.
See you, Yerk.
So Ryan Poles is live press conference coming up next. What will he say about Jalen Johnson?
Universal Life Church.
It's a black card too. That's pretty good.
Got that right.
Waddle and Sylvie next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is eating dips with chips, with wings and veggies, all while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find right there in your kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. With live betting, rivalry week odds boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every Saturday. New DraftKings customers, bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats live from the stands, and we've got a special update. Sources confirm fans using the Vivid Seats app are racking up rewards with every ticket and doing it fast. With an unbeatable lineup of seats and perks that go the distance, why use any other app for game day? Don't fumble this season. Grab your tickets through Vivid Seats, download their app, earn rewards, and as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, get $20 off your first $200 in-app purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Defense. The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kid's hair, you might be dreading the process of getting it cleaned up. Luckily, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for a fresh haircut faster. They'll even send you a Ready Next text when you're next for a cut. Your kid's hair will look great for those first-day pictures, and Great Clips' everyday low prices will make you smile. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save your kid's haircut details in clip notes, so the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. So if summer fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas. It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
That's right. Ryan Poles so far has 16 wins to his resume. Not exactly taking the North, but better days ahead, hopefully. Ben Johnson has been a breath of fresh air. He spoke earlier, and Ryan Poles will speak any minute. I believe his exact time that he's scheduled to arrive at the podium at the PNC Center at Hallis Hall is 3:05. So it's exactly 3 o'clock right now. In the next couple of minutes, as soon as he starts speaking, Charlie just raised the audio and interrupt me, tell me to shut up, and we'll go to Poles.
Don't tell me to shut up, Charlie. I got a lot to
just
say.
Tell him to be quiet.
Come on, Jesse.
There we go. That's the first of many. I haven't been on the air since Friday's game, Sylvie, and I know everyone was crapping on that. I listened to you at halftime. It was just a couple of those penalties that really set them back. The first penalty, first play of the game, and then the first drive on offense. So I didn't think it was as bad as it seemed or sounded.
Oh, really?
I didn't.
Wow.
It was those three penalties, and then they found their footing a little bit. The 2-minute drive was good.
Against the twos. I mean,
yes, against
the
twos.
one thing, though, was, Caleb in those first two drives, and Ben Johnson spoke about that. We'll play all of Ben after Ryan speaks, but we don't want to miss anything from him. Is, Caleb he didn't play as on time as he did the last game.
I would agree with that.
That's the thing. Yeah. And then the defense, Waddle hit it a lot. Yesterday I hit it on the halftime show. It's that pass rush. And we'll see if the Bears reportedly have already cut Zach Pickens. Mm-hmm. And I guess the roster is out now. Ryan will meet the media here. So give us what you know here, Tyler, as you just let me know.
So looking at some of the guys who we thought would make the team that are going to IR, Travis Homer is one of them. So that is one of the running back spots that clears up there. And Amen Agbangbemiga will also go to IR. They activated both Jalen Johnson and Torrey Taylor, and it does not look like Ja'Day Walker was cut.
Right.
So he will make the team.
Tyler Scott got released earlier, the former 4th-round pick. He was one of the wide receivers / special teamers. They liked him as a special teamer. He has not lived up to what they thought he would be as a wide receiver, as a draft pick. Ja'Day Walker, I'm telling you, from the moment we arrived at Hallis, there are some guys who show up and then they'll flash for the first week or two. Mm-hmm. The wide receiver from TCU is a good example of that. And then in game time, it doesn't, not at least right away, it doesn't translate.
Right.
Every day in practice, he would make plays. And in all the games, whenever he got an opportunity, including this last one, the sideline catch, tiptoeing, the big catches, including the touchdown to win it, he was a leader on that team in the SEC. Mississippi State, is that the school?
Wasn't it A&M?
Texas A&M. That's what it is. Texas A&M. He was a big leader there. Late bloomer. He hasn't played football long, and great special teamer. So what about offensive line-wise? Did any surprise cuts? Did Amagaji make the...
Amagaji made the team. The only offensive line cuts I'm seeing, they waived Doug Kramer, they waived Bill Murray, and waived Jordan McFadden, who there was the follow report yesterday. They were trying to trade him, and Ricky Stromberg.
Yeah, and then
no surprises.
Luke Newman makes the team.
Yes.
And
it feels like you think about it from a year ago, they definitely have raised the floor on some of these, but I'm not sure how high the ceiling is. Like offensive line is a great example. The floor has been raised. Some of these guys that were contributors last year, but not sure what the ceiling is. They've been okay in the preseason, but not great.
Waddle has mentioned that. They can win the number 2 Super Bowl. Like, for the second team against second team, they're a Super Bowl competitor.
Right.
What you're saying is that ceiling, how high are they going to reach? Because there are a lot of guys who are still very young, developing. How good is Caleb going to be? How good is Rome going to be? How about Burden? How about Colston Loveland? So many guys there who could be interesting. The left tackle spot, Ben Johnson would not endorse a left tackle. He just said, we will have a starter, which is not a good sign to anybody.
Rinse and repeat. He has not shown any sort of positive vibes about the left tackle position all camp.
None.
I mean, the entire camp. Nothing
They've
really
been waiting.
that positive.
Their initial thing was they were hoping minicamp would solve left tackle and that they would have a clear-cut one going in there.
No doubt.
It did not. It started off as a 3-player race between Amagaji, Braxton Jones, and Ozzie Trapillo. Soon thereafter, Trapillo went back to the right side mainly, and Amagaji ran basically with the 3s, and then it turned into a Theo Benedict versus Braxton Jones thing. And Theo's very raw, and Braxton Jones is okay but hurt.
Yeah, Poles was on the broadcast saying he's getting better physically. I didn't think he had the best game on Friday. I bet when they looked at that tape, he got bull rushed a couple times, pushed backwards, but there were other good moments as well. Maybe 2 more weeks physically, he's getting better and better. Maybe. I've always been a Braxton Jones guy.
I know, yeah.
Crossing your fingers that opening night, he looks like a real left tackle again.
They need that, yes, especially against that defense who gives you so many different looks. So as soon as Ryan Poles meets the media, the other interesting thing is Tyler told you they have activated Jalen Johnson, but Ben Johnson didn't. Well, we don't know anything about why Jalen Johnson missed. There was no indication that he had ever been hurt in minicamp or in OTAs, and then all of a sudden, as they opened, he's not active, and Ben talked about him not being in real good condition for a game week 1, and they'll have to watch like the way
I think what was the wording? He's on target for week 1, something like that, but is he ready for week 1? He might be active for it, but is he ready for it? And that isn't a position they can really. They're a little bit thin on the back end. I feel like a little bit thin. So it'll be very interesting to see what he says about him.
It will be also interesting when they ask him about like searching the waiver wire. Like they get a claim, fairly high still.
You would think a running back with all the injuries.
Like with one running back out there in practice today, corner and defensive back has been decimated by injuries. I'm sure you're just scouring the waiver wire for tackles and edge rushers. Those are hard to find. Anyone good is on a team.
I can't recall this many injured players at one position in training camp. Running back. Like, that's a lot of guys that got banged up 2 weeks before the season started.
Well, and think about defensive back, too, the same way.
Yeah, same thing.
With Jalen Johnson already out. Gordon got hurt. And then Terrell Smith is out for the year. Like, those are, 3 out of their top 6 corners.
Yeah, and back to running back, and it's not even that deep of a room in the first place. Where are we at the end of camp here with DeAndre? You think big years, medium year? What do you think about him now?
I think he'll be much better than last year. Okay. I don't think he'll be anything you'll be like, oh, DeAndre Swift. I think he'll be more involved in the pass game. And Ben said some good things about him at the press conference today.
I don't play fantasy football anymore, but I would imagine if I did, DeAndre Swift would be like one of the last players taken.
Yeah, he's not going. He's not going on. And the problem is, though, like the guys that you are high on Monangai, 7th-round pick, hurt. Roshan, you thought would get new life with this. Do you want to take Rome right now? No, we won't take Rome. So Rome's at the podium right now. After Rome Odunze, I think is when we're going to get Ryan Poles. So should I play some Ben Johnson right now? We got time for that. I thought this was very interesting stuff. So here, I just played you the Jalen Johnson stuff with Carmen and Jurko. This was Ben talking about, will he be able to play even a full game? If he is ready to go week 1, will they have to spell him? So it was asked about him needing conditioning.
Yeah, I think that that's a good observation right there, because we're doing as much as we can to make sure that conditioning is where it needs to be. But at the same time, there really is no substitute for putting on pads and playing the game at full speed. And so each guy's different, particularly guys that have had success in this league for a number of years. They're a little bit different than maybe a rookie that you don't know as much about. And so he does get a little benefit of it because he's played this game at a high level. But at the same time, I don't think there's any substitute for being able to be out there and go through the process. Training camp is a really good indication, not just for the team, but for each player as you're working through low volume, ramping on up over the course just to make sure you're ready to take on a 7-game season. And of course, he's missed that.
So we'll get more clarity from Ryan Poles, hopefully.
Yeah, you just whatever the case is, you're not getting peak version of Jalen Johnson. You're just not on opening night.
What about Gordon? How ready will
Probably
Gordon
same
be?
thing.
Yeah, so there are a lot of guys, and it's a night game, so that's better.
Good
You're not
thing the
playing
Vikings
out in the
had
hot
problems
sun.
in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
So,
with Addison out,
kind of trade off maybe.
This I think is very interesting. We put two of the answers together on the left tackle. Listen, guys, to the way Ben Johnson discusses the position. First, he is asked about the starter at left tackle, and then listen to the follow-up and the way he answers it specifically.
Braxton Jones, your starter week 1 at left tackle.
I'm not ready to talk about starters yet.
And you said all along with the left tackle spot that you want to see somebody stand out and earn that. Do you feel like that was the case?
I think we're going to have a starter week 1, and we'll go from there. So that's I said it a few weeks ago, and we feel good about the guys we have in that room. Someone's going to take the bull by the horns and is going to completely take over, but we're not afraid to make a change if the performance isn't where it needs to be. So we'll make that decision going into next week. I'm sure you guys will have a good idea who our starters will be going into Minnesota, but I'm not there yet. This week is still about us. I'm not worried about Minnesota yet. It's all about us.
I think he hinted there at the end, first of all, that it probably will be Braxton. I think with the words that he used, I think you all know who the starters will be against Minnesota. But in the way he phrased that about, I think it was Chris Emma who asked the question, has anyone gone out there and grabbed the job? And he's like, we'll have a starter in week 1.
And then the next part of that sentence, he kind of praised everyone. That's damning with faint praise. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
He's like, we like the guys in the room. Okay, but you just said you can't even find a starter.
Yeah, we're not ready to name a starter officially. Yeah. And we'll have a starter for week 1. And whoever that is, probably Braxton.
May not start week 2.
He put him on notice.
Yes,
he already put the nameless starter at left tackle on notice. And he has said that before. And the way I interpret that is they've wanted someone to displace Braxton Jones because he's on a contract here. Right. He hasn't been great, and he's injured. He's coming off an injury. Right. I think for a variety of reasons, they wanted someone to go out there and seize the job, whether it was Trapillo, whether or not he could play left. He's a true right. He was replaced at left at Boston College. Amagaji, who's been a project and was hurt last year. And now an undrafted Canadian player who didn't start playing football until the 9th grade in Theo Benedict was the last bit of competition. I think what they're telling you there is none of the three are ready to take the job yet, but don't discount us replacing him at some point.
I can't recall a player that's been put on notice more times than Braxton Jones in the span of 4 or 5 weeks here. Because remember how they opened camp kind of midway through camp, and now at the end of camp he is saying very similar things throughout. So I don't, Braxton's a smart guy. I mean, he must know he's on notice by now. Doesn't take a genius to figure that one out. So look, he's got a shot. No one took the job from him, so he's got a shot, but he's got to earn a little bit more than he has so far.
And maybe Poles is trying to swing a trade here. Or maybe there is another guy on waivers that they want to bring in, and they don't want to name a guy until they know they can or can't get a guy.
Yeah, that's a good
so
point. In both cases, Jalen Johnson and Braxton Jones, it's more about what they're not saying than what they are. We're not naming a starter. Talk to Brian Poles about Jalen Johnson. That raises red flags for both players. About both players.
Let me know, guys. Do I still have some more time here? Is Rome still meeting in the media?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so as soon as Ryan Poles gets to the podium, we will play that on your Home for the Bears, ESPN 1000. This is what Carmen was referring to. This is another not-so-glowing a bit of praise to the offense for Ben Johnson. He circles back to the last game and how the first team did not do well against the ones. But then listen to the follow-up when Patrick Finley mentions Caleb specifically and how Ben Johnson defends Caleb.
Probably, how I felt was the truth, and I said it after the game, and talked with those guys the next day as well. And we have a high standard. It was good to see the last two drives. They had 4 possessions, but the last 2 drives we ended up with some points, and so that was good to see. But the slow start, that's not what we want to be about. I felt that in practice at times over the course of camp, and so we're on a mission right now just to make sure that doesn't become a constant recurring theme as we go into the season. And so I think, like anything, you bring it to their attention, and we've got a bunch of pros and a bunch of prideful guys, and we'll get this thing fixed.
Okay, what does Caleb need to do to not get off to a slow start? Is it an energy thing? Is it an accuracy thing? Is it a mindset thing?
No, I don't think it's any of that. It's just we're all about, and it doesn't matter. It's not Caleb. It's everybody. It's everybody, and it's coaches included in all this thing. And so we're not pointing fingers. The whole thing is we just got to be focused. We got to be intentional. We like to talk about, if we get 70 plays in a game, those are 70 bullets for us to shoot off, and we need each one to count. We can't be missing. We can't be wasting. And I think that's the mantra that we've been talking about as coaches, and the players are really taken to that. So just that awareness level that there are no breather plays in this league. Each thing is really important. The details are really important, and I think it's going to add up, and we'll be just fine.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. You can't take plays off. The first play is just as important as the last play. And I said, look, I'm as pessimistic as any Chicago sports fan, but they came out and made a couple penalties on the road at night in KC. Not that night has anything to do with it. They made a couple penalties on both sides of the ball, set them back on both sides. The 2-minute drill, no penalties, right? Did I recall? They go down and they score.
Played on time, right?
Okay, I get what he's saying. Hey, don't take a first play penalty. That's ridiculous.
But you could tell the disappointment that he's talking about as well, because just like I told you with Ja'Day Walker, you don't just look at a few practices and say, oh, he's really standing out, because then you're just it's a smaller sample, like you always talk about in baseball. Week after week, when a guy stands out, he may be something, and then the games kind of prove it. The thing with this Bears offense, even before Ben got here, slow starting offense. Caleb averaged 30 yards passing in the first quarter last year. Averaged 30 yards passing in the first year. They barely scored in the first quarter all last year.
Yeah.
And then you heard Ben Johnson say in training camp, and we've reported this, it was a consistent thing where they would have to get off to a slow start. And they would have to sort of find their way through practice, slow starting practices.
Makes sense.
And then what happened here agast a real team?
Here's your final
with the ones,
chance.
Yeah.
Your final chance.
Here it is again.
Yeah,
we're slow starting, and he can't. I love the urgency that we can't waste one of the 70
No
bullets.
doubt. I'm so interested to see how they come out in September. We know the good teams almost take September off. They can't afford to do that. But I agree with you. And everything you said about last year, he knows. He studied everything about it, and he sees a bad first quarter over and over and over again. He's going to address it the way he did. So I love it as well. I'm just not that concerned because of a penalty on each side of the ball that set each side of the ball back. But whatever.
We told you about cuts. Their wide receivers there are 6 of them. It's DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Zacchaeus, Luther Burden, Walker, and then they kept Duvernay, who is a another special teams piece. He's expected to help in the return game there as well. So, like, Walker's his specialty is blocking punts and give you depth as a tall, athletic wide receiver. Devin Duvernay, also special teams guy. Then you've got your 4 top guys in Moro, Dunze, and Zacchaeus.
Pop quiz. Who has a better season, however you want to define it, Luther Burden and Roma Dunze?
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm asking.
You know. Okay, well, I'll spin it both ways. If it's not Rome,
we got problems.
It's either a problem or Luther Burden is a stud.
Well, that's kind of what I'm referencing.
Luther Burden is.
I'm not taking anything away from Rome. I'm a big Luther Burden guy. We haven't talked about this.
Yes, as you should be.
So that's why I'm asking that. Like, it's not impossible.
I have Rome leading the team in receiving yards.
Okay.
I think Caleb's very comfortable with him. I think he's ready to break out. He still needs to attack the ball better. As we saw in that jump ball that he didn't high point, he tried to catch it breadbasket. But
one's a rookie and one's not is also part of the equation.
Yeah, and Luther, like the thing about Luther that we've seen, he's only run with the 2s mainly, and a lot of the times up here, he still has to be redirected where to line up.
No doubt all that is true, but a month into the season, things can shift, guy can emerge, and that's why I'm asking it.
Yeah.
Because obviously the obvious answer is Roma Dunze, but I wouldn't be shocked if somehow Luther Burden is being talked about.
Let's go to the podium. Here's Bears GM Ryan Poles.
All right, started here. So obviously, tough day. Cut downs always are rough. Having those conversations with the guys. I'm proud of the 53 that we have set up going into the season. In terms of some designations. Jalen Johnson is going to come off NFI as he returns. IR designated for return is going to be Travis Homer and Amon. So they'll be down for 4 weeks. And then for Zay Frazier, a little bit of a complicated deal because he's going to go on NFI. He had a situation that presented itself in a category that I would say personal. As we dug into it, tried to help him out, revealed itself as something that happened before he got here. So credit to our staff, finding the root cause of what he was going through. So he'll be down for the year, but he'll spend the time going to meetings in the weight room and with the medical staff, preparing for next season to get ready to play. So kind of a bummer on the front end, but I think because of everyone's hard work and care here, we got him on the right path. In terms of training camp, I thought Coach did a great job setting up training camp in terms of increasing the competition, the physicality. Felt like you could start seeing our identity take shape, even though we know that will really solidify itself as we get into the regular season. I thought it was very competitive on the roster. It made the cut-down process difficult. I give a lot of that credit to the players that worked extremely hard, but also our coaching staff. The staff did a wonderful job developing some players, putting them really ahead of the developmental curve, and in place to compete for starting positions, backup roles, and making the 53, which is always a good thing. We'll always continue to monitor the league in terms of calls with trades, waiver claims to see if is there any way to help our football team get better. I think in terms of our team specifically, I know there's a lot of questions O-line. I feel really good about that position now. The backups, we're going to go with 10. That backup group has versatility, upside. Guys can plug in right now and play. And there's a couple guys that over the course of the year should continue to get better to help us in the future, this year or even down the road. So we're in a good shape there. And running back, that group's getting healthier. I know you all are out there, and there's just a few guys now that should look very different as we move forward. Each day should look different. Ben keeps putting different players back there too to shake it up and start some interesting conversations. So feel good about where we are, and I'll open up to questions.
I'm with Jalen. What's the timeline for getting him back fully mixed in practice-wise?
Yeah, we're taking that really day to day. When I was going out to practice, he was running and doing agility work. So I feel like he's getting better. When you're going from not playing and just training to football, there's all kinds of different things that kind of change timelines. So we're hopeful that he continues to get better. But we also have to be smart to make sure he's good long-term as well. So we'll just take that day by day and really work through our medical staff to make sure we're doing right by Jalen.
Is there real optimism he can be ready week one? I know he's on the active roster, but that's realistic at this point?
Yeah, we're pushing for it. But again, it's that fine line of making sure that we're smart with him.
What's the concern about him having different injuries? Not even what he's been dealing with, just the fact he hasn't been playing football and he go out there Monday night.
Yeah.
He's just not calloused or ready or whatever.
Yeah, that's real. And that's what we're evaluating right now. We have a little bit of time before we get there to start the game week. So all of those things are part of the discussion.
What happened to him? What happened?
Yeah, before he got here, he had a soft tissue injury. Obviously, for this long, it's a little bit more significant. So it's just taking some time to get back and be his regular self.
Ryan, you've been watching.
It's really not. I know there's a lot of questions about it. It's really not that complicated. He had a pretty good soft tissue injury before he got here.
As you've been watching practice the last month or so, where have you seen confirmation of upgrades that you believed you had made?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned the O-line. That's the part where I really am proud of our whole group for putting that thing together, and proud of the guys for working the way that they have. And even Dan Rochar and Kyle Devan, the time they put in with those guys, you can see that. I even think that KC game was pretty good in terms of how they held up. The pocket was pretty strong. So we've seen that in the run game. Really throughout training camp, you can see hip-to-hip, 4 numbers, getting movement, and that's going to be something we have to be good at to have success on offense this year. And I felt like you could see that throughout training camp and in the preseason games.
Ryan, you said you're proud of the O-line. Would you have preferred the left tackle to have made himself undeniable during this competition, rather than, as Ben said today, like, we'll talk starters next week?
Yeah, I think that's really part of Ben's process, just talking next week.
But he said the last couple of weeks that he was hoping somebody would make themselves known,
sure.
and it hadn't really happened.
For sure, and I think what part of that is you're dealing with some projections with Braxton coming back from injury, so you're like, all right, how close is he going to be to his normal self? You have some young players that are developing. You have a rookie moving over to different positions, so there's a lot of projection built into that. But I think as it came along, they all got better as we went. But we're going to have a lot of different options at really both left and right in our backup, swings, and really the versatility in that whole back end 5. Those guys can play multiple positions, which I think I don't know for sure, but we're up there in terms of how many different combinations we've rolled out there for the last 3 years. So you want to make sure you have insurance that guys can play, and they can play multiple positions when you're, dressing 8 guys for a game. So we should be in pretty good shape.
What's your level of confidence in the pass rush with the group that you have on the line? I'm talking about getting after quarterback with front 4.
Yeah. Pretty good. I think this was the best training camp Montez Sweat's had. He's in really good shape, ready to go. I think Dexter's ready to make a move. And then when you put those guys together with Grady, who's been a great addition, not only on the field, but his leadership, that whole group has really lifted in terms of their play and their mentality. And then with Dennis, I'm sure there's things we haven't even seen yet in terms of him helping and enhancing and creating confusion to get to the quarterback.
Ryan, what's your evaluation of Caleb, what he was able to do in training camp in the preseason with Ben's tutelage along the way?
Yeah, I think, there were some up and down moments, which was expected when a new system is coming in, and it's not easy. There's no wristbands. There's some foundational work that he had to work through as well. So there's some growing pains that happen. But I know when I put the whole timeline together, start from when he walked on campus from last year to this year, there's been a ton of growth there. And I know as we get into the game weeks and dial in, that speed of play and being efficient should increase as we go. But I know they loaded him up and they were really hard on him, which is going to be great for his development. And I know he'd rather go through that tough time in order to have success later. So I think we'll build off of this and it'll be good.
Is there any spot position group that came into this process maybe having some questions about that actually turned out to be a little bit better than you thought? Like the O-line, you put a lot of resources in there. I'm sure you felt decent about that coming into it, but there's a spot where maybe you was like, I don't know, but it turned out a little bit better.
Yeah, I would say receiver. We put a lot in the receiver room, but just the way Zacchaeus has played has been outstanding. Luther has taken huge steps, and he's just starting. Jade. And that's what I say when I think of Jade and I think of Theo's, like where they walked into where they are today. I mean, the discussion was developmental, and then they kind of put themselves a little bit ahead of that curve. So that receiver group, which made letting Tyler Scott go today difficult, but we have to stay true to competition and true to talent, not where guys are drafted. So I'm proud of that, proud of our group and the development for him. He earned it. I would say linebacker is the other one. Noah Sewell has made huge strides to come in and compete for that starting Sam position. Got himself in shape, got right, choppy start in his career, which shows you like some of these guys, it's going to take a few years. This pro game is no joke, and you got to get yourself right to compete. Hippolyte's been flying around and is pressed to be one of the top guys in that room too. So that's another one that was ahead of what I thought it was going to be.
Conversely, I got to ask you the other way. Like, is there something that you came in feeling great about, and it's like maybe because of injury or whatever, now you're like, oh, maybe it wasn't as solid as we thought?
Yeah, I think really because of guys getting dinged up, the secondary really hasn't been healthy together since the spring. You know, Kyler was out for a little bit, Jalen was out for a little bit, so it's kind of been a little bit of mix and match there. So it's going to be really nice when we get all those guys healthy and competing at the same level. So it's always felt a little uncomfortable in terms of the corner position, but there's been development there. Nation Wright coming in from Minnesota has done a good job, and he's gotten significantly better. McLeod's been a great surprise coming in and competing, being an inside-outside special teams guy. So that's probably one position, but it just haven't had a feel because all of them have been there at the same time.
Ryan, with Karan, I know when he was drafted, and he's been struggling to get up the depth chart at tackle. When he was drafted, you said that he could play some guard. Is that a move you guys might explore, moving him inside? Yeah, I'm not sure if you all were at the practice where we started that, but he started practicing that guard too. It actually looked pretty good. So we'll continue to work on his versatility. We know he can do some left and right, but playing inside is going to be big too.
Do you envision Ozzie staying at right tackle? No.
Yeah, I'll leave that up to the coaches. I did like when he moved to the right. I thought he settled in, and it looked very natural. His hand usage, his feet. But it looked like that when he started out at left early. I think he just hit a rookie wall in the middle of camp there where things just kind of got all over the place, and he needed to settle in. And I think going back to watch that KC game, you could see things like slow down a little bit for him and his technique come back, because that was the best part of his game. It was like that dependability. His angles were right. His hands were right. He was in good positions and was very consistent. I think he just got out of whack a little bit midway through camp. So again, just with Dan and Ben and Declan having great feel, moving them back to kind of home base, got him comfortable, and we'll continue to work on his development.
Obviously, the initial 53, and it'll be fluid before you get to a practice in week one. What do you enjoy as a GM about this next phase of kind of combing through the churn of the roster here in the next 5 or 6 days?
Yeah, this is so on one end, it's difficult having hard conversations to get to 53. I think this next phase is a little bit. It's kind of like old school scouting. You have 1,000 guys on the waiver, and you go to work, and we'll be here all night. We've got food ordered, and we'll sit in the draft room all night, and we'll just dig, and we'll identify guys, and then we have great communication with our coaches, and we'll see if we can find some players that can help us on our 53 or even help on practice squad and just continue to elevate the entire team. It takes me back when I was in KC, the amount of transactions we had in that first year, just like our first year here, is a great opportunity to get better. It gets harder because the roster's better, so the spots are limited. But yeah, it's a lot of fun just searching, trying to find guys based on some traits, or there's certain teams that are really deep, one position, so we know they can't keep them all, and identifying which one of those guys could help us. I talked to one of my buddies on a different team that's really early in the draft order, and it's the same pride. Checked on him, and he's in the draft room just grinding away, trying to find guys to help his football team get started. So it's an exciting time. It's not as exciting as when we first started, though, just because you're not going to have 6 claims. It's just hard to do that, which is a good thing. You don't want that right now.
Edge rusher opposite Montez Sweat, there were and are still some big names that are out there. Was there ever a thought from you to say, let's check on that and see if we can upgrade that position, or did you go through camp and say, I like what we have right now with Dial?
Yeah, no, and I've said this before, we always will call and see what the situation is and then weigh that against our short-term and long-term decision-making process, and does it make sense? What does it take to acquire a player? The player's here, what does it cost? And then say, okay, for where we are, is that something we want to do? We're also trying to find is it the right culture fit? Like, there's more levels to just grabbing the talent and bringing it in. There's some huge, there's some impact things that happen in your locker room and on the field and your salary cap that, it could give you a little burst of energy, but long term, does it make sense for you, or is it going to be a derailer down the road when you're trying to sustain?
How much are you, where are Roshan and Manungai on their timelines? How much are you looking at the running back market?
Yeah, their timelines, I feel good about their timeline. Kyle's coming along. Like I said, over the next few days, you'll probably see the practice field look a little bit different. So I got a lot of faith those guys will be ready to go. And if they're not, we'll still look out and see if there's guys there that can help us. Like I said, with Ben's creativity, who knows who will be lined up back there. So
Ryan, this offseason, we talked about DeAndre Swift, needing to hit the hole on time and kind of just be a little more precise with everything. How have you seen that come along this offseason? And just in general, this is a guy who may end up getting a lot of carries. Is he the kind of running back that benefits from something like that?
Yeah, I thought you could just go back to the last preseason game. I know he didn't play in the second one. I thought he was very decisive with getting downhill and getting positive gains. There wasn't as much dancing with negative rushes, which is going to be big for us to stay on par with the chains and stay with positive gains there. So I feel like there's been improvement, which is a lot of credit, to EB. You don't have too much room to do too much other than the right thing with EB, so he's going to keep working with those guys to get better. And then in that room, I think Kyle's done some really good things too. I know he's got dinged up late with some soft tissue, but he should be fine. And his vision, his feel, the physicality that he runs with the ball, contact balance, should help us big time. And then you get two different styles back there that you got to prepare for, which will be good.
There he is, Bears general manager Ryan Poles. I think a couple of headlines here. Jalen Johnson was a pretty good soft tissue injury in the way he claimed it, and there was nothing more to that. The Bears could have closed the door in some of the speculation, but they chose not to. He is activated, and the way he summed it up was he is hopeful for week 1, but we have to be smart for the rest of the season. So I think that's headline number 1. I think headline number 2 is that they're moving Amagaji, at least with practice reps, inside there. Mm-hmm. And it sure sounds to me like the guy with the biggest opportunity is Theo Benedict at left tackle, because Ozzie Trapillo, as he mentioned, feeling more settled in at right tackle. Imagine that the guy who was a right tackle that you drafted out of Boston College feels more comfortable at right tackle and not left tackle. And two of the guys that you had to compete with an injured Braxton Jones are already back in different positions. Like, the thing that I've been critical about Ryan Poles is they value this versatility. And a lot of times, like this cross-training, they love guys who play multiple positions but aren't good enough to start. Do you know what I'm saying? They love these utility guys. Like Bates is another good example. Bates can play both guards, and he could play center. But what has he done for the Bears?
Well, it's like if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one.
Right,
if you have 6 tackles, you don't have one, or whatever. That theory. Like, if one of them was an all-pro level talent, he'd be starting and staying in one position.
Yes.
You move around when you're not good enough to stay in one position. That's basically it. It'll be interesting tonight. Like, they're locking themselves in the war room. They've ordered food, and we'll see what they come up with over the next 24 to 48 hours. It does sound like there probably would be an addition or two. There always is, right?
Sure.
Offensive line would be, to me, the most interesting. I guess running back,
if someone's good out there, yeah.
I guess running back, too, just based on the injuries. But he says he's happy with what's going to be on the practice field moving forward.
Yes, he hinted, like, in that lingo, saying you'll see the changes on the practice field, basically saying that one of these guys, if not both, will be back here shortly.
Yeah.
So I expect Manungai we will see. The other thing that always bothers me about Ryan Poles, and we talked a little about this with what Albert Breer said today, is when we look at he was talking about the waiver wire, and he was saying when we look at the fit, it's got to be that culture fit. My question to him is, what is their culture? And what fit are you exactly looking for? You have passed on talented players because he didn't deem them to fit in their culture, but yet you traded for Chase Claypool and you signed Nate Davis, who were terrible culture fits. So I don't understand. I don't think Ryan Poles yet understands, they are trying to fit neatly into a box that they have not even defined yet on what their culture is even up there.
I can't argue with you. I wonder if, now that he has said it so much, if it's just football speak. I mean, you can hear it in any sport. Manager, GM, coach, they all use that culture thing. So is it just his, what he goes to? The first thing he thinks of his culture, along with talent, obviously. I mean, I'm just wondering, because I agree with you. There is no real culture. You got to be a good guy that plays team football, right?
They just drafted a guy, Zay Frazier, who's going to miss the year because he's on NFI for something that happened before he was a Bear.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe
what is he? I don't understand what Ryan Poles alludes to with culture fits. Yeah. Did Poles hit that button, by the way? He wanted us to break on your home for the Bears. But we will see. So, and then he said Montez Sweat at his best camp since he's become a Bear. This is his second camp as a Bear.
Yeah, that's like
he was
having
injured.
a great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He was injured most of camp last year.
Yeah, it's like having a good spring training. What does it mean? As long as he goes to the post on Monday night in 2 weeks,
he's got to perform.
That's it.
He's got to get double digit sacks.
I remember when I would cover the old teams in Platteville. Who was the cornerback? You probably remember. He'd call it Veterans Day Off. Now back then they had. Well, no, I guess they have more days off now, but Veterans Day Off. I feel like Montez Sweat, he needs to go to the post next month, 2 Mondays. I don't care what he did last Friday, to be honest.
No, he's got to rush the passer.
Yeah,
he's got to get you double-digit sacks.
That's it.
He's got to play up to the contract. So what did you think of those? Were some of my summations. 312-332-3776. You heard from Poles. You heard from Ben Johnson. We played just some stuff there. It sure sounds like Braxton Jones, even though they didn't announce it, will start at left tackle. And he raved about Theo Benedict and Walker. That's the other thing. They've done a better job of signing undrafted free agents who make the roster than drafting third-round talent. Yeah. Think about this. Tyson Bagent, undrafted. He's now got an extension, backup quarterback. Theo Benedict, undrafted. He's now in competition for their starting left tackle. Walker, undrafted free agent, who is now making the roster.
Man, I thought the Major League Baseball draft was an inexact science. You talk about undrafted players making it. That's a lot.
Well, Velus Jones doesn't make it. Right. Zach Pickens cut today. Yeah. And Tyler Scott, 4th-round pick, cut. So I think he's had more success in the undrafted market than he has with some of his mid-round picks. 312-332-3776. If you want to discuss Bears with us, we'll talk baseball with Jeff Passan coming up. It will be good to catch up with Jeff Passan. Jesse is in for Waddle. It's your home for the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, guys, for the first time, you can stream all of ESPN in one place. And, guys, it's changed the game for me. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, you get Jesse Rogers' baseball columns as well there. All the great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view. Your fantasy team updates live in-game. SportsCenter customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. So you got to check it out, guys. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app right now.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
These days, there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, meditation apps, cleanses. But how do you know what really works for you? As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. With live betting, rivalry week odds boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every Saturday. New DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
All right, so the cuts are in. Ryan Poles explained all of it. Jalen Johnson has been activated off NFI. Still, though, not a for sure deal for game one. They said, that's still the target, but they have to be very careful. They're hopeful, but they will have to be smart with a future in mind as well. So I still think we're at our place. The good news is there wasn't anything like, holdout-wise or something nefarious regarding this. This was a soft tissue injury and he said a pretty good soft tissue injury that occurred during his offseason training.
Do we assume it was training? Okay, yeah, you just said it. We assume he was training when he injured this, not playing pickleball.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
I'm just asking. I don't know. They're not being specific about it.
I think Jalen hopefully will speak.
I would hope,
because I don't think they let the procedure is usually when a player is on like one of these lists, they don't speak. So now that he's activated and he's a team leader, he's probably their second most accomplished player behind Joe Tooney.
And no, right, yeah, he's obviously going to have to talk to the media.
So he's going to speak. But I would assume so.
But you even said it didn't preclude the team from saying it 4 weeks ago. They could have said it was a soft tissue injury that happened before he got here.
Right.
So that's why I wonder how it happened. Not that it matters, I guess, because he's ready to play, though he may not be at full speed week one.
Yeah. Anything else stick out that we have not? Guys, do you, Tyler, Charlie, anything on your mind? What Poles or Ben Johnson had to say? I'm sort of out of benefit of the doubt mode with Poles, and I'm skeptical about a lot of things. So the biggest concern for me is they're still not right at left tackle, and they still don't have enough at the edge. And those were two of the biggest needs going into the offseason. They worked on the interior, but they have neglected over these last 3 or 4 years under Poles to really get these positions right.
Yeah, I don't think he really gave a ringing endorsement for either of those spots, too. Like, you'd think he would maybe try to tout Dio a little bit. Like, that was one of his big signings of the offseason, but he didn't really say much on that front.
Someone tweeted us that, saying that, and I think whoever asked the question used his name. Didn't they say Adengbo in the answer about edge? And that, I'm looking for the exact tweet so I can quote it. He said, I don't think Poles' answer about Adengbo was that encouraging. He didn't exactly praise him. I hope they had more pass rush, but he also just doesn't seem to know how to evaluate pass rushers.
And I will add on that no one has praised Braxton Jones. This guy, I like the guy. He's in a foxhole right now. He's taking incoming fire from everybody, but he's got a shot. He's got a chance. 2 weeks from yesterday to come out. I mean, he's going to be so analyzed on opening night, like more than any other offensive lineman in years, to be honest.
With that defense,
one spot,
too?
Yeah, when it's the one spot this coaching staff and GM has pointed out over and over and over again all camp. He's in the foxhole, but he's got a chance. 2 more weeks of getting his feet under him after the injury. I have faith. Sylvie. You and Waddle are going to come here 2 weeks from today and say Braxton held his own.
When the analytics show and Pro Football Focus has shown when he's healthy, like
he's mid-pack, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. Like the way I look at him is he's like that maybe just a tick under replacement level left tackle. You can do worse.
Right.
He's not the worst left tackle they've ever had. You can do better.
Yeah.
You can do better, and especially when he's coming off of an injury.
But if you've improved the right guard, the left guard, gotten better at center, then maybe that makes him a little bit better and okay to carry. When he was the best, there was a moment in time where he may have been the best lineman 2 years ago on that line, arguably, whatever. But if he's that's what I'm saying. If he's the worst lineman and playing mid-level replacement, that's not so bad. But he's not quite there yet.
Yeah. Charlie, anything stand out to you on what Ryan Poles had to say?
I just think they've bungled this whole left tackle situation. Like, this doesn't have to do with like the Ursery thing down in Houston, but I just think there's been opportunities to upgrade at that spot. There were plenty of offensive tackles in this draft. I'm not one who's really into trading back into the first round or trading up at all to get somebody that isn't a quarterback, but you had an opportunity to maybe get into the end of the first round if you wanted to go get one of those guys. I don't know. I think Loveland is going to be really good, but nobody is going to be shocked if by week 4 we're just like, man, like we just don't have a left tackle right now. Nobody will be surprised by that.
Nobody will be shocked by that. Everybody will get on Poles for not putting more emphasis or energy or focus on it. That's why tonight could be interesting. I don't know the league like you guys do. If someone becomes available through the waiver process, Braxton could be replaced.
But if somebody
it happens.
I get it that it's waivers. Like if you're getting a guy, you're not getting some upgrade.
There are
another thing into the competition.
No quality left tackles out
Probably
there.
not.
They are gold. They are absolutely gold. And anyone out there, they're suspect. But like Charlie, to your point, this is not a second guess from this show at all either. Like everyone always loves to say, Sylvie, you're negative, you're negative. I just want a plan. And what I didn't like about the plan at left tackle coming into the year was you're hoping that Amagaji could develop. You're hoping that Ozzie Trapillo can play left tackle when he's a right. And you're hoping that Braxton Jones is
comes
healthy.
Back from injury, right.
So to me, that's not a plan.
Right.
A plan is actual fixes. You can't hope these things. Now, 2 of the 3 options are already fallen by the wayside. Amagaji's a guard, Trapillo's at right tackle. Right. You wanted a left tackle to really battle Braxton Jones. Draft a left tackle, not a right tackle.
If Matt Shaw hadn't had a good surge in the second half, I think you would make the same case about third base. Like you didn't have a great plan. Now that's one I can understand. Like you didn't have a great plan. You tried for Bregman, you struck out. Now you have this rookie who's overmatched, and you've got nothing behind him. It's almost like that. You didn't have a plan, and you're settling for the guy coming back from injury.
The problem is the third baseman, and he's played it great. But if he makes an error, the ball goes through his legs and the runner goes to first, maybe second. If Braxton Jones makes an accident, that's your franchise back there.
Right, no doubt.
That's your quarterback.
No doubt.
Like he's getting him mauled.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, and I should say waiver wire, not necessarily bringing in a starter, but maybe another left tackle.
We'll see, or maybe a trade. All right, more coming up, and then we'll talk to Jeff Passan.
That's my guy.
That's your guy. He's a terrific baseball reporter. He lives in Kansas City. I gave him homework assignment to watch the Bears as well. We'll see what his thought is regarding the Bears as he's a Chiefs season ticket holder. So we'll talk Cubs, we'll talk Sox, we'll talk Bears with Jeff Passan coming up next.
And Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
All right, golfers, the Southland's finest golf course is the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on fantastic course conditions. Also home of golfer Bob. He's going to hook you up. Just minutes from I-80 and 355. Book your tee time at golfsanctuary.com.
One night, one barrel. If you only attend one whiskey university, make it this one.
We'll taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by us and our listeners at the distillery.
And to help tell the story, we're bringing in a real whiskey PhD, Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall, for a lesson you won't forget.
It's Whiskey University with Woodford Reserve at Saranello's in Wheeling.
Tonight at 6:30.
Seats are limited, so don't be tardy.
And please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Jurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. For the first time, you can stream all of ESPN all in one place. And guys, it's changed the game for me personally. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, all these great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view. Your fantasy team updates live in-game. SportsCenter customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. You gotta check it out. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app. Like right now.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is eating dips with chips, with wings and veggies, all while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find right there in your kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Tucker to right, Joel back at the wall, looks up, it's gone!
Delivered.
Kyle Tucker destroys one to right, it is back, it's gone! King Tuck, NBA Jam, heating up. Tucker again, deep right field. Adele to the wall. It is gone. King Tuck.
Marquee Sports Network over the weekend. Yeah, they needed that. Kyle Tucker needed that. Fans needed it. The Cubs needed it. And they will absolutely need him if they expect to do anything. And I think it has a ripple effect in this lineup. Jesse Rogers is in studio with us today in place of Waddle. And he'll talk more baseball with us. But we also have one of his outstanding peers and national MLB insider and just an all-around great guy.
Oh, yeah, he's one of the best.
Jeff
Just
Passan.
ask him.
Yeah,
Just
that's
ask
right.
him.
Right, Jeff Passan joining us on the Yingling guest hotline.
What
Are you?
the hell, Jesse?
You know I had to get a shot in early. They're going to ask you.
You got your shot in when you said it was weird that I didn't drink something when I was eating a sandwich.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's
that was
right. That's right.
And that was you know what? I am nothing but nice to you. We're gonna change that tack.
I do know they're going to ask you about my pickleball game later, so there's your chance to take some shots back.
You're already scooping the question.
Well, I'm
Why are you
sorry.
get- So I'm going to go there now.
That's what he does, Sylvie. He's a me guy.
Jeff,
Always me.
It is incredible. Like I'm like, this is perfect today. We got Jesse while Passan's here. I can't wait for Waddle to get back. I'm counting down the seconds.
Oh, now I'm getting ganged up on here. Jeez.
All right,
Good old Red Light Rogers, nicest guy in the world until the camera turns on. Then he's a douche.
You have a good scouting report on him. That is for sure.
80 grade douche.
So here's what I want to know. Like, all this guy does, Jeff, is rave about his pickleball game. He talks about pickle all the time. He says, you guys have played pickle before. And so he believes that he is going to beat Tom Waddle and his daughter, who is a great athlete herself, in a game of pickleball. Waddle is a great tennis player, but he has dabbled only a little in pickleball.
Which is Jeff as well. Same exact way I would describe Jeff.
And Jesse, since now all of a sudden he is the pickle expert, believes that he's going to beat one Tom Waddle and his daughter, Nate and Jesse, his son. How do you see this? Give us a scouting report on Jesse, and do you believe he can actually beat Waddle?
No, and I say that thinking that he would have learned his lesson by now, because I think during spring training we played against Jason Lane, former Houston Astro, among some other teams. And listen, Jason is in the worst shape of any of the four of us who were playing that day. I don't think he plays nearly as frequently as Jesse and one of our other partners that day. And yet he was probably the best player on the court because he's a professional athlete. And Tom, you know what, like as old as he is, I know he's not old, but as relatively old as he is, he still has professional athlete DNA that neither Jesse nor I nor you, Sylvie, could ever compete with. And so if his daughter is a good athlete and Nate is a Rogers, I feel like the Waddles have this all day.
Outstanding. It's
Oh
outstanding.
God, I hope my son's listening. I can't disagree with anything that you're saying. I'm just hopeful that his lack of experience offsets my lack of talent.
Dude, when I beat you, I had played pickleball twice in my life. The tennis game translates very quickly.
It does. I'm also not a singles pickleball player, so that doesn't count. But you know.
Oh, you're just a doubles.
Okay.
Mr. Doubles over here. It's just unbelievable. He has something. All right, so we got that out of the way.
Yeah, we did.
Before we get into the heavy lifting baseball stuff, I gave you homework assignment. I know you love it, that I'm giving you homework assignment as busy as you are. Since you are a Chiefs season ticket holder, I don't even know if you went or not, but I would assume you saw some highlights or some of the game from our Bears against the Chiefs. What scouting report would you give our Bears?
Well, let's put it this way. I know you play the game for wins and losses, but that was like the worst win I've ever seen. So I hope they're not taking away from that the Bears are going to be good because they beat the Chiefs. because they were getting smoked pretty bad in the first half there. I will say this. The one takeaway I have, I think this is going to be the first year where I weasel my way out of playing fantasy football in every league I was in. I've been trying to do this for like a decade now, and I think it's finally happening. But as I was watching that game, I thought to myself, if I were playing fantasy football this year, I would do everything I could to get Rome Odunze, because I think he is awesome, and I think he's going to be a star. And it's nice when you're Caleb Williams, still trying to figure out who you are in the league, to have a target in Odunze who you can rely on. So that is my big takeaway. Otherwise, they're the Bears, dude.
we have a coach though now, Jeff. So and we really like him here. Yeah.
We specialize in bad wins, Jeff. So that was watching Friday was kind of what we expected,
All right. So, but were people as probably not as excited about Nagy? What was the last time a coach was hired that they were as excited about as Ben Johnson?
Maybe Joe Madden, to be honest, off the top of my head. Probably Joe Madden.
What about with the Bears, though?
Man, Wanstead was a highly thought of guy with the Cowboys and Jimmy Johnson's staff. If you watch that Cowboys documentary, he's featured in a lot. He was a defensive guy. We've never had, Jeff, the guy like Reed. And the thing that's different with Nagy is Nagy came over as a limited play caller. He only called 6 plays before he took 6 games, I should say. And he's calling Andy Reid's playbook. Ben Johnson,
and Eric Bieniemy was there at the same time too. So.
Yeah, and we got Bieniemy here now too, with them doing what he does best as his running backs coach. But what I love about Ben Johnson, Waddle would tell you the same, is that he was the head coach of the offense in Detroit. That's his baby. It was his playbook. He developed that team from the bottom up when they were bad with Dan Campbell, and he could call plays, and he has really been accountable. And I think we're on to something here. We'll see with Caleb, but I think they finally got one right with the coach.
I think because Nagy came from where he came from, he would be second after Ben Johnson in the last 20 or 30 years. Going back to maybe Mike Ditka, to be honest.
Yeah, right.
I was just going to say, are we going back to Ditka here? Coach really matters in football. Coach matters in football a lot more than manager does in baseball, I think. And so if Ben Johnson really is that guy, then you guys are going to be in a good position.
Speaking of baseball, all right, Fangraph says the Cubs have a 13% chance of winning the division. They have the second easiest schedule. The Brewers have the 10th hardest. Is Fangraphs wrong? Should that percentage be higher?
No, I think that percentage, frankly, is already too high as it is.
Wow. Okay.
You think the Cubs, if they do the rest of the season 8 times, are winning one of those times?
Yes.
That feels high. That feels high to me. And I would have loved to have had this conversation last week, as opposed to now when they've won 3 in a row and have been looking a little bit better. I just buy Milwaukee, man. I think they've done it long enough now. I think they have the kind of depth that, at this time of year when guys are banged up and they need a day off, and it's just like they know they're going to the playoffs, and so it's sort of going to be a slog through then. I think they've got the number of guys more than just about any other team to withstand that. But I also absolutely foresee a scenario, even if the Cubs don't win the division, where they can win the pennant. I am far from out on them. And I think Cade Horton's development over the last couple of months has suggested to me that this team is more dangerous than they might get credit for. It's not just going to be Imanaga and Boyd and a big question mark after that. I think Cade Horton's proven himself the guy there. And if you have 3 reliable starters going into the postseason and a lineup like they do and defense the way that they play it and base running like they can, you got to get either Tucker or Crow Armstrong hot again. But if that happens, then I think the Cubs that we saw that were ahead of the Brewers in the standings could show up again, even if they don't wind up on top of the division.
I think as Jeff Passan joins us, I think Jesse's got a story coming out on the Brewers. I want to get your opinion, though, and tie this in with the Cubs for our audience, Jeff. Like, to me, it feels like the Brewers these last 6-7 years have developed like the Brewers way. Like Theo stated that when he took over the Cubs, he wanted to make it a Cubs way. And before that, it was the Cardinals way. Like the Cardinals, it just seems like the Brewers are the new Cardinals where they don't have as high of resources as the Cubs. They lost their GM. They lost their manager. And yet they lose players. And yet they keep on winning. What do they have or do better than the Cubs, in your opinion?
That's interesting comparing them to the Cardinals. I've never thought that because I've always looked at the Brewers more like the Rays and the Guardians, just because of resources, right? The resources that the Cardinals have are middle of the pack. The resources that the Guardians and the Rays have are near the bottom. And if you look at Milwaukee's payroll every year, that's pretty much the same, right? Like the Brewers don't spend money. They don't spend money on free agents particularly. Here's what they do better than the Cubs. They have made significantly better trades than the Cubs, because if you go and look at the number of guys on that team who have been acquired via trade, it's the top of the roster, it's the bottom of the roster. Like they are very good at building teams that have depth. I think player development-wise, the Brewers are better there too. Just look at who's come from within the system, whether it's Jackson Chourio, and I don't think that there's a player that the Cubs have developed in recent years who's as good as Chourio. But beyond that, Jacob Misiorowski, a guy who just based on stuff alone could and should have been a first-round pick, but slipped down to the second round because a lot of people saw relief there, and yet the Brewers have treated him from the jump as a starter. They believe that they could get him consistent enough throwing strikes where he could be an effective starting pitching. And so there's that. And internationally lately, they have been better than the Cubs as well. They've been better than just about anyone, getting Jesus Mate, Luis Pena. This was a team that was not a player at all on the international scene. And the Brewers, what they do well is they put processes in place and they stick by them, sometimes to their detriment, but most of the time to their benefit. And they have benefited greatly in putting together this team that I think is going to be the Cubs' greatest threat over the next half decade in the National League Central.
Yeah, and I'm writing about them tomorrow for ESPN.com. A couple things. First of all, Sylvie, we didn't talk about this, but you bring up the Cardinals. In my research and I talked to their owner, Mark Antanasio. He said he has followed the Cardinals' kind of blueprint.
Yeah, that's who they remind me of, this scrappy team.
That's what he said. He brought up Bill DeWitt's Cardinals because, of course, he thinks of, at the ownership level and just, maybe lower payroll, but also forward thinking, that kind of stuff. But I agree with Jeff. It's not apples to apples, Brewers and Cardinals. The other thing is I just think that, Jeff, we've all talked about this, wrote about it, like big market versus small market. Like there's something freeing, if that's the right word, about the small markets that know what they're doing. They stay in their lane and they become great at exactly what they need to. And in Milwaukee's case under Murphy, there's a little bit more of a college feel where they are somehow treating every game of 162 really important, and they're addressing mistakes in the moment. It's things you don't normally think you can do over 162, but they're kind of doing it and not sort of running out of gas. So that's some of the stuff that I learned in talking to them and how they go about their business.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think it's a very astute point. That especially that's where the depth comes into play. That's where if you have different guys playing multiple positions, if you have lefty-righty platoons and guys playing their role. I mean, Andrew Vaughn's a perfect example, right? Like the Brewers early on put him in the position to find success, and once he found it, they expanded it a little and tested it. And if Andrew Vaughn had just hit left-handed pitching and wasn't doing anything against right-handed pitching, then he would have stuck with left-handed pitching, and they would have figured out another option at first base. But obviously he's done an exceptional job of adjusting when one of the worst teams in baseball essentially gets rid of you. It's the kind of thing that can make you question yourself. And instead of questioning himself, he just came right back out and said, you know what, I'm going to prove who I am, and that's what he's done.
MLB insider Jeff Passan from ESPN joining us. Waddle and Sylvie. Jesse's in for Waddle, unfortunately. I want to ask you, Jeff, about Tucker. Two-part question on Tucker. How surprised are you of how poorly he has slumped, like how long it has lasted? And B, how much money do you believe he has lost in free agency?
I am very surprised because among Kyle Tucker's great qualities, consistency might be at the top. You just know every year you're going to get like 5 wins above replacement from him. And there's comfort in that if you're a team. It's why the Cubs traded for him, because they understood that he's a guy who does things consistently and that they're going to presumably get that from him. Well, you know, they haven't gotten that from him, unfortunately. And I hope he picks things back up because, you know, the price there was in a free fall for a little while. And I think, you know, last time I came on, what did I say? 450 is the over-under.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably more like 400 now. But it can go back up. If he goes on a heater in September, or if he, okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm at my kid's school getting ready to pick him up from cross-country practice, and he's climbing a very large fence that he should not be climbing. He is not coordinated enough to be climbing this fence.
Part of the training.
He's a pass and he's not coordinated enough.
Oh, the shot for
I mean, that's fine. This uncoordinated bum still beat you at pickleball. So what does that make you?
Not very good, that's for sure.
Look, Jeff, you are a great dad when it comes to pickup, because the last time we talked to you, you were picking up your son as well.
I mean, there are some parts of this job that can be unrelenting, but the schedule can be nice if you're willing to work like absurd hours late at night.
Well, I was going to say Sarah's going to be doing the pickups in October. That's right.
That is yes, I hope so, because otherwise the child's going to be stranded at school. All right, all the kids are now at the fence. Apparently, they changed the passcode of the fence.
Oh.
So they're all standing outside. You know, you would think that they would be able to, like, figure out a way around this. Like, it's kids with technology. They should know, shouldn't they?
I don't know. Like, I think they're just coming up with clever sayings for stuff and don't come up with solutions to anything.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, so and then one thing I wanted to ask you as well. On the other side of town, and I know they're not in this.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm not even going to let you ask a question on this. I'm going to jump in because I thought I was going to. Did either of you realize that since the All-Star break, the Chicago White Sox are ranked 7th in wins above replacement on Fangraphs in both hitting and pitching?
It's incredible.
And not 7th in the American League, 7th in all of Major League Baseball.
What they've done at the plate, to me, is the most surprising thing.
They're slugging.
I mean, Colson Montgomery's story alone, I'm sure that's what you wanted to bring up, Sylvie. Amazing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that, like, because I didn't know, like, how much an insider like you, I know you've got to be aware of all 30 teams. Sometimes these Sox fans, and you're home for the Sox, feel slighted, especially by our network sometimes. So, Jeff, like, to me, I know it doesn't fit the description of the award. But if there ever was a comeback story, a season within the season, it's what Colson Montgomery has done. He was left for dead. We were poking fun at them that here this one top prospect is going to the Arizona Fall League, demoted from AAA. We're like, this is devastating. There's no chance this kid's ever going to be anything. And like a month or two later, he is hitting home runs on every day of the weekend, including a grand slam. It is an incredible story. And so my question in that is, your thoughts on what Montgomery has done, and have the Sox figured something out with Chris Getz at the helm?
I think they are definitely headed in the right direction. And I was one of those guys too. I was incredibly high on Colson Montgomery, and then just hearing from scouts over the last couple of years, I had softened a little bit and was wondering, is he going to be a first baseman? That was the question that I thought. Like, are they going to have to move him over? And if they do, is he going to hit enough? The power is very clearly there. The swing decisions, they need to do some work on that. But when you have a young player, that's the kind of thing that you can improve on. And I just think that looking at the White Sox right now, my question for them coming into this season was how many guys by the end of the year are going to be playing who you could reasonably think will be in the starting lineup 3 years down the road, right?
Yep.
I think the answer to that right now is Kyle Teal, definitely. He's good.
Yep.
And he is having a better year, I think, than most people realize. Miguel Vargas, 50-50. Like, he has been better, but is the bat going to be enough? Lenyn Sosa, he's been good this year, too. I don't know if he's going to be around in 3 years, but he's been solid. Chase Mydroth, yep. I think he can be a guy. I think he can be a shortstop or second baseman. Colson Montgomery, absolutely. In the outfield, nothing right now. Like, they need to go out and sign a couple of outfielders. And I don't know if that's for next season or for a couple seasons beyond, but if they're going to compete, they need better production from their outfield, and of course DH as well. They got an open spot there, but that's at least 4 guys, and honestly, that's more than I thought that was going to be.
I would add Edgar Caro to that mix, right? I mean, he's having a really good,
sure.
yeah,
good for sure. I think at the end of the day, Jesse, they're going to trade one of the catchers.
Sure, right.
I don't know which one it's going to be. I would assume Caro. But, maybe the offer for Teal is so good and fills spots that they go with that. And by the way, the pitching, like the starting pitching in particular, it's, I don't know if any of the guys, whether it's Davis Martin or Shane Smith, when he gets healthy, Drew Thorpe, which of those guys are going to be there long term? I don't know that any of them are much better than like 4s or 5s. Maybe you got a 3 there, so they need top of the rotation type arms, but at least they filled it with serviceable innings this year. They don't. Last year they looked like the worst team ever and were. This year they do not look like the worst team ever, and I actually think they're playing a little bit above what their record is.
Yeah, no doubt. Last thing, Jeff, you and I are going to be covering the labor situation very soon. The CBA's up in a year. I think we haven't talked about it recently too much. I think it depends on who you talk to daily here, but I think I'm probably a little bit more pessimistic about, a lockout. You're maybe a little bit more optimistic about avoiding one. But here's my feeling, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm going to use Theo Epstein's line, if not now, when in terms of a salary cap. Like, I feel like the owners are going to end up feeling that way. If not now, when? This is their best chance, especially if the Dodgers repeat. Where are you on that kind of thing? I mean, if they're ever going to go for it, it feels like this is the time to do it.
Why wouldn't it be after the television deals are in place? That to me is like, and I might be wrong, but to me so much hinges on after the 2028 season and after expansion is in place. And I just feel like there are too many moving parts in the business of baseball right now to toss a nuclear bomb in there that has like a 2-minute countdown and say, okay, boys, either we do this or we're just going to blow the whole thing up. I get why owners want to do it. They want to juice their franchise value. It's very simple. But I'm sorry, a salary cap is not a panacea for the problems that baseball has with financial disparity. It's just not going to solve that issue right there. And I think fans need to come to terms with that because, players aren't going to be on board with it. They're just not. I think players would be open to hearing some sort of alternate to oh, wait, that's right. They do have an alternate to a salary cap, which is the competitive balance tax, and they have that at the top. Why don't they have that at the bottom?
Yes.
I mean, there's so many logical fallacies that get thrown around here. I just wish we could have an honest conversation. And part of that
difficult.
Part of that honest conversation is that a salary cap does not solve the issues that MLB purports that it would, but that also that can be true at the same time as the financial disparity among the top and bottom teams has gotten a little bit out of hand, and perhaps there are levers that can be put in place to ensure that that gets mitigated at least a little bit.
And by the way, in the category of be careful what you wish for, think about the cities, the markets that are going to be in the playoffs this fall. It's all the big ones. You put in a cap, you may have some unintended consequences, or maybe intended consequences. The Yankees might turn into the Jets. You know what I mean? Like, you don't. No. Well, you know what I'm saying. Like, it might even the playing field to a point where less eyeballs are watching if Kansas City is playing the Marlins in the World Series, as much as we might like that.
I mean, I would like it because I wouldn't have to travel. But
and you get to Florida too.
Yeah, but if it's St. Louis, actually we have had a St. Louis Detroit World Series, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah, never again.
There you go.
Jeff, great stuff as always. Did the younger Passon escape the fence?
No, I think he went through the front door like he should have in the first place.
Good. Jeff, thanks for everything. We appreciate you.
Buddy.
Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah, there you go. We got everything there. I mean, we got a pickup report. We got a pickleball. Yeah. We got Barry.
What the hell, Jesse?
Yeah, we got a new Jesse drop there too. What the hell, Jesse? Can we add that to his open? And then we've got a Roma Dunze endorsement.
Yeah, big
Cubs
time.
and Sox too. Labor, everything.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
All right, a Waddle's World is coming up. Jesse will preside over that. It's coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with a Rich Eisen show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
All right, guys, we have to talk about the new ESPN app. You've heard me discuss it. It has the most live sports, the best championship moments, and so much more. You get Monday Night Football, college football, NBA, WNBA, NHL, NWSL, college hoops, volleyball, softball, gymnastics, lacrosse, and the list goes on and on. Shows like SportsCenter with SVP, First Take with Stephen A., College Game Day, the entire 30 for 30 library. It's all of ESPN, all in one place. Sign up for the new ESPN app now.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
One night, one barrel. If you only attend one whiskey university, make it this one.
We'll taste the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, hand selected by us and our listeners at the distillery.
And to help tell the story, we're bringing in a real whiskey PhD, Woodford Reserve Master Distiller Elizabeth McCall, for a lesson you won't forget.
It's Whiskey University with Woodford Reserve at Saranello's in Wheeling.
Tonight at 6:30.
Seats are limited, so don't be tardy.
And please drink responsibly.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Escape the heat. Head to True North convenience stores and get any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards. Cool that thirst with any of your favorite Pepsi fountain drinks for 89 cents. As a free True Rewards member, pick the perfect size for you. No matter if you're craving a big drink or a small sip, it's just 89 cents. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a fresh haircut faster at a price that'll make you feel smart. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you are here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
It's where you take it, big boy.
Waddle's World is brought to you by Wintrust Community Bank, Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find-US.
No, find us.
Sorry, find us. Member FDIC.
I was waiting.
People
I'm like,
get
Jesse,
that wrong.
Jesse's not going to make the amateur move. I know he listens to the show.
Yes.
And sure enough, he did. By the way,
What the hell
hell, Jesse?
What the hell, Jesse?
That's going to be a good job.
I believe Waddle is golfing today.
Okay.
He had like a tournament or something, and he'll be back tomorrow.
Do you think he's listening on the app as I continue to challenge him on the pickleball court?
There is no chance that he listens to this show while he's off.
All right. Well, we're going to start with a friend of the show, one Jay Cutler. Used to have a show with you and Waddle on this radio station.
The Jay Cutler Show.
This is unbelievable. He was sentenced to 4 days in jail in Tennessee after pleading guilty to DUI charges stemming from an incident last year. He was arrested for driving under the influence in October after rear-ending another vehicle in Franklin, Tennessee. That's near Nashville. Police confirmed to CBS Chicago that Cutler tried to flee the scene before offering the other driver $2,000 to not report the crash. I mean, he just kind of piled on to one mistake after another. Officers say they smelled alcohol during a conversation with him, reported his eyes were bloodshot, glassy, and dilated. When an officer asked Cutler if he'd had any alcohol, he said no. But when an officer told Cutler he was lying, he admitted drinking alcohol but refused a sobriety test. Thoughts?
Yeah, so the plea deal is the 4 days in jail, as you mentioned. I believe there's like a fine that's not really, it's like $450. Yeah,
$350.
$350. I believe there's a year's supervision.
Yeah.
And then he has his driver's license revoked for a year.
Forgot to mention 2 guns in the vehicle, including a loaded pistol.
I think he made a good deal for only 4 days in prison. And then he has to attend DUI safety, of course.
We call that the trifecta.
Yes.
Driving under the influence, trying to bribe the other driver, and then having 2 guns in your vehicle. 4 days in jail. What do you think 4 days in jail would be like? We've done this thing. Could you survive?
No, I would never want to find out.
Yeah.
I know I'm very curious about what jail life is like. I only want to hear secondhand stories.
Right.
I was thinking, what do you think will be worse for Cuddy? Going to jail or having to attend a class with a bunch of other people for DUI safety? He may hate that even more.
And he has to submit,
I don't know.
Submit to regular random drug screening while on probation. And his Tennessee's driver's license was revoked.
Yeah, I tell this to everybody. When you go out and you know you're drinking, and even if it's an unscheduled, there's an event and then you had your car with you, you can always figure it out later on where to pick up your car, when you're going to get it. It may be inconvenient, but there is nothing inconvenient is being stopped for a DUI. Inconvenient is getting into an accident, hurting other people, hurting yourself. You'll figure out the other stuff later. Call an Uber. It's so easy these days.
I feel like this has been mentioned on this radio station before, that the man sitting to my left here practices what he preaches. I don't think I've ever been out with somebody more often that takes an Uber than you.
Well, and I have a rule for myself.
Even if it's a few miles.
I have a rule. If I have one, I do not drive.
Most people are not like that.
Yeah, there are too many things can go wrong.
Yeah,
too many things. Why gamble with that? So it is such a small price to pay in the Uber department. $18.99
to avoid the big price to pay.
Why
4 days in jail?
Why ruin someone's life? Why ruin your own life? There are so many things that could go wrong. So my rule is, if I'm drinking, I don't drive.
Yeah, but we live 3 miles apart, and you will do that. You know what I'm saying? Most people will it's around the corner.
I don't care if it's 5 minutes or an hour away.
Yeah. All right. Southwest Airlines changes rules for plus-size passengers.
Oh, I saw this. So what does this mean?
I mean, Southwest has really changed everything about themselves. It's their seating policy for plus-size passengers starting January 27th next year. Passengers who take up space in the neighboring seat will have to buy an extra ticket, and it might not be refunded. The current rules allow flyers to buy an extra seat ahead of time and get refunded later. I assume if it's not sold out, or request an extra seat at no charge. Those options made by Southwest were popular with many plus-size passengers, but it's going away. The new rules means the second seat will not be will be non-refundable unless the flights depart with at least one open seat. Meaning, again, if it's not sold out. It's the latest move, a series of changes for Southwest.
Where, like, I'm trying to ask this question with no hate in my heart.
Politely.
I'm trying to ask politely. If you are plus size and you only take up, but you're a big dude, like say you played football, you're a little overweight.
Yeah.
What's the best seat to sit in of the three? Aisle, right.
For you.
Well, fine. No, not for me, for the plus size person.
No, I'm saying for the plus size person, it's the
but
aisle.
Then don't you always get elbowed if you're bigger as people walk by?
I think you at least have that extra aisle space. Now, what I was going to say is for the two other people in the row, they'd rather you at the window.
Yes,
because they got to get past you.
Like, there's nothing more I dislike than when the biggest person in the row is in the middle.
Tough one.
And then,
That's a tough one.
You got the man spreading. You got the elbows on both.
But can we at least defend plus-size people in this respect? Because airlines have shrunk, airplanes have shrunk.
Well, yeah, they're mini seats.
Like, back in the day, they didn't need to do all these plus-size rules. They had some, decent-sized seats for people. So I feel for people. I don't feel for the airlines who are trying to squeeze every last dollar.
It's good. That's a good public service, Jesse.
City says man who gives away homemade goods is breaking the law. And I want to ask you if you would do this. Not the food canning part, but a food canning hobby has gotten one New Hampshire man into a pickle. Daniel Mowry has been giving away his homemade goods for decades, but city officials now say he's breaking the law. Mowry's goods include jellies, tomatoes, breads, and butter pickles. He cans it all and pays for supplies himself. Then he gives it away all for free. He says we were brought up poor, always canned our own food. And
what's illegal about it? Because
the Manchester Health Department said they sent Mowry a cease and desist letter last week, probably saying it's not
because he doesn't have a permit to be
exactly.
And because, I just feel like when it comes to any help in that department is good help, isn't it?
Yeah. The question is, would you accept somebody's own canned goods from home? I guess if
it's a necessity, yes.
Yeah, if it's a necessity, you knew the person. Like, I wouldn't just.
He's donating these to people who are less fortunate.
If Tyler cans some homemade stuff, I don't know if I'm testing that out.
Oh, you don't trust Tyler?
I'm not sure.
What do you think?
What his skills are.
I'll get you a special batch, Jess.
Oh, that sounds even more disgusting now. The way you just termed it.
Greatest of all time police chase: goat caught in Kentucky town. This is a good Florida, Ohio, or Kentucky story. Winchester police were involved in a hot pursuit on Friday afternoon. According to officers, they received a call, several calls to dispatch about a goat roaming around town. While the situation was unorthodox, police say they quickly adapted and officers were able to safely get the loose animal off the streets. Police say the animal was safely turned over to local animal shelter where staff will work to identify and reunite the animal with its owner. Now, where we live, have you seen, like, coyotes or foxes up in our area, wherever they are?
I've not seen a fox yet. I've seen plenty of coyotes.
Yeah.
I've seen deer. I've not seen deer lately, like in the last couple of years, though.
So I've seen some deer. A goat chase would be unusual here.
But why is it a chase? I don't understand.
Right.
This was a very underwhelming story.
How fast is the goat going?
like big deal.
This might be.
It's not like there's a bear in town. You know, like when there was a bear went to a Montana town and it was roaming in that area.
Yes.
Like then you have to worry if there's a goat roaming around.
It's a good point. This might be poor journalism.
But is it hanging in like the streets or something?
Yeah. It's hard to call this a chase, right? So poor journalism on whoever wrote this.
You give him a lecture.
This single food almost everyone loves raises your diabetes risk by 20%. Okay?
What do you mean this single food? Like it's just a singular?
Yeah, this singular food almost everyone loves raises your diabetes risk by 20%. It's good news and bad news.
You want to give us a hint on this?
You can make a lot of things out of this. You know what I mean?
You can make a lot of things out of this.
It's a side.
Cookie dough?
No.
Butter?
No. Different kinds, I'll just say it, different kinds of potatoes, okay? So potatoes is the thing. Potatoes are okay. Mashed potatoes are okay. They're saying, not surprisingly, French fries are not so okay.
Right.
Now, here's my question. They found that eating 3 servings of French fries a week spikes diabetes chances by 20%, but other types of potatoes do not. That being said, they also found that replacing any type of potato with whole grain foods can lower your type 2 diabetes. Here's my question. Maybe it's because of our ages. I don't think either one of us are eating French fries 3 times a week.
Well, first of all, 3 servings, they say. Remember, I've told this to Waddle.
You're right. They did say 3 servings.
3 servings
yes.
is probably a medium fry at McDonald's. Like, what is a serving? Like, I always feel like...
I read it 3 times. You're right. 3 servings.
3 servings. Like, what is a serving? And I always say that whatever's on the back of the label is an underwhelming serving. So whenever, like, you get a bag of chips and it says 12 servings, right. I'm eating half that bag. So I'm eating 6 servings.
So you think a medium fry McDonald's is
like,
what?
You ready?
Yeah.
1 serving is about 12 to 15 individual fries.
See, that's not a serving. We need to redefine what a serving is. We need to go back and redo the whole system.
So a medium fry would be about 3 servings.
Oh, maybe even
Don't you
less.
think?
Maybe even a small
fry would be 2 servings. A medium fry would be 3 servings. So that's just 1 a week.
And then if you go to McDonald's and you're still doing McDonald's, who orders a small fry? Like you're supersizing that bad boy.
Right. So increases your risk by 20%. Just think if you go to McDonald's twice a week, that's not good for you. That's our public health message of the day.
Goats and potatoes.
You're right. Man with same name as Babe Ruth charged in fraud case.
George Herman?
Yes. A Tennessee man with the same name as the New York Yankees legend is facing charges alleging that he used the names of hundreds of dead or retired pro baseball players to make phony claims. So he's already named. His name is already George Herman Ruth. He's charged with 91 counts in the indictment handed down in U.S. District Court in Greenville, Tennessee. On August 12th, the 69-year-old from Morrison is charged with mail fraud, aggravated identity theft, fraudulent use of Social Security numbers, money laundering, et cetera, et cetera. The indictment says Ruth obtained or attempted to obtain more than $550,000 through the scheme. He sought payouts and lawsuit settlements that range from contact lens pricing allegations to claims of racial discrimination against a staffing agency. But what I don't get is why did he need to use baseball
The guy who's
names?
named after a baseball player.
Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah.
He's just committed to the bit.
Yes. He went with aliases, only baseball. Rogers Hornsby.
The only one he didn't use was Babe Ruth because he would have been using his own name.
Self-indicting.
All right, we got to take a break here. You're going to go on forever. If I didn't step in, then we would have gotten 5 more stories.
I do it.
Jesse's on a roll.
I am.
We've got Wilbon coming up at 5 o'clock. So much to discuss. And then White Sox baseball at 6.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Is this me, Charlie? Talking about your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. It's a new Toyota from Toyota National Sales Event. You can grab it today at the National Sales Event as summer plays on. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer and discover which Toyota is right for you. From the boldly stylish Camry, the adventure-ready RAV4, which I used to drive, the legendary Tacoma, much more. My wife is looking at the Highlander, the Grand Highlander these days, and it looks terrific. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a great deal. 2 years or 25,000 miles, no cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. With a new Toyota, you can keep summer playing. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Sox fans, don't miss out on exciting promotions during the Yankees series from August 28th through the 31st. Kicking things off on August 28th with African American Heritage Night. It includes an Ice Cube bobblehead and custom hat presented by Black McDonald's Operators Association, followed by a Puerto Rican jersey giveaway on Friday, August 29th. Plus, join us on August 31st to receive a Southside Legends Babe Ruth and Al Simmons All-Star figurine presented by Rush. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
These days, there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, meditation apps, cleanses. But how do you know what really works for you? As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month of BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Waddle and Sylvie are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Can you give us the headline of your last best story? And then we got to get to Wilbon.
Yes, I can, because this is one we were kind of talking about this subject in the pre-show fist fight. 5 brain tricks to fall asleep faster. We had some sleep discussions.
Yeah.
Should I get into my own personal issues from last night that I mentioned to you? You want me to get into that?
I want to hear the tips because
okay.
I could use these.
They're pretty. You could guess them. I think you could guess them.
No TV and phone.
Yeah, and the late night scrolling.
Yeah.
Okay. Create the ultimate sleep sanctuary before hitting the hay. Try taking a warm bath. You have time for that? Warm bath. I guess after the kids go to bed, you can jump in the bath.
I'm not a bath guy these days.
Put the TV in there. Watch the Cubs tonight.
What are you doing? I'm not a clothes guy.
Lower the temperature in your room. I've heard that before.
It's right. The cooler it is, the better you sleep.
Yeah. Now, consider supplementation. I didn't think would be a trick.
Supplements?
Yeah, like
I take supplements.
Like melatonin.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
That kind of stuff. But I didn't think that would be one of the tricks. Like, that seems like a doctor-prescribed thing to do. But okay, I'll take a supplement. This one's weird. Designated notebook as a worry journal. Might work for you, Sylvie. Ruminating thoughts can hijack your night. This is from a therapist. Writing them down helps you process and park them. He advises offloading stressful thoughts 30 minutes before bed.
That way you have it on paper and you could circle back when you're awake and then focus on just sleeping.
You're buying into that one. Stick to a brain cleanup schedule. Kind of similar, I guess. You probably haven't had a curfew since you were a teen. Okay, no, this is different. He suggests establishing a neural curfew. A consistent bedtime that allows for at least 7 hours of sleep so your brain can detox and properly reset.
It's bad if you go to bed one night at 11:30, the next night at 1, the next night at 10. You got to get on a schedule. All right, there's nothing earth-shattering about that.
No, one more thing. This guy, I think his last name's Uberman. I can't remember the name, but the whole idea of getting up when the sun comes up, or 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and looking out at the sun, not staring at it. You've heard this for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, then it
consistently
wakes you up,
but also gets you to bed that night as well.
Interesting.
Something to do. There you go.
Jesse staring at the sun.
Yeah, I've tried it.
Michael Welbon coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey, guys, big news from my friends over at Steinhoffel's. Did you know that Steinhoffel's is now open in Maryville Plaza? It's their 7th superstore, and it's right here in Chicagoland. You got to check it out. It's the only place I shop. I know Jesse has gotten a lot of furniture from Steinhoffel's as well. They've got all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, and prices that actually fit your budget. Steinhoffel's has been helping families furnish their dream homes for over 90 years, and now they're bringing that experience right to Northwest Indiana. So swing by and see what the Steinhoffel's difference is all about. Now open in Maryville, 7 Chicagoland locations. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
Performance-based materials are a given these days. But if you're after the stretchiest, most lightweight pieces that say, I'm here for a good time, then take a walk on the Swanee side. With fabric sourced from recycled plastic and styles designed for on- and off-course versatility, Swanee's brings you sustainably made, intently designed, and affordably priced golf gear. From polos to layers, it's gear that looks good, feels better, and plays everywhere. Upgrade your game and your closet at swanees.co.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big money on your outdoor project at Menards. Take the guesswork out of landscaping with our free, easy-to-use design program. Plus, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscape blocks at the best prices. Get started on your dream landscape now. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to see our full selection of landscape blocks and get your project started today.
Save big money at Menards.
All right, guys, we have to talk about the new ESPN app. The most live sports, the best championship moments, and so much more. Monday Night Football, college football, NBA, WNBA, NHL, NWSL, college hoops, volleyball, softball, gymnastics, lacrosse, and the list goes on and on. Plus, shows like SportsCenter with SVP, First Take with Stephen A., College Game Day, the entire 30 for 30 library. It's all of ESPN, all in one place. Sign up now.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, it's Michael Wilbon. He's brought to you by Waddle's Guys at Hawk.
Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop hawkauto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at hawkauto.com.
If you're just getting into your car, a couple of things. The Bears today cut down their roster to 53. No real big surprise cuts here. Zach Pickens, who many people considered on the roster bubble, was a third-round pick a couple years ago. So, again, that's 2 years in a row the Bears have had to cut third-round picks. And the other one, Amagaji, of the 3 third-round picks he's had, is now a backup. So he's not done well in that round of football.
I feel like you need to play Ben Johnson on the left tackle stuff for Wilbon.
That's
here.
good.
The non-commitment commitment.
Yes, it's a good point, Jesse.
I think Wilbon would get a kick out of it.
Michael Wilbon joins us right now on the Yuengling guest hotline. Michael, how are you?
I'm good. Just curious as to. I was disappointed that Wheeler got cut. I was disappointed in that, and I don't know if he's eligible, if he's a guy that is favored to perhaps come back on the practice squad. You guys will know more. I was just looking at the cuts from around the league, trying to figure out, is there somebody we might latch on to from that from those other cut lists. But let me hear what you're talking. This is no surprise with Ben Johnson. They're not. They don't feel they have an answer at left tackle, and so it's up to somebody to prove him wrong.
Yeah, I totally agree. One thing on Wheeler, I think hopefully they'll bring him back on the practice squad. Hopefully, we will see, but who knows? So I want to play this, and I got to set it up by telling you and the audience who are listening to it for the first time, you'll hear a question early, and if you can't understand what the question is, they ask, are you ready to name a starter at left tackle? And then he answers, and then you'll hear a follow-up in there. There's about 45 seconds. And just listen to the way he reacts when he talks about if anyone has really stood out as a clear-cut winner. So it's pretty damning. You tell us what you think. Here it is, starting with the question on the left tackle.
Braxton Jones, your starter week 1 at left tackle.
I'm not ready to talk about starters yet.
And you said all along with the left tackle spot that you want to see somebody stand out and earn that. Do you feel like that was the case?
I think we're going to have a starter week 1, and we'll go from there. So that's I said it a few weeks ago, and we feel good about the guys we have in that room. Someone's going to take the bull by the horns and is going to completely take over, but we're not afraid to make a change if the performance isn't where it needs to be. So we'll make that decision going into next week. I'm sure you guys will have a good idea who our starters will be going into Minnesota, but I'm not there yet. This week is still about us. I'm not worried about Minnesota yet. It's all about us.
How does the Bears fan in you and the reporter in you feel about that answer?
Well, the reporter in me is the only way I can answer it, really. I covered enough football to understand how different coaches use their time talking publicly to do a lot of things. They have different agendas, and the coach may change. God, my God, you guys are too young to remember the stuff Mike Ditka used to say leading up to anything. Oh, my God, it would make this look like, playing patty cake.
Yeah.
So, he's trying to get across a message, both to his club and the people in the room, that nobody's knocking him over yet. That's it. That's the way it should. And good. That's coaching. It's good. And I like the fact that we talked about this, Sylvie. The Bears have a tough coach now. You don't have to be gruff looking to be a tough coach. There's some people who fit that. This guy, in plain language, I'm going to use the word articulate. He is, it's different than Mike Tomlin, but he uses the language to his advantage to get to points very succinctly, very pointedly, sometimes aggressively. If he wants to do it passively, he knows what he's doing. I like that. I like that as both. I can't separate the reporter in me who's covered football for decades and now the Bear fan who wants to see somebody tough come in and challenge the hell out of everybody.
Mike, in your experience, would you say the more direct a coach is with his language, the more confident he is in his own skin? Compare that to the Eberflus era and the wishy-washiness. I feel like that represented how unsure he was of what he was doing.
Yeah, but I don't want to take that across the board. I mean, not every coach is going to be that pointed. Not everybody. I mentioned Tomlin, who is just, my favorite coach to listen to in the league right now. Not everybody was that way. Some guys weren't tough. Joe Gibbs, Hall of Famer, 4 Super Bowls, 3 wins. I was around a lot for decades of that, and for Joe Gibbs' entire decade plus, it's probably 11 or 12 years. He didn't use the language that way. I'd point out that Eberflus and others, Nagy, they weren't cut from the cloth that was necessary. That's it. Like, I don't want to tie it to language. They just weren't cut from the cloth necessary. And Jesse Silvy knows I objected to all these guys over all the guys since Lovey. I objected to all of them almost immediately. And it wasn't just language. That was indicative of something to me. I just thought, I'm not seeing what I want to see. And that may not happen with Ben Johnson either. He can talk it, but he's got to walk it at some point, starting a week from Monday. So I think he will. there are a lot of indicators to me that he will do that.
All right. So, on that level, Ben Johnson can be picked here. Of anybody inside that building at Hallis Hall in football, who will player, coach, GM, who are you most confident in?
Oh, I don't know. I got to see stuff. I'm not a hot take guy when it comes to that stuff. I want to see the proof. I'm laughing at everybody, half the people on our network who get caught up in their own football intelligence and their own football IQ. And I mean this literally. These guys are smarter about football than I'll ever be. And they get caught up in that. But yet nobody seems to want to say of the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, let me see it. They're all granting him this status because of his offensive coordinator and what he did. He didn't do jack. He didn't do anything at Michigan. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't played. But I watch ESPN, and you would think that he's going to step right in and break all Fran Tarkenton's records or whoever holds him in Minnesota. And now, so I'm rooting against him harder than I've ever rooted against anybody.
Wow.
It just seems dumb to me. People get caught up in their own intelligence and their own way of seeing it, and they are. Don't get me wrong now. These guys are really, there's a lot of brilliant football minds, but some stuff is common sense. Okay? You can have all the football intelligence you want. I'm going to take the common sense that tells me his rookie going to get his ass kicked. That's where I'm going with this. for the Minnesota Vikings and their Michigan quarterback who averaged about 12 passes a game. But yet I hear all this stuff about how many snaps Bo Nix had. Well, which one is it? What is it? Is it the experience of the number of snaps or not? And why is one guy granted? I mean, again, let me say this again, so people will come back and they can tweet whatever they want. I know the guys I'm talking about, my colleagues, know more about football. They've forgotten more this afternoon than I'll ever know. But I haven't forgotten about competition and the history of sports and people with no experience and what usually happens. And if that happens with the Minnesota Vikings quarterback, I'll be the first to apologize on this show and every other. But in the meantime, I'm looking for the Bears to kick his ass a week from Monday. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm ready to run through a wall.
That was good,
I'm
Mike.
ready for them to crush him and him to look confused and look like a rookie quarterback. I've heard people say literally, well, what more does he have to prove? What?
Everything.
He hasn't proved jack. He hasn't taken a snap. So they can grant him, they can feed him all the benefit of the doubt they want. I'm feeding him nothing. And if there's any team in the division that's going to take a step back, it's the Minnesota Vikings because they've got a rookie quarterback. Rookie. So I'm going to grant him more leeway than Troy Aikman and Peyton Manning and guys who, please, stop. But I hear this nonsense. So to me, it's nonsense. To me, it's nonsense right now. Look, I may have to apologize to all these guys a week from Tuesday. But right now, I'll take the Vikings to take a step back. And I don't know who in the Bears building. I like Ben Johnson. I liked him his second year in Detroit. I liked him more his third year. I like him more now. He's wearing the right colors. But I don't know. I mean, the last coach I had any confidence in Chicago in a Bears corner office was Lovie Smith. Sylvie, you know that. You know how nuts I went when we fired Lovie Smith after a 10-6 season as opposed to forcing his hand and make him marry an offensive coach, which he was not great at. And instead, we have – how many coaches have we had since Lovie? 4?
Trussman was right after him, then into Fox, then into Nagy. And then 5.
4 failures.
5.
5.
Yeah, there's a
failures.
5th. Yeah.
Failures.
Let me ask you this.
So but I have confidence in Ben Johnson. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's legit.
Me too.
Maybe I'm wrong. I allow for myself to be wrong now. But I got confidence in Ben Johnson going into next week.
I'm super confident. Here's what I want to know from you. And don't give me this stuff. Well, I don't do it, so I don't know how they determine this.
Oh, you're setting me up.
Yes, I am. I'm building on what you just said. So we've always wondered this, like the hot take environment that you're not in. You and Tony don't do this. You do a sports show. But yet the way a lot of the shows go back and forth, how do they pick who the subjects are? Like I could say Trevor Lawrence has more to prove and has every bit of the quarterback of Caleb.
Well, none of them have any idea what they're talking about with Chicago.
But he's in Jacksonville.
Nobody on any of these sets has any idea about what they're talking about Chicago.
So how do they pick? How does Caleb become a hot topic? Shador Sanders and guys
because you have producers who think that everything is like it is in New York. Period. That's how. They look at everything like it is in New York, Boston, because that's where they live. ESPN specifically, and I don't know if this is the case on the Fox shows because I don't really watch those except the Sunday show I do watch. And the NFL Network shows are different as they emanate from the West. And I don't know, I have to look at where the people are from. ESPN shows are New York, Boston centric. We know that. We know that they're going to have the New York, they're going to have the Mets and Yankees highlights on. They'll get around to the Cubs only if there's something so bizarre it catches their eye because it's a flyover place to them. And I don't care if anybody gets angry at that characterization because I damn sure know it's true.
I love it. Mike, I want to go back. I want to peel back the onion on McCarthy a little bit more because here's my question to you, and you might ask your colleagues, why do you think they're sort of propping him up the way they are? Why?
Because they love the coordinator. They love Kevin. What's his name? They love him.
O'Connell.
They love him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they love him. And by the way, people have worked with people. See, here's when I say these guys are smarter. Look, I know how smart they are. I work with them. I sit with them. I know how much they know. I know how hard they work at it. I know how much film they study. I do. I have a sense of that.
Sure.
These guys. There's not a loose screw in the no. The one thing I know is I'm older and I know the history of sports. And if people think when they make these hot takes that only things that are predictable and it seem like they have to fall into form are what's going to happen in a league, are you serious? Shefty at least got around to saying that today. He said, look, this is the NFL, and every year people act like folks don't outperform their previous status. People act like folks don't underperform. People act like folks aren't affected by pressure, like injuries don't ruin careers and teams and reroute the history of sport. They act like they don't know that. And maybe they're not paying attention to that because as ex-players, they don't want to seem like those things are out of their control. I know those things are out of their control. I went to the hospital after Joe Theismann got his leg broken. I know what course teams take after these catastrophic things hit them. Disappointment, right? People that just go off the rails because of personal problems. There are all kinds of things that affect sport that you don't hear coming through their comments because they're looking at film, they're going on what coaches they know, they're going on somebody's track record. Okay, fine. Let's go back and find out. See, Tony and I revisit stuff because we will say to each other, how'd that go for you? How'd that taste last night? They don't really do that on other shows. We do because we've got, between the two of us, between Tony and me, let's see.
100 years?
90 years.
90.
It's close. You know what? It's closer to 100. It's more than 90 and slightly less than 100 years of following sports. And so, we see stuff turn around. We see stuff coming out of nowhere. And like this morning, their whole conversation was about nobody could see this coming with the signings. Yeah, you could, because people always get signed. And there's some holdouts. I saw John Riggins, the great John Riggins. I think he held out for a whole year. But for the most part, people get signed. Emmitt Smith got signed, and he walked in the next day, and they said, you got to have 9 days. No, you don't. Can somebody check to see how many days Emmitt Smith had after he signed with the Cowboys when they went 0-2? And Emmitt Smith walks on the field, and they become Super Bowl champs.
Yep.
Right? That's because that happens because it's sports. So all these things that, I hear, well, nobody could throw that pass, but no, shut up, please stop. Everything is overstated now. Nobody could make that play, but no, they all could make it. In golf this weekend, nobody could make that shot. Yeah, everybody in the Pac-12 could make it. Yeah, they could because they're going to be pros and they could all make it. And so we've got to this point of just rampant, wild, aggravating, at least to me, overstatement of everything. Caleb Williams is Super Bowl or bust. No, it isn't. No, they're not going to get rid of Caleb Williams after this year if they go to the Super Bowl. They're not. So all this stuff it's good I'm not sitting on most of these sets because I would just put my finger in my throat and threaten to vomit.
I love it. I love when you give a journalism a tutorial for everybody to hear. So on to the Cubs then. Where are you? Where are you on them? Are they back? Do you think
I love them? I don't know if they're back. I don't know. One thing I've been consistently telling you, and Jesse, I've been telling Silvy this and Tommy this every week. Mm-hmm. I like this team. They give you everything they've got. I don't know if they've got enough. I don't think their lineup isn't as good as the Padres or the Dodgers or the Phillies. It's not. But that's okay. Because we know that people, what I just said about outperform, they give it to you. They give you everything they've got. When PCH just misses a grand slam home run, he gets sacrificed fly, he's angry. He slams the bat. I like that. That's just what I like. They give it to you. The pitching staff, the starting pitching has been lights out for 2 months, and particularly August. They give you everything they've got. And I think Craig Counsell, who people wanted to start blaming for stuff a little while ago, I think he's done a hell of a job or is doing one. I think Hoyer, the moves he didn't make, people need to start apologizing for that criticism. How's that going with the home run hitter from Arizona who's in Seattle? How's that going for him? Once he got one, and Matt Shaw's got like 11, 10 since the break. So Hoyer, it seems the moves he did not make all have worked, at least during this stretch of winning 6 out of 7. I don't know how hot they are. Hot takes longer. They're short-term hot. Can they get out of the next 6 games, San Francisco and Colorado, can they get 5 out of 6? At least 4. At least 4. Can they do that? and then get into this stretch where they've got more games against Milwaukee and the Cardinals and the Reds, and they got somebody else. They got the Tampa of all people coming in at some point. I don't want to see that. Do they have that? I don't know. I just know I like the way this team battles. I like the fight in them. I don't know if they're good enough. And by the way, I don't care about the division. I don't really want that. Didn't the division winner, didn't the bye teams go 0-4 last year in the postseason?
Sounds like that, or like 1-3. They weren't great.
Yeah, it was. No, so I don't really even want that. Keep playing. Let the Cubs keep playing. Keep playing, and let's see how far they can go with that starting pitching. I like what they're doing, and I know they're not overpowering. They're not anybody's favorite in Vegas, but they show up every night. I like that.
Wilbon, how would you like to be Cade Horton's agent over the next 7-8 years? I mean, I could talk
I don't know about 7 or 8, but I'd like to be in the next couple.
Yeah,
what's his contract? 3 years?
Oh no,
he's automatic 4 because he's a rookie.
No, he's got 5. He's got 5 or 6 years to go.
Is that long?
Oh yeah, you get
under control. Under control.
Yeah, 6 years of team control.
And I got to ignore.
3 years, and then you go through
they
arbitration.
May buy him out though. What do you think, Jesse?
Look, I'd like to just have his talent, man.
Sure, they would. They'd offer him something. Sure. I mean, he's an ace in the making. Let's be clear. He is an ace in the making.
Wow, I hope so.
Oh, no.
I just look. I like all. By the way, are we going to go? Are we going to use 6 starters? The rest of I know they sent down
Assad, but he'll be back up. But Tyen's had a little groin.
Had a nice start. What was that about?
That's just roster manipulation.
Roster maintenance. Okay.
That's it.
Okay. But the point is, we could use. Maybe not, because you get an off day now. What is it, 32 games left or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to limit Boyd. They're trying to limit Horton, so you never know. Tyen hit a little groin thing. But I'm with you. I mean, what they've done on the mound since the All-Star break, amazing. I mean, it's just been incredible. And this kid, Cade Horton, I can't say enough about him, Mike. He's efficient. He's got dominant stuff in the zone. What he did to Mike Trout, he made Mike Trout look like a AAA hitter.
Oh my God, he did. That was with location alone, he was pitching, not throwing, which nobody seems to know the difference between anymore. I love sitting Kyle down for 3 games in that Milwaukee series and getting him back. Can they do that to Suzuki? Can they sit him down for 3 games?
You're right.
He's battling. We've seen some opposite field singles. He's trying to do everything he can, but maybe he needs a rest. By the way, that was a brilliant move. This is what I'm saying. I mean, I think all the moves up top, from GM and manager, from GM to dugout, they need to have a hug for what they've been
one day,
doing.
When you're in town, we need to have that dinner so we could talk about Counsell. I don't have time now.
What do you not like about Counsell?
A lot of things. I don't think he's given them the bump that anybody said he was going to bring.
You had them in first. You had them. You had them winning. You had them 21 games over 500. Really?
Yeah.
No, you did.
Yeah.
No, you did.
I did.
No,
I took the over. Sure, I did.
So
I had been winning the
division. You better get out of that studio and get your ass to Vegas.
I did. I've had some good days on the game. Hey, really quick though, then we'll get into this another day when we have longer time. But we're at the end of it. If anybody is celebrating the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce engagement, is Michael Wilbon. So how did you enjoy today?
I don't pay any attention to that stuff. That's not my pop culture. It was like when you asked me just 2 weeks ago about Taylor Swift and the songs. I told you I'd never heard one of her songs. That's not for me. You asked me about an Alicia Keys song, I'll give you all you want. That's Taylor Swift is not for my consumption. Neither, by the way, and while I know I guess they're both going to the Hall of Fame. Are there brothers in the Hall of Fame?
There's got to be in any Hall of Fame, or just the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I was thinking about the Pro Football. There's got to be. I'm not thinking of somebody who's probably obvious, but maybe there's nobody. They're great. I don't listen to their podcasts. That's not my world.
It's a good topic. Like what brothers in the Hall of Fame? I'm sure there are father and sons in the Hall of Fame.
Well, we know there's like 80 of them, and that's like in the NASCAR.
Well, Eli and Peyton will be in the. They'll both be in the Hall of Fame.
Eli's going to get in. I would vote for Eli if I was in that room still. I would. Yeah, but I don't. Good for them. Good. People were predicting they would break up after a year. Well, they didn't. Folks got it wrong. So good for them. That's all I knew about
The
them.
pundits got that one wrong too, Wilbon.
You got that one wrong too.
All
Don't know
right.
too much.
All right, enjoy your Craig Counsell, your Craig Counsell love
Sylvie,
tonight.
we're getting back into this next week because for you to be hating on Craig Counsell this deep into a successful season is like you're gonna have to explain this to me, bro. I don't get that.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to do it. I
Right.
just want him to do something every now and then. All right, Michael.
Just keep him in first place. I don't care about the rest of it. Or second place. Keep him in that wild card spot. Is all I care about.
But Wilbon's ready for the wild card. There you go. And
Yeah.
the phones are lighting up. I'm sure that people could help us with some. I bet you they're calling about brothers in the Hall of Fame. I bet there are some obvious ones.
I bet there's
Sharps.
linemen.
Huh?
Sterling and Shannon Sharp.
Oh yeah, the Sharps. Yeah. The Sharps it just happened. Shannon just got. Sterling just got in after Shannon was in.
I feel
and
like there's some linemen that are brothers.
And I bet you in other sports too, there are others. All right, so if you want to weigh in on that, we've got Aki's A-list coming up, and Jesse is in for Waddle. It's Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Royals.
Coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey friends, it's Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, senior golfers, swing into summer at Seven Bridges Golf Club with amazing rates all season long. Tee off for just $65, cart included. Play one of Chicagoland's best courses with a fun, rewarding layout for every skill level. Senior deals Monday through Friday. Grab your clubs and call 630-964-GOLF today.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, Johnny the Good Kid. As we shift from summer nights at the ballpark to fall weekends on the couch, one thing stays the same. You still got to bring the heat when it's your turn to perform. Now, let me ask you, are you throwing the high heat or just floating the soft stuff over the plate? Oh, my. But that's where Blue Chew comes in. And I've been telling you about my friends at Blue Chew for years. It's a chewable tablet with the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but without the awkward doctor visits or the pharmacy lines. Everything's online, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. No pills to swallow, no weird conversations, just confidence you need when it counts the most. Blue Chew's licensed providers work with you to find the right fit. And it's all made in the U.S. of A. And it's shipped direct, so it's affordable, too. So if you're ready to step up, I've got a deal for you. Your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Go to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse. And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do you do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. For the first time, you can stream all of ESPN all in one place. And guys, it's changed the game for me personally. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, all these great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view. Your fantasy team updates live in-game. SportsCenter customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. You gotta check it out. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app. Like right now.
Save big on everything for your next project at Menards. From hitches to ratchet straps and everything in between, we've got all your hauling needs covered. Tow smarter with a Tow Smart ball mount trailer hitch. It's built with durable steel construction that resists rust and corrosion. On sale now through September 1st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Every morning at 6:45 on Unsportsmanlike, Pat Costello tells what's driving him crazy. I'm over it. Only on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11. Find skilled union contractors at ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List every single day, and with Jesse here, too. Jesse is always brought to you by your Chicagoland Toyota Dealer Association. Toyota, let's go places. Did you know this, Tyler? I'm going to ask you a question to start things off.
I love it.
You and Charlie a question as city guys
and
now.
then I have one as well.
Well, we're not taking yours, but yeah.
Jesse just told me that he jumps in the lake once a year. That every year he makes it a tradition where he jumps in Lake Michigan.
Yep. I would love to see a video of that.
My wife has one. She videotaped me doing it.
How do you do this? Do you cannonball? What are we doing here?
Is it off the ledge or into the beach?
It's in the cement ledge.
Yeah. Just like
Which
our
one?
Like, do you go to Addison?
Between North Avenue and Oak Street Beach. The cement there.
Yeah,
we rode our bikes. Once a year, we ride our bikes down the lakefront there.
Yeah.
And then I jump in.
So my question to you guys is, when's the last time you've jumped into Lake Michigan?
I was there 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was like whenever the last
you jump in.
Yeah, I went to the sand beach, so I guess I didn't really
No, you didn't jump in. You just eased in.
Yeah, but I went, the water's at your ankles and then you just dive head first into the water. So it's like a little bit of that.
And I tell you, you do it in August because the water was perfect.
Oh,
no, it was perfect.
It's perfect?
By August, it's warmed up enough that it's not, in May or June or July even, it can be cold. August is beautiful.
I had a football, had some sweet diving catches too. It was great.
Nice.
Were you playing with someone or were you just doing some solo footballing?
Not this time. I've done some solo footballing in the beach before. But
Charlie has this fascination with, just wants to run routes with the boys. I
love it.
Do you know what? So it was
jump ball drills.
Black Abdallah and Charlie and I went and played golf a month or two ago.
Right.
And Charlie brought a football to the course in case we were held up on the tee box and wanted to run some jump balls.
I like that.
I think that is a fantastic idea. I don't know if this is done by a lot of other people, but to bring a golf course football, while you know how these weekend games could go.
Yes.
Your round could go forever because of slow play, and now it's spiced up by running some routes with Charlie.
Or bring a Frisbee. I like this idea.
He's bringing a football to Vegas. Just
That's
in
right.
case anyone wants to run routes on the strip.
Do some release drills, try to jam you at the line of scrimmage.
Are we able to throw the ball around in the pool?
Where can't you throw the ball? You can throw the ball wherever.
There are no rules in Vegas.
The world is your football field. The world is your gridiron.
I had my 1 year of high school football I played. I was a slot back, little wide receiver.
I had no chance.
Yeah. I did senior year of high school. That's the only time I ever played.
So you didn't play freshman, sophomore,
Nope,
junior?
I played senior year of high school.
That's tough to
I know,
do.
It's
Good
insane.
for you.
It was insane. I always wanted to play football. I'm like, this is my last chance.
Did you know Charlie's all conference?
I did know that, I think I knew you were a good football player. What position?
I was a receiver. Me and
Yes, me and you.
Me and
There you
Daniel
go.
Hardy on the Bears now. We're in the same receiving room.
Did you know that?
Nice.
And
I
we
did
asked
not know
Daniel
that.
Hardy if he remembered him, and
Made the
he was
team.
he
lit up.
Really?
Up. So happy to hear it.
Really?
Charlie Bevins. Wow.
Charlie, I want to see you run some routes.
All right, I'm a
Very
little
cool.
rusty, but off the line of scrimmage, you can't jam me.
I love
Listen,
it.
we won't know Charlie has won the lottery, but there will be a jugs machine in his living room if he does.
All right, so here's my question to you guys. What former Chicago athlete is in the news right now? Who got suspended
Wilson
today?
Contreras, I just
he
saw
got
it.
You just saw it. Wilson Contreras got a 6-game suspension.
I thought you were
See what
gonna
he
say
did
Jay
last
Cutler.
night?
That was an epic crash out last night, by the way.
He threw his bat. Anytime you throw your bat.
Well, what about throwing the tub of high chews onto the field, and then you've got the ball boys and the groundskeepers picking each one up individually?
By the way, it was a strike.
It was
ball
clearly
boy
a strike.
was a strike.
Which is classic Wilson.
Yes.
He's nuts. He's a great kid, but he's nuts. He's nuts.
I think he said his claim was that they weren't getting the same call. Not necessarily
Right.
that it wasn't a
The
strike, but
consistency.
He will find grievance even when there isn't
Yes,
one.
that's
You know,
right.
that's
I
just
like-
how he is.
All right, what do you got, Tyler?
All right, let's start with the news of the day. Roster cut down for the Chicago Bears. And I think there were two that kind of tell you everything about who's running the ship now. And I want to know if you guys agree. Seeing Tyler Scott and Zach Pickens, two guys who were drafted, one of them was a day 2 guy, the other was a 4th-round pick from 2 years ago. Does this signal to you that Ben Johnson has taken the reins over of player personnel?
Yeah, or at least like it's my offense. These are the guys who work best. Just because Tyler Scott has maybe the tiebreaker of being a 4th-round pick, there's too much from Ja'Day Walker and he plays special teams to show you. Yeah, and I think we'll see that with more and more players going forward who were not Ben Johnson guys.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare it to Eberflus, you're saying he has more control in his first
year. I would
year.
honestly say like the last, 5-7 years of Bears football, Ja'Day Walker may not make the roster, and Tyler Scott would.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm going to compare it to Craig Counsell and David Ross. David Ross really had no say, I don't think, in player personnel. I think Craig Counsell does.
That's a good point. Yes, he does.
You know, a little bit more skins on the wall, just a little more respect.
And it's where he started. He started in the front office, didn't he?
So that
With
kind of
Milwaukee?
reminds me. Like Ben Johnson comes in with a little more respect, even as a first-year head coach.
Think about this. If Ben Johnson was here last year and Velus Jones had the camp that he had,
gone.
He would have been gone to start the year. They would have traded him. But Eberflus is like, you make the call, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, the Cubs start a series tonight with the San Francisco Giants, the team who made maybe the biggest splash of any team. It wasn't at the trade deadline, but of all the trades that were made, that trade has not worked out very well for them. They are 5 games under 500 and pretty far out of the playoff picture as we speak. The Cubs now finish off a 9-game West Coast road swing. They've got the Giants for 3, and then they've got the Rockies for 3. What is your expectation over the course of these next 6 games for how the Cubs should handle these next 2 series?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good road trip. I do. I think they're built for both ballparks, especially San Francisco, to be honest. Now, you go to Colorado, weird things can happen, but Colorado is marching towards 100 losses very soon this week, probably. They're going to go 4-2, in my opinion. I mean, at least, I should say.
Oh,
at least.
yeah, baby.
They're going to go at least 4-2. I think it sets up well to win the series in San Francisco. Maybe it's 2 out of 3. And then you got a shot to sweep Colorado if you play the right way. But Colorado always, has that ability to bite you at home.
Yeah, I mean, they just played well against the Dodgers the other day.
Yeah, but then they got swept, I think, in Pittsburgh badly. I say 4-2 at least.
Yeah. So you have to win 4 out of 6. I'm totally with you. My goal was to win 6 of 9 on the trip. They've started off with the first 3, or what was it?
3. 3.
You started off with the first. I was on 2 of 3. So 6 of what is that?
6 of 9 would be winning each series.
So now that you've already won 3, now get me to 7. Get me minimum to 7. If you don't come back at 7-2 on this trip, then that's a bad thing.
And who is it? The Brewers have the Phillies next week and someone good this weekend. Who do they have this weekend, Tyler?
Toronto?
Toronto.
Yes,
there
Toronto.
you go. They're at Toronto, then home against Philadelphia. You got a shot.
Yeah.
You got a shot. I mean, Fangraphs say it's 10%, 12%, but hey, let's make it interesting.
And if they don't win the division, but they make a run because they're playing good baseball late, that bodes well, I hope, for carrying it over in the wild card
One
round.
thing Yelich said to me last week, and this is where Wilbon kind of, I don't mind playing the wild card. Well, Yelich is like, think of it this way. When you have the bye, you've already won a series. That's the way you've
course.
already won a series when you have the bye.
It's a free
series.
It's a free
most
round.
importantly, you get to set up your pitching rotation.
Yeah, all that. Now, there's rust factors, but there's too many good things that happen when you get that bye. So you want the bye. It looks like the Brewers are probably going to get it, but maybe the Cubs will make it interesting.
All right. I want to go to the south side here because the White Sox beat up on the Royals last night. Colson Montgomery, Lenyn Sosa. I mean, it was...
And quick. They did it quick. They made quick work of them.
But I think the most telling stat from yesterday for me was that this team struck out one time the entire game, and it didn't come until the 8th inning. I look at the at-bats that this team is taking right now. They are a completely different team, not just from last year, but from what they were even like 2 months ago.
Can I get credit for something, Silvy? You say I'm an early credit guy. In spring training, I told you, I thought they'd have some struggles early.
You were
but
absolutely
as these guys debuted. Now, what I didn't predict is how many steps they take offensively. Like, I thought they would be decent and look decent in the second half, but the way they've hit offensive, that is a shock to me.
Never has a city, and rightfully so, I'm not making fun, embraced just a bad to mediocre team because of where they've come from in such a short amount of time.
This is what the beginning of a rebuild should look like. It doesn't always happen that way. It certainly didn't happen last year. It's unfortunate. You're going to have to wait a few more years, but at least there's something there.
They're watchable.
They're watchable.
They're watchable, and you're seeing the progress. And another thing that I've said the last couple of years and I was critical that they didn't do an interview process. I stand by that for the general manager, but signs that Getz does have a plan is the way their pitching infrastructure, like a guy like Eric Fetty, who was just, I believe, DFA'd by the Braves now. Yeah. This is the second team that has DFA'd him since the White Sox traded him. The White Sox were able to get the most out of him. He has not done well in the other two spots. The kid from the Rangers that they just traded to at the deadline. I have already forgotten. What is it?
Who'd they trade at the deadline, Tyler?
The one from the Rangers that they picked up after he was DFA'd from Triple.
Hauser.
Adrian Hauser.
Yeah.
Look at the way, it could be coincidence, but I feel what Bannister is doing and what they're doing more now with their development and attacking some of these, their pitching has been really good.
When Getz was hired, we all had our doubts, but then after he made those hires around him, it's the people around you. I said, okay, this might have a chance. There's some good. The guy from Arizona, the player development guy who helped the Diamondbacks get to the World Series, Josh Barfield.
Yeah, Barfield.
He's a difference maker. Yes, I agree. There's something there. And by the way, he got panned for the Fetty trade. Not so bad now. Tommy Pham didn't do much. Fetty hasn't done much since leaving. Pham's been better lately.
I always thought
the Crochet trade is turning out to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, I still would have liked them to keep him because those pitchers don't grow on trees.
Agreed.
I'm just like, in the Fetty deal, did they get enough for 3 players? How many players did they give up?
Maybe
3?
Maybe the Fetty's.
It was Pham, Fetty, and Kopech.
Yeah. But Kopech's hurt.
To be honest,
Pham is just
Vargas
Pham.
has been the best player out of that entire trade.
Well, Kopech helped them
And
win a
Edman.
World Series.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
but I don't
He's
like
perennially hurt.
Michael Kopech wasn't the reason they won the World Series.
No, but he helped them. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, as we look back, it's not as bad as it seems.
They're doing stuff that makes sense, and that if you're a Sox fan, you should be proud of. They're getting out of the Tony La Russa days and into today's days.
Yes.
In the moment, we looked at a lot of these trades and felt like Getz got pantsed, and he may have won a couple of them.
And last thing, and I know we always dream about this, whether it's the Cubs or the White Sox. If Ishbia's money becomes a factor, they can own the division. Nobody there is spending. Now, Detroit might, as this thing keeps going, but they have no competition monetarily if they can spend like a big market. But we say that about the Cubs.
And I think I've told you this, too. Someone recently told me, don't be surprised if the White Sox spend this offseason, because with the possibility of a labor floor where the low teams have to spend a certain amount, they don't want to take that one big step one off season. They may work their way up this year and build it into the new one.
I think the next step is to sign a good veteran to kind of help lead the way a little bit. Can't just be all young guys. I mean, Luis Roberts still there, but, someone that's won, whatever the case may be. Bring in somebody of significance to lead the way a little bit.
They got a smart manager, too. We'll see what he develops, but at least he's doing stuff. The last guy they had was, it was DOA,
Oof, Eberflus and Grifol.
Yeah, that's a power play right there. Who was going on, I still say, maybe Grifol was bad, but worse than him. But Bevington, and did Bevington have a counterpart and equally bad?
At the same time?
Was that Wani time?
Maybe it was Wani time. No, no. Those two are pretty equal. I don't think Bevington had an equal.
All right. We'll wrap things up with a couple more questions from Tyler coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting September 2nd, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Kap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Jurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with the Rich Eisen Show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie Show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches September 2nd. Be there.
Guys, for the first time, you can stream all of ESPN all in one place, and it's changed the game for me. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, all these great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view, your fantasy team updates live in-game, SportsCenter customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. You got to check it out. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app right now.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Step right up and gaze into my crystal ball. I see flashing lights, spinning reels, and a big win. This August, you have a ticket to a cash carnival at Potawatomi. Play with your rewards card and earn entries to win your share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Prize drawings every Thursday through August 28th. Your fortune awaits only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, this portion of Waddle and Sylvie brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations. Big news today, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce engaged. Do you have a question on them for us?
Yeah, I want you guys to rate the Instagram post, the caption, all right? First of all, Taylor Swift having to tag Killa Trav in her engagement post is pretty funny. But your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married. Dynamite emoji. Rate the post.
Isn't that part of a song or something like that? Or didn't she post it to something with a song that has to do with that?
Yeah, she used one of her songs.
Thumbs down on it. I don't think it's
high
great.
school.
Yeah, I don't think it's great.
Thumbs down on it.
Thumbs down.
Some thumbs down?
Sylvie, we didn't get to the Cubs 2026 game-by-game schedule.
Yeah,
we're going to do the win-loss thing.
We'll do that on your next appearance. Thanks to Charlie. Thanks to Tyler. Thanks to Wilbon, who joined us earlier today. Press conferences for Jesse. I'm Sylvie. It's ESPN 1000. Have a great Tuesday night.